The agreements obtained by the United States, through methods so shameful that the entire world criticizes them, do not diminish but increase the morality and justice of Cuba's stand, which exposes the way the oligarchies sell out and betray national interests and shows the people the road to liberation. It reveals the corruption of the exploiting classes for whom their representatives spoke at Punta del Este. The OAS was revealed for what it really is: a Yankee ministry of colonies, a military alliance, an apparatus of repression against the liberation movement of the Latin American peoples. Cuba has lived 3 years of revolution under the incessant harassment of Yankee intervention in our internal affairs. Pirate aircraft coming from the United States, dropping incendiary substances, have burned millions of arrobas of sugarcane. Acts of international sabotage perpetrated by Yankee agents, like the blowing up of the ship La Cabra, have cost dozens of Cuban lives. Thousands of U.S. weapons have been dropped in parachutes by the U.S. military services over our territory to promote subversion. Hundreds of tons of explosive materials and bombs have been secretly landed on our coast from U.S. launches to promote sabotage and terrorism. A Cuban worker was tortured on the naval base of Guantanamo and deprived of his life with no due process and no explanation. Our sugar quota was abruptly cut and an embargo proclaimed on parts and raw materials for factories and U.S. construction machinery, in order to ruin our economy. Cuban ports and installations have been subjected to surprise attacks by armed ships and bombers from bases prepared by the United States. Mercenary troops, organized and trained in Central America by the same government, have in a warlike manner invaded our territory, escorted by ships of the Yankee fleet and with air support from foreign bases, causing much loss of life as well as loss of material wealth. Counter-revolutionary Cubans are being trained in the U.S. Army and new plans of aggression against Cuba are being made. All this has been going on incessantly for 3 years, before the eyes of the whole continent, and the OAS was not aware of it. The ministers meet in Punta del Este and do not even admonish the U.S. government or the governments that are material accomplices to these aggressions. They expel Cuba, the Latin American victim, the aggrieved nation. The United States has military pacts with nations of all continents, military blocs with whatever fascist, militarist and reactionary government exists in the world, NATO, CETO and CENTO, to which we now have to add the OAS. The United States intervenes in Laos, in Vietnam, in Korea, in Formosa, in Berlin. It openly sends ships to Santo Domingo in order to impose its law, its will, and announces its proposal to use its NATO allies to block commerce with Cuba. And the OAS is not aware of this. The ministers meet and expel Cuba, which has no military pacts with any country. Thus the government that organizes subversion throughout the world and forges military alliances on 4 continents, forces the expulsion of Cuba, accusing her of nothing other than subversion and ties beyond the continent. Cuba is the Latin American nation that has made landowners of more than 100,000 peasants, ensured employment all year round on state farms and cooperatives to all agricultural workers. It has transformed garrisons into schools, given 70,000 scholarships to university, secondary and technical students, created classrooms for the entire population of children, totally eliminated illiteracy. It has quadrupled medical services, nationalized foreign interests, suppressed the abusive system that turned housing into a means of exploiting people. It has virtually eliminated unemployment, suppressed discrimination on account of race or sex, rid itself of gambling, vice, and administrative corruption, and armed the people. It has made the enjoyment of human rights a living reality by freeing men and women from exploitation, lack of culture and social inequality. It has liberated itself from all foreign tutelage, acquired full sovereignty, and established the foundations for the development of its economy so as to no longer be a country producing a single crop and exporting only raw materials. And yet it is Cuba that is expelled from the OAS by governments that have not achieved for their people any one of these objectives. How will they be able to justify their conduct before the peoples of the Americas and the world? How will they be able to deny that according to their conception the policy of land, of bread, of work, of health, of liberty, of equality, and of culture, of accelerated development of the economy, of national dignity, of full self-determination and sovereignty, is incompatible with the hemisphere. The people think very differently. The people think that the only thing incompatible with the destiny of Latin America is misery, feudal exploitation, illiteracy, starvation, wages, unemployment, the policy of repression against the masses of workers, peasants, and students, discrimination against women, blacks, Indians, mestizos, oppression by the oligarchies, the plundering of wealth by the Yankee monopolists, the moral stagnation of intellectuals and artists, the ruin of the small producers by foreign competition, economic underdevelopment, peoples without roads, without hospitals, without housing, without schools, without industries, the submission to imperialism, the renunciation of national sovereignty and the betrayal of the country. How can the imperialists explain their conduct and their condemnation of Cuba? What words and what arguments are they going to use to speak to those whom they have exploited and ignored for so long? Those who study the problems of Latin America are likely to ask, which country has concentrated on for the purpose of remedying the situation of the idle, the poor, the Indians, the blacks, and the vulnerable infants, this immense number of infants, 30 million in 1950, that will be 50 million in 8 more years. Yes, which country? 32 million Indians form the backbone like the Andes of the entire American continent. It is clear that for those who considered the Indian more as a thing than a person, this mass of humanity does not count, did not count, and, they thought, never would count. Of course, since they were considered a brute labor force, they had to be used like oxen or a tractor. How could anyone believe in any benefit from imperialism, in any alliance for progress under whatever oath when under its saintly protection the natives of the south of the continent, like those in Patagonia, still experience its massacres and its persecutions, still live under strips of canvas as their ancestors did at the time the discoverers came almost 500 years ago? Those great races that populated northern Argentina, Paraguay, and Bolivia, such as the Guarani, who were savagely decimated, are hunted like animals and buried in the depths of the jungle. That reservoir of indigenous stock which could have served as a basis for a great Latin American civilization is seeing its extinction continually hastened. Across the Paraguayan swamps and desolate Bolivian highlands, deeper into itself, Latin America has driven these primitive, melancholy races, brutalized by alcohol and narcotics to which they became addicted, in order at least to survive in the subhuman conditions, not only of nutrition, in which they live. A chain of hands stretches out almost in vain, and has done so for centuries. Over the Andean peaks and slopes, along great rivers and in the shadowy forests, this chain of hands stretches to unite their miseries with those of others who are slowly perishing Brazilian tribes and those of the north of the continent and the coasts, reaching to the most incredibly backward and wild confines of the Amazon jungle or mountain ranges of Paraguay, to Venezuela's 100,000 Indians, then to the isolated Vapacharnas, who await their end, now almost definitively lost to the human race. In the hot regions of the Guianas. Yes, all these 32 million Indians, who extend from the U.S. border to the edges of the southern hemisphere, and the 45 million mestizos, who for the most part differ little from the Indians, all these natives, this formidable reservoir of labor, whose rights have been trampled on. Yes, what can imperialism offer them? How can these people, ignored so long, be made to believe that any benefit will come from such blood-stained hands? Entire tribes that live unclothed, others that are supposed to be cannibalistic, others whose members die like flies on their first contact with the conquering civilization, others who are banished, that is, thrown off their lands, pushed to the point of relocating in the jungles, mountains, or most distant reaches of the plains, where not even the smallest particle of culture, light, bread, or anything else penetrates. In what alliance other than one for their own more rapid extermination are these native races to believe, these races who have been flogged for centuries, shot so their lands could be taken, beaten to death in their thousands for not working faster in their exploited labor for imperialism? And the blacks? What alliance can the system of lynching and brutal exclusion of blacks in the United States offer to the 15 million blacks and 14 million mulattoes of Latin America, who know with horror and rage that their brothers and sisters to the north cannot ride in the same vehicles as their white compatriots, or attend the same schools, or even die in the same hospitals? How can these disinherited racial groups believe in this imperialism, in its benefits or in any alliance with it, other than an alliance for lynching and exploiting them as slaves? Those masses who have not been permitted to enjoy even modestly any cultural, social, or professional benefits, who even when they are in the majority or number millions are mistreated by the imperialists in Ku Klux Klan garb, are confined to the most unsanitary neighborhoods, in the least comfortable tenements built expressly for them, are shoved into the most menial occupations, the hardest labor and the least lucrative professions. They cannot presume to reach the universities, advanced academies, or private schools. What alliance for progress can serve as encouragement to those 107 million men and women of our America, the backbone of labor in the cities and fields, whose dark skin black, mestizo, mulatto, Indian inspires scorn in the new colonialists? How are they who with bitter impotence have seen how in Panama there is one wage scale for Yankees and another for Panamanians, who are regarded as an inferior race, going to put any trust in the supposed alliance? What can the workers hope for, with their starvation wages, the hardest jobs, the most miserable conditions, lack of nutrition, illness, and all the evils that foster misery? What words can be said, what benefits can the imperialists offer to the copper, tin, iron, and coal miners who cough up their lungs for the profits of merciless foreign masters, or to the fathers and sons of the lumberjacks and rubber plantation workers, to the harvesters of the fruit plantations, to the workers in the coffee and sugar mills, to the peons on the pampas and plains, who with their health and lives amass the fortunes of the exploiters? What can those vast masses expect, those who produce the wealth, who create the value, who aid in bringing forth a new world everywhere? What can they expect from imperialism, that greedy mouth, that greedy hand, with no other vista than misery, the most absolute destitution, and, in the end, cold, unrecorded death? What can this class expect, a class that has changed the course of history, that in other places has revolutionized the world, which is the vanguard of all the humble and exploited? What can it expect from imperialism, its most irreconcilable enemy? What can imperialism offer the teachers, professors, professionals, intellectuals, poets, and artists? What kind of benefits, what chance for a better and more equitable life, what purpose, what inducement, what desire to excel, to gain mastery beyond the first simple steps? What can it offer those who devotedly care for the generations of children and young people on whom imperialism will later gorge itself? What can it offer these people who live on degrading wages in most countries, who almost everywhere suffer restrictions on their right of political and social expression, whose economic future does not exceed the bare limits of their shaky resources and compensation, who are buried in a gray life without prospects, one that ends on a pension not even meeting half the cost of living? What benefits or alliances can imperialism offer them, save those that are to its total advantage? If imperialism provides sources of aid to the professions, the arts, and publications, it is always well understood that their products must reflect its interests, aims, and nothingness. But what of the novels that attempt to reflect the reality of the world of imperialism's rapacious deeds? The poems aspiring to translate protests against imperialism's enslavement, its interference in life, in thought, in the very bodies of nations and peoples? The militant arts that try to express the forms and content of imperialism's aggression, that try to capture the constant pressure on every progressive living and breathing thing and on all that is revolutionary? The arts that teach and which full of light and conscience, of clarity and beauty try to guide human beings and the peoples to better destinies, to the highest summits of life and justice? All these meet imperialism's severest censure. They run into obstacles, condemnation, and McCarthyite persecution. The presses are closed to them, their names are barred from its columns of print, and a campaign of the most atrocious silence is imposed against them, which is another contradiction of imperialism. For it is then that the writer, poet, painter, sculptor, the scientist, any creative person begins truly to live in the tongue of the people, in the heart of millions of men and women throughout the world. Imperialism puts everything backwards, deforms it, diverts it into its own channels for profit, to multiply its dollars, buying words, or paintings or stutterings, turning into silence the expression of revolutionaries, of progressives, of those who struggle for the people and their needs. We cannot forget, in this sad picture, the underprivileged children, the neglected, the futureless children of the Americas. America, a continent with a high birth rate, also has a high death rate. A few years ago the mortality of children under a year old in 11 countries was over 125 per 1,000, and in 17 others it was over 90 children. In 102 nations of the world, on the other hand, the rate is under 51. In sadly neglected Latin America, then, 74 out of 1,000 die in the first year after birth. In some areas of Latin America that rate reaches 300 per 1,000, thousands and thousands of children up to 7 years old die of incredible diseases in the Americas, diarrhea, pneumonia, malnutrition, hunger. Thousands and thousands are sick without hospital treatment or medicines, thousands and thousands walking about, victims of endemic mental deficiency, malaria, trachoma, and other diseases caused by contamination and lack of water and other necessities. Diseases of this nature are common among those Latin American countries where thousands and thousands of children are in agony, children of outcasts, children of the poor and of the petty bourgeoisie with a hard life and precarious means. The statistics, which would be redundant here, are blood-curdling. Any official publication of the international organizations collects them by the hundreds. Regarding education, one becomes indignant merely thinking of what Latin America lacks on the cultural level. While the United States has a level of 8 or 9 years of schooling for those in its population 15 years and older, Latin America, plundered and pauperized by the United States, has a level of less than 1 year of approved schooling in the same age group. It makes one even more indignant to know that of the children between 5 and 14 years, only 20% are enrolled in school in some countries, and even in the best countries the level is just 60%. That is to say, more than half the children of Latin America do not go to school. But the pain continues to grow when we learn that enrollment in the first 3 grades comprises more than 80% of those enrolled, and that in the 6th grade the enrollment fluctuates from a bare 6 to 22 pupils for each 100 who began in the 1st grade. Even in those countries that believe they have taken care of their children, the dropout rate between the 1st and 6th grade averages 73%. In Cuba, before the revolution, it was 74%. In Colombia, a representative democracy, it is 78%. And if one looks closely at the countryside, only 1% of the children reach the 5th grade in the best of cases. When one investigates this disastrous student absenteeism, there is one cause that explains it: the economy of misery. Lack of schools, lack of teachers, lack of family resources, child labor, in the last analysis, imperialism and its product of oppression and backwardness. To summarize this nightmare that America has lived, from one end to the other, on this continent of almost 200 million human beings, 2/3 are Indians, mestizos, and blacks, the discriminated. On this continent of semi-colonies about 4 persons per minute die of hunger, of curable illnesses or premature old age, 5,500 per day, 2 million per year, 10 million every 5 years. These deaths could easily be avoided, but nevertheless they take place. 2/3 of the Latin American population are short-lived and live under constant threat of death. A Holocaust, which in 15 years has caused twice the number of deaths of World War I and which is ongoing. Meanwhile, from Latin America a continuous torrent of money flows to the United States, some $4,000 a minute, $5 million a day, $2 billion a year, $10 billion every 5 years. For each $1,000 that leaves us, 1 corpse remains. $1,000 per corpse, that is the price of imperialism. $1,000 per death, 4 times a minute. But why did they meet at Punta del Este, despite this Latin American reality? Perhaps to take a small step toward alleviating these evils? No. The people know that at Punta del Este the ministers who expelled Cuba met to renounce national sovereignty. They know that the US government went there not only to establish the basis for aggression against Cuba, but the basis for intervention against the People's Liberation Movement in any Latin American nation, that the United States is preparing a bloody drama for Latin America. They know that just as the exploiting oligarchies now renounce the principle of sovereignty, they will not hesitate to solicit the intervention of Yankee troops against their own people. And they know that for this purpose the U.S. delegation proposed a watchdog committee against subversion in the Inter-American Defense Council with executive powers, and the adoption of collective measures. Subversion for the Yankee imperialists is the struggle of hungry people for bread, the struggle of peasants for land, the struggle of the peoples against imperialist exploitation. A watchdog committee with executive powers in the Inter-American Defense Council means a continental repressive force against the peoples at the command of the Pentagon. Collective measures means the landing of Yankee Marines in any country of the Americas. To the accusation that Cuba wants to export its revolution, we reply, revolutions are not exported, they are made by the people. What Cuba can give to the peoples, and has already given, is its example. And what does the Cuban Revolution teach? That revolution is possible, that the people can make it, that in the contemporary world there are no forces capable of halting the liberation movement of the peoples. Our triumph would never have been feasible if the revolution itself had not been inexorably destined to arise out of existing conditions in our socio-economic reality, a reality that exists to an even greater degree in a good number of Latin American countries. It inevitably occurs that in the nations where the control of the Yankee monopolies is strongest, the exploitation of the oligarchy cruelest, and the situation of the laboring and peasant masses most unbearable, the political power appears most solid. The state of siege becomes habitual, every manifestation of discontent by the masses is repressed by force. The democratic path is closed completely. The brutal character of dictatorship, the form of rule adopted by the ruling classes, reveals itself more clearly than ever. It is then that the revolutionary explosion of the peoples becomes inevitable. Although it is true that in these underdeveloped countries of the Americas the working class generally is relatively small, there is a social class which, because of the subhuman conditions in which it lives, constitutes a potential force, which, led by the workers and the revolutionary intellectuals, has a decisive importance in the struggle for national liberation, the peasants. Our countries combine the circumstances of an underdeveloped industry with those of an agrarian regime of a feudal character. That is why, with all the hardships of the living conditions of the urban workers, the rural population lives in even more horrible conditions of oppression and exploitation. But it is also, with exceptions, the absolute majority sector, at times exceeding 70% of the population in Latin America. Not including the landlords, who often reside in the cities, the rest of that great mass gains its livelihood working as peons on the haciendas for the most miserable wages, or working the land under conditions of exploitation that in no way put the Middle Ages to shame. These circumstances determine that in Latin America the rural poor constitute a tremendous potential revolutionary force. The armies, the forces on which the power of the exploiting classes rest, are built and equipped for conventional war. However, they become absolutely impotent when they have to confront the irregular struggle of the peasants on their own terrain. They lose 10 men for each revolutionary fighter who falls, and demoralization spreads rapidly among them from having to face an invisible and invincible enemy who does not offer them the opportunity to show off their academy tactics and their swaggering, which they use so much in military displays to curb the workers and students in the cities. The initial struggle by small combat units is constantly fed by new forces, the mass movement begins, and the old order little by little starts to break into 1,000 pieces. That is the moment when the working class and the urban masses decide the battle. What is it that from the beginning of the struggle of those first nuclei, makes them invincible, regardless of the numbers, power, and resources of their enemies. The aid of the people, and they will be able to count on the help of the people on an ever-increasing scale. But the peasantry is a class which, because of the uncultured state in which it is kept and the isolation in which it lives, needs the revolutionary and political leadership of the working class and the revolutionary intellectuals, for without them it would not by itself be able to plunge into the struggle and achieve victory. In the actual historical conditions of Latin America, the national bourgeoisie cannot lead the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle. Experience shows that in our nations, that class, even when its interests conflict with those of Yankee imperialism, has been incapable of confronting it, for the national bourgeoisie is paralyzed by fear of social revolution and frightened by the cry of the exploited masses. Facing the dilemma of imperialism or revolution, only the most progressive layers will join with the people. The current world correlation of forces and the universal movement for the liberation of the colonized and dependent peoples demonstrates to the working class and the revolutionary intellectuals of Latin America their true role, which is to place themselves resolutely in the vanguard of the struggle against imperialism and feudalism. Imperialism, utilizing the great movie monopolies, its news services, its periodicals, books, and reactionary newspapers, resorts to the most subtle lies to sow divisions and inculcate among the most ignorant people fear and superstition against revolutionary ideas, ideas that can and should frighten only the powerful exploiters, with their worldly interests and privileges. Divisionism, a product of all kinds of prejudices, false ideas and lies, sectarianism, dogmatism, a lack of breadth in analyzing the role of each social layer, its parties, organizations, and leaders. These obstruct the necessary united action of the democratic and progressive forces of our peoples. They are deficiencies of growth, infantile diseases of the revolutionary movement that must be left behind. In the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle it is possible to bring the majority of the people resolutely behind goals of liberation that unite the spirit of the working class, the peasants, the intellectual workers, the petite bourgeoisie and the most progressive layers of the national bourgeoisie. These sectors comprise the immense majority of the population and bring together great social forces capable of sweeping away the imperialist and reactionary feudal rule. In that broad movement they can and must struggle together for the good of our nations, for the good of our peoples, and for the good of the Americas, from the old Marxist militant, right up to the sincere Catholic who has nothing to do with the Yankee monopolists and the feudal lords of the land. This movement can pull along with it the most progressive elements of the armed forces, which have also been humiliated by the Yankee military missions, the betrayal of national interests by the feudal oligarchies and the sacrifice of national sovereignty to Washington's dictates. Where the roads for the peoples of Latin America are closed, where the repression of workers and peasants is fierce, where the rule of the Yankee monopolists is strongest, the first and most important task is to understand that it is neither honorable nor correct to beguile people with the fallacious and convenient illusion of uprooting by legal means that do not and will not exist ruling classes that are entrenched in all the state institutions, monopolizing education, owning all the means of information, possessing infinite financial resources, power that the monopolies and oligarchies will defend with blood and fire and with the might of their police and armies. The duty of every revolutionary is to make the revolution. It is understood that the revolution will triumph in the Americas and throughout the world, but it is not for revolutionaries to sit in the doorways of their houses waiting for the corpse of imperialism to pass by. The role of job does not suit a revolutionary. Each year that the liberation of Latin America is speeded up will mean the lives of millions of children saved, millions of intellects saved for culture, an infinite amount of pain spared the people. Even if the Yankee imperialists prepare a bloody drama for Latin America, they will not succeed in crushing the people's struggles, they will only arouse universal hatred against themselves. And such a drama will also mark the death of their greedy and carnivorous system. No nation in Latin America is weak because each forms part of a family of 200 million brothers and sisters, who suffer the same miseries, who harbor the same sentiments, who have the same enemy, who dream about the same better future and who count on the solidarity of all honest men and women throughout the world. Great as the epic struggle for Latin American independence was, heroic as that struggle was, today's generation of Latin Americans is called on to engage in an epic that is even greater and more decisive for humanity. That struggle was for liberation from the Spanish colonial power, from a decadent Spain invaded by the armies of Napoleon. Today the battle cry is for liberation from the most powerful world imperialist center, from the strongest force of world imperialism, and to render humanity a greater service than that rendered by our predecessors. But this struggle, to a greater extent than the earlier one, will be waged by the masses, will be carried out by the people. The people are going to play a much more important role now than they did then. The leaders are less important and will be less important in this struggle than in the earlier one. This epic before us is going to be written by the hungry Indian masses, the peasants without land, the exploited workers. It is going to be written by the progressive masses, the honest and brilliant intellectuals, who so greatly abound in our suffering Latin American lands. A struggle of masses and of ideas. An epic that will be carried forward by our peoples, mistreated and scorned by imperialism, our peoples, unreckoned with until today, who are now beginning to shake off their slumber. Imperialism considered us a weak and submissive flock, and now it begins to be terrified of that flock, a gigantic flock of 200 million Latin Americans in whom Yankee monopoly capitalism now sees its grave diggers. This toiling humanity, these inhumanly exploited, these paupers, controlled by the system of whip and overseer, have not been reckoned with or have been little reckoned with. From the dawn of independence their fate has been the same: Indians, gauchos, mestizos, zambos, quadroons, whites without property or income, all this human mass that formed the ranks of the nation, which never reaped any benefits, which fell by the millions, which was cut into bits, which won independence from the mother country for the bourgeoisie, which was shut out from its share of the rewards, which continued to occupy the lowest rung on the ladder of social benefits, continued to die of hunger, curable diseases, and neglect, because for them there were never enough life-giving goods: ordinary bread, a hospital bed, medicine that cures, a hand that aids. But now from one end of the continent to the other they are signaling with clarity that the hour has come, the hour of their redemption. Now this anonymous mass, this America of color, somber, taciturn America, which all over the continent sings with the same sadness and disillusionment, now this mass is beginning to enter definitively into its own history, it is beginning to write its history with its own blood, it is beginning to suffer and die for that history. Because now in the fields and mountains of the Americas, on its plains and in its jungles, in the wilderness and in the traffic of its cities, on the banks of its great oceans and rivers, this world is beginning to tremble. Anxious hands are stretched forth, ready to die for what is theirs, to win those rights that were laughed at by one and all for 500 years. Yes, now history will have to take the poor of the Americas into account, the exploited and spurned of the Americas, who have decided to begin writing their history for themselves and for all time. Already they can be seen on the roads, on foot, day after day, in an endless march of hundreds of kilometers to the governmental eminences, there to obtain their rights. Already they can be seen armed with stones, sticks, machetes, in one direction and another, each day occupying lands, sinking hooks into the land which belongs to them and defending it with their lives. They can be seen carrying signs, slogans, flags, letting them fly in the mountain or prairie winds. And the wave of anger, of demands for justice, of claims for rights trampled underfoot, which is beginning to sweep the lands of Latin America, will not stop. That wave will swell with every passing day. For that wave is composed of the greatest number, the majorities in every respect, those whose labor amasses the wealth and turns the wheels of history. Now they are awakening from the long, brutalizing sleep to which they had been subjected. For this great mass of humanity has said enough, and has begun to march. And their march of giants will not be halted until they conquer true independence, for which they have died in vain more than once. Today, however, those who die will die like the Cubans at the Bay of Pigs. They will die for their own, true, never to be surrendered independence. Patria omuerd. Homeland or death. Vence Ramos. We will win. Sign the people of Cuba. The National General Assembly of the People of Cuba resolves that this declaration be known as the Second Declaration of Havana, and be translated into the major languages and distributed throughout the world. It also resolves to urge all friends of the Cuban Revolution in Latin America to distribute it widely among the masses of workers, peasants, students, and intellectuals of this continent. Havana, Cuba. Free Territory of the Americas. February 4, 1962. 7. The October. Missile Crisis. After a U.S. spy plane photographed Soviet missiles in Cuba on October 22, 1962, President Kennedy announced a total naval blockade of Cuba. The crisis peaked by October 26 when a massive U.S. airstrike against Cuba seemed imminent. Sidelining Cuba, a secret agreement was reached between the U.S. and Soviet governments, whereby Washington agreed not to attack or invade the island if the Soviet missiles were removed. The 5 Points of Dignity. Havana, October 28, 1962. As the missile crisis came to a head in late October, bringing the world to the brink of a nuclear catastrophe, Fidel Castro appeared on Cuban television on October 28, outlining what he called the 5 Points of Dignity. First, the economic blockade and all of the other measures that the United States is taking all over the world to bring trade and economic pressure to bear against Cuba must cease. Second, all subversive activities, airlifts and landings of arms and explosives by air and by sea, the organization of mercenary invasions, the sending of spies into our country illegally and acts of sabotage whether carried out from U.S. territory or from that of accessory countries must cease. Third, the pirate attacks that are carried out from bases in the United States and Puerto Rico must cease. Fourth, all violations of Cuba's airspace and territorial waters by U.S. planes and warships must cease. Fifth, U.S. troops must be withdrawn from the Guantanamo naval base, and that part of Cuban territory occupied by the United States must be returned. On the missile crisis. November 1, 1962. As the crisis passed, on November 1, Fidel Castro reviewed the significance of recent events. We don't constitute an obstacle to a peaceful solution, a truly peaceful solution. We are neither a warlike nor an aggressive nation. Ours is a peaceful nation, but being peaceful doesn't mean allowing ourselves to be trampled upon. If anyone should try it, we will fight as much as need be to defend ourselves. The facts bear this out. We will never constitute an obstacle to a truly peaceful solution. The prerequisites for a truly peaceful solution are the 5-point guarantees set forth by the Cuban government. We want the United States to start giving proof, not promises, of its good faith. Deeds, not words. It would be convincing if the United States were to return the territory it occupies at the Guantanamo naval base. That would be much more convincing than any words or promises. And if the United States doesn't agree to the guarantees that Cuba wants, then there won't be any truly peaceful solution, and we will have to keep on living with this tension that we have endured so far. We want peaceful solutions, but they must also be honorable. We are entitled to peace, a truly peaceful solution, and, sooner or later, we will get it, because we have won that right with our people's spirit, resistance, and honor. They don't let us work in peace. More than weapons, we want to use work tools. We want to create, not kill, and destroy. Our people aren't allowed to create and are constantly forced to mobilize, to place themselves on a war footing, to defend themselves, to be ready for anything. They are forced to do this. It isn't that we want that policy. It's a policy that the aggressors impose on our country. What our country wants is to work, to develop its resources, to develop its people, and to carry out its peaceful work. We won't accept just any old formula. We will accept any formula for peace that is truly honorable. I think that with such a formula, we wouldn't be the only ones to benefit. Everyone would: the Americas, the rest of the world, the United States. That is, even those responsible for this situation would benefit from a solution of honorable peace for our country. In the course of this crisis, while this crisis was developing, some differences arose between the Soviet and Cuban governments, but I want to tell all Cubans one thing: this isn't the place to discuss those problems, because discussing them here could help our enemies, who could benefit from such differences. We must discuss such things with the Soviets at the government and party levels. We have to sit down with them and discuss whatever is needed, using reason and principles, because, above all, we are Marxist-Leninists, we are friends of the Soviet Union. There will be no breach between the Soviet Union and Cuba. I would like to say something else, too. We have confidence in the Soviet Union's policy of principles, and we have confidence in the leadership of the Soviet Union, that is, in the government and in the party of the Soviet Union. If my compatriots ask me for my opinion now, what can I tell them? What advice should I give them? In the midst of a confusing situation, where things haven't been understood or not understood clearly, what should we do? I would say we must have confidence and realize that these international problems are extremely complex and delicate, and that our people, who have shown great maturity, extraordinary maturity, should demonstrate that maturity now. And, above all, there are some things that need to be said now, when some people may be annoyed because of misunderstandings or differences. It is good to remember, above all, what the Soviet Union has done for us in every one of the difficult moments we have had, what it has done to offset the economic attacks of the United States, the suppression of our sugar quota and the ending of oil shipments to our country. Every time the United States has attacked us, every time the Soviet Union has extended its hand to us in friendship. We are grateful, and we should say so here, loud and clear. The principal weapons used by our armed forces were sent to us by the Soviet Union, which hasn't demanded payment for them. A few months ago, the Soviet Union decided to cancel all of our country's debt for weapons. Some of these matters, of a military nature, must be treated with great care. However, I can tell you one thing: Cuba didn't own the strategic weapons that were used for its defense. This isn't the case with the tanks and a whole series of other weapons that do belong to us, but we didn't own the strategic weapons. The agreements covering their shipment to our country to strengthen our defenses in the face of threats of attack stated that those strategic weapons, which are very complex and require highly specialized personnel, would remain under the direction of Soviet personnel and would continue to belong to the Soviet Union. Therefore, when the Soviet government decided to withdraw those weapons, which belonged to them, we respected that decision. I'm explaining this so you will understand about their withdrawal. Don't think that the withdrawal of the strategic weapons will leave us unarmed. It doesn't mean that we will be unarmed. We have impressive, very powerful means of defense, extraordinary resources with which to defend ourselves. The strategic weapons are leaving, but all the other weapons will stay in our country. They are an extremely powerful means of defense, with which we can handle any situation that may arise. Don't misunderstand this. Little by little, the confusion will disappear. There is one thing that I would like to emphasize today, an appreciation that I would like to express, which refers to the people, to the way the people have behaved during the past few days. The people's attitude, in terms of determination, courage, and discipline, has been more impressive than even the greatest optimists could ever have imagined. Such a nation is invincible. Such a nation, whose people confront such difficult situations so serenely and admirably, is a nation that has the right to get what it desires, which is peace, respect, honor and prestige. We have long-range moral missiles that cannot and will never be dismantled. They are our most powerful strategic weapons, for both defense and attack. That is why, here and now, I want to express my admiration for the Cuban people. Based on this experience, all revolutionaries feel doubly obliged to struggle and work tirelessly for our people. In closing, I would like to say, from the bottom of my heart, that today I am prouder than ever before of being a son of this nation. 8. Formation of the Cuban Communist Party and Che's farewell letter. Chaplin Theater, Havana, October 3, 1965. At the closing ceremony of the Cuban Communist Party's founding meeting, where the members of the Central Committee were presented, Fidel Castro discussed the migration conflict with the United States and the Sino-Soviet split. He also used the occasion to read the letter Che Guevara wrote before he left Cuba with a brigade of Cubans on a mission to support the liberation movements in Africa. Invited guests: Compañeros of the Central Committee, Compañeros of the provincial, regional, and local committees, Compañeros secretaries of the party cells. I feel obliged to begin with a theme not directly related to the reason for our gathering here, but which, because it is a question of current political interest, must not be overlooked by us. It stems from what we stated on September 28, in regard to something that has been happening for 3 years, and that was used by the enemy in a treacherous way to wage a campaign against the revolution, the case of the individuals who, when the flights between Miami and Cuba were suspended in 1962, were left with one foot here and the other foot there. I'm going to read an AP cable. President Johnson announced today that he would obtain a diplomatic understanding with Cuba so that Cubans who wish to leave their country can seek asylum in the United States. This statement about a diplomatic understanding means an agreement on this immigration problem through diplomatic channels. President Johnson said, "I have requested the State Department to seek through the Swiss Embassy in Cuba, which is in charge of U.S. affairs, the agreement of the Cuban government in a request to the President of the International Red Cross Committee." He also said he had instructed the State, Justice, Health, Education, and Welfare departments to make the necessary arrangements so that those in Cuba who are seeking freedom may formally enter the United States. And another cable, longer than the others, adds that Johnson stated, "When many of the citizens of a regime voluntarily choose to abandon the land in which they were born for a home where there is hope for them, their decision reveals that the regime has failed. The future has little hope for any government when the present does not permit any hope for its people. And the refugees would be welcomed in the United States in the expectation that someday they might return to their country to find it cleansed of terror and free of fear. From the beginning of the revolution there has been only one policy with regard to this matter of immigration. From the beginning of the revolution up until the October missile crisis, all those who wanted to go and all those who had received permission from the United States continued to leave this country. When they stopped flights to Cuba, because of the October crisis, the revolutionary government made no change in its policy, because nearly 300 people a month continued to leave via other routes, such as through Spain and Mexico, some 300 people a month, more than 3,000 people a year. There has not been the slightest change in our policy regarding those who wish to leave the country. What we have done is to expose the ill-intentioned hypocrisy of Yankee imperialism, the only entity responsible for having paralyzed the normal channels for leaving the country, aimed at promoting a certain type of clandestine and risky exit for propaganda purposes. Maybe Mr. Johnson doesn't know that in the United States, when the struggle against British colonialism took place, thousands and thousands of Americans left the country after independence and went to Canada. In all revolutions, whether the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, or the Cuban Revolution, the privileged classes always leave or emigrate. This is a historical fact. Moreover, if the fact of people leaving the country in which they were born to go to another country is a reflection on a particular social regime, consider the case of Puerto Rico. More than 1 million people born in that country have been forced to emigrate to the United States, after Yankee imperialism seized the island and held it under a regime of colonial exploitation. Mr. Johnson forgets Puerto Rico and the million Puerto Ricans living in New York in the worst conditions, in the poorest districts, doing the most humiliating jobs. Of course, to raise the matter of the Red Cross is a little trick Mr. Johnson uses to dramatize the affair. Really, who ever heard of needing the Red Cross to grant a visa or to authorize a few planes to land in Miami? Is there any need for the Red Cross? What does the Red Cross have to do with it? This is not like an earthquake, a catastrophe, or a war. It is only a simple formality to authorize the landing of planes and the arrival of ships in the United States. The Red Cross is not necessary for that. On the other hand, the Red Cross could well intervene by asking the US government to suspend the criminal measure banning the export of medicines to Cuba. This, indeed, would justify the intervention of the International Red Cross. In any event, the Red Cross might do a much better job in South Vietnam, where Yankee soldiers are murdering and torturing thousands of citizens. Or in North Vietnam, where the criminal Yankee bombs are dropped indiscriminately over cities, villages, schools, or hospitals. The Red Cross could do something in the Dominican Republic, where the invading soldiers perpetrate all kinds of brutalities against the people and where they have seized schools. It could intervene in the United States itself to prevent the massacre of black citizens, as happened in Los Angeles, California, recently. But in this matter of Cuban émigrés, Mr. Johnson, the presence of the Red Cross is not required. It is enough for us to discuss it with the representatives of the Swiss Embassy, who are also the representatives of U.S. interests in Cuba, and we might be able to reach a perfectly satisfactory agreement as to arrangements. There is no need for anyone to intervene. We acknowledge the sincerity and dependability of the Swiss officials. But, if the U.S. government doesn't trust or believe in the ability of the officials of the Swiss Embassy, that is the U.S. government's problem. And now for a serious discussion on the subject of freedom, I'd like to know if Mr. Johnson could answer a couple of questions. From the beginning of the revolution we have permitted all those who wish to leave the country to do so, and we have never refused permission to all those who want to visit their relatives and return. There are Cubans who have relatives in the United States and want to join them, and there are also Cubans who have relatives in the United States and who don't want to leave the country. Since Mr. Johnson, right there under the Statue of Liberty, has taken the trouble to concoct a statement full of all this hogwash about liberty, I have to ask him whether he will allow Cubans living in the United States to visit their relatives in Cuba and then return to the United States. And I ask him whether those Cubans who don't wish to live in the United States can visit their relatives there and afterwards return to Cuba. And finally, I ask him whether the United States is willing to allow U.S. citizens to come and visit Cuba. To the government that talks about how badly a nation must be doing when its citizens want to leave, we could say in reply, a country must be even worse off when, in spite of being a nation that boasts of being free and in spite of having achieved the level of economic development that it has achieved, out of fear and terror it is afraid to permit its citizens to visit this country, a country so slandered and maligned as Cuba. Therefore, here is a second challenge to the government of the United States. We challenge them to permit those Cubans in the United States who still have families here in Cuba, who do not wish to leave, to visit Cuba. We challenge them to permit residents of Cuba, who do not wish to emigrate, to be allowed to go to the United States to visit their relatives and return. And finally, we challenge them to permit students and any other U.S. citizen to come to Cuba freely, in the same way that we allow any citizen of this country to leave or to return. We challenge them to permit representatives of the black or civil rights organizations in the United States to visit Cuba, so that they can see how, with the disappearance of the exploitation of human beings, racial discrimination has been eliminated in our country once and for all. Let's see if Mr. Johnson, before the world and before the people of the United States, can reply to this challenge, in a way that is not gibberish. And as they talk so much and boast so much about freedom, let's stop talking about phony freedom, about abstract freedoms. The fact is that a free world is not being created over there, but rather here in Cuba, so free that we don't want anyone to have to live in this society against their will. Our socialist society, our communist society, must be, above all, a truly free association of citizens. Although it is true that certain citizens who have been brought up in accord with the ideas of the past prefer to leave for the United States, it is also true that this country has become the sanctuary for the revolutionaries of this hemisphere. It is also true that we consider worthy of the hospitality of this land not only those who were born in this land but all those who speak our language, who have a similar culture, as well as those who, though they do not speak our language, have a similar historical and ethnic origin and a similar history of exploitation. All those persecuted by bloody and imperialist oligarchies have the right to come here, and many have made use of this right. Many people born in sister nations in this hemisphere have come to live here permanently or temporarily. Many technicians and many professionals from different corners of the Americas have lived and worked here for many years. This is not only a land for Cubans. It is a land for revolutionaries, and the revolutionaries of this hemisphere, including U.S. revolutionaries, have the right to consider themselves our brothers. Some leaders, like Robert Williams, who was brutally persecuted there, found asylum in this land. And like Williams, all those who are persecuted by the reactionaries and exploiters over there can find asylum here. It doesn't matter that he speaks English and was born in the United States. This is the homeland for the revolutionaries of this hemisphere, just as the United States is the inevitable refuge for all the thugs, all the embezzlers, all the exploiters and all the reactionaries of this hemisphere. There is no thief, no exploiter, no reactionary, no criminal, who does not find an open door to the United States. This is how we answer Mr. Johnson's statement, made beneath his discredited Statue of Liberty, that mass of stone and hypocrisy. No one knows what it stands for, unless it is what Yankee imperialism means today to the rest of the world. Let's go on now to our own questions. Let's go on to the question concerning our party. I believe that all the news coming out of here, with regard to our social, economic, and political achievements, constitutes very bad news for the Yankee imperialists. Naturally, everything that permits us to strengthen and advance the revolution, everything that permits us to progress as far as we can, worries them a great deal. Now, as far as returning is concerned, yes, someday a great many of those who left will long to return, repentant. But when Mr. Johnson speaks of their returning as liberators, we can tell him that this is a mid-autumn night's dream. The whole country received the news of the formation of our Central Committee with joy and enthusiasm. The names and the histories of the companeros who form this committee are very well known. If all of them are not known to everyone, all of them are known to a significant and important number of the people. We have tried to choose those who, in our judgment, represent to the fullest extent the history of the revolution. Those who, in the fight for the revolution as well as in the fight to consolidate, defend, and develop the revolution, have worked and fought hard and tirelessly. There is no heroic period in the history of our revolution that is not represented here. There is no sacrifice, there is no combat, no feat either military or civilian, heroic or creative that is not represented. There is no revolutionary or social sector that is not represented. I am not speaking of organizations. When I speak of a sector, I speak of the workers, I speak of the youth, I speak of the farmers, I speak of our mass organizations. There are individuals who have held socialist ideas for many years, as is the case of Companero Fabio Grobert, who was a founder of the first Communist Party, the case of Companera Elena Gil, who did such extraordinary work with the schools where more than 40,000 farm girls from the mountains have studied, where they have trained thousands of teachers, where more than 50,000 young people and children have studied, work that we consider to be really exemplary, the case of Companero Artiega, who, in addition to his history of struggle, has worked in the field of agriculture for 7 years and has carried out successful plans, in some cases extraordinarily successful, such as the agricultural plan for the Escambray, the case of Lt. Terra, a Companero whom many may not know, but who is the Companero that the Ministry of Interior placed in charge of the rehabilitation plans on the Isle of Pines, where, in an exemplary and unselfish way, he has done a brilliant job, about which we will have to speak and write a great deal. I have mentioned the cases of Companeros, some very well known, others less well known. The list of Companeros of the Revolutionary Armed Forces, FAR, would be endless due to their history both before and after the triumph as outstanding revolutionaries, as tireless workers, as examples of self-improvement in their studies, cultural development, cultural and political level Companeros of extraordinary modesty, in whose hands the defense of the nation has principally rested during these 7 dangerous and threat-filled years. It is not necessary to speak about the best known. That does not mean that they are the only heroes of the nation. No, far from it. Fortunately our country has innumerable heroes and, above all, a mass of new compañeros now being developed, who will someday without a doubt demonstrate their sense of responsibility and honor. If we ask ourselves whether we have left anyone out, of course we have to answer in the affirmative. It would be impossible to form a central committee of 100 revolutionary compañeros without leaving out many compañeros. What is important is not those who have been left out. They will come later. What is important are those who are there, and what they represent. We know that the party and the people have received the formation of this committee with satisfaction. This committee, which met yesterday, reached several agreements. First, it ratified the measure adopted by the former national leadership. It ratified the political bureau, the secretariat, and the work commissions, as well as the compañero elected as organization secretary. The committee also reached two important agreements that had been submitted by the former national leadership of the party. One related to our official organ. Instead of publishing two newspapers of a political nature, we are going to concentrate all human resources, all resources in equipment and paper on establishing a single morning paper of a political nature, in addition to the newspaper El Mundo, which is not exactly a political organ. We will concentrate all our resources and we will establish a new newspaper. It will be called Granma, the symbol of our revolutionary concepts and goals. An even more important agreement refers to the name of our party. Our first name was ORI, which stood for Integrated Revolutionary Organizations. During the first stage in the uniting of all the revolutionary forces, this had its positive and negative aspects. Later we became the United Party of the Socialist Revolution, PURS, which constituted an extraordinary step forward, an extraordinary step ahead in the creation of our political apparatus. This effort took 3 years, during which time innumerable valuable individuals emerged from the inexhaustible source that the people and the workers constitute to form what we are today, not only in number, but essentially in quality. The name United Party of the Socialist Revolution says a lot, but not everything. The name United Party suggests something that is in need of uniting. It still reminds us a little bit of the origin of each part. We consider that we have now reached that level in which all shades and all types of origin distinguishing one revolutionary from another must disappear forever. Since we have already arrived at that fortunate stage of history in which our revolutionary process has only one type of revolutionary, and since it is necessary for the name of our party to show not what we were yesterday, but what we will be tomorrow, what name should our party have now? Yes, the Cuban Communist Party. That is the name that, in view of the development of our party, of the revolutionary consciousness of its members and the objectives of our revolution, was adopted by the first Central Committee meeting yesterday. As we explained to the compañeros yesterday, it is totally correct. The word communist has been maligned and distorted for centuries. Communists have existed throughout history, people with communist ideas, people who conceived of a way of life different from that into which they were born. For example, those who thought in a communist way in other times were considered utopian communists, people who 500 years ago aspired to establish a type of society that was not possible then, because of the minimal development of the productive forces of humankind at that time. To go back to the type of communism from which primitive human beings began, to live in a type of primitive communism, would not be possible except through the development of the productive forces, so that the social utilization of those forces would create the material goods and services in quantities more than sufficient to satisfy the needs of humankind. All exploiters, all the privileged persons, have always hated the word communist as if it were a crime. They curse the word communist. For that reason, when Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, outlining a new revolutionary theory, a scientific interpretation of human society and human history, they wrote, "A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism." The privileged classes viewed these ideas as a specter and were really afraid. Moreover, the privileged classes in every period of history have always viewed new ideas with extraordinary fear. In its day Roman society was afraid of Christian ideas when they first arose, because these ideas were the ideas of the poor and the slaves. And due to its hatred of those new ideas, that society sent a great number of human beings to their deaths. Similarly, in the Middle Ages, as well as during feudalism, new ideas were banned and those who believed in them were slandered and treated appallingly. Within feudal society, the emerging bourgeoisie espoused new ideas, of a political, philosophical, or religious nature, for which they were cruelly condemned and persecuted. The reactionary classes have always used every method to condemn and slander new ideas. Thus, all the paper and all the resources at their disposal are not sufficient to slander communist ideas, to slander the desire for a society in which human beings no longer exploit one another, but become real brothers and sisters, the dream of a society in which all human beings are truly equal in fact and in law, not simply in a constitutional clause as in some bourgeois constitutions which say that all men are born free and equal. Can all individuals be considered to be born free and equal in a society of exploiters and exploited, a society of rich and poor where one child is born in a slum, in a humble cradle, and another child is born in a cradle of gold? How can it be said that these people have the same opportunities in life? The ancient dream of humankind, a dream that is possible today of a society without exploiters or exploited, has aroused the hatred and rancor of all exploiters. As if they were going to offend us or as if it were an insult, the imperialists speak of the communist government of Cuba, just like they used the word Mumbai to denounce our liberators. But the word communist is not an insult but rather an honor for us. It is the word that symbolizes the aspiration of a great part of humanity, and hundreds of millions of human beings are concretely working toward that goal today. Within 100 years, there will be no greater glory, nothing more natural and rational, than to be called a communist. We are on the road toward a communist society. And if the imperialists don't like it, they can lump it. From now on, gentlemen of UPI and AP, understand that when you call us communists, you are giving us the greatest compliment you can give. Absent from our Central Committee is someone who possesses in the highest degree all the necessary merits and virtues to be included, but who, nevertheless, is not among those announced as members of our Central Committee. The enemy has conjured up 1,000 conjectures. The enemy has tried to sow confusion, to spread discord and doubt, and we have waited patiently because it was necessary to wait. This differentiates the revolutionary from the counter-revolutionary, the revolutionary from the imperialist. Revolutionaries know how to wait, we know how to be patient, we never despair. The reactionaries, the counter-revolutionaries, the imperialists, all live in perpetual despair, in perpetual anguish, perpetually lying in the most ridiculous and infantile way. When you read the things said by some of those officials, some of those U.S. senators, you ask yourself, but how is it possible that these gentlemen are not in a stable instead of belonging to what they call Congress? Some of them come out with absolute nonsense. Furthermore, they have a tremendous habit of lying, they cannot live without lying. They live in fear. If the revolutionary government says one thing, which is what it has consistently been saying, they see ferocious, terrible things, a plan behind everything. How ridiculous! What fear they live in! And you have to wonder, do they believe this? Do they believe everything they say? Do they need to believe everything they say? Can't they live without believing everything they say? Do they say everything they don't believe? It is difficult to tell. This could be a matter for doctors and psychologists. What do they have in their brains? What fear is it that makes them see everything as a maneuver, as a belligerent, frightening, terrible plan? They don't know that there is no better tactic, no better strategy than to fight with clean hands, to fight with the truth. These are the only weapons that inspire confidence, that inspire faith, that inspire security, dignity, and morale. And these are the weapons we revolutionaries have been using to defeat and crush our enemies. Lies. Who has ever heard a lie from the lips of a revolutionary? Lies are weapons that help no revolutionary, and no serious revolutionary ever needs to resort to a lie. Their weapons are reason, morality, truth, the ability to defend an idea, a proposal, a position. In short, the moral spectacle of our adversaries is truly lamentable. The soothsayers, the pundits, the specialists on the Cuba question have been working incessantly to unravel the mystery. Has Escobedo Guevara been purged? Is Escobedo Guevara sick? Does Escobedo Guevara have differences? And things of this sort. Naturally, the people have confidence, the people have faith. But the enemy uses these things, especially abroad, to slander us. Here, they say, is a frightening, terrible communist regime. People disappear without a trace, without a sign, without an explanation. When the people began to notice his absence, we told them that we would inform them at the appropriate time, and that there were reasons for waiting. We live and work surrounded by the forces of imperialism. The world does not live under normal conditions. As long as the criminal bombs of the US imperialists fall on the people of Vietnam, we cannot say we live under normal conditions. When more than 100,000 US soldiers land there to try to crush the liberation movement, when the soldiers of imperialism land in a republic that has legal rights equal to those of any other republic in the world, to trample its sovereignty, as in the case of the Dominican Republic, the world doesn't live under normal conditions. When the imperialists are surrounding our country, training mercenaries and organizing terrorist attacks in the most shameless manner, as in the case of the attack by counter-revolutionary Cuban exiles on the Spanish merchant ship Sierra Aranzazu, when the imperialists threaten to intervene in any country in Latin America or in the world, we do not live under normal conditions. When we fought in the underground against the Batista dictatorship, revolutionaries who did not live under normal conditions had to abide by the rules of the struggle. In the same way, even though a revolutionary government exists in our country so far as the realities of the world are concerned, we do not live under normal conditions, and we have to abide by the rules of that situation. To explain this, I am going to read a letter, handwritten and later typed, from Compañero Escobedo Guevara, which is self-explanatory. I was wondering whether I needed to describe our friendship and comradeship, how it began and under what conditions it began and developed, but that's not necessary. I'm going to confine myself to reading the letter. It reads as follows: Havana. It has no date, because the letter was intended to be read at what we considered the most appropriate moment, but to be strictly accurate, it was delivered April 1st of this year, exactly 6 months and 2 days ago. It reads: Havana. Year of Agriculture. Fidel. At this moment I remember many things. When I met you in the house of Cuban revolutionary Maria Antonia, when you proposed I come along, all the tensions involved in the preparations for the Granma expedition. One day, they came and asked me who should be notified in case of death, and the real possibility of that fact struck us all. Later, we knew it was true that in a revolution one wins or dies, if it is a real one. Many compañeros fell along the way to victory. Today everything has a less dramatic tone, because we are more mature. But the event repeats itself. I feel that I have fulfilled the part of my duty that tied me to the Cuban Revolution in its territory, and I say goodbye to you, to the compañeros, to your people, who now are mine. I formally resign my positions in the leadership of the party, my post as minister, my rank of commander, and my Cuban citizenship. Nothing legal binds me to Cuba. The only ties are of another nature, those that cannot be broken, as can appointments to posts. Recalling my past life, I believe I have worked with sufficient integrity and dedication to consolidate the revolutionary triumph. My only serious failing was not having had more confidence in you from the first moments in the Sierra Maestra, and not having understood quickly enough your qualities as a leader and a revolutionary. I have lived magnificent days, and at your side I felt the pride of belonging to our people in the brilliant yet sad days of the Caribbean missile crisis. Seldom has a statesman been more brilliant than you in those days. I am also proud of having followed you without hesitation, of having identified with your way of thinking and of seeing and appraising dangers and principles. Other nations of the world call for my modest efforts. I can do that which is denied you because of your responsibility at the head of Cuba, and the time has come for us to part. I want it known that I do so with a mixture of joy and sorrow. I leave here the purest of my hopes as a builder and the dearest of my loved ones. And I leave a people who received me as a son. That wounds a part of my spirit. I carry to new battlefronts the faith that you taught me, the revolutionary spirit of my people, the feeling of fulfilling the most sacred of duties, to fight against imperialism wherever one may be. This comforts and more than heals the deepest wounds. I state once more that I free Cuba from any responsibility, except that which stems from its example. If my final hour finds me under other skies, my last thought will be of this people and especially of you. I am thankful for your teaching, your example, and I will try to be faithful up to the final consequences of my actions. I have always been identified with the foreign policy of our revolution, and I continue to be. Wherever I am, I will feel the responsibility of being a Cuban revolutionary, and I shall behave as such. I am not sorry that I leave nothing material to my wife and children. I am happy it is that way. I ask nothing for them, as the state will provide them with enough to live on and to have an education. I have many things to say to you and to our people, but I feel they are unnecessary. Words cannot express what I would want them to, and I don't think it is worthwhile to keep scribbling pages. Hasta la victoria siempre. Ever onward to victory. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. I embrace you with all my revolutionary fervor. Che. Those who speak of revolutionaries, those who consider revolutionaries as cold, insensitive, and unfeeling people, will have in this letter the example of all the feeling, all the sensitivity, all the purity that can be held within a revolutionary soul. And all of us could answer. Compañero Guevara, it is not responsibility that concerns us. We are responsible to the revolution. We are responsible for helping the revolutionary movement to the best of our ability. And we assume the responsibility, the consequences, and the risks. For almost 7 years it has always been like that, and we know that as long as imperialism exists, and as long as there are exploited and colonized peoples, we will continue running these risks and we will calmly continue assuming that responsibility. It was our duty to comply with and respect the feelings of that compañero, to respect that freedom and that right. That is true freedom, not the freedom of those who seek to impose chains, but the freedom of those who leave to take up a rifle against the chains of slavery. That is another freedom our revolution proclaims, Mr. Johnson. And if those who wish to leave Cuba to go to live with the imperialists, those whom the imperialists sometimes recruit to serve in Vietnam and the Congo, can do it, let everyone know that every citizen of this country, whenever they make a request to fight not at the side of the imperialists but at the side of revolutionaries, this revolution will not deny them permission to go. This is a free country, Mr. Johnson, truly free for everyone. And that was not the only letter from Che. Besides this letter, and the occasion on which it was to be read, we have other letters greeting various compañeros, as well as letters addressed to his children, to his parents and to other compañeros. We will deliver these letters to those compañeros and those relatives, and we are going to ask them to donate them to the revolution, because we believe they are documents worthy of being part of history. We believe this explains everything. This was what fell to us to explain. As for the rest, let our enemies worry about it. We have enough tasks, enough things to do in our country and with regard to the world, enough duties to fulfill. And we will fulfill them. We will develop our own paths, our ideas, our methods, our system. We'll make use of all the experiences that can be of value to us, and we'll develop our own experiences. A new era is emerging in the history of our country, a different form of society, a different form of government. The government of a party, the party of the workers, the best workers established with the participation of the masses, so that we may justly and reasonably state that this party is the vanguard of the workers, and that it is the representative of the workers in our revolutionary workers' democracy. It will be 1,000 times more democratic than bourgeois democracy, because we will establish administrative and political institutions that will call for the constant participation of the masses in the problems of society. This participation will be accomplished through capable organizations, through the party, on all levels. And we will continue developing these new forms as only a revolution can do, and we will continue developing the consciousness and the habits necessary for these new forms. And we will not stop. Our people will not stop until they have achieved their final objectives. This step means a lot. It constitutes one of the most outstanding events in the history of our country. It marks the historic moment in which the force to unite became mightier than the forces that separate and divide. It marks the historic moment in which a revolutionary people firmly united, in which the sense of duty prevailed over everything else, in which the collective spirit triumphed over all individualism, in which the interest of the homeland overwhelmingly and definitely prevailed over individual and group interests. We know very well where the enemy is, who our sole and real enemy is. We know it quite well, very well. We have had to fight that enemy under difficult conditions. To face that enemy, we have needed the solidarity and help of many. To defeat the aggressive policy of that enemy, to continue confronting it, we need resources and arms. Here in Cuba, thousands of miles from any other socialist country, unable to depend on anything other than our own forces and our own arms during decisive moments, we are aware of the risks we have to take and will continue taking. We have to be armed to the teeth and prepared for whatever comes. We might disagree on some point with any other party. Due to the heterogeneity of this contemporary world, with different countries confronting dissimilar situations and most unequal levels of material, technical and cultural development, Marxism cannot be like a church, like a religious doctrine, with its pope and ecumenical council. It is a revolutionary and dialectical doctrine, not a religious doctrine. It is a guide for revolutionary action, not a dogma. It is anti-Marxist to try to encapsulate Marxism in a sort of catechism. This diversity will inevitably lead to different interpretations. Marxism is not private property that can be recorded in a register of deeds. It is a doctrine of revolutionaries, written by revolutionaries, developed by other revolutionaries, for revolutionaries. We will demonstrate our confidence in ourselves and our confidence in our ability to continue to develop our revolutionary path. We might disagree on some point or various points with another party. Differences, when they are honest, are transitory. What we will never do is insult on the one hand and beg on the other. We will know how to keep any different point of view within decent boundaries. We will know how to be friends with those who know how to be friends, and we will know how to respect those who know how to respect us. These norms will always determine our conduct. We will never ask anyone's permission to do anything. We will never ask anyone's permission to go anywhere. We will never ask anyone's permission to be friendly with any party or any people. We know these problems are transitory. Problems pass, but people remain. Individuals pass away, but peoples remain. Leaders pass away, but revolutions persist. We see something else besides temporary relationships in the relations between parties and between revolutionary countries. We see lasting and ultimate relationships. Nothing tending to create differences will ever come from our side. We will be guided by this basic principle, because we know it is a correct position and a just principle. And nothing will separate us from the dedication of all our energies to the struggle against the enemy of humanity, imperialism. We could never say that those who have helped us defeat the imperialists are accomplices of the imperialists. We not only aspire to a communist society, but to a communist world in which all nations have equal rights. We aspire to a communist world in which no nation has a veto. And we hope that the communist world of tomorrow will never present the same picture as the bourgeois world torn by internal disputes. Our hope is for a free society, free nations in which all countries large and small have equal rights. We will defend our point of view and our position in a rational manner through our actions and our deeds, as we have up to now. Nothing will divert us from that path. It is not easy to maintain that line, that inflexible independence, in the face of the complexities of current problems and the present world. But we will. This revolution has not been imported from anywhere. It is a genuine product of this country. No one told us how we had to make it, and we made it. No one shall have to tell us how to continue it. We have learned to write history, and we will continue writing it. Let no one doubt this. We live in a complex and dangerous world. We will face the risks with dignity and firmness. Our fate will be the fate of other peoples, and our fate will be the fate of the world. I call on all compañeros present, on all the representatives of our party, on all the secretaries of the party cells who are participating in this General Assembly. I call on everyone here who represents the will of the party which in turn represents the workers, to ratify the resolutions of the national leadership. We ask for the full and unanimous ratification of the Central Committee of our party. I ask for your full support for the line followed by the revolutionary leadership up to the present, and full support for the policy proclaimed here today. Long live the Cuban Communist Party! Long live its Central Committee! Long live our socialist and communist revolution! Patria o muerte! Homeland or death! Venceremos! We will win! 9. On the Latin American Revolution. Havana, August 10, 1967. Fidel Castro presented this forceful defense of armed struggle as the fundamental road for the Latin America Revolution at the closing session of the Conference of the Latin American Solidarity Organizations, OLAs. Fellow delegates. Invited guests. Compañeros. It is not easy to deliver the closing address to this first Latin American Solidarity Conference. In the first place, what should our attitude be? To speak as a member of one of the organizations represented here? Or to speak somewhat more freely, simply as a guest speaker? And I wish to say that we are expressing here the views of our party and our people, which is the same opinion and the same point of view as defended by our delegation in OLAs. The drawing together of the revolutionaries of the United States with those of Latin America is the most natural thing in the world, and the most spontaneous. Our people admire U.S. black rights activist Stokely Carmichael for the statements he has made in the OLAS conference, because we know that it takes courage to do this. We know what it means to make such statements when you are going to return to a society that applies the most cruel and brutal methods of repression, and constantly commits the worst crimes against the black sector of the population. We know the hatred that his statements will arouse among the oppressors. For this reason we believe that revolutionary movements all over the world must give Stokely their utmost support as protection against the repression of the imperialists, in such a way that everyone will know that any crime committed against this leader will have serious repercussions throughout the world. Our solidarity can help to protect Stokely's life. This is why revolutionaries are getting together and internationalism is being practiced. We believe that the attitude of this U.S. revolutionary leader is a great example of militant internationalism, characteristic of revolutionaries. We undoubtedly sympathize much more with this type of revolutionary than with the super-theorizers, who are revolutionary in word and bourgeois in deed. This internationalism is not just proclaimed, it is practiced. The blacks in the United States are offering resistance, they are offering armed resistance. They didn't go around making theses, or talking about the need for objective conditions first in order to seize a weapon and defend their rights. We don't have to appeal to any philosophy and, even less, to a revolutionary philosophy to justify inaction. We believe that if there is any country where the struggle is difficult, that country is the United States. And here we have U.S. revolutionaries providing us with examples and giving us lessons. We always have to bring along some cables, some papers, some news clippings, especially to a meeting of this nature. We sincerely believe that we would not be fulfilling our duty if we did not express here that the OLAS conference has been a victory for revolutionary ideas, though not a victory without struggle. In OLAS, a latent ideological struggle has been reflected. Should we conceal it? No. What is gained by concealing it? Did OLAS intend to crush or to harm anyone? No. That is not a revolutionary method. It is not in line with the consciousness of true revolutionaries. We believe that revolutionary ideas must prevail. If revolutionary ideas were defeated, the revolution in Latin America would be lost or would be delayed indefinitely. Ideas can hasten a process, or they can delay it considerably. We believe that the triumph of revolutionary ideas among the masses, not all the masses, but a sufficiently large part, is absolutely necessary. This does not mean that action must wait for the triumph of ideas. This is one of the essential points. There are those who believe that it is necessary for ideas to triumph among the masses before initiating action, and there are others who understand that action is one of the most effective instruments for bringing about the triumph of ideas. Whoever stops to wait for ideas to triumph among the majority of the masses before initiating revolutionary action will never be a revolutionary. What is the difference between such a revolutionary and a latifundista, a wealthy bourgeois? Nothing. Human society will, of course, continue to develop, in spite of human beings and their errors. But that is not a revolutionary attitude. If that had been our way of thinking, we would never have initiated a revolutionary process. It was enough for the ideas to take root in the minds of a sufficient number of people for revolutionary action to be initiated. Through this action, the masses began to acquire these ideas and this consciousness. It is obvious that in many parts of Latin America there are already a number of people who are convinced of such ideas, and who have started revolutionary action. What distinguishes the true revolutionary from the false is precisely this: one acts to move the masses and the other waits for the masses to attain a certain consciousness before starting to act. There are some principles that one should not accept without argument, but which are essential truths accepted by the majority, although with reservations on the part of a few. There is much futile discussion about ways and means of struggle, whether it should be peaceful or non-peaceful, armed or unarmed. The essence of this discussion, which we describe as futile because it resembles the argument between two deaf and dumb people, is that it distinguishes those who want to promote the revolution from those who do not. Let no one be fooled. Different formulations have been used, whether the road of armed struggle is the only road or not the only road, if it is the exclusive road. The conference has been very clear in this respect. It does not say only road, although it might have said that. It says fundamental road, to which other forms of struggle must be subordinated. In the long run, it is the only road. However, to use the word only, even though the sense of the word is understood and even if it were true, might lead to errors about the imminence of the struggle. That is why we understand that the declaration, by calling it the fundamental road, the road that must be taken in the long run, is the correct formulation. Our way of thinking, and that of our party and our people, is that no one should harbor any illusions about seizing power by peaceful means in any country on this continent. Anyone trying to convince the masses of this will be completely deceiving them. This does not mean that one has to go out and grab a rifle and start fighting tomorrow, just anywhere. That is not the question. It is a question of ideological conflict between those who want to make revolution and those who do not. It is the conflict between those who want to make revolution and those who want to curb it. Essentially, anyone can decide whether or not it is possible, whether or not conditions are ripe, whether or not to take up arms. No one could be so sectarian or dogmatic as to say that one has to go out and grab a rifle tomorrow, anywhere. We ourselves do not doubt that there are some countries in which this is not an immediate task, but we are convinced that it will be their task in the long run. Some people have put forward even more radical theses than Cuba has. They say we Cubans believe that in a particular country there are no conditions for armed struggle, but they claim we are wrong. The funny thing is that this is sometimes argued by representatives who are not exactly in favor of armed struggle. We are not angered by this. We prefer them to make mistakes trying to make revolution without the right conditions than to have them make the mistake of never making revolution. Of course, I hope no one will make a mistake. But no one who really wants to fight will ever be in conflict with us, and those who never want to fight will always be in conflict with us. We understand the essence of the matter very well, the conflict is between those who want to advance the revolution and those who are deadly enemies of the ideas of the revolution. A whole range of factors have contributed to these positions. It is not enough simply to have a correct position. Even among those who really want to make revolution, many mistakes are made, and there are still many weaknesses. But we will never have profound differences with anyone no matter what their mistakes who honestly takes a revolutionary position. We believe that revolutionary thought must take a new course, that we must leave behind old vices and sectarian positions of all kinds, including the positions of those who believe they have a monopoly on the revolution or on revolutionary theory. Poor theory. How it has suffered in these processes. Poor theory. How it has been abused, and is still being abused. All these years have taught us to meditate more and analyze better. We no longer accept any truths as self-evident. Self-evident truths are a part of bourgeois philosophy. A whole series of old clichés should be abolished. Marxist, revolutionary political literature itself should be renewed, because if you simply repeat clichés, phraseology, and verbiage that have been repeated for 35 years, you don't win anyone over. There are times when so-called Marxist political documents give the impression that all you need to do is go to the archives and ask for a form, Form 14, Form 13, Form 12, they are all alike, with the same empty phrases. This is a language incapable of expressing real situations. Often the documents are divorced from real life. Many people are told that this is Marxism, but in what way is this different from a catechism, a litany, or a rosary? And everyone posing as a Marxist almost feels obliged to go around looking for this or that manifesto. You can read 25 manifestos of 25 different organizations, and they are all alike, copied from the same template. No one is convinced by any of them. Nothing could be further from the thinking and style of the founder of Marxism than such empty talk that puts a straitjacket on ideas. Marx was, undoubtedly, one of the greatest, most brilliant writers of all time. But, worse than the phrases are the ideas they convey. Meaningless phrases are bad, of course, but so are the supposed meanings of certain phrases. There are some ideas that are 40 years old, such as the famous thesis about the role of the national bourgeoisie. How hard it has been to finally shake off the idea that this thesis applies on this continent. How much paper, how many phrases, how much empty talk has been wasted waiting for a liberal, progressive, anti-imperialist bourgeoisie. Is there anyone who today believes that any bourgeoisie on this continent is playing a revolutionary role? All these ideas have been gaining strength and have been maintained for such a long time. I am not saying that the revolutionary movement and the communist movement in general have ceased to play a role, even an important role in the history of the revolutionary process and of revolutionary ideas in Latin America. But the communist movement developed a certain method and style and, in some aspects, took on the characteristics of a religion. We sincerely believe that those characteristics should be left behind. Of course, to some of these illustrious revolutionary thinkers we are merely petit bourgeois adventurists lacking in revolutionary maturity. We are lucky that the revolution came before maturity. Because in the end, the mature ones are so mature they are rotten. Nevertheless, we consider ours to be a Marxist-Leninist party, and a communist party. This is not a matter of words, it is a matter of fact. We do not consider ourselves teachers, or that we have established a model, as some people say. But we have the right to consider our party a Marxist-Leninist party, a communist party. We are deeply satisfied, and it is with great joy, not sadness, that we see the ranks of the revolutionary movement increasing and the revolutionary organizations multiplying. Marxist-Leninist ideas are making headway, and we felt deeply satisfied when the final resolution of this conference proclaimed that the revolutionary movement in Latin America is being guided by Marxist-Leninist ideas. This means that convent-like narrow-mindedness must be overcome. We, in our Cuban Communist Party, will fight to overcome that narrow-mindedness. As a Marxist-Leninist party, we belong to OLAs. As a Marxist-Leninist party, we belong not to a small group within the revolutionary movement but to an organization that comprises all true revolutionaries. We will not be prejudiced against any revolutionary. There is a much wider movement on this continent than the movement constituted simply by the communist parties of Latin America. We are a part of that wider movement, and we will judge the conduct of organizations not by what they say they are but by what they prove they are, by what they do. We feel very satisfied that our party has wholeheartedly become part of this wider movement, the movement that has just held this first conference. Much could be said about the importance and the vanguard role of the guerrilla, but it is not possible to do so in a meeting like this. Guerrilla experiences in this continent have taught us many things, including that it is a terrible mistake to think that the guerrilla movement can be directed from the cities. That is the reason for the thesis that political and military commands must be united. It is our conviction that it is not only stupid but criminal to want to direct the guerrillas from the city. We have had the opportunity to appreciate the consequences of this error many times. It is necessary that these ideas be overcome, and that is why we consider the resolution of this conference to be of great importance. The guerrilla is bound to be the nucleus of the revolutionary movement. This does not mean that the guerrilla movement can develop without any previous work, or exist without political direction. No. We do not deny the role of the leading political organizations. The guerrilla is organized by a political movement, by a political organization. What we believe to be incompatible with correct ideas of guerrilla struggle is the concept of directing the guerrilla from the cities. And in the conditions of our continent, it will be very difficult to suppress the role of the guerrilla. There are some who ask themselves if it would be possible in any country of Latin America to achieve power without armed struggle. Of course, hypothetically, when a great part of the continent has been liberated, it would not be surprising if a revolution succeeded without opposition, but this would be an exception. However, this does not mean that the revolution is going to succeed in any country without a struggle. The blood of the revolutionaries of a specific country may not be shed, but their victory will only be possible thanks to the efforts, sacrifices and blood of the revolutionaries of the whole continent. It would be false, therefore, to say that they had a revolution in that country without a struggle. That will always be a lie. I believe that it is not right for any revolutionary to wait with arms crossed until all the other peoples struggle and create the conditions for victory for them without a struggle. That will never be a revolutionary attitude. To those who believe that a peaceful transition is possible in some countries of this continent, we say that we cannot understand what kind of peaceful transition they refer to, unless it is a peaceful transition in agreement with imperialism. The bourgeoisie, the oligarchies, and imperialism control all the means for peaceful struggle. Sometimes you hear a revolutionary say, "They crushed us, they organized 200 radio programs, so many newspapers, so many magazines, so many TV shows, so many of this and so many of the other." And one wants to ask, what did you expect? That they would put TV, radio, magazines, newspapers, printing shops, everything at your disposal? Are you unaware that those are precisely the instruments the ruling class uses to crush revolutions? They complain that the bourgeoisie and the oligarchies crush them with their media campaigns, as if it is a surprise. The first thing that a revolutionary has to understand is that the ruling classes have organized the state in such a way as to maintain themselves in power by all possible means. And they use not only arms, but all possible instruments to influence, deceive, and confuse. Those who believe that they are going to win elections against the imperialists are just plain naive, and those who believe that the day will come when they will take power through elections, are super naive. It is necessary to have experienced a revolutionary process and to understand the repressive apparatus by which the ruling classes maintain the status quo, and just how much one has to struggle, how difficult it is. This does not imply the negation of all other forms of struggle. When someone writes a manifesto in a newspaper, attends a demonstration, holds a rally, propagates an idea, they may be using the famous so-called legal means. We must do away with that differentiation between legal or illegal means, and call them revolutionary or non-revolutionary means. The revolutionary, in pursuit of revolutionary aims, uses various methods. The essential question is whether the masses will be led to believe that the revolutionary movement, that socialism, can take power without a struggle. That is a lie. Those who assert, anywhere in Latin America, that they will take power peacefully will be deceiving the masses. We are talking about conditions in Latin America. We don't want to involve ourselves in any other problems, which are already significant enough, of other revolutionary organizations in places such as Europe. We are addressing Latin America. If only they would also confine their mistakes to themselves, but no. They try to encourage the errors of those who are already mistaken on this continent. And to such an extent that part of the so-called revolutionary press has made attacks against Cuba for our revolutionary stand in Latin America. That's a fine thing. They don't know how to be revolutionaries over there, yet they want to teach us how to be revolutionaries over here. But we are not anxious to start arguments. We already have enough to think about. However, we will not overlook direct or indirect, overt or covert attacks from some neo-social democrats in Europe. These are clear ideas. We are absolutely convinced that in the long run there is only one solution, as expressed in the resolution, the role of the guerrilla in Latin America. Does this mean that if a garrison rises in rebellion, because there are some revolutionaries in it, we should not support the rebellion because it is not a guerrilla struggle? No. But it is stupid to think, as one organization did, that the revolution would be made with the rebellion of garrisons only. It is stupid to have a rebellion in a garrison, and afterwards let it be crushed by overwhelming forces as has happened on some occasions. New situations may arise, we do not deny that. For example, in Santo Domingo a case came up when a military uprising began to acquire a revolutionary character. But of course, this doesn't mean that the revolutionary movement must wait and see what happens. No one was able to foresee the form or character that the revolutionary movement acquired, especially after the imperialist intervention. In other words, by stressing the role of the guerrilla as an immediate task in all those countries where real conditions exist, we do not discard other forms of revolutionary armed struggle. The revolutionary movement must be in a position to take advantage of and support any form of struggle that may arise and that can develop or strengthen their position. But I believe that no one who considers themselves a revolutionary should wait for a garrison to rebel in order to make a revolution. I believe that no revolutionary can dream of making a revolution with the rebellion of garrisons. The uprising of military units may constitute an unforeseen factor that may arise, but no really serious revolutionary movement would begin with that as a starting point. Guerrilla warfare is the main form of struggle, but that does not exclude all other expressions of armed struggle that may arise. It is necessary to clarify these ideas because we have had very bitter experiences, not the blows or reverses of a military engagement, but frustrations in the long run, sad and disastrous for the revolutionary movement of a political nature that were the consequence of wrong concepts. The most painful case was that of Venezuela. In Venezuela the revolutionary movement was growing and it has had to pay dearly for the absurd mistake of wanting to lead the guerrilla movement from the city, of wanting to use the guerrilla movement as an instrument for political maneuvers and low politics. They have suffered the consequences of incorrect attitudes, and on many occasions, immoral attitudes. The case of Venezuela is a very worthwhile case to consider, because if we do not learn the lessons of Venezuela, we will never learn anything. Of course, the guerrilla movement in Venezuela is far from being crushed, in spite of treason. And we, gentlemen, have every right to use the word treason. Some here will not like it, a few will even feel offended. I hope that someday they will be convinced that they have no reason to be offended unless they carry the seeds of treason in their hearts. The case of Venezuela is eloquent in many aspects, because in Venezuela a group which was in the leadership of a party with all these wrong concepts almost achieved what neither imperialism nor the repressive forces of the regime could. The party, or rather not the party but the rightist leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party, has adopted a position that is practically that of an enemy of revolution, an instrument of imperialism and the oligarchy. And I do not say this just for the sake of it. I am not a slanderer. We have some unfinished business with that group of traitors. We do not encourage polemics and we do not incite conflicts. For a long time we have silently endured a barrage of documents and attacks from that rightist leadership, whilst they abandoned the guerrilla fighters and took the road of conciliation and submission. We were the victims of deceit. First they spoke to us about something strange, for many of these problems began with a series of strange things. They began to talk of democratic peace. And we would say, what the devil does democratic peace mean? What does that mean? It is strange, very strange. But they would say, no, that is a revolutionary slogan to widen the front, to join forces, to present a broad front. A broad front. Well, a broad theoretical front, who will oppose that? Trust us. Then, after a few months, they began to speak of tactical retreats. Tactical retreats? How odd. If they had told us the truth we might have disagreed, we might have had doubts. But they never did. A tactical retreat, that is what they told the militants and the people. The tactical retreat was followed by an attempt to end the struggle, an attempt to suppress the guerrilla movement. Everyone knows that in a guerrilla movement there is no tactical retreat, because a guerrilla that retreats is like an airplane that cuts the engine in mid-flight and falls to the ground. Such a tactical retreat must have been conjured up by those genius inventors of high-flown revolutionary theories. Anyone with any idea of what a guerrilla is, who hears talk of retreat by guerrillas, says, this person is talking a lot of nonsense. A guerrilla unit can be totally withdrawn, but it cannot retreat. Bit by bit they began to unmask themselves, until one day they removed the mask completely and said, let's have an election. Thus, they became electoralists. But even before they declared themselves in favor of elections, they committed one of the most vile deeds that a revolutionary party can commit. They began to act as informers, as public accusers against the guerrillas. They took advantage of the case of Iribarren Borges and openly and publicly denounced the guerrilla movement, practically delivering it into the jaws of the beasts of the regime. The government had the weapons and the soldiers with which to pursue the guerrillas, who would not retreat. The so-called party, or the rightist leadership of the party, had taken control of the guerrilla command and had armed the repressive forces that persecuted the guerrilla forces, both morally and politically. We must ask ourselves honestly, how could we, a revolutionary party, cover up for a convent-like party that was trying to morally arm the repressive forces against the persecuted guerrilla forces? Then came the rhetoric. They began to accuse us, saying that we were guilty of creating divisions. They were not discussing a group of charlatans. They were talking about a group of guerrillas that had been in the mountains for years, combatants who had gone into the mountains and who were completely abandoned and forgotten. But how can a revolutionary say, yes, once more you are correct, you who have been deceiving us, speaking to us about one thing and then doing something else? Naturally we condemned them publicly, after a series of statements had already been issued by the right-wing leadership against our party, accusing us in a treacherous manner and using the Iribarren incident to spread calumnies and to attack revolutionaries. That provoked an irate and indignant protest from the right-wing leadership, which made us the butt of a series of tirades. They did not answer a single one of our arguments, they were unable to answer even one, and they wrote a maudlin reply to the effect that we were ignoble, that we had attacked an underground party, a combative, heroic anti-imperialist organization. Why has it been necessary to bring this up here? Because that document from the Venezuelan Communist Party became the argument of a whole gang of detractors and slanderers of the Cuban Revolution. That incident triggered a real international conspiracy against the Cuban Revolution. In the first place, there has been a deliberate attempt to distort our views. Furthermore, these gentlemen of the rightist leadership of the Venezuelan Communist Party had a goal, and they pursued it in a very immoral manner. Once, when President Leone's administration was trying to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, We were asked for our opinion. These gentlemen were also asked, and they responded negatively to the idea. Why do these gentlemen resort to dragging up a problem that was not being discussed with them? Clearly it forms part of the conspiracy in which they and their fellows are participating, together with imperialism, to create a serious conflict between the Cuban Revolution and the socialist countries. It is unquestionable that this argument is one of the lowest, most despicable, most treacherous, and provocative. It pretends to counterpose our position to our trade with capitalist countries. Until recently this argument was not openly published. The capitalist press published it, and the letter was published by the counter-revolutionary organizations, but this low argument was also employed, sotto voce, in small groups by the conspirators against and critics of the Cuban Revolution. In the first place, they are lying when they state that Cuba is opposed to trade. In every international body, economic conference, and organization that Cuba has taken part in as a state, we have repeatedly denounced the imperialist policy of blockade and the acts of the U.S. government against our country as a violation of free trade and of the right of all countries to trade with each other. Cuba has inflexibly maintained that position at all times. That has been a policy pursued by our country, and the history of our commercial relations bears that out. Our position does not refer to commerce, and it has never referred to commerce. This position of ours is known to the Soviet people, because we have stated our viewpoint to them. The problem of a socialist state giving financial and technical help to the Latin American oligarchies is another issue. Let these things not be confused. Some socialist states even offered dollar loans to Mr. Larraz Restrepo of Colombia because he was having difficulties with the International Monetary Fund, IMF. And we asked ourselves, how can this be? This is absurd. Dollar loans to an oligarchic government that is repressing, persecuting, and assassinating guerrillas. War is conducted with money, among other things, because the oligarchies have nothing with which to wage war except money, with which they pay their mercenary forces. Such things seem absurd to us, as does everything that involves financial and technical aid to any of those countries that are repressing the revolutionary movement or are accomplices in the imperialist blockade against Cuba, which we condemn. It is unfortunate that we have to go into this problem in detail, but naturally it is the number one argument employed by this gang. It is logical. Cuba is a small country against which the United States practices a cruel blockade. At Gran Tierra we explained to some of those present how the imperialists do everything within their power to prevent our obtaining even such insignificant things as a handful of seeds, for rice, or cotton, or vegetables, or grain, or any kind at all. No one can imagine the lengths to which the imperialists will go to extend their economic blockade against our country. And all those governments have violated and are continuing to violate the most elementary principles of free trade. Those governments help imperialism in its attempts to starve the people of Cuba. And if that is the case, if internationalism exists and solidarity is a word worthy of respect, then the least we can expect of any state in the socialist camp is that it will lend no financial or technical assistance of any sort to those governments. It is truly repugnant that this vile argument is used to test the revolutionary steadfastness of this country, or to provoke conflicts with it. And, truly, this nation is steadfast and its policy is based on principles. It acts in a responsible way, yes. We are careful to prevent polemics and conflicts wherever possible, yes. But never believe that under any circumstance, no matter how difficult, no matter how great the problem, will they be able to drive our dignity and revolutionary consciousness to the wall. Because if that was the kind of leadership our party has, we would have surrendered long ago in the face of the great and mortal dangers engendered by imperialism. It is equally repugnant that they try to find a contradiction between this position and Cuba's commercial policy with the capitalist world. The imperialists have tried to break us with the blockade. The question is not what countries we trade with, but how many countries throughout the world we do not trade with, simply because, one by one, and under the constant and growing pressure of the imperialists, they break trade relations with us. We have never broken off those relations. Imperialism has taken care of that, in the same way that it has seen to it that they break off diplomatic relations with Cuba, one by one. These are weapons that imperialism has used against the Cuban Revolution, in diplomatic and commercial relations. And it is worthwhile to speak about commercial relations because some of the mafia, and I cannot use any other term for those who attack our revolution in such a slanderous and base fashion, without any serious and powerful argument have spoken of the fact that we have not broken off diplomatic relations with the State of Israel. Nor did our country break off relations with Albania when a great number of countries from the socialist camp did. We did not break off relations with the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, but they did not want to accept our establishing relations with the German Democratic Republic, East Germany. And even though we knew that the consequences would be the rupture of diplomatic and commercial relations, this country had not the slightest hesitation of being among the first to establish diplomatic relations with the German Democratic Republic. This country has never hesitated to put our political principles above economic interest, for if this were not so we would have found a million reasons to reconcile ourselves with imperialism a long time ago, and even more so today when that has become quite fashionable. The slightest insinuation of our following assorted policy of self-interest in our international relations is to forget the price this country has paid for its unyielding stand in solidarity with a great number of countries, Algeria among them, notwithstanding the fact that this gave another country, France, which was one of the biggest buyers of Cuban sugar, an excuse to stop buying our sugar. Our people always saw, and we thought that everyone understood quite clearly, that each time imperialist pressure against anyone selling to us or buying from us failed, it was a victory for our revolution in the face of the blockade. We always saw it, in a certain sense, as self-defense, and we have spoken publicly about it. We have spoken in Revolution Plaza quite recently about Europe and why, in spite of its economic and industrial development, Europe has to resist the competition of Yankee monopolies, and how, owing to a question of self-interest, it was impossible for them to bow to imperialist pressure. Because Cuba was a growing market, Cuba paid, and paid promptly, and the imperialists failed utterly in their attempts to have the whole capitalist world break off commercial relations with Cuba. What has this to do with our arguments? What has it to do with our statements? If the imperialists had succeeded, the road of the revolution would have been much more difficult. Do we trade with the socialist camp? Yes, it is a trade that is practically all barter, using the so-called clearing currency, which has a value only in the country with which the agreement is signed. And if the country needs medicines of a certain kind, or other things essential for the life of our people, and the trade organizations in any socialist country say we do not have it, we must look for those items in other markets and pay in the currency of that country. It is here that imperialism tries to crush us. If we have to buy medicines in capitalist countries because we cannot get them in a socialist country to save the lives of sick people, including children, to reduce the child mortality rate, and we have reduced it, or the mortality rate in general, and attain the excellent position Cuba holds today in public health and in many other fields, apparently we are criminals. Apparently we are people without principles or morals. Apparently we are the opposite of what we proclaim. And they have tried the same tactic concerning the breaking off of relations with the State of Israel. No one could have the slightest doubt about the position of Cuba on that painful problem. We have a firm, principled and uncompromising position on the Middle East. It is just that we do not like petty subterfuges. What is Israel? It is an instrument of Yankee imperialism, and the United States is the instigator, the protector, of that state. That is why I ask those of the mafia, who intend to slander Cuba with their arguments, why don't they break relations with the United States? It just happens that if we are not obedient yes men, we are immoral, a people without principles and full of ideological contradictions. All this is but part of a repugnant conspiracy to create a conflict between the Cuban Revolution and the states of the socialist camp. We are not instigators of conflict, we do not seek to unnecessarily or gratuitously create conflicts of that nature. Actually, I believe that the interdependence of the revolutionary movements, parties, and states will grow, as we face a powerful enemy. We want this very much, being a small country with no possibility of economic autonomy, in need of arms to defend ourselves from Yankee imperialists. It is unimaginable that we would act in an irresponsible manner and create problems that could be avoided. But between Cuba's attitude and the idea that this country can be intimidated with provocations of that sort, there is a profound abyss. At the bottom of all this there is a conspiracy of the reactionary mafia within the revolutionary movement and Yankee imperialism, a conspiracy to create a conflict between our revolution and the states of the socialist camp. What they attempt, what they demand, what they urge, is that the socialist camp also joins in the imperialist blockade against Cuba. They do not hide it. We do not deliberately seek conflict, problems, or difficult situations. That will never be the attitude of the revolution. They will never see an irresponsible, absurd attitude adopted by the revolution. No. But neither will they see the revolution hesitating, giving up or yielding one iota of its principles. For patria o muerte has many meanings. It means being revolutionary until death. It means being a proud people until death. And the fact that we speak about patria o muerte does not mean that we are fatalists. It is an expression of determination. When we say death, we mean not that only we would be dead, but that many of our enemies would be dead too. Kill our people? All the soldiers of Yankee imperialism could not do it. These facts, these attitudes are calling us all to order, they are calling us all to reason and to clarify things. These attitudes are not the result of development, but rather of the deterioration of revolutionary ideas and revolutionary consciousness. The resolutions of OLAs do not mean that everything is done. They do not mean that the struggle is won. The Tricontinental Conference also passed resolutions, and there were those who signed the resolutions and forgot all about them afterwards. There must be a struggle. We have to struggle. Saying that Cuba wants to set itself up as a judge or leader is more than ridiculous. No. And I am going to tell you what we really think. There is no reason why there should be leading peoples or leading individuals. It is leading ideas that are needed. Revolutionary ideas will be the true and only guide for our peoples. We fight for our ideas. We defend ideas. But to defend ideas does not mean the pretension to lead anyone. The world does not need countries that lead, parties that lead, or individuals that lead. The world, and above all our Latin American world, needs ideas that lead. The ideas will open the road. We know the process. At the beginning, when a few people began to think about the idea of an armed struggle in our country and we began to struggle, very few believed in this possibility, very few. For a long time we were very few. And afterwards, little by little, these ideas began to gain prestige, began to catch on, and the time came when everyone believed and the revolution won. It was very difficult to win acceptance for the idea that the struggle of the people against modern professional armies was possible in order to make a revolution. And when that was finally demonstrated, after the triumph of the revolution, what happened? Everyone believed in this truth in such a way that the counter-revolutionaries also believed that it could also be true for them. Then followed the organization of opposition guerrilla groups and counter-revolutionary gangs. Even the most gentle, the most peaceful of the counter-revolutionaries, the most charlatan of counter-revolutionary park benchers, joined a gang and took to the hills. Then it became necessary to show them they were mistaken, that that kind of action was a revolutionary action to be used against the oligarchies. A counter-revolution of oligarchs, a guerrilla warfare of oligarchs and of reactionaries against a social revolution is impossible. It was extremely difficult until we were finally able to prove this. We have had to point out more than once that it is impossible for oligarchs to defend themselves against the people's struggle, that it is impossible for the people to be defeated by counter-revolutionary guerrilla gangs. The CIA knows this. Do you know who are probably the most convinced of the effectiveness of armed revolutionary guerrilla warfare and the incapacity of the oligarchies to oppose the armed guerrilla struggle of the people? Do you know who? The CIA, Johnson, McNamara, Dean Rusk, Yankee imperialism. That's who are the most convinced. One could ask, how is it possible for these counter-revolutionaries to let themselves be deceived and dragged into the armed struggle against the revolution if it is impossible for them to win? We are forced to admit that it is because these counter-revolutionaries are more consistent than many who call themselves super-revolutionaries. They are most consistent. Naturally, afterwards they say that they were fooled, that they were deceived, that they believed that the army, that the militia. All that. For us it is a scratched record. Logically, the ideas in our country have had to develop dialectically, through struggle and through conflict. And it will be the same in every country, and no country will escape from this conflict of ideas. These conflicting ideas survive even in Cuba. The fact that we have a revolutionary people does not mean that there are no antagonisms or contradictions. Here we find the contradiction with the counter-revolution and imperialism, and there are also conflicts with those who share the ideas of the reactionary gentlemen of the Venezuelan party. In this country we also have our micro-faction. We can't call it a faction, because it has no volume, no size, and no potential. Where does that micro-faction come from? From the old resentful sectarians. Because our revolution has its history. I said that at the beginning very few believed, but afterwards many believed. Our revolution has its own history. Our revolution passed through the phase of sectarianism, and the sectarians created serious problems for us with their ferocious opportunism and their inexorable policy of persecution against many people. They brought corruption into the revolution. Naturally, the revolution patiently made criticisms, it was generous toward that sectarianism. Moreover, we had to be careful to prevent sectarianism from creating neo-sectarianism in the ranks of the revolution, and we succeeded. But some sectarian elements held on, they swallowed their resentment, but each time they had a chance they expressed it. There are those who never believed in the revolution unless it was in an opportunistic way, trying to profit by the efforts of the revolutionary people, trying to climb the ladder in a shameful way. They never believed in revolution, and they haven't learned in 8 years, or in 10 years, and they will never learn. Let it be clearly understood, I am not referring to old communists, because the worst expression of sectarianism and the worst activities of those sectarians have been their attempts to identify the old communists with their pseudo-revolutionary attitudes. We have to say that the revolution counts, and always counted, on the support of the real communists in this country. Naturally, at the time of sectarianism, many cowards who had deserted the ranks of the old party turned up again. Opportunism and sectarianism brings all this in its wake and, isolated from the masses, tries to strengthen itself by means of favoritism. Then follow the incomes, and higher incomes, and higher incomes and privileges. Logically, when the revolution put a brake on sectarianism, it also prevented the emergence of sectarianism of another kind. That has always been our method, to try to find the best solution without excesses of any type, preferring to sin by omission than by excess. So here we also have our micro-faction, composed of old sectarian groups which are not the same as the old communists. And I repeat, the greatest harm is that they have tried, although in vain, to instill their unhealthy and resentful ideas into the old and tried revolutionaries. They were the ones who, for example, at the time of the October missile crisis, thought that we should let Yankee imperialism inspect us, search us from head to foot, and let the planes fly low over us, in fact, everything. They have been systematically opposed to all the concepts of the revolution, to the most pure and sincere revolutionary attitudes of our people, to our concepts of socialism, of communism, of everything. This micro-faction has the same attitudes as the larger group. It constitutes a new form of counter-revolutionary activity, in that it has the same goals as Alpha 66, Faria, Pompeo and company, the same as McNamara, Johnson, and all those people. Now the CIA has a new plan. Why does it want to prepare so many personal attacks and so many other things? Its plan now is that Castro has to be eliminated in order to destroy the revolution, because imperialism is losing ground. In the beginning, it wanted to do away with everything revolutionary. Now, the more it loses ground, the more frightened it gets. Now its plan is to moderate the line of the revolution, to change its course, so that Cuba will take a more moderate position. In this, Alpha 66, Johnson, Faria, the microfactionalists and similar political groups coincide. They are all harboring illusions. I'm not really interested in buying a life insurance policy. I don't give a damn. Let them believe what they want. I don't want to be indebted to our enemies for their ceasing to consider me a true enemy. I don't want to be indebted to them for their not doing whatever they want. They have their rights and they are within their rights. I have no intention of buying any insurance policy. But, to all of you, I think it is unnecessary to say that the line of this revolution is not the Castro line, it is the line of a people, it is the line of a leading group that has a real revolutionary history, and it is the natural line of this revolution. The counter-revolutionaries encourage one another. Their international organization has been greatly encouraged by the idea that insurmountable antagonisms may develop between the Cuban Revolution and the socialist camp. In reality, the only thing that we can say is that it is an honor to our revolution that our enemies give it so much thought. It must likewise be an honor for all Latin American revolutionaries that imperialism has paid so much attention to the problem of OLAs. They issued threats, they postponed the OAS conference and said they were going to clean the place up, and that OLAs could not take place. But the OLAs conference has been held representing a genuine revolutionary movement whose ideas are solid because they are based on reality. OLAs is the interpreter of tomorrow's history, interpreter of the future, because OLAs, the Spanish word for waves, is a wave of the future, a symbol of the revolutionary wave sweeping a continent of 250 million people. This continent is pregnant with revolution. Sooner or later, it will be born. Its birth may be more or less complicated, but it is inevitable. We do not have the slightest doubt, there will be victories, there will be reverses, there will be advances and there will be retreats, but the arrival of a new era is inevitable. The victory of the peoples in the face of injustice, exploitation, oligarchy and imperialism, whatever mistakes are made and whatever mistaken ideas may be obstacles on the road, is inevitable. We have spoken to you with complete and absolute frankness. We know that the true revolutionaries will always be in solidarity with Cuba, we know that no true revolutionary or communist on this continent, or among our people, will ever let themselves be induced to take positions that would lead them into an alliance with imperialism, that would make them go hand in hand with the imperialist masters against the Cuban Revolution and against the Latin American Revolution. We do not condemn anyone a priori. We do not close the doors to anyone and nor do we attack anyone en masse. We express our ideas, we defend and debate our ideas. And we have absolute confidence in the revolutionaries, in the true revolutionaries, in the true communists. They will not fail the revolution, the same as our revolution will never fail the revolutionary movement of Latin America. We do not know what awaits us, what vicissitudes, what dangers and what struggles lie ahead. But we are prepared, and every day we try to prepare ourselves better, and every day we will be better and better prepared. One thing we can say, we are calm, we feel safe, and this little island will always be a revolutionary wall of granite against which all conspiracies, all intrigues and all aggressions will be smashed. And high upon this wall there will fly forever a banner with the words, Patria o muerte. Vence Ramos. 10. The death of Che Guevara. Revolution Plaza, Havana. October 18, 1967. Che Guevara was wounded and captured in an ambush by the Bolivian army on October 8, 1967. The following day he was executed in cold blood, on Washington's instructions. When this news was confirmed, a memorial rally was held in Havana's Revolution Plaza on October 18, attended by almost 1 million people, where Fidel Castro made the following remarks. I first met Che one day in July or August 1955. And in one night, as he recalls in his account, he became one of the future Granma expeditionaries, although at that time the expedition possessed neither boat, nor arms, nor troops. That was how, together with Raoul, Che became one of the first two on the Granma list. 12 years have passed since then. They have been 12 years filled with struggle and historic significance. During this time death has cut down many brave and invaluable lives. But at the same time, throughout those years of our revolution, extraordinary individuals have arisen, forged from among the people of the revolution, and between them, bonds of affection and friendship have emerged that surpass all possible description. Tonight we are meeting to try to express, in some degree, our feelings toward one who was among the closest, among the most admired, among the most beloved, and, without a doubt, the most extraordinary of our revolutionary comrades. We are here to express our feelings for him and for the heroes who have fought with him and fallen with him, his internationalist army that has been writing a glorious and indelible page of history. Che was one of those people who was liked immediately, for his simplicity, his character, his naturalness, his comradely attitude, his personality, his originality, even when one had not yet learned of his other characteristics and unique virtues. In those first days he was our troop doctor, and so the bonds of friendship and warm feelings for him were ever increasing. He was filled with a profound spirit of hatred and contempt for imperialism, not only because his political education was already considerably developed, but also because, shortly before, he had had the opportunity of witnessing the criminal imperialist intervention in Guatemala through the mercenaries who aborted the revolution in that country. A person like Che did not require elaborate arguments. It was sufficient for him to know Cuba was in a similar situation and that there were people determined to struggle against that situation, arms in hand. It was sufficient for him to know that those people were inspired by genuinely revolutionary and patriotic ideals. That was more than enough. One day, at the end of November 1956, he set out on the expedition toward Cuba with us. I recall that the trip was very hard for him, since, because of the circumstances under which it was necessary to organize the departure, he could not even provide himself with the medicine he needed. Throughout the trip, he suffered from a severe attack of asthma, with nothing to alleviate it, but also without ever complaining. We arrived, set out on our first march, suffered our first setback, and at the end of some weeks, as you all know, a group of those Granma expeditionaries who had survived was able to reunite. Che continued to be the doctor of our group. We came through the first battle victorious, and Che was already a soldier of our troop, at the same time he was still our doctor. We came through the second victorious battle and Che was not only a soldier, but the most outstanding soldier in that battle, carrying out for the first time one of those singular feats that characterized him in all military action. Our forces continued to develop and we soon faced another battle of extraordinary importance. The situation was difficult. The information we had was erroneous in many respects. We were going to attack in full daylight at dawn a strongly defended, well-armed position at the edge of the sea. Enemy troops were at our rear, not very far, and in that confused situation it was necessary to ask people to make a supreme effort. Compañero Juan Almeida had taken on one of the most difficult missions, but one of the flanks remained completely without forces. One of the flanks was left without an attacking force, placing the operation in danger. At that moment, Che, who was still functioning as our doctor, asked for 3 or 4 combatants, among them one with a machine gun, and in a matter of seconds set off rapidly to assume the mission of attack from that direction. On that occasion he was not only an outstanding combatant but also an outstanding doctor, attending the wounded comrades and, at the same time, attending the wounded enemy soldiers. After all the weapons had been captured and it became necessary to abandon that position, undertaking a long return march under the harassment of various enemy forces, someone had to stay behind with the wounded, and it was Che who did so. Aided by a small group of our soldiers, he took care of them, saved their lives, and later rejoined the column with them. From that time onward, he stood out as a capable and valiant leader, one of those who, when a difficult mission is pending, do not wait to be asked to carry it out. Thus it was at the Battle of El Llavero. but he acted in a similar way on a previously unmentioned occasion during the first days when, following a betrayal, our little troop was attacked by surprise by a number of planes and we were forced to retreat under the bombardment. We had already walked a distance when we remembered some rifles of some peasant soldiers who had been with us in the first actions and had then asked permission to visit their families, at a time when there was still not much discipline in our embryonic army. At that moment, we thought the rifles might have to be given up for lost. But I recall it took no more than simply raising the problem for Che, despite the bombing, to volunteer, and having done so, quickly go to recover those rifles. This was one of his principal characteristics, his willingness to instantly volunteer for the most dangerous mission. And naturally this aroused admiration and twice the usual admiration, for a fellow combatant fighting alongside us who had not been born here, a person of profound ideas, a person in whose mind stirred the dream of struggle in other parts of the continent and who nonetheless was so altruistic, so selfless, so willing to always do the most difficult things, to constantly risk his life. That was how he won the rank of commander and leader of the second column, organized in the Sierra Maestra. Thus his standing began to increase. He began to develop as a magnificent combatant who was to reach the highest ranks in the course of the war. Che was an incomparable soldier. Che was an incomparable leader. Che was, from a military point of view, an extraordinarily capable person, extraordinarily courageous, extraordinarily combative. If, as a guerrilla, he had his Achilles heel, it was this excessively combative quality, his absolute contempt for danger. The enemy believes it can draw certain conclusions from his death. Che was a master of warfare. He was an artist of guerrilla struggle. And he showed that an infinite number of times. But he showed it especially in two extraordinary deeds. One of these was the invasion, in which he led a column pursued by thousands of enemy soldiers over flat and absolutely unknown terrain, carrying out together with Camilo Cienfuegos an extraordinary military accomplishment. He also showed it in his lightning campaign in Las Villas province, especially in the audacious attack on the city of Santa Clara, entering with a column of barely 300 combatants a city defended by tanks, artillery, and several thousand infantry soldiers. Those two heroic deeds stamped him as an extraordinarily capable leader, as a master, as an artist of revolutionary war. However, now after his heroic and glorious death, some people attempt to deny the truth or value of his concepts, his guerrilla theories. The artist may die especially when he is an artist in a field as dangerous as revolutionary struggle, but what will surely never die is the art to which he dedicated his life, the art to which he dedicated his intelligence. What is so strange about the fact that this artist died in combat? It is stranger that he did not die in combat on one of the innumerable occasions he risked his life during our revolutionary struggle. Many times it was necessary to take steps to keep him from losing his life in actions of minor significance. And so it was in combat in one of the many battles he fought that he lost his life. We do not have sufficient evidence to enable us to deduce what circumstances preceded that combat, or how far he may have acted in an excessively combative way. But, we repeat, if as a guerrilla he had an Achilles heel, it was his excessive combativity, his absolute contempt for danger. And this is where we can hardly agree with him, since we consider that his life, his experience, his capacity as a seasoned leader, his authority, and everything his life signified, were more valuable, incomparably more valuable than he himself, perhaps, believed. His conduct may have been profoundly influenced by the idea that individuals have a relative value in history, the idea that causes are not defeated when one person falls, that the powerful march of history cannot and will not be halted when leaders fall. That is true, there is no doubt about it. It shows his faith in the people, his faith in ideas, his faith in examples. However, as I said a few days ago, with all our heart we would have liked to see him as a forger of victories, to see victories forged under his command, under his leadership, since people of his experience, his caliber, his really unique capacity, are not common. We fully appreciate the value of his example. We are absolutely convinced that many people will strive to live up to his example, that people like him will emerge. It is not easy to find a person with all the virtues that were combined in Che. It is not easy for a person to spontaneously develop a character like his. I would say that he is one of those people who are difficult to match and virtually impossible to surpass. But I would also say that the example of people like him contributes to the appearance of others of the same caliber. In Che, we admire not only the fighter, the person capable of performing great feats. What he did, what he was doing, the very fact of his confronting, with a handful of combatants, the army of the oligarchy, trained by U.S. advisors sent in by U.S. imperialism, backed by the oligarchies of all neighboring countries, that in itself constitutes an extraordinary feat. If we search the pages of history, it is likely that we will find no other case in which a leader with such a limited number of combatants has set about a task of such importance, a case in which a leader with such a limited number of combatants has set out to fight against such large forces. Such proof of confidence in himself, such proof of confidence in the people, such proof of faith in people's capacity to fight, can be looked for in the pages of history, but the likes of it will never be found. And he fell. The enemy believes it has defeated his ideas, his guerrilla concepts, his point of view on revolutionary armed struggle. What they accomplished, by a stroke of luck, was to eliminate him physically. What they accomplished was to gain an accidental advantage that an enemy may gain in war. We do not know to what degree that stroke of luck, that stroke of fortune, was helped along, in a battle like many others, by that characteristic of which we spoke before, his excessive combativity, his absolute disdain for danger. This also happened in our War of Independence. In a battle at Dos Rios they killed José Martí, the apostle of our independence. In a battle at Punta Brava, they killed Antonio Maceo, a veteran of hundreds of battles in the Cuban War of Independence. Countless leaders, countless patriots of our wars of independence were killed in similar battles. Nevertheless, that did not spell defeat for the Cuban cause. The death of Che, as we said a few days ago, is a hard blow, a tremendous blow for the revolutionary movement, because it deprives it, without a doubt, of its most experienced and able leader. But those who boast of victory are mistaken. They are mistaken when they think that his death is the end of his ideas, the end of his tactics, the end of his guerrilla concepts, the end of his theory. For the man who fell, as a mortal being, as a person who faced bullets time and again, as a soldier, as a leader, was 1,000 times more able than those who killed him by a stroke of luck. How should revolutionaries face this serious setback? How should they face this loss? If Che had to express an opinion on this point, what would it be? He gave his opinion. He expressed this opinion quite clearly when he wrote in his message to the Tricontinental Latin American Solidarity Conference that if death surprised him anywhere, it would be welcome as long as his battle cry had reached a receptive ear and another hand reached out to take up his rifle. His battle cry will reach not just one receptive ear, but millions of receptive ears. And not one hand, but millions of hands, inspired by his example, will reach out to take up arms. New leaders will emerge. People with receptive ears and outstretched hands will need leaders who emerge from their ranks, just as leaders have emerged in all revolutions. Those hands will not have available a leader of Che's extraordinary experience and enormous ability. Those leaders will be formed in the process of struggle. Those leaders will emerge from among the millions of receptive ears, from the millions of hands that will sooner or later reach out to take up arms. It is not that we feel that his death will necessarily have immediate repercussions in the practical sphere of revolutionary struggle, that his death will necessarily have immediate repercussions in the practical sphere of development of this struggle. The fact is that when Che took up arms again, he was not thinking of an immediate victory, he was not thinking of a speedy victory against the forces of the oligarchies and imperialism. As an experienced fighter, he was prepared for a prolonged struggle of 5, 10, 15, or 20 years, if necessary. He was ready to fight 5, 10, 15, or 20 years, or all his life if need be. And within that perspective, his death, or rather his example, will have tremendous repercussions. The force of that example will be invincible. Those who attach significance to the lucky blow that struck Che down try in vain to deny his experience and his capacity as a leader. Che was an extraordinarily able military leader. But when we remember Che, when we think of Che, we do not think fundamentally of his military virtues. No. Warfare is a means and not an end. Warfare is a tool of revolutionaries. The important thing is the revolution. The important thing is the revolutionary cause, revolutionary ideas, revolutionary objectives, revolutionary sentiments, revolutionary virtues. And it is in that field, in the field of ideas, of sentiments, of revolutionary virtues, of intelligence, that apart from his military virtues we feel the tremendous loss his death means to the revolutionary movement. Che's extraordinary character was made up of virtues that are rarely found together. He stood out as an unsurpassed man of action, but Che was not only that, he was also a person of visionary intelligence and broad culture, a profound thinker. That is, the man of ideas and the man of action were combined within him. But it is not only that Che possessed the double characteristic of the man of ideas, of profound ideas, and the man of action, but that Che as a revolutionary united in himself the virtues that can be defined as the fullest expression of the virtues of a revolutionary, a person of total integrity, a person with a supreme sense of honor and absolute sincerity, a person of stoic and Spartan living habits, a person in whose conduct not one stain can be found. He constituted, through his virtues, what can be called a truly model revolutionary. When someone dies, it is usual to make speeches, to emphasize their virtues. But rarely can one say of a person with greater justice, with greater accuracy, what we say of Che on this occasion, that he was a pure example of revolutionary virtues. But he possessed another quality, not a quality of the intellect or of the will, not a quality derived from experience, from struggle, but a quality of the heart. He was an extraordinary human being, extraordinarily sensitive. That is why we say, when we think of his life, when we think of his conduct, that he constituted the singular case of a most extraordinary human being, able to unite in his personality not only the characteristics of the man of action, but also the man of thought, the person of immaculate revolutionary virtues and of extraordinary human sensibility, joined with an iron character, a will of steel, indomitable tenacity. Because of this, he has left to the future generations not only his experience, his knowledge as an outstanding soldier, but also, at the same time, the fruits of his intelligence. He wrote with the virtuosity of a master of our language. His narratives of the war are incomparable. The depth of his thinking is impressive. He never wrote about anything with less than extraordinary seriousness, with less than extraordinary profundity, and we have no doubt that some of his writings will pass on to posterity as classic documents of revolutionary thought. As fruits of that vigorous and profound intelligence, he left us countless memories, countless narratives that without his work, without his efforts, might have been lost forever. An indefatigable worker, during the years that he served our country he did not know a single day of rest. The responsibilities assigned to him were many: President of the National Bank, Director of the Central Planning Board, Minister of Industry, Commander of Military Regions, the head of political or economic or fraternal delegations. His versatile intelligence was able to undertake with maximum assurance tasks of any kind. He brilliantly represented our country in numerous international conferences, just as he brilliantly led soldiers in combat, just as he was a model worker in charge of any of the institutions he was assigned to. And for him there were no days of rest, for him there were no hours of rest. If we looked through the windows of his offices, he had the lights on all hours of the night, studying, or rather, working and studying. For he was a student of all problems, he was a tireless reader. His thirst for learning was practically insatiable, and the hours he stole from sleep he devoted to study. He devoted his scheduled days off to voluntary work. He was the inspiration and provided the greatest incentive for the work that is today carried out by hundreds of thousands of people throughout the country. He stimulated that activity in which our people are making greater and greater efforts. As a revolutionary, as a communist revolutionary, a true communist, he had a boundless faith in moral values. He had a boundless faith in the consciousness of human beings. And we should say that he saw, with absolute clarity, the moral impulse as the fundamental lever in the construction of communism in human society. He thought, developed, and wrote many things. And on a day like today it should be stated that Che's writings, Che's political and revolutionary thought, will be of permanent value to the Cuban revolutionary process and to the Latin American revolutionary process. And we do not doubt that his ideas as a man of action, as a man of thought, as a person of untarnished moral virtues, as a person of unexcelled human sensitivity, as a person of spotless conduct have and will continue to have universal value. The imperialists boast of their triumph at having killed this guerrilla fighter in action. The imperialists boast of a triumphant stroke of luck that led to the elimination of such a formidable man of action. But perhaps the imperialists do not know or pretend not to know that the man of action was only one of the many facets of the personality of that combatant. And if we speak of sorrow, we are saddened not only at having lost a man of action. We are saddened at having lost a man of virtue. We are saddened at having lost a man of unsurpassed human sensitivity. We are saddened at having lost such a mind. We are saddened to think that he was only 39 years old at the time of his death. We are saddened at missing the additional fruits we would have received from that intelligence and that ever richer experience. We have an idea of the dimension of the loss for the revolutionary movement. And, here is the weak side of the imperialist enemy, they think that by eliminating a man physically they have eliminated his thinking, that by eliminating him physically they have eliminated his ideas, eliminated his virtues, eliminated his example. They are so shameless in this belief that they have no hesitation in making it public, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the by now almost universally accepted circumstances in which they murdered him after he had been seriously wounded in action. They do not even seem aware of the repugnance of the procedure, of the shamelessness of the acknowledgement. They have publicized it as if thugs, oligarchs, and mercenaries had the right to shoot a seriously wounded revolutionary combatant. Even worse, they explain why they did it. They assert that Che's trial would have been quite an earth-shaker, that it would have been impossible to place this revolutionary in the dock. And not only that. They have not hesitated to spirit away his remains. Whether it is true or false, they certainly announced they had cremated his body, thus beginning to show their fear, beginning to show that they are not so sure that by physically eliminating the combatant, they can eliminate his ideas, eliminate his example. Che died defending no other interest, no other cause than the cause of the exploited and the oppressed of this continent. Che died defending no other cause than the cause of the poor and the humble of this earth. And the exemplary manner and the selflessness with which he defended that cause cannot be disputed even by his most bitter enemies. In history, people who act as he did, people who do and give everything for the cause of the poor, grow in stature with each passing day and find a deeper place in the heart of the peoples with each passing day. The imperialist enemies are beginning to see this, and it will not be long before it will be proved that his death will, in the long run, be like a seed that will give rise to many people determined to imitate him, many people determined to follow his example. We are absolutely convinced that the revolutionary cause on this continent will recover from the blow, that the revolutionary movement on this continent will not be crushed by this blow. From the revolutionary point of view, from the point of view of our people, how should we view Che's example? Do we feel we have lost him? It is true that we will not read new writings of his. It is true that we will never again hear his voice. But Che has left a heritage to the world, a great heritage, and we who knew him so well can become in large measure his beneficiaries. He left us his revolutionary thinking, his revolutionary virtues. He left us his character, his will, his tenacity, his spirit of work. In a word, he left us his example. And Che's example will be a model for our people. Che's example will be the ideal model for our people. If we wish to express what we expect our revolutionary combatants, our militants, our people to be, we must say, without hesitation, let them be like Che. If we wish to express what we want the people of future generations to be, we must say, let them be like Che. If we wish to say how we want our children to be educated, we must say without hesitation, we want them to be educated in Che's spirit. If we want the model of a person, the model of a human being who does not belong to our time but to the future, I say from the depths of my heart that such a model, without a single stain on his conduct, without a single stain on his action, without a single stain on his behavior, is Che. If we wish to express what we want our children to be, we must say from our very hearts as ardent revolutionaries, we want them to be like Che. Che has become a model of what future human beings should be, not only for our people but also for people everywhere in Latin America. Che carried to its highest expression revolutionary stoicism, the revolutionary spirit of sacrifice, revolutionary combativeness, the revolutionary's spirit of work. Che brought the ideas of Marxism-Leninism to their freshest, purest, most revolutionary expression. No other person of our time has carried the spirit of proletarian internationalism to its highest possible level as Che did. When one speaks of a proletarian internationalist, and when an example of a proletarian internationalist is sought, that example, high above any other, will be the example of Che. National flags, prejudices, chauvinism and egotism had disappeared from his mind and heart. He was ready to shed his generous blood spontaneously and immediately, on behalf of any people, for the cause of any people. Thus, his blood fell on our soil when he was wounded in several battles, and his blood was shed in Bolivia, for the liberation of the exploited and the oppressed, of the humble and the poor. That blood was shed for the sake of all the exploited and all the oppressed. That blood was shed for all the peoples of the Americas and for the people of Vietnam because while fighting there in Bolivia, fighting against the oligarchies and imperialism, he knew that he was offering Vietnam the highest possible expression of his solidarity. It is for this reason, compañeros of the revolution, that we must face the future with firmness and determination, with optimism. And in Che's example, we will always look for inspiration in struggle, inspiration in tenacity, inspiration in intransigence toward the enemy, inspiration in internationalist feeling. Therefore, after tonight's moving ceremony, after this incredible demonstration of vast popular recognition, incredible for its magnitude, discipline, and spirit of devotion, which demonstrates that our people are a sensitive, grateful people who know how to honor the memory of the brave who die in combat, that our people recognize those who serve them, and which demonstrates the people's solidarity with the revolutionary struggle and how this people will raise high and maintain ever higher revolutionary banners and revolutionary principles today. In these moments of remembrance, let us lift our spirits and, with optimism in the future, with absolute optimism in the final victory of the peoples, say to Che and to the heroes who fought and died with him: Hasta la victoria siempre. Ever onward to victory. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Venceremos. We will win. 11.100 years of struggle for Cuban independence. La de Majagua Monument, Manzanillo. October 10, 1968. Cuba's first declaration of independence was made by the wealthy landowner Carlos Manuel Cespedes on October 10, 1868, at La de Majagua sugar mill in Orient Province, sparking the 10 Years' War against Spain. On October 10, 1968, Fidel Castro reminded Cubans of the historical continuity of their revolutionary struggle for nationhood. Relatives of the heroes of our struggle for independence. Guests. Compañeros who are present here tonight representing every corner of our nation. The importance of today's commemoration surpasses that of any other occasion. It would seem that nature is again putting us to the test, but this is indeed part of the commemoration itself. Apparently, immediately after the proclamation of Cuba's independence, when the Mambises were on their way to the town of Yara, at about this same time of day, a heavy rainstorm suddenly developed symbolically, as the first indication of the hardships they would face. Certainly, our first Mambises at the time had only a few shotguns when they were about to engage in their first combat. Their ammunition got wet from the rain, and so they couldn't use their firearms that night when the first blood was shed by Cubans in this 100-year struggle, when for the first time they began a life of incredible privation that lasted for 10 long years. Today we are commemorating the 100th anniversary of that day. This first centennial of the beginning of the revolutionary struggle in our homeland is, for us, the most significant commemoration that has been celebrated in the history of our country. What does October 10, 1868, signify for our people? What does this glorious date mean for the revolutionaries of our nation? It simply marks the beginning of 100 years of struggle, the beginning of the revolution in Cuba, because in Cuba there has been one revolution, that which was begun by Carlos Manuel de Cespedes on October 10, 1868, the revolution that our people are now carrying forward. There is, of course, no doubt that Cespedes symbolized the Cuban spirit of that time. He symbolized the dignity and rebelliousness of a people still heterogeneous in nature which began to take shape as a nation over the course of history. It was without doubt Cespedes who, among the conspirators of 1868, was the firmest in his determination to rise up in arms. A number of interpretations have been made of his position, when in reality he had only one motive in all his actions. In every meeting of the conspirators, Cespedes always took the firmest stand. At the meeting held on August 3, 1868, in the region between Las Tunas and Camagüey, Cespedes argued for an immediate uprising. In later meetings with the revolutionaries of the province of Orient, at the beginning of October, he insisted on the need to go into action at once. Until finally, on October 5, 1868, in a meeting at a certain sugar mill, the Rosario Mill, the most resolute revolutionaries met and set October 14 as the date for the uprising. It is historically documented that at this place Cespedes learned about a telegram sent by the Governor-General of Cuba on October 8 instructing the provincial authorities to arrest him. But Carlos Manuel de Cespedes gave the authorities no time to act. He didn't allow them to take the initiative. Then and there, he issued the necessary orders, and on October 10, at this very spot, he proclaimed Cuba's independence. It is true that the history of many a revolutionary movement, the vast majority, in fact ends in prison or on the gallows. Certainly, Cespedes had a clear idea that the uprising could not be postponed for long. The delay involved in the long process of creating an organization and establishing an armed force with a significant number of weapons before beginning the struggle was too great a risk, since the conditions in our country at that time were very difficult. So Cespedes made the decision to act. On this subject, Martí commented, Cespedes provided the impetus, Agramonte, the virtue, although Agramonte also provided impetus, and Cespedes also had virtue. Martí further explained Cespedes's conflicts with other revolutionaries concerning the postponement of the uprising, saying that the postponement would perhaps have given the repressive colonial authorities the chance to crush the uprising. History has proved that Cespedes was correct, that such a resolute stand proved to be the very spark that ignited a heroic war that lasted 10 years, a war begun with no resources whatsoever, by a people that was virtually unarmed and from then on had to adopt the classic strategy for obtaining weapons, seizing them from the enemy. In the history of this 100-year struggle, this was not the only occasion when our people, lacking weapons and totally unprepared for war, saw the need for taking up the struggle and wresting weapons from the enemy. The history of our people in these 100 years of struggle confirms this axiomatic truth. If we had postponed the struggle until the ideal conditions existed, until all the necessary arms and supplies were assured, then the struggle would never have begun at all. If a people has decided to take up arms, the weapons needed will be found in the enemy's garrison, in the oppressor's garrisons. This truth has been demonstrated in all our struggles, in all our wars. When, at the beginning of the struggle in 1895, Maceo landed in the Baracoa region. He had only a handful of combatants, very poorly armed. And on a dark and stormy night, when Martí, along with Maximo Gomez, disembarked at a place on the southern coast of Orient Province, a rough, inhospitable part of the coast, he, too, was accompanied by only a few combatants. He had no army. The army was here, among the people. And the weapons were here, in the hands of the ruling forces. A few days later, while advancing toward the interior of the province, they joined up with José Maceo, at the head of a large army, fighting near Guantanamo. Later they joined up with Antonio Maceo, who after landing had wandered all alone in the mountains and woods of the Baracoa region, absolutely alone. Nonetheless, just a few weeks later, when Antonio Maceo received Maximo Gomez and Martí, he had an army of 3,000 combatants from Orient Province, a well-organized army that was ready for combat. These events provided us with an extraordinary example. They taught us a great deal during our difficult times, when we had no resources and no weapons, but these circumstances did not prove an obstacle to our struggle because there was a people in whom we had faith. This is not only an example for Cuban revolutionaries but a tremendous example for revolutionaries all over the world. Our revolution, with its own methods and essential characteristics, has deep roots in the history of our homeland. That is why I have said, and all revolutionaries should clearly understand this, our revolution is a single revolution, a revolution that began on October 10, 1868. This commemoration today is like an encounter between the people and their history. It is a search by the present generation for its own roots. Nothing could teach us better how to understand what a revolution is, nothing could better teach us to understand what the term revolution means, than an analysis of the history of our country, a study of the history of our people, of our people's revolutionary roots. Perhaps there are some people who have regarded the nation and the homeland as simply a matter of natural evolution. Perhaps many think that the Cuban nation and national consciousness have always existed. And perhaps many people have seldom taken the time to think about how the Cuban nation was born, how our awareness as a people and our revolutionary consciousness came into being. 100 years ago, this consciousness did not exist. 100 years ago, Cuban nationality did not exist. 100 years ago, a nation, in the sense of a people with a common interest and a common destiny, did not actually exist. A century ago, our people were simply a motley mass, made up in the first place of citizens of the Spanish colonial power. There was also a mass of citizens born in this country, many direct descendants of Spaniards, others more distant, some of whom favored colonial rule, while others resisted that rule, and a large mass of slaves, criminally brought to our country to be pitilessly exploited after the exploiters had already virtually annihilated the indigenous population. Of course, the owners of the country's wealth were primarily Spaniards, who owned the businesses and the land. There were also the descendants of the Spaniards, called Creoles, who owned the sugar mills and large plantations. And, of course, in a country in which there was tremendous ignorance, access to books and education was limited to a very small and exclusive group of Creoles, who came from these wealthy families. In the first decades of the last century, when the rest of Latin America had already won its independence from Spain, Spanish power still retained a very firm grip over our country, which they called the last and the most precious jewel in the Spanish crown. The emancipation of Latin America had very little real impact on our nation. We know that the liberators of Latin America had the idea of sending an army to Cuba to liberate our people. But the truth is that there was no nation, there were no people to liberate, because there were no people who were aware of the need for liberation. At the beginning of the last century, in fact, during the entire first half of that century, the most educated sectors of the population, the people capable of forming political ideas, supported ideas that were not exactly in favor of Cuba's independence. At that time, the main issue under discussion was slavery. The landowners, the wealthy, the oligarchy that ruled the country, whether they were Spaniards or Cubans, greatly feared the abolition of slavery. In other words, their interests as proprietors, Their interests as a class and thinking exclusively in terms of these interests led them to favor the annexation of Cuba to the United States. Thus, one of the first political currents, the annexationist trend, emerged in Cuba. This political trend was based, fundamentally, on the economic interests of a class that wanted to maintain the shameful institution of slavery through annexation to the United States, where a large number of states continued to support slavery. Since the North and the South were already at odds over the question of slavery, the politicians of the Southern, slave-holding states also encouraged the idea of the annexation of Cuba with the aim of creating another state to support them and guarantee their congressional majority. This is the background to the mid-century expedition headed by Narciso Lopez. When we studied about Narciso Lopez in school, we learned that he was a patriot, that Narciso Lopez was a liberator. In fact, we were taught so many incredible distortions that even after the Republic of Cuba had supposedly been established, we were made to believe that Narciso Lopez came to liberate Cuba. The truth is that Narciso Lopez was encouraged by the politicians from the slave-holding South of the United States, who wanted to secure another state which would support the most inhuman and backward of institutions, the institution of slavery. On one occasion, Marty described it as an unfortunate expedition, organized precisely by those interests. Thus in that period, the annexationist currents held sway over our country. We must bear this in mind, because this trend, for one reason or another, in one guise or another, has periodically appeared throughout the history of Cuba. There came a time when the annexationist forces began to lose ground and another current emerged in opposition to some aspects of Spanish rule in our country. This reformist current did not demand the independence of Cuba, but instead proposed certain reforms within the Spanish colony. At that time, there was still no independence movement, no movement for real independence. The repeated deceptions and tricks of the Spanish colonial regime did, however, arouse the spirit and consciousness of a small group of Cubans, Creoles who belonged to the wealthy, educated and landed sectors, who were well informed about what was happening in the world. It was this group, which, for the first time, conceived of the idea of winning their rights through revolutionary methods, through armed struggle, in an open challenge to colonial rule. Let no one think that this group of Cubans necessarily had the support of the majority of the population, that they obtained widespread support because, as I have already explained at that time, the idea of Cuban nationhood did not exist. There was one factor that deeply divided that sector of wealthy Creoles. Naturally, the Spaniards opposed reforms, and independence even more so. But many rich Creoles also opposed the idea of independence, because of the issue of slavery. Thus, the question of slavery was the fundamental issue that divided the most radical sectors, which were largely Creole, for there were still no Cubans in the true sense of the word. And naturally, these Creoles were primarily concerned with their own economic interests, which meant they were chiefly concerned with maintaining the institution of slavery. Therefore, they supported the annexationist movement at first, then reformism, anything but the idea of independence or the idea of winning their rights through armed struggle. And this is a very important question, because we see how this history, this contradiction, repeats itself regularly throughout 100 years of struggle. Finally, the first small group of patriots, a group of wealthy and illustrious gentlemen born in this country, decided to strike for their rights through armed struggle. They faced a complex situation and deep contradictions, which necessarily involved a long and hard struggle. What really earned them the title of revolutionaries was, above all, their consciousness that there was only one way to win those rights, their decision to adopt this way, their breaking with the tradition, with reactionary ideas, and their decision to abolish slavery. Perhaps today that decision seems simple, but the decision to end slavery was a most revolutionary measure, the most radical, revolutionary measure imaginable in a society based on slavery. What makes Cespedes a great man is not only his firm and resolute decision to take up arms, but his actions that followed that decision. His first act after the proclamation of independence was the emancipation of his own slaves. He proclaimed his commitment to end slavery in our country, although initially he hoped for the widest possible support from Cuban landowners. In Camagüey, the revolutionaries proclaimed the abolition of slavery from the very beginning, and the Guaymaro Constitution of April 10, 1869, definitively established the right of all Cubans to freedom, completely abolishing the hateful, centuries-old institution of slavery. As often happens in such circumstances, many of those rich Cubans were hesitant about supporting the revolution and drew back from the struggle, and in fact began to collaborate with the colonial power. In other words, as the revolution became more radical, this group of Cubans became more isolated, the same group of Creoles who had already begun to depend on the support of the only people capable of carrying out the revolution, the poor people and the recently emancipated slaves. During those first days of the revolutionary struggle in Cuba, the laws of every revolutionary process inevitably came into play, and revolutionary ideas began to undergo a process of radicalization and strengthening which continues today. During those days, of course, there was no discussion about the ownership of the means of production. The discussion was about the ownership of some human beings by others. And when the revolution, a radical revolution, from the moment it ended a centuries-old privilege, from the moment it abolished that so-called right enshrined over centuries, abolished that ownership, it carried out a profoundly radical act in the history of our country, and from that moment on, for the first time, the concept and the consciousness of nationhood began to develop, and also for the first time, the adjective Cuban was used to describe all those who had taken up arms and were struggling against the Spanish colonial power. We all know how the war was waged. We all know that very few nations in the world had the opportunity or were able to endure such great, incredibly difficult sacrifices as those endured by the Cuban people during that 10-year struggle. To ignore those sacrifices is a crime against justice, a crime against culture, it is a crime for any revolutionary. While our sister nations of Latin America, which had freed themselves from Spanish domination some decades before, were living under servitude, under the tyranny of the social interests which in those nations replaced the Spanish tyranny, our country, absolutely alone and single-handedly, and not the whole country, but a small portion of our country, fought for 10 years against a still powerful European nation which had, and mobilized, an army of hundreds of well-armed men to combat the Cuban revolutionaries. It is a recognized fact that Cuba received virtually no help from abroad. We all know the story of the schisms abroad, which obstructed and finally blocked the aid from the exiles to the Cubans in arms. Nevertheless, our people, making incredible sacrifices, and heroically carrying the weight of that war, overcoming great difficulties, succeeded in mastering the art of war and in organizing a small army, which armed itself with the enemy's weapons. From the ranks of the poor, from the ranks of the fighters who came from the people, from the ranks of the peasants and the emancipated slaves, for the first time, officers and leaders of the revolutionary movement rose from the ranks of the people. The most worthy patriots, the most outstanding fighters, began to come to the fore, among them the Maceo brothers, examples of these exceptional men. After 10 years this heroic struggle was defeated not by Spanish arms, but by one of the worst enemies the Cuban revolutionary movement has always had, by dissension among the Cubans themselves, who sank into quarrels, regionalism, caudillismo. In other words, this enemy which was permanently present in the revolutionary process destroyed that struggle. It is a recognized fact, for example, that Maximo Gomez, after invading Las Villas province and achieving great military victories, was practically expelled from that province because of regionalism and sectionalism. This is not the time to analyze the role of each person in that struggle. Instead, it is our intention to analyze the process and describe how disagreements, regionalism, sectionalism, and caudillismo ruined that heroic 10-year effort. But we should also keep in mind that we cannot expect those Cubans, those first Cubans who laid the foundations of our country, to have the level of political consciousness that we have today, even though they had a profound patriotic consciousness. We cannot analyze the events of that period within the framework of today's concepts. Things that are quite clear today, unquestionable truths, neither were nor could have been clear at that time. Communication was difficult. The Cubans had to fight under great hardship, They were constantly persecuted and, of course, we could not expect those problems to have been avoided, problems that arose again in the struggle of 1895, problems that arose again during the second half of the century, throughout our revolutionary process. After the Cuban forces had been undermined by the disagreements, and the enemy stepped up its offensive, those weaker revolutionary elements began to vacillate. And it was at the time of the Zanjan Pact that ended that heroic war that Antonio Maceo emerged as the truest representative of the people, coming from the most humble ranks of the people, with all his strengths and his exceptional greatness. That decade gave rise to exceptional leaders, with incredible merits, such as Cespedes, Agramonte, Maximo Gomez, Calixto Garcia, and countless others. The list is endless. By no means are we trying to judge the merits, which were all extraordinary of each one of them. We simply want to explain how the process developed, and how, when that 10-year-long struggle ended, how Antonio Maceo came to represent a radical, revolutionary consciousness and spirit, in the face of the Zanjan Pact. The Zanjan Treaty was more than a treaty, it was a surrender of Cuban arms. In the historic Baragua protest, Maceo affirmed his intention of continuing the struggle, expressing the most resolute and unyielding spirit of our people by declaring that he did not accept the Zanjan Pact. And, in fact, the war continued. Even after the agreements had been reached, Maceo scored a series of crushing victories against the Spanish forces. But at that time, Maceo was reduced to the role of commander of part of the forces of Orient Province. As a black man at a time when there was so much racism and prejudice, Maceo did not have the support of all the revolutionaries because, unfortunately, reactionary and unjust prejudices were held by many of the combatants and their leaders. That is why, although Maceo saved the flag that time, saved the cause, and raised the revolutionary spirit of the people of nascent Cuba to its highest level, in spite of his tremendous ability and heroism, he could not continue to wage the war, and he was forced to wait for the conditions that would allow him to resume the struggle. The defeat of the revolutionary forces in 1878 also had its political aftermath. Taking advantage of the sense of defeat and disappointment, those people who, decades before, had represented the annexationist and reformist currents, began to promote a new political current, that of autonomy, which was counterposed to the radical theses of independence and the only road to achieve that independence, armed struggle. So, after the 10 Years' War, a new pacifist tendency, this conciliationist current emerged in Cuban politics. In the same way, the annexationist tendency was revived to a certain degree, a tendency which still existed at the beginning of the 10 Years' War, when many Cubans naively viewed the United States as the model of a free country, a democratic country, and recalled that nation's struggle for independence, the U.S. Declaration of Independence, Lincoln's policy, and so on. There were still Cubans who at the beginning of the war in 1868 held vestiges of that annexationist tendency, which they gradually abandoned in the course of the armed struggle. A new stage began, lasting almost 20 years from 1878 to 1895. This period was of great importance in the development of our country's political awareness. The revolutionary banners were not abandoned, the radical theses were not forgotten. On the basis of that tradition created by the people of Cuba, on the basis of that consciousness born of the heroism and struggle of those 10 years, a new, even more radical and advanced revolutionary thought began to emerge. That war brought to the fore many leaders from among the ranks of the people, but that war also inspired the person who was, without doubt, the most brilliant and most universal of all Cuban political figures, José Martí. Martí was very young when the 10 Years' War broke out. He suffered imprisonment and exile, his health was not good, but he had an extraordinarily brilliant mind. In his student years, he was a champion of the cause of independence, and when barely 20 years old, he wrote some of the finest documents in the political history of our country. After the Cuban forces were defeated in 1878, Martí became the main theoretician and champion of revolutionary ideas. He took up the banners of Cespedes, Agramonte, and the heroes who fell in that 10-year struggle, and developed Cuban revolutionary ideas of that period to their highest level. Martí understood the factors that led to the failure of the 10 Years' War. He analyzed the causes profoundly and dedicated his energies to preparing for a new war. He planned this war for almost 20 years without ever becoming discouraged, developing his revolutionary theory, uniting forces, rallying the veterans of the 10 Years' War. Ideologically, he fought the autonomists and the annexationists that opposed the revolutionary current in the Cuban political arena. Martí advocated his ideas constantly and at the same time organized the Cuban émigrés in the United States. In fact, Martí organized the first revolutionary party, that is, the first party that united all the revolutionaries. With outstanding tenacity, moral courage, and heroism, with no resources other than his intelligence, his convictions, and his correct position, he dedicated himself to that task. We can state that our country had the privilege of having at its disposal one of the richest political treasures, one of the most valuable sources of political education and knowledge, in the thought, writings, books, speeches, and all the other extraordinary works of José Martí. We Cuban revolutionaries, more than anyone else, need to study these ideas as thoroughly as possible, to study that inexhaustible source of political, revolutionary, and human wisdom. We haven't the slightest doubt that Martí was the greatest political and revolutionary thinker from this continent. It is not necessary to make historical comparisons, but Martí worked in exile under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, fighting without resources against the colonial power after a military defeat, against those sectors that had at their disposal the press and the economic resources with which to combat revolutionary ideas. Martí labored to free a small country controlled by hundreds of thousands of soldiers armed to the teeth, a country not only burdened with that domination but also threatened by a still greater power, the danger of its absorption by a powerful neighbor whose imperialist claws were visibly growing. With his pen, with his words, Martí tried to inspire the Cubans and develop their consciousness in order to overcome the discord and correct the errors in leadership and methods that had brought about defeat in the 10 Years' War, while at the same time uniting the émigrés around the same revolutionary ideas, uniting the older generation that began the struggle and the younger generation, uniting those outstanding and distinguished military heroes. He combated, in the field of ideas, the Spanish colonialists, the campaigns of the autonomists, whose pettifogging, electoral and deceitful methods would never lead our country anywhere, and the new annexationist currents that included not only the wealthy sectors that were committed to maintaining the institution of slavery, but also the developing economic and political forces of the emerging imperialist power. Considering all this, we can state with assurance that the apostle of our independence faced greater difficulties and problems than have ever been faced by any other revolutionary and political leader in the history of this continent. Thus, a new star appeared in the firmament of our country, that complete patriot, that complete human being, that complete model, who together with Maceo and Maximo Gomez, the battle heroes, recommenced the war for Cuban independence. So the War of 1895 began, a war equally filled with extraordinary heroism, with incredible sacrifices, with military feats. But as we all know, it was a war that did not attain the objectives pursued by our ancestors. It did not end with a complete victory, although none of our struggles really ended in defeat, because each one was a step forward, a leap toward the future. The fact is that at the end of that struggle, Spanish colonial power, Spanish domination, was replaced by the domination of the United States over our country, political and military domination achieved through intervention. Cubans had fought for 30 years, tens of thousands of Cubans had died on the battlefields, hundreds of thousands perished in that struggle, while the Yankees lost only a few hundred soldiers in Santiago de Cuba. They seized Puerto Rico, they seized Cuba, they seized the Philippine archipelago, 6,000 miles from the United States, and they seized other possessions. This was something that Martí and Maceo had feared the most. Political consciousness and revolutionary thought had already developed to such an extent that the key leaders of the War of Independence in 1895 had very clear, absolutely clear, ideas about the objectives, and fervently rejected the idea of annexation, and not just annexation, but even the intervention of the United States in that war. Tonight, one of Marty's best-known passages was read here, the letter written on the eve of his death, which is almost his testament, in which he relates his essential ideas to his friend, what he had struggled for, what had inspired his actions and his life, what deep inside gave him the most joy to live on the battlefield, to have the chance to give his life, and to fulfill his duty of preventing the United States, as Cuba obtains her independence, from extending its control over the Antilles and consequently falling with that much more force on the countries of our America. This is one of the most revealing and profound documents, typifying the revolutionary and radical thought of Marty, who was already exposing imperialism for what it was, who had foreseen its role in this hemisphere, and who had described it with an analysis that could very well be considered Marxist, because of its thorough and dialectical nature and because of his ability to see that the U.S. policy toward the rest of the world was based on the unsolvable contradictions of that society. As early as 1895 Marty was describing the future so clearly, writing with his powerful eloquence and sharply attacking the annexationist tendencies as the worst political trends in Cuba. Our generation is amazed by not only Marty, but by Maceo, as well, because of his clear vision, his ability to thoroughly analyze the phenomenon of imperialism. It is a well-known fact that on one occasion, when a young man spoke to Maceo about the possibility of the Cuban star joining the constellation in the U.S. flag, Maceo answered that although he thought it would be impossible, perhaps that would be the only issue on which he would side with Spain. Like Marty, a few days before his death, Maceo wrote with extraordinary clarity of his unyielding opposition to U.S. intervention in the struggle in Cuba, stating, "It is preferable to rise or fall without help than to contract a debt of gratitude to such a powerful neighbor." Prophetic words, inspired words, words which our two most important leaders in the War of 1895 expressed a few days before their deaths. We all know what happened. When Spanish power was virtually exhausted, motivated by purely imperialist aims, the U.S. government joined the war, after 30 years of Cuban struggle. With the aid of the Mumbai fighters, the U.S. forces landed, seized the city of Santiago de Cuba and sank Admiral Cervera's fleet, which consisted of museum pieces and was sent out to a certain sinking out of pure, traditional quixotism, since the fleet was an easy target for the U.S. battleships. Calixto Garcia was not even allowed to enter Santiago de Cuba. The United States completely ignored the revolutionary government in arms, completely ignored the leaders of the revolution. It negotiated with Spain without Cuba's participation, and they decided on the military intervention of their armies in our country. They proceeded to do this and, in fact, took over our country both militarily and politically. The people were not really informed of this. Why? Because who would be interested to inform them of this monstrous fact? Who? The old autonomists? The old reformists? The old annexationists? The old slave owners? Who? Those who had been allies of the colony during the wars? Who? Those who didn't want Cuban independence, preferring annexation to the United States? They had no interest in explaining these historical truths, these bitter truths to our people. What did they tell us in school? What did those lying books tell us about these events? They told us that the imperialist power was not an imperialist power, but that the U.S. government, out of its generosity and its desire to give us liberty, intervened in the war, and that because of this we were free. We were not free because of the thousands of Cubans who died during 30 years of combat, we were not free because of the heroic deeds of Carlos Manuel de Cespedes, the father of our country, who began the struggle and who even preferred to see his son executed rather than make a single concession. We were not free because of the heroic efforts of so many Cubans, we were not free because of Marty's teachings, we were not free because of the heroic feats of Maximo Gomez, Calixto Garcia, and all the other illustrious leaders. We were not free because of the blood shed by Antonio Maceo with his more than 20 wounds and his heroic death at Punta Brava. We were free simply because Theodore Roosevelt landed with a few Rangers at Santiago de Cuba to fight against an exhausted and practically defeated army, and because U.S. battleships sank one of Cervera's old junks in Santiago Bay. These were the monstrous lies, the incredible falsehoods, that were taught in our schools. Perhaps few things can help so much to make us revolutionaries as recalling the extent of that infamy, the extent to which the truth was distorted, the extent to which cynicism was used to destroy the consciousness of the people about their path, their destiny, the extent to which the people were kept criminally ignorant of their own merits, virtues, and capacities, a people that made sacrifices equaled by few peoples in the world in order to destroy their self-confidence and faith in the future. Those who collaborated with Spain during those 30 years, those who fought in the colony, those who shed the blood of the Mambises, now became the allies of the Yankee interventionists, of the Yankee imperialists, and tried to do what they had not been able to do for 30 years. They even tried to distort the history of our country, altering it to fit their own interests, annexationist interests, imperialist interests, anti-Cuban and counter-revolutionary interests. Who collaborated with the imperialist intervention? The Spanish merchants and the autonomists. It must be pointed out that in the first government of the Republic there were several ministers who came from the ranks of the autonomists, who had condemned the revolution. They became allies of the large landholders, of the annexationists, of the worst elements. And under the protection of the military intervention, under the protection of the Platt Amendment, they began without the slightest scruples to cleverly adulterate the Republic and pave the way for taking over our country. This history must be known, our people must know their own history, today's feats, today's achievements, today's triumphs must not make us forget unjustly and criminally our historical roots. Our present consciousness, our present ideas, our present political and revolutionary development assets that we have today but which those who began the struggle could not have had must not make us underestimate for one moment or forget for a single instant that what we have today rightfully belongs not so much to this generation, but, and it must be said with all sincerity, to those who rose up on this very site 100 years ago, freed the slaves, proclaimed independence, and started out on the road of heroism, initiating the struggle that served as an encouragement and example for later generations. That example inspired the generation of 1895, that example inspired revolutionary combatants throughout 60 years of the false republic, and that example of heroism and that tradition inspired the combatants who fought the most recent battles in our country. This is not just said for this occasion, because we are commemorating this anniversary. On the contrary, it has always been said. It was said at the Moncada trial. When the judges asked for the name of the intellectual author of the attack on the Moncada barracks, we replied without hesitation, Marty was the intellectual author of the attack on the Moncada barracks. It is possible that ignorance, or forgetfulness, or the euphoria of present achievements might lead the present generation to underestimate how much our people owe those fighters. They were the ones who paved the way, they were the ones who created the conditions, and they were the ones who had to swallow the most bitter dregs, the bitter draft that was the Zanjan Pact, the end of the struggle in 1878, the even more bitter draft that was Yankee intervention, the bitter draft of the transformation of this country into a colonial establishment and a strategic pontoon as Marty had feared, the bitter draft of seeing opportunists and corrupt politicians, the enemies of the revolution, allied with the imperialists, ruling the country. They had to live through the exceedingly bitter experience of seeing this country governed by a Yankee ambassador, and seeing an insolent functionary aboard a battleship anchored in Havana Bay issuing instructions to everyone, to ministers, to the head of the army, to the president, to the House of Representatives, to the Senate. These are well-known facts, historically confirmed facts. In other words, they are not so well known as confirmed, because for a long time the masses were not aware of the facts, for a long time they were kept in ignorance. It is necessary to go to the archives, to exhume the documents, so that our people, our present generation, can have a clear idea of how the imperialists governed, how, through memorandums and papers, and with great insolence, they governed this country, a country they pretended to call a free, independent and sovereign nation. Our people should know what kind of liberators these were and the crude and repugnant methods they used in their relations with this country. Our present generation must be informed about all of this, because if it is not informed, its revolutionary consciousness will not be sufficiently developed. If this country's origins and history are not known, the political culture of our masses will not be sufficiently well developed. We could not even understand Marxism, we could not even call ourselves Marxists, if we didn't begin with an understanding of our own revolutionary process and of the process of the development of consciousness and political and revolutionary thought in our country over the period of 100 years. If we don't understand that, we can know nothing of politics. Unfortunately, we lived in ignorance of many historical facts for a long time. If it was convenient for those who allied themselves here with the imperialists to conceal the history of Cuba, to distort Cuban history, to play down the heroism, the extraordinary merits, the thought and example of our heroes, it is we, the revolutionaries, who are called upon to bring that history to light, in knowing that history, in knowing our roots, in divulging those truths. They had as many reasons to hide that history and ignore it as we have to demand that all stages of that history, from October 10, 1868, until today, be made known. That history is filled with very harsh, very painful, very bitter, very humiliating episodes, from the Platt Amendment until 1959. Our people must also be informed of how the imperialists took over our economy. Our people have suffered from the consequences of this. They don't know how it happened, but they know it happened, they know that it did happen. The men and women of this country, above all, those who live in this province, in which the struggle was initiated and which continued to be the scene of constant struggle for the nation's liberty, know that almost overnight, everything passed from Spanish hands to the hands of the North Americans. They know that the railroads, the electricity companies, the best lands, the sugar mills, the mines, everything passed into their hands. They know that this happened, and they know that between 1915 and 1920 workers had to be brought in from other islands of the Antilles because of the labor shortage, and only some years later, during the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, each decade worse than the one before, there was more unemployment, more and more destitute families, more and more ignorance. In this country, where today the number of workers, liberated workers, is insufficient to develop the infinite wealth of our soil, to develop the unlimited abilities of our people, workers remained idle for entire months and had to beg for work, and not just during the dead season, but at the height of the harvest season as well. These lands were drenched with the blood of tens of thousands of our forebears, tens of thousands of our Mambises. The Cuban people under the truncated republic were deprived not only of the right to receive the fruits of their sacrifices, but even of the right to work. Our fighters for independence shed their blood for the future happiness of this country, but their brothers, their descendants, and their children did not even have the right to earn a living by the sweat of their brow. What kind of a republic was that in which not even a person's right to work was guaranteed? What kind of republic was it, in which not only culture, so essential to human beings, but even justice and the possibility of good health, instead of disease and epidemics, were not guaranteed? What kind of a republic was it, that could not offer the least opportunity to the children of the people, who had not only given their lives in the hundreds of thousands, but who had done so at a time when the number of true Cubans did not even reach 1 million, the people, who had immolated themselves in a singular holocaust? What kind of a republic was that in which a person was not even guaranteed the right to work, the right to earn their daily bread on that land so often drenched with the blood of patriots? And they tried to pass that off to us as a republic, they tried to pass it off as a just state. In few other regions of the country have the people suffered directly from these experiences as have the people of Orient from the tens of thousands of peasants who, in order to live, had to seek refuge in the mountains, almost all the way up to Turkino Peak, to the cane field workers or their parents who lived through those terrible years. What kind of future awaited this country? The fact of the matter was that the Yankees took over our economy. In 1898, U.S. holdings in Cuba amounted to 50 million pesos, in 1906 they amounted to some 160 million, and in 1927, to 1.45 billion. I don't believe there is another country in which economic penetration has taken place so incredibly quickly, allowing the imperialists to take over our best lands, all our mines, our natural resources. They controlled the public services, the greater part of the sugar industry, the most efficient industries, the electricity industry, the telephone service, the railroads, the most important businesses and the banks. In taking over the banks, they began to practically buy the country with the Cubans' own money, because those who had money, whether it was a little or a lot, deposited it in the banks. And the owners of the banks controlled that money. And so, by 1927, in a period of less than 30 years, the imperialists' holdings in Cuba had climbed to 1.45 billion pesos. They had taken over everything, with the compliance of the annexationists, neo-annexationists, and autonomists, those who had fought against Cuba's independence. With the help of the U.S. intervention governments, they received incredible concessions. In 1901 a certain Mr. Preston bought 75,000 hectares of land in the Napi Bay area for $400,000, that is, less than $6 a hectare. The valuable hardwood forests that covered that land and that went into the furnaces of the sugar mills were alone worth many times more, incomparably more than that sum. With bulging pockets, they came to a country impoverished by 30 years of struggle, to buy up the nation's best land at less than $6 a hectare. In that same year, a certain Mr. McCann bought 32,000 hectares in the southern part of Pinar del Rio province. And if my memory doesn't fail me, Mr. James bought 27,000 hectares of land that same year at Puerto Padre. In other words, in just 1 year, their pockets bulging with money, they acquired well over 100,000 hectares of the nation's best land from a people still prostrate by the impoverishment of 30 years of struggle. And so it was that they were able to take over this country without bloodshed, and at bargain prices. Our people must know this history. I cannot imagine why, faced with tasks as urgent and important as the need for research on the history of this country, for delving into the roots of this country, only a few people have devoted themselves to this. Too many prefer to devote their talents to other matters, looking for easy success through effect writing, when they have such an incredible source, such an extraordinary wealth of material at their disposal in which to discover the important roots of this country. We are more interested in this than what some following the latest fad are trying to introduce into our culture, while the serious task, the imperative task, the urgent task, the just task of delving into the roots of this country awaits. As revolutionaries, when we say it is our duty to defend this land, to defend this country, to defend this revolution, we must realize that we are not defending the efforts of just 10 years, we must realize that we are not just defending the revolution of this generation. We must realize that we are defending the efforts of 100 years. We must realize that we are defending not just that for which thousands of our comrades fell, but that for which hundreds of thousands of Cubans fell during these 100 years. With the victory of 1959, fundamental questions for our people's lives presented themselves once again, this time on a much higher plane. If in 1868 one of the matters under discussion was whether or not to abolish slavery, to abolish the ownership of one human being by another, in our era, in our century, with the advent of our revolution, the fundamental question, the essential question, that which can define the revolutionary nature of this era and of this revolution, is no longer the question of the ownership of human beings, but that of the ownership of other human beings' means of earning a living. Whereas formerly the debate centered on whether a person could have 10, 100, or 1,000 slaves, now it is on whether a Yankee enterprise, an imperialist monopoly, has the right to own 10,000, 100,000, or 200,000 hectares of land. Now it is about what right the slaveholders of yesterday have to own the best lands of our country. Whereas formerly the debate was about what right a person had to claim another human being as their property, Now it is about what right a monopoly or anyone the owner of a bank that holds the money of all depositors, a monopoly or an oligarch has to own a sugar mill where 1,000 workers labor, whether it is fair that a monopoly or an oligarch owns an electricity plant, a mine, or an industry worth tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions, or tens of millions of dollars, whether it is justifiable for the members of an exploiting minority to own chains of warehouses solely in order to line their own pockets by raising the prices of all products imported into this country. If, during the past century, it was argued whether or not a person had the right to own other human beings, in this century in short it is argued whether individuals have the right to own the means by which human beings live. In reality, what existed was no more than a fictitious freedom. There could be no real abolition of slavery as long as human beings formally liberated from being owned by others still had to earn their living working on the land and in the industries that were and continued to be the property of other individuals. Those who had formerly enslaved human beings directly now enslaved and exploited them equally ruthlessly through a monopoly on the wealth of the country and the means of production. That is why, if a revolution in 1868 had to begin by setting the slaves free to be called a revolution in 1959, to have the right to be called a revolution, is obliged to liberate the wealth monopolized and exploited by a minority for its exclusive benefit, to liberate society from the monopoly on wealth by virtue of which a minority exploited other human beings. What difference was there between the slaves' quarters of 1868 and the wage laborers' quarters of 1958? What difference was there, except that with human beings allegedly free the owners of the plantations and sugar mills in 1958 did not care whether or not that worker died of hunger. If he died, 10 workers were waiting to take his job. Since workers were no longer a piece of property that could be bought or sold on the market, the owner did not care whether or not a worker, his wife, or his children died. This is the reality that the people of Orient know only too well. And so the direct ownership of human beings was suppressed, but the ownership of human beings by private property and a monopoly on wealth and the means of production endured. To eradicate the exploitation of one human being by another was to suppress the right to the private ownership of that wealth, to suppress the right to monopolize those means of livelihood which belong and must belong to society as a whole. If slavery was a brutal and repugnant institution, a direct means of exploiting human beings, capitalism was an equally brutal and repugnant institution that also needed to be abolished. And, if the abolition of slavery is completely understood by present generations, the day will come when the coming generations will be astonished to learn that a foreign monopoly managed by an insolent official once owned over 100,000 hectares of land, of which it was the lord and master, the owner of lives and property, just as we are shocked today when we learn that there once was a time when one person was the owner of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of slaves. Whereas the idea of a human being in chains was reasonable for the generations of that time, that idea will seem monstrous to coming generations even more so than to our own generation. People often become accustomed to seeing monstrous things without realizing their monstrosity, and become accustomed to seeing certain social phenomena as naturally as they see the moon come out at night or the sun rise in the morning, or rain, or sickness, so that in the end, they consider monstrous institutions as normal as natural disasters or illness. Naturally, the privileged who monopolized the wealth of this country were hardly likely to teach the people these ideas, these concepts, to open their eyes or provide them with teachers and schools. It would not be the privileged and the exploiting minority who would vindicate the history of our country, who would honor with dignity those who made possible a future of progress for our homeland. Those who were interested not in revolution but in preventing revolutions, those who were interested not in justice but in prosperity and enriching themselves through injustice, would never be interested in revealing to the people their beautiful history, their just revolution, their heroic struggle for dignity and justice. That is why it has fallen to this generation to have meaningful experiences and to learn of the expeditions preceded by bombardments and pirate-like attacks, organized abroad by the grandees of imperialism and here by those who in a matter of 30 years took over the wealth of this country to crush the revolution and to re-establish a monopoly on our wealth by privileged minorities, by exploiters of human beings. It has also fallen to this generation to recognize the annexationists of today, the eternal weaklings, the volunteers of today, that is, not in the sense the word has now, or in the sense the word guerrilla has today, but in the sense of yesterday, volunteers of yesterday, guerrilleros of yesterday, which is the name they gave at that time to those who fought against revolutionary combatants, to those who murdered students, to those who made machete attacks on wounded patriots when they were recovering in the poor, ill-equipped, and undefended field hospitals. We recognize them in those who now attempt to destroy the wealth of the country, in those who serve the imperialists, in those cowards unfit for work and sacrifice who desert this country. When the hour of hard work arrived, when the time to build the homeland arrived, when the time came to liberate our natural and human resources and fulfill the destiny of our people, they abandoned their country and went to their masters abroad, placing themselves at the service of the infamous cause of imperialism, the enemy not only of our people but of all the peoples of the world. So it has fallen to this generation to understand the ideological struggle against the electoralists and in defense of the legitimate revolutionary ideas. It has fallen to this generation to understand the great ideological battles that followed the triumph of the revolution, to go through the experiences of the revolutionary process, to confront Yankee imperialism, its blockade, its hostility, and its defamation campaigns against the revolution, and to face the tremendous problem of underdevelopment. We must point out that the struggle repeats itself on a different scale but also under different conditions. In 1868, in 1895, and during the nearly 60 years of the pseudo-republic, the revolutionaries were a minority, the levers of power were in the hands of the reactionaries, the colonialists and the autonomists held power and made laws against the revolutionaries. This held true throughout the struggle of 1895 and continued until 1959. Today our people face similar tendencies, the same old reactionary ideas brought back to life, the new interpreters of autonomism and annexationism, the pro-imperialists and the imperialists, but under very different conditions. In 1868 the Cubans organized their own government in the back country. It was beset with dissension and discord. Similar things have taken place in the course of these 100 years. The heroic proletarian combatants of the years of the pseudo-republic Balino, Mella, Guterres, Jesus Menendez had to confront police thugs and the exploiters backed by their foremen and rural guards. They were cut down by murderous bullets while in exile or here in their own country in Mexico or in El Morillo or Manzanillo or, like so many other revolutionaries, such as this town's native son, Paquito Rosales, they were simply made to disappear. Throughout 90 of these 100 years, the revolution had been unable to cover the whole country, the revolution had been unable to take power, the revolution had been unable to constitute itself as a government, the revolution had been unable to release the tremendous force of the people, the revolution had been unable to set the country in motion. It is not a case of the revolutionaries of yesterday being less capable than those of today, no, not at all. It is rather that the revolutionaries of today had the privilege of gathering the fruits of the hard and bitter struggles waged by the revolutionaries of yesterday. We, the revolutionaries of today, found the way already paved, a nation already formed, a people with an already well-developed awareness of its common interests, a more homogeneous people, a truly Cuban people, a people with a history written by these leaders, a people with a tradition of struggle, of rebellion, and heroism. It was the present generation that had the privilege of reaching the stage in which the people after 90 years constituted themselves in power, established themselves in power. It was no longer the power of the colonialists and their allies, it was no longer the power of the intervening Yankee imperialists and their allies, the autonomists and neo-annexationists, the enemies of the revolution. That is why at that time the power of the people, the genuine power of the people and for the people, was constituted. Not the power confronting the people, against the people, the kind of power that had been known for more than 4 centuries, since the time of the colony, since the Spaniards, right in this zone, burned the Indian Hachua alive, right through until Batista's henchmen, on the eve of their defeat, murdered revolutionaries, burning them to death. For the first time, This popular power confronted the monopolies, the vested interests, the privileges, the powerful social magnates. It was the power confronting privilege and against privilege, confronting exploitation, confronting colonialism, and confronting imperialism. For the first time, this power was with the homeland and for the homeland. For the first time, it was the power of the people and for the people. It was not the weapons of the mercenaries, the weapons of the imperialists, but the weapons that the people took away from the oppressor, took away from the gendarmes and the guardians of the interests of imperialism, that became the weapons of the people. The people became an army. For the first time in history, this generation had the opportunity to initiate its work on the basis of this new power, on this revolutionary power that had extended to the entire country. Naturally, the class enemies, the exploiters, the oligarchs, the imperialists whose holdings were worth 1.45 billion could not possibly support this power, they were against it. The corrupt politicians, the sinecure holders, the parasites of every kind, the speculators, the exploiters of gambling and vice, the propagators of prostitution, the thieves, those who openly stole the funds earmarked for hospitals, schools, and roads, the owners of hundreds of thousands of hectares of the best lands, the owners of the finest factories, the exploiters of our farmers and workers, could not support that power. They have to oppose that power. Since then, the people in power have been waging their struggle, a no less difficult, no less arduous struggle, confronting the Yankee imperialists and against Yankee imperialism, against the most powerful imperialist country, the world's gendarme of reaction. A power accustomed to destroying governments that show the slightest leaning toward the road to liberation, accustomed to overthrowing them by means of a coup d'état or a mercenary invasion, accustomed to destroying political movements by means of economic reprisals. Its methods, its resources, and its power have crashed against the fortress of the revolution. The revolution is the result of 100 years of struggle, the result of the development of the political movement and revolutionary consciousness, armed with the most up-to-date political thinking, armed with the most up-to-date, scientific concept of society, history, and economics, which is Marxism-Leninism, the weapon that completed the wealth, the arsenal of revolutionary experience and the history of our country. Our people are armed not only with that experience and that consciousness, they are also a people that has been able to overcome the factions that divided it, the group divisions, caudillismo, and regionalism, to become a single, undivided revolutionary people. When we speak of the people, we speak of revolutionaries. When we speak of a people ready to fight and to die, we are not thinking of the gusanos, literally, worms, of the few faint-hearted individuals who are still around. We are thinking of those who have the legitimate right to be called Cubans, and the Cuban people the same legitimate right. Our combatants and our Mambises had a people integrated, united, and led by a revolutionary party, a party that constitutes a militant vanguard. What did Marty do, in order to make the revolution? He organized the party of the revolution, organized the party of the revolutionaries. There was only one revolutionary party. Those who were not in the party of the revolutionaries were in the party of the Spanish colonialists, in the party of the annexationists, or in the party of the autonomists. In the same way today, the people with their party, which is their vanguard, armed with the most up-to-date concepts, armed with the experience of 100 years of struggle, having developed their revolutionary political and patriotic consciousness to the highest level, have succeeded in overcoming age-old vices and have built this unity and this power of the revolution. The 10 Years' War, as Marty said, was lost not because the enemy seized the sword from our hands, but because we let the sword fall. After 10 years of struggle, confronting imperialism, neither have the imperialists been able to seize our sword, and our people, united, will never let it fall. The revolution enjoys the privilege of having with it and having at its disposal the united revolutionary people, whose consciousness is constantly developing and whose unity is indestructible. A revolutionary people armed with the most revolutionary concepts, with the most profound patriotism and internationalist consciousness, in no way excludes patriotism. Revolutionary patriotism is perfectly reconcilable with revolutionary internationalism. A people armed with such resources and under such favorable circumstances will be an invincible people. This anniversary comes at a time when the development of a revolutionary consciousness and the people's spirit of work are at their highest. Proof of this are the feats such as the one achieved on October 8, when in celebration of the centennial and also in honor of the heroic guerrilla Che Guevara who met a hero's death on a day that almost coincided with October 10, the people decided to make an effort worthy of this celebration and proceeded to plant 13,815 hectares of land with sugarcane in a single day. Let this be a simple example of what a people can do when its intelligence, energy, and human potential are put into motion. I must say that the figure I just gave you surpasses the highest, the most optimistic figure that could ever have been imagined. It takes a truly hard-working people to do these things. It takes a truly conscientious and inspired people to do these things. This act of homage, this anniversary, takes place at the time when the development of the revolution is at its highest in every field. This in no way means that in these 100 years we have reached the summit of the struggle, the end of the struggle. No one can tell how many years of struggle we have ahead of us. But one thing must be said, we have never been in a better situation than the one we are in today. We have never been more organized or better armed, not only with weapons, with hardware, but also with thoughts and ideas. Never, never before, have we been better armed with both ideas and hardware, or better organized. And we shall continue to arm ourselves in both ways. We shall continue to organize ourselves and make ourselves ever stronger. We have imperialism right there, virtually across the street, and its attitude is insolent and threatening. The most reactionary forces are coming to the fore, and the most reactionary, aggressive groups are becoming dominant factors in that country's policy. We commemorate this anniversary, this centennial, these 100 years, not in an atmosphere of beatific peace, but rather in an atmosphere of struggle, threats, and danger. But never before have we been so aware, never before have things become so clear to all of us. This generation will not limit itself to having reached the end of a stage or certain specified objectives, to having been able to reach a goal or complete the historic task today, that of having a free homeland, a truly free homeland, a victorious revolution, a power of the people and for the people. This revolution must defend this power, because our enemies will not resign themselves to this state of affairs easily, because the imperialists, making use of all their resources, will not let us live in peace. The enemy's hatred grows to the extent that the revolution grows stronger, to the extent to which their efforts have been futile. How far can they go? They go to incredible extremes in every field. In fact, at times they even look totally ridiculous. Only recently, we read a news dispatch which mentioned a Spanish priest in Miami who organized prayer meetings against the revolution, a Spanish priest who, according to the dispatch, prayed for the destruction of the revolution and even held a mass and prayed that the revolutionary leaders would die in an accident or in an assassination attempt as a way to crush the revolution. How wrong these people are, if they believe that the revolution can be crushed, in whatever way. We don't even have to say it. Now less than ever before. But we must say that the philosophy of the reactionaries, this philosophy of the imperialists, certainly attracts our attention. They themselves admitted that whenever they organized a counter-revolutionary meeting, less than 200 people showed up, but when they organized a prayer meeting, thousands of gusanos came running. This only proves that all the counter-revolution has been left with are the ridiculous, fanatical gusanos who get together to attend mass. That is some kind of religious spirit, a priest who prays for people to die or to be murdered. We must say that if that priest told us there was a surefire prayer for destroying the imperialists, we would absolutely refuse to make use of such a prayer, and if that priest said there was a prayer to repel the imperialists if they invaded this country, we would say to him, "To hell with your prayers. We'll take care of annihilating the invaders, the imperialists, right here, with a storm of bullets and shells." The Vietnamese say no prayers against the imperialists. The heroic people of Korea said no prayers against the imperialists. Neither did our militiamen say prayers against the mercenaries who came armed with skulls and crossbones, crucifixes, and what have you, the mercenaries who came here in the name of God with a priest and everything to murder peasant women, to murder boys and girls, to destroy the wealth of this country. Now we see the degree of degeneration the reactionaries have reached, to what degree they have prostituted their doctrines, to what extremes they can go, and the kind of feelings they harbor. But, after all, that is typical of the imperialists' Gusano allies. Naturally, the priest, his prayers and his motley congregation of fanatics are far from being matters of concern to the revolution. We are concerned with imperialism and its technical and military resources. And it is imperialism and its threats that we must always be ready for, always improving our preparation. The study of the history of our country will not only develop our consciousness, our thinking, but it will also help us to find an inexhaustible source of heroism, an inexhaustible source of spirit of sacrifice, a spirit of struggle and combat. What those combatants in Cuba's independence wars virtually unarmed were able to accomplish will always be a source of inspiration for the revolutionaries of today. It will be a source of confidence in our people, in their strength, in their capacity for struggle, in their future. It will make our country confident that nothing and no one in this world will ever defeat us, that nothing and no one in this world will ever be able to crush us, and that this revolution will never be defeated by anyone. This is because our people who fought for their future for 100 years can fight through another 100 years for that same future. Our people who have had the courage to sacrifice themselves more than once will have the courage to sacrifice themselves as often as necessary. The banners that flew over Yara, La de Majagua, Bear, Baragua, and Guaymaro, the banners that presided over the solemn event where slavery was eradicated, and the banners that have led the way throughout the revolutionary history of our country will never be lowered. Our people will defend those banners and what they represent to the last drop of their blood. Our people know what they were yesterday, what they are today, and what they will be tomorrow. We cannot say that 100 years ago we had a Cuban nationality, that there was a Cuban people. 100 years ago we were the last on this continent. One day, when Marty was still alive, the insolent imperialist press, with incredible scorn, described the people of Cuba as effeminate, arguing, among other things, that the Cuban people had stood for Spanish domination for years on end. This showed the imperialists' absolute ignorance of the historical and social factors that made up the people, and their ignorance of the conditions existing in Cuba at that time. Marty refuted the argument vigorously in a brilliant article entitled "Vindication of Cuba." Very well. Back in 1868 they could hurl such insults against the homeland, ignoring her heroic deeds and her solitary struggle against great odds. They could even say that we were the least important country of the continent. That was the truth, but this nation could not be blamed for it. It would be impossible to blame a nation that did not exist and a people that did not exist as a people. But the nation that has existed ever since it sprang to life from the blood of those who took up arms here on October 10, 1868, the people forged in that tradition, the people that began their ascent in history, that began to develop their political thinking and consciousness, the people that had the good fortune of having those extraordinary leaders as thinkers and combatants, that people will not be called the last anymore, by anyone. We are no longer the people that abolished slavery 100 years ago. We are no longer the last to abolish slavery, the ownership of human beings today. We are the first people of this continent to abolish the exploitation of one human being by another. It is true that we were the last to begin, but it is also true that we have gone further than anyone else. We have eradicated the capitalist system of exploitation. We have made the people the true owners of their future and their wealth. We were the last to break the chains of the colony, but we have been the first to throw off the chains of imperialism. We were the last to break free from a slave-type mode of production, but the first to throw off the capitalist mode of production and, by so doing, free ourselves of its rotten political and ideological structure. We have exposed the lies with which they attempted to deceive us for so many years. We are vindicating the truth of history. We have recovered our wealth, our mines, our factories, our woods, our mountains, our rivers, and our lands. The land so often soaked with the blood of patriots is now soaked with the honest sweat of people who, with the sweat of their brow, working that land won with the blood of their sons and daughters, will now earn, honestly, the bread that was formerly snatched out of our hands and out of our mouths. Today we are the human community with the highest degree of consciousness and the highest political level on this continent. We are the first socialist state. Yesterday we were the last. Today we are the first in the advance toward the communist society of the future. The true society of human beings, of humankind. We no longer struggle just to eradicate the vices and institutions that have a detrimental effect on the relationship between human beings and the modes of production. We are also trying to develop human consciousness to its highest level. Our struggle is no longer just against the institutions that enslaved human beings, but also against the selfish feelings that still enslave some people, against individualism, that isolates some people from the strength of the community. In short, it is no longer a case of simply liberating human beings from the tyranny of things, but of liberating human beings from the age-old ideas that still enslave them. That is why we can state that ever since October 10, 1868, the road of our people has been a road of uninterrupted progress, of great strides forward, rapid advances and new stages of progress. We have ample reasons for viewing this history with pride. We have ample motives for regarding this history with profound satisfaction. Our history is now 100 years old, not the history of the colony, which is older, but the history of the Cuban nation, the history of the Cuban homeland, the history of the Cuban people, of their political ideas, of their revolutionary consciousness. The stretch of road we have covered in these 100 years is long, and our determination to continue marching forward without hesitating is also unending. We are steadfast in our determination to go on building this beautiful history, with more confidence than ever, with more work than ever, with more tasks ahead than ever, confronting Yankee imperialism, defending the revolution in whatever field may be necessary, confronting underdevelopment, in order to make use of all the potential of our resources, in order to release all the energies of our people, all the potential of their intelligence. Our tasks will be the following: to defend the revolution in the face of imperialism, to strengthen our political consciousness on the journey toward the future, to strengthen our revolutionary thought by studying our history, to probe into the roots of this revolutionary thought and to carry forward the battle against underdevelopment. Someone mentioned the campaign for 10 million tons of sugarcane, and this is a battle that has practically been won by this nation thanks to the momentum of our work in the fields, thanks to the tremendous drive of our working people. And the campaign for 10 million tons is part of this major battle, the battle against underdevelopment, against poverty. These are our tasks for the future. Many times, from the speaker's platform, the hypocritical, lying, thieving, stealing politicians would invoke the names of the patriots of our independence. Many times they desecrated, by merely bringing to their lips, the name of Marty, the name of Maceo, the name of Cespedes, the name of Agramonte, the names of all our outstanding citizens. They hypocritically mentioned these names. In their hearts they forgot everything, abandoned everything. In this country there should be a plaque, a marker, at each point where the Cubans fought, at each spot where they waged battles. They did not concern themselves with leaving a marker even at the exact place where the Battle of Paralijo, or Las Guasimas, or Palo Seco was fought, or of recording the battles of the invasion. They left them to lie in oblivion, covered with brush and dust, without a single marker. The swindlers often attempted to use the names of our heroes to serve their politicking ends. That is why today, we, the revolutionaries of this generation, our revolutionary people, can feel the intimate and profound satisfaction of paying homage to Cespedes, to the combatants of our independence, the only homage, the most honest, the most sincere, the most profound homage, the tribute of a people that has gathered the fruits of their sacrifices and that, after 100 years, pays them this tribute of a united people, of a people's power, of a politically aware people, of a victorious Revolution that is determined to continue marching ever onward, firmly and invincibly marching forward. Long live Free Cuba! Long live October 10th! Long live the victorious revolution! Long live 100 years of struggle! Patria o muerte! Homeland or death! Venceremos! We will win! 12. Revolution en. Counter-revolution in Allende's Chile. National Stadium, Santiago de Chile. December 2, 1971. After spending almost 1 month in Chile, at the end of the first year of President Salvador Allende's Popular Unity government, Fidel Castro addressed a mass meeting in the National Stadium in Santiago, warning about the dangers of fascism and the lessons of the Cuban Revolution. Beloved President. Revolutionary Chileans. Chileans. President Allende's words have made such an impact on us that we have to calm ourselves a bit. The President has said some very moving and courageous things, analyzing a number of current events. But in my case, although I have been a part of some of them, I am a visitor, and I must not concern myself with such events. We must and can speak of other things that are common to the interests of all our peoples. We must and can concern ourselves with other questions that are common to all revolutionary processes. There's one question that's very common among Chileans, one we have run into almost everywhere and which reveals the great patriotic spirit and something of the patriotic pride of you Chileans. For you fill your lungs, breathe deeply and ask, what do you think of our country? Although you already know the answer, you already know what impression it has made. Or you ask, how have you been treated in this country? Although you already know how we feel toward those who truly love this land. Of course, one can say many things about one's impressions, about the majesty of the mountains, the blue of the sky, the beauty of the moon, your natural resources and your impressive landscape. But we aren't geologists or naturalists. And, unfortunately, the only thing in the way of poetry that comes to mind is the refrain that attributes a little poetry and a little madness to everyone. I imagine you Chileans are also familiar with this refrain. But there are other things that interest us far more. We are interested, above all, in the human landscape, in the people, in you Chileans. We have dedicated our lives to the human question, the social question, the revolutionary question. What most stirs our interest is the struggle of the peoples and of humankind, the historical march of humanity, advancing from the human being who lived in primitive hordes to the human being of today. What interests us the most is the living spectacle of a process in its critical moments. The march of humankind has been slow. Sometimes it has halted. Occasionally it has even gone backward. But it has also speeded up at times. And these are moments of crisis, these are revolutionary moments. We haven't come to Chile as tourists. We have visited Chile as revolutionaries, as friends, as supporters of this process and of this country. Here you must permit us a small difference of opinion with the President, though not a constitutional difference or one of protocol. He said that we hadn't come to learn or to teach. And where I beg to differ with him is that although we are absolutely in agreement that we didn't come to teach, and I don't know what kind of fear exists in those who go around with their little libels saying that they have nothing to learn and who, in the very saying, are reflecting some kind of complex, some unconscious fear. Nevertheless, we would like to say in all frankness that we did come to learn. But, let no one think that the libelers and seditious proponents of reactionary political theories were right when they said how great it was that we had come to learn about elections, parliament, certain kinds of freedom of the press and so on. That's all very interesting, but we've already learned more than enough about those things. We've learned a great deal during the past 50 years about those bourgeois, capitalist freedoms, and we know only too well about their institutions. Now, we don't say they aren't good. Greek democracy was good, too, in its time. In its time the Roman Republic, with its millions of slaves, its gladiator circuses and its Christians devoured by lions, also signified an extraordinary advance of human society. The medieval period was also considered an advance over primitive slavery, despite feudal servitude. The historic and famous French Revolution also signified an advance over medieval society and the absolute monarchs who enjoyed prestige in their time, who were themselves once considered a step forward in the march of human progress. And there were even some so-called enlightened despots. It was the advent of a new form of production, and the creation of new relationships of production and ownership and of the appropriation of products that gave rise to all those superstructures, once considered advances in the march of humanity. But anyone claiming that any particular society or social system and the superstructure that it represents is eternal is mistaken, because history has proved otherwise. One social form succeeds another and is, in turn, succeeded by yet another, and so on, each new social form being superior to the old. Even the bourgeoisie, in its era before there was any such thing as a proletariat, was revolutionary, a revolutionary class, and led the people in the struggle for a new social form, led the peasants who were serfs of the feudal lords, and led the artisans. There was no such thing as a proletariat at the time. And human society continued its march. To claim that the form which emerged 2 centuries ago is eternal, to claim that it is the highest expression of human advancement, to claim that humanity's progress culminated with it, is simply ridiculous, from any historical or scientific point of view. Moreover, all decadent social systems and societies have defended themselves when threatened with extinction. They have defended themselves with tremendous violence throughout history. No social system resigns itself to disappearing from the face of the earth of its own free will. No social system resigns itself to revolution. As we said before, all those systems were once good. It is only today that they are condemned by history as decadent, as anachronistic. And anachronisms hang on just as long as they can. Anachronisms exist as long as the people lack the force to do away with them. Anachronisms exist only as long as they can't be replaced. But just because something can't be done away with at a given moment of a process doesn't mean that it is here to stay. In our country, which has known various forms of the exploitative state, those instruments that served the exploiters to repress the exploited, their institutions, have been changed. It is scarcely a secret that changes have taken place in Cuba. In the Technological University, responding to a question, we said in effect that we were not representatives of democracy. We were not representatives of democracy. Much less when you know perfectly well who have been called representatives of democracy in this hemisphere. And we said that in our country our people need no one to represent them because the people represent themselves. Very profound changes have taken place in our country. Very profound. It is difficult to understand from a distance. It is very difficult to understand, especially through the prism of the lies and calumnies in which reactionaries have specialized throughout history. There is a difference between the revolutionary and the reactionary. The difference is that the revolutionary lives by inner convictions, by deep motivations, and to lie is a violation of character, the lie is a violation of a human being's innermost feelings. The lie is the weapon of those in the wrong. The lie is the weapon of those with no argument. The lie is the weapon of those who disparage others and, above all, of those who disparage the people. Truth, reason, ideas, thought, awareness and culture constitute the revolutionary's arsenal, and the weapon of the contemporary revolutionary is the correct interpretation of the scientific laws that govern the march of human society. We do not lie, nor will we ever lie. And we are not afraid to confront any adversary in the realm of ideas. The truth will always emerge victorious in the long run. The task of the revolutionary above all is to arm the spirit, to arm the spirit. For it is true that no physical weapon is worth anything if the spirit is not well armed beforehand. We don't expect you to understand the problems of our country from such a distance. We don't expect that. It isn't even a basic question. All we mean when we say we came here to learn is that we didn't come to learn about decadence or anachronisms in human history. Nor are we fundamentally interested in the day or the hour, how or when a people decides to sweep away the anachronisms. No one anywhere will sweep them away unless they are able. No one can sweep them away before their time. But may they always be swept away as soon as possible. We have come to learn about a living process. We have come to learn how the laws of human society operate. We have come to see something extraordinary. A unique process is taking place in Chile. Something more than unique, rare. Rare. It is the process of a change. It is a revolutionary process in which revolutionaries are trying to carry out changes peacefully. A unique process, practically the first in human history, we won't even say in the history of contemporary societies. It is unique in the history of humankind, trying to carry out a revolutionary process by legal and constitutional methods, using the very laws established by the society or by the reactionary system, the very mechanism, the very forms that the exploiters created to maintain their class domination. So it is really something unique, something rare. And what has our attitude been? We, the revolutionaries, did nothing unique, nothing unusual. The Cuban revolutionaries at least have the merit of having had the first socialist revolution in Latin America. But we don't have the merit of having made it in an unusual and unique form. But what has our attitude been? Solidarity with the process in Chile. Solidarity with the people who have chosen this road. Our understanding, our moral support, our curiosity, our interest. Because, as we have said on other occasions, revolutionaries did not invent violence. It was class society throughout history that created, developed, and imposed its system, always through repression and violence. In every epoch, the instigators of violence have been the reactionaries. Violence has been imposed on the people in every epoch by the reactionaries. We observe, and the world observes with enormous interest, how this Chilean process is developing today, even with the present correlation of world forces. For us, then, this constitutes an extraordinary event. We have been asked on several occasions in an academic way if we consider that a revolutionary process is taking place here. And we have said without the slightest hesitation, yes. But when a revolutionary process is begun, or when the moment arrives in a country when what can be called a revolutionary crisis occurs, then the struggle and the battles become tremendously acute. The laws of history are brought to bear. Anyone who has lived in this country 3 weeks, anyone who has seen and analyzed the factors, the first measures taken by the popular unity government, measures that hit hard at powerful imperialist interests, measures that culminated in the recuperation of the basic wealth of the nation, measures characterized by the advancement of social sectors and by the application of the law of agrarian reform, which was not passed by the popular unity government, but which had been passed previously and only timidly applied. These measures, it can be said, have proved the great historical fact that a process of change generates a dynamic of struggle. The measures already carried out, which constitute the beginning of a process, have released social dynamics, the class struggle, they have released the fury and resistance, as is true in all social processes of change, of the exploiters, the reactionaries. All right. The question that immediately strikes a visitor observing this process is whether or not the historical law of resistance and violence by the exploiters will be fulfilled. We have said that there is no case in history in which the reactionaries, the exploiters, the privileged members of a social system, resigned themselves to change, resigned themselves to peaceful change. Therefore, this is, in our opinion, a matter of vital importance, an aspect that has aroused our interest and which has taught us a great deal in the past few days. Yes, gentlemen, especially those who didn't want me to come here to learn, I have learned a great deal. I have learned how the social laws operate, how the revolutionary process operates, how each sector reacts, and how the various forces struggle. We have gone through these experiences. And we've felt it in our own flesh, not because our flesh was bruised by a rock or a bullet. I haven't even seen a rock, not even at a distance. As a visitor, as a friend, as a person in solidarity with you, I have felt another type of aggression, with which I am more than familiar, an aggression in the form of insults and campaigns. We do not ignore the fact that our visit might very well aggravate a number of problems. In fact, it might even be a stimulus to those who wanted to create difficulties for the popular unity government. At a time when, according to what is being said, there are hundreds and hundreds of journalists here from all over the world covering our visit, at a time when people all over the world in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America are talking about this visit, about this meeting between Chileans and Cubans, between two processes which had such different beginnings, at a time when the image of Chile is in everyone's mind, it is obvious that this visit might cause some irritation, some feeling of discomfort, some exasperation which, in turn, might lead to the worsening of certain attitudes. As a visitor, representing the people of Cuba, I have received extraordinary affection. We have had the opportunity to appreciate, to see how these phenomena are manifested. Unquestionably, the person visiting this country was not Benito Mussolini. The person visiting this country was not Adolf Hitler. The person visiting was not a fascist, or a tool of the Yankee monopolies. The person visiting this country was not a friend of the powerful and the privileged. The person visiting this country was a friend of the humble people, a friend of the workers, a friend of the farmers, a friend of the students, a friend of the people. This is why, after having been invited by the president, when we spoke with Chilean compañeros and they asked us what we would like to see on our visit here, we said we wanted to see the mines, the saltpeter, the copper, the iron, the coal, the workplaces, the agricultural centers, the universities, the mass organizations, the parties of the left, everything and everyone. We wanted to talk with the revolutionaries and even with those who, though they could not be considered revolutionaries, were decent people. We could not think of a better way to spend our visit. And this is the way our visit was organized. Why did we want it this way? Because we know where we can find our friends, among which social class. We know that wherever the workers, the farmers, the people of humble origin are, there we find our friends. And that is why we got the kind of reception we received everywhere in every town, university, and agricultural region, the extraordinary reception we got in every workplace without exception. In every one of them. In fact, even in those places where the reactionaries had done their best to confuse the thinking of the workers. Even there. The spirit of the workers, of the humble people, of those who create wealth with their sweat, was the same spirit the law of history dictates. This is why we took the opportunity to confirm this, how this phenomenon arises despite the deluge of calumny and lies about Cuba emanating from the news agencies controlled by the Yankee monopolies. Despite all their efforts, what did they achieve? Naturally, we didn't expect to be given a friendly reception from those interests opposed to the workers, the farmers, and the humble people of this country. You'd have to be out of your mind to think that. We knew that our presence here wouldn't be welcomed by the powerful, the landowners, the reactionaries. In a nutshell, Chileans, we didn't expect to be given a warm welcome by the fascists. And, I repeat, we have learned something else. We have witnessed the verification of another law of history. We have seen fascism in action. We have been able to confirm a fact of modern-day life, that the desperation of the reactionaries, the desperation of the exploiters today leads toward the most brutal, most savage forms of violence and reaction. You all know the history of fascism in many countries, in those countries that are the cradle of that movement. You are all familiar with the history of how the privileged, the exploiters, destroy the institutions they once created, the very institutions they established to maintain their class domination, the laws, the constitution, the parliament, when they are no longer of any use to them. When I say they invent a constitution, I mean a bourgeois constitution, because the socialist revolutions create their own constitutions and forms of democracy. What do the exploiters do when their own institutions no longer guarantee their domination? How do they react when the mechanisms they depend on historically to maintain their domination fail them? They simply go ahead and destroy those institutions. Nothing is more anti-constitutional, more illegal, more anti-parliamentarian, more repressive, and more criminal than fascism. Fascism, in its violence, wipes out everything. It attacks, closes, and crushes the universities. It attacks the intellectuals, represses them and persecutes them. It attacks the political parties and trade unions. It attacks all mass organizations and cultural organizations. Therefore, there is nothing more violent, more reactionary, more illegal than fascism. And we have been able to confirm, in this unique process, the manifestations of that law of history in which the reactionaries and the exploiters, in their desperation and mainly supported from the outside, generate that political phenomenon, that reactionary current, fascism. We say this in all sincerity, we have had the opportunity to see fascism in action. We sincerely believe that nothing else could teach us as much as this visit has. Of course, it is said that nothing can teach the people as much as a revolutionary process itself. Every revolutionary process teaches the people things that would otherwise take dozens of years to learn. This raises a question: who will learn more and sooner? Who will develop more of an awareness faster? The exploiters or the exploited? Who will be quicker to learn the lessons of this process? The people or the enemies of the people? Are you absolutely sure you, the protagonists in this drama being written by your country, are you completely sure that you have learned more than your exploiters have? Then, allow me to say that I disagree not with the president, but with the masses. Tomorrow there'll be a headline in some paper somewhere in the world, reading, "Castro disagrees with the masses." We disagree on one aspect of the appreciation of the situation. In this sort of dialogue on scientific and historical matters, we can say that we are not completely sure that in this unique process the people, the humble people who constitute the majority of the population, have learned more rapidly than the reactionaries, than the old exploiters. And there's something else: the rulers of the social system that revolutions transform have had many years of experience to their credit, many years of experience. They went on accumulating experience, culture, technology, and tricks of every kind to use against revolutionary processes. They confront the people, who lack all that experience, know-how, and technology, armed with this experience and technology accumulated over the years. If you don't mind our speaking frankly, and as we have said, we are incapable of lying, we may be wrong, we may get the wrong impression about certain things, but we will never say anything we don't believe. We sincerely believe that the enemy, the reactionaries, have learned much quicker than the masses. Is it because the people lack something? Is it because the people of Chile lack patriotic virtues, character, courage, intelligence, and firmness? No. We have been deeply impressed by the qualities of the Chilean people. And yet, when we spoke with the farmers here, after having chatted with them for half an hour, we asked them how far they'd gone in school, and they answered, "We don't even know how to read or write." We were deeply impressed by the fiery Chilean character. Everywhere we went, at receptions, during our tours, we witnessed this courage, this determination. We saw how the people swarmed over our cars. Moreover, very often we saw how the women, holding children in their arms, stood firmly across the road, with an impressive determination and courage. We have seen in the Chilean people qualities that our people lacked in the early days of the revolution: a higher level of culture, a higher level of political culture. Listen to this carefully. A higher level of political culture, a much higher level of political culture. This is because the situation in our country was different from here, where, for example, there was an electoral victory for the Marxist parties, and other organizations that supported those parties. In regard to political culture, you have started from a higher level than ours. Moreover, you start from a patriotic tradition dating back 150 years, a national tradition which dates back 150 years. You start from a much higher level of patriotic awareness, a higher awareness of the problems in your country. Imperialist ideology had made deep inroads in our country. Our country had been invaded by the imperialist culture, by the way of life and the customs of that society so close to us, U.S. society. Therefore, in that sense, we were much weaker than you. you can see that there is a whole series of factors that reveal your people started from a much higher level than we did. From the economic standpoint, Chile has more resources than Cuba. Chile has an incomparably higher level of economic development than Cuba based on natural resources which it now owns. In other words, Chile now owns its own copper, where 30,000 workers produce close to $1 billion in foreign exchange. It produces oil, almost 2 million tons. It has hydroelectric power resources, iron, coal, a food industry much more highly developed than Cuba's, and a textile industry. In other words, you start from a technological and industrial level much higher than the one that existed in Cuba. Therefore, all the human conditions, all the social conditions necessary for progress exist in this country. However, you are faced with something we didn't have to face. In our country, the oligarchs, the landowners, the reactionaries, didn't have the experience that their colleagues here have. Over there, the landowners and the oligarchs weren't in the least concerned about social changes. They said, the Americans, they called everyone from the United States, Americans will take care of that problem. There can't be a revolution here. And they lay back to wait. This is not the case in Chile, though. The reactionaries and the oligarchs here are much better prepared than they were in Cuba. They are much better organized and better armed to resist changes, from the ideological standpoint. They have all the weapons they need to wage a battle on every front in the face of the advancing process. A battle on the economic front, on the political front, and on the front of the masses. I repeat, on the front of the masses. Now then, that is the essential difference, but there are others. There are others. I won't discuss them because they concern totally different issues. However, when our revolution won, when it began, we say that January 1st marked the triumph of the revolution, but, historically, we consider it as the beginning of the process. We also met with some resistance. Don't ever think that the reactionaries and oligarchs in Cuba never put up any resistance. There was plenty of it. They resorted to everything they had, to every weapon at hand, with the direct aid of the imperialists. They challenged us on every front, mark my words, on every front. They fought us on the ideological front. They tried to fight us on the front of the masses, and they fought us on the front of armed struggle. It might be said of us that we started a process of armed struggle in Cuba, but we did not invent armed resistance. That's something that comes at a high price. The armed resistance of reaction cost our country more blood and more victims than the Revolutionary War. Just listen to this: more people were killed as a result of reactionary violence than during the Revolutionary War. The struggle cost us hundreds upon hundreds of lives, hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars. This is because of the sabotage, the bands of armed mercenaries practically all over our territory, the infiltration of spies, the dropping of weapons by parachute. All these things cost us many years of struggle. The mercenary invasion of the Bay of Pigs, the threats at the time of the October missile crisis, a crisis brought on by the imperialists, have forced us to keep fighting all these years. All right, now we have beaten them everywhere. We beat them first on the ideological front, second, on the front of the masses, and third, on the front of armed struggle. In our opinion, the problem of violence in these processes, including the Cuban process once the revolution is in power, does not depend on the revolutionaries. It would be absurd, incomprehensible, and illogical for revolutionaries to engage in violence when they have an opportunity to advance, to create, to work, to march toward the future. Therefore, it isn't the revolutionaries who promote violence in these circumstances. And, in case you didn't know this, you'll find out through experience. That's the experience we went through when the Cuban revolutionary movement won. Don't ever think that we had it easy. Believe me, it wasn't. And you can believe something else, too. There were more political parties in Cuba than there are here. We had everything there. Therefore, you shouldn't be discouraged. There were all sorts of differences, but, on the other hand, there was always a drive to unite, an awareness of the need to unite, to increase our forces. That's one thing that was never lacking. You all know that in our country the parties were not merged by decree. No one should think that the parties had to merge. No. In Cuba, the revolutionary forces gradually merged together. It was a gradual process that took years. Today, there's one revolutionary force in Cuba, the revolutionary force of the people of Cuba. I have no idea how many people are here now. You might know more or less how many. But I can tell you that it takes 10 minutes to get as many people together in Cuba. And we can get together 10 times as many in a couple of hours. And yet the population of our capital is 2/3 the population of Santiago de Chile. Our country has reached a high level of unity, a high level of revolutionary awareness. A very sound, really solid form of patriotism has been created, which makes our country a bulwark of the revolution and one trench among the nations of America that the imperialists will never be able to destroy. We were simply amazed when we heard the President Allende say that a very important newspaper in Washington or New York has published statements by a high-ranking government official who said the days of the popular government in Chile are numbered. I would like to point out, regardless of the rudeness and intrusion, the unheard of prophecy, the offense and insolence, that it's been many a year since some crazy US official had the idea of saying that the days of the Cuban Revolution were numbered. It would be logical, in view of a statement like that, not only to get angry, to protest the insult to one's dignity, to protest against the offense, but also to ask what makes them believe such a thing and why they feel so confident about it. What kind of calculations did they make? What computers did they put into operation to figure this out? This doesn't mean that Yankee computers don't make mistakes. In the case of the Bay of Pigs, the Pentagon's computers, the CIA's computers, the US government's computers, everybody's computers were wrong, a million times wrong. Nevertheless, one must ask, what are the grounds for such optimism, for such an assurance, and where does the encouragement come from? And you are the only ones who can supply the answer. Or maybe you'd be interested in hearing the opinion of a visitor who is not a tourist. Do I have your permission to express it? All those in favor, raise their hands. Well, in view of the permission granted me in this sort of plebiscite to express my opinion in such matters, I say that this confidence is based on the very weakness of the revolutionary process, on weaknesses in the ideological battle, on weaknesses in the mass struggle, on weakness in the face of the enemy. And the enemy abroad, which supports the enemy at home, tries to take advantage of the slightest breach, of the slightest weakness. In fact, we should say that it is the result of weakness in the effort to consolidate your forces, to unite them and to increase them. You're going through a period that is very special, albeit not a new one, in the matter of class struggle. There are countless examples of this. You're going through that period in the process in which the fascists, to call them by their right name, are trying to beat you to the streets. They are trying to isolate you from the middle strata of the population. There is a specific moment in every revolutionary process when fascists and revolutionaries engage in a struggle for the support of the middle strata. The revolutionaries are honest. They don't go around telling lies. They don't go around sowing terror and distress or cooking up terrible schemes. The fascists stop at nothing. They'll try to find the weakest spot. They'll invent the most incredible lies. They'll try to sow terror and unrest among the middle strata by telling the most incredible lies. Their objective is to win over the middle strata. Moreover, they'll appeal to the basest sensibilities. They will try to arouse feelings of chauvinism, that narrow-minded nationalism, and all sorts of selfish feelings. They will resort to every method they can think of. They will try to arouse feelings of chauvinism, arouse the lowest passions, arouse the most groundless terror. The fascists stop at nothing. We've seen it here, because we had the opportunity to see certain things during our long, hectic trip, long in distance and long in time, and here we are in agreement with the complainers. We've had an opportunity to hear the lies, the sort of things they say. Where were they aimed? With respect to our visit, what was the purpose of all these lies? To be honest, there was only one way to visit this country, and that was by remaining speechless, by not uttering a word. What they wanted was a deaf mute or something like that, and someone who wouldn't even use sign language, because it's possible to say a great many things by signing. First there was the Pharisaical attitude, he's here. He was received. We hope he will remember where he is, that he will mind his own affairs. Then, later, the business with the pie, the man eating opinion pie, and the man having his picture taken with the girls with the hot pants. Then the lies, Fidel hooted at in Los Andes, and Fidel gets cold welcome in Chuquicamata. It's always the same story, an attempt to arouse chauvinism, to present every gesture, every attitude, every word, every answer to a question put by a student, as meddling. We have seen this day after day, how everything is used as a pretext to arouse mistrust, fear, and resentment. They are quite adept at this kind of thing. And, from our standpoint as observers, we see how the fascists are trying to make headway and gain ground among the middle strata, and to beat you to the streets. They are trying to demoralize the revolutionaries. There are places where we have found the revolutionaries looking hard hit, and there are places where they even appeared discouraged. If we weren't sincere, if we didn't believe in the truth, we wouldn't dare say what we just said. It might even sound as if we were saying something that the enemy might use to its advantage, to gain ground. No. The only way in which the enemy can gain ground is by deceit, by confusion, by ignorance, by lack of awareness about the problems. If you want my opinion, the success or the failure of this unusual process will depend on the ideological battle and the mass struggle. It will also depend on the revolutionaries' ability to grow in numbers, to unite and to win over the middle strata of the population. This is because in our country's less developed countries these middle strata are quite large and are susceptible to lies and deceit. However, in the ideological struggle, no one is ever won over except through the truth, sound arguments, and by right. There is no question about that. Yes, I hope you will win. We want you to win. And we believe that you will win. There was something today that made a deep impression on us, and that was the words of the President, especially when he reaffirmed his commitment to defend the cause of the people and the will of the people. Most especially when he made a history-making statement that he was the President by the will of the people and that he would fulfill his duty until his term was over or until his body was taken out of the palace. Those of us who know him know very well that the President is not a person of words but a person of deeds. All of us who know his character know that this is the way he is. When you can count on such a sense of dignity, when the people know they can depend on the person who represents them today and who, in those few words, expressed his determination to resist the attacks of the enemy abroad who are complicit with the reactionaries at home, when the people know this and the enemy knows it, too, that in itself means assurance, confidence, a banner. And as Latin Americans, we congratulate the President for his courageous, dignified statement. We saw how the people reacted to the President's words. Responding to someone in the audience. I wouldn't put it that way, by right or by force. There are phrases that are historical, which have a value in themselves due to their historic character, and have become symbols. By right, by the force of right and by the physical power and the people's power that accompanies right. When the chiefs, the leaders, are ready to lay down their lives for a cause, the men and the women of the people are ready to lay down their lives too. The people are the makers of history. The people write their own history. The masses make history. No reactionary, no imperialist enemy can crush the people. And our country's recent history proves this. How did we manage to resist and why? Because of the unity of our people, because of the strength that such unity generates. We said that it would take 2 hours for us to get together 10 times as many people as there are here now. And we also say that we can have 600,000 people in arms within 24 hours. A close, unbreakable unity between the people and the armed forces has been created in our country. This is why we say our defense is strong. There's something that experts in the history of war and professional soldiers know, the individual plays a decisive role in battle, moral factors play a decisive role in battle, and morale of the combatant plays a decisive role in battle. Those familiar with history and great military deeds know that when the forces are united, inspired, and deeply motivated, they can overcome any obstacle. They can assail and take any position and make the most incredible sacrifices. What is it that gives our people this deep motivation in their defense against threats from outside? The fact that, when it comes to defending our homeland, that homeland is not divided into millionaires and paupers, wealthy landowners with all the privileges in the world and miserable peasants without land or work, living a life of poverty, the fact that our homeland is not divided into oppressors and oppressed, exploiters and exploited, ladies overloaded with jewelry and girls forced to lead a life of prostitution. Our homeland is not divided into privileged and dispossessed. When our campesinos are called to form part of the armed forces, they know that they will not be defending a country of exploiters and oppressors, a country of privileged men and women, but rather a country of all the people and for all the people, a country that provides bread for all instead of abundance for some and hunger for others, instead of honors and grandeur for some and humiliation for others. We have seen this, we have experienced all this, the deep motivation, the spirit of our people, of men and women, everybody, in combat. They know what they are fighting for. They have developed a great awareness of what dignity means. Ours is a people united behind a just cause, a people defending its own cause, defending a flag which means more now than it ever did before. The people are so noble, and patriotic feelings are so aroused in them that even in class societies, in a society of exploiters and exploited, they have been capable of fighting and dying because they had a symbol of the homeland, an idea of what homeland meant, for which they were willing to lay down their lives. Even though they were the humble, the scorned and the exploited in that homeland, they still defended it. Imagine their motivations, their degree of heroism, when they know that they are defending a country that is theirs in the fullest sense of the word. No people, no armed force, has more power to fulfill the sacred duty of defending the homeland than where exploiters and exploited are a thing of the past. In other words, where the exploitation of human beings has disappeared. It is not by accident that history taught us a lesson not too long ago. In World War II, which brought about the collapse of a number of powerful armies, what was it that the fascists did to attack Europe, to invade France, Belgium, Holland, and practically all of the Western world? They sowed their fifth column, promoted division, and morally disarmed the people. When the fascist hordes attacked with their armor, when their motorized divisions broke through, they made their greatest gains from the demoralization of the people. But when one day, 2 years later in June 1941, 4 million experienced veterans of that same fascist army launched a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, what did they find? They found stiff resistance, from the very first moment, from the very first day, from the very first hours. They found a people ready to fight and to die, a people who lost 18 million lives, who had the most extraordinary experience of war in recent times. And don't let it be said that the Westerners learned how to fight. With fabulous superiority in their favor, and at a time when the Nazi army was practically destroyed, they landed in Normandy and reached the border with no difficulty. And then, in that famous episode of the Ardennes, a few armored divisions pushed them back scores of miles. Now then, the fascists threw more than 300 divisions into their attack on the Soviet Union, and the people of the Soviet Union resisted and put up a fight. What a mistake the fascists made. They thought the whole thing would be like a military parade, but that treacherous attack ended in Berlin. And it was the Soviet army that crushed the fascist hordes. Here we have a perfect lesson from history. Never before, notwithstanding the proverbial patriotism of that nation, had they put up such a heroic, determined resistance. This was because the society of the feudal lords and serfs, of the czars with their absolute power, no longer existed. The socialist state resisted even more. And what's really extraordinary is that this socialist state, made up largely of peasants, became the strong industrial power it is today, and the country which has helped small nations such as Vietnam and Cuba to resist such great dangers as imperialism. Military men know what a people united, militant and deeply motivated means, that such a people makes victory possible, that such a people can beat all odds against them, and that such a people can demonstrate all kinds of heroism. We mentioned the French Revolution. You will recall that when the bourgeoisie was a revolutionary class and led the people, the same thing happened. The country, invaded by a great many nations, not only resisted but went on to defeat the aggressors. This is because, in a revolution, the people become united when age-old injustices disappear, and forces come forward that nothing and nobody can defeat. Somebody, a historian of that revolution, once said, "When a people embarks on revolution, no force in the world can stop it." This is why we say that our country is powerful and united. We have made progress and we feel satisfied. However, if you'll allow me to express, in all sincerity, one of our conclusions and one of our impressions to you Chileans who are so curious, who are so interested in impressions, I'll tell you an impression that comes from my very heart. When I see history unfolding, when I see these struggles, when I see how hard the reactionaries are trying to demoralize the people, when I see the means they resort to, I come to one conclusion, one that comes from the bottom of my heart: I will return to Cuba more of a revolutionary than when I came here. I will return to Cuba more of a radical than when I came here. I will return to Cuba more of an extremist than when I came here. I am trying to express an idea. When we wish to express something, we try to find the words to reflect our ideas. The lessons I have learned and the experiences I've gone through make me feel more and more identified with the process our country has gone through. They make me feel an even greater love for our revolution, they make me appreciate our successes and our progress. I don't want to dwell on this subject. I am deeply grateful for your kindness and patience. You know I must leave and you know that you don't need me here. I am very grateful for those words that I take as a kind of apology for those who tried to throw a wet blanket on my visit, demanding that I leave and practically promoting a law to have me expelled. Yesterday, we were even joking about it, and we did joke about it until yesterday. However, today, we are not in the mood for joking, having read about something I won't comment on. I'll only refer to the way one feels when one reads news of injuries, of fires, and of a lot of things that happened when we were having a reception in the Cuban embassy, attended by more than 600 prominent Chileans. And, until then, we'd be joking and saying, what are the requirements for becoming a Chilean citizen? There was a lawyer there and we asked him, how long does it take? How long does one have to reside here, and, where are the forms that should be filled out? I want to fill out one of those forms, and things like that. It was all right to joke at all the insults and the rest. In fact, I was tempted to carry the joke a little further. After all, you wouldn't deny a Latin American the right to become a Chilean citizen, provided he met all the requirements, would you? Maybe in 10 or 20 years. I don't know. The whole thing was a joke. To a certain extent, we feel that we are the children of a whole community, part of a world much larger than Cuba and Chile, and that is Latin America. The day will come when we'll all have the same citizenship, without losing one iota of our love for our homeland, for that corner of our hemisphere where we were born, for our flags, which will be sister flags, for our anthems, which will be sister anthems, for our traditions, which will be sister traditions, and for our cultures, which will be sister cultures. The day will come when our peoples will have the power to take an honored place in the world, when the powerful will no longer be able to insult us, when the empire, proud and arrogant, will no longer be able to threaten us with tragedy and defeat or make any other kind of threat. Because it is not the same thing to threaten a small country as it is to threaten a union of sister nations that may become a large and powerful community in the world of tomorrow. The day will come when reactionary ideology will be defeated, when all narrow-minded nationalism, the ridiculous chauvinism which the reactionaries and the imperialists utilize to maintain a situation of division and hostility among our peoples, peoples who speak the same language, who can understand one another as we understand each other now will be defeated. Reactionary ideology makes for division. For America to be united and become our America, the America Marty spoke of, it will be necessary to eradicate every last vestige of those reactionaries who want the peoples to be weak so they can hold them in oppression and in subjection to foreign monopolies. After all, that is nothing but the expression of a reactionary philosophy, the philosophy of exploitation and oppression. Allow me, not to extend my visit, but only to express a few more ideas, if I may. What is it that we want to say? Among other things, an elementary expression of gratitude to all those with whom we have been in contact, and we've had ample contact with the people of Chile. We have met and talked at length with the workers, the students, the campesinos, and the people in general in our visits to so many places here. We have talked with journalists and intellectual workers and with economists and technicians, like those in the ECLA. We have met and talked with deputies, with the leaders of the parties of popular unity, with the leaders of the organizations of the left, with everybody. We have met with the workers' representatives. We have met with the women of Chile. We have met with the Cardinal of Chile. We have met with more than 100 progressive priests who make up quite an impressive movement. We have talked with members of the Army, the Navy, and the Carabineros. We were met with affection and respect everywhere. And we have tried our very best to answer all the questions put to us. Of all these meetings, those that provoked the greatest irritation and criticism were the meetings with the Cardinal, the meetings with the progressive priests, and the meetings with the members of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Carabineros. It is necessary that we explain the essence of these meetings and the reason why they came about. Have we, perhaps, been engaged in a campaign of demagoguery or acted in contradiction to our own convictions? We say this because we notice the special emphasis that was placed on a number of these things. It could be said that if anyone had to bear as many insults as I did, it was the Cardinal. We had many things to talk about with the Christian left and with the Chilean priests, many things based on principles rather than on opportunism, on profound reason, on convictions rather than on profits, based on the possibility and the need of bringing together this Latin American community of Marxist revolutionaries and Christians, the Marxist revolutionaries and the Christian revolutionaries. We spoke at length with the priests about the foundations for our convictions now and always. Let's not confuse these meetings with the problems that the oligarchs in our country created by trying to use the church to fight the revolution. We have often spoken of the history of Christianity, that Christianity which gave rise to so many martyrs, to so many people who sacrificed themselves defending their faith. Those who can lay down their lives for the sake of their faith will always have our deepest respect. However, we will never feel the slightest respect for those who defend illegitimate interests, their egotism, their full stomachs, and who are incapable of sacrificing their lives for anything or anyone. We examined the many points of coincidence that might exist between the purest precepts of Christianity and the objectives of Marxism. There are many who have tried to use religion to defend exploitation, poverty, and privilege, to transform people's lives in this world into a hell, forgetting that Christianity was the religion of the humble, of the slaves of Rome, of the tens of thousands who were devoured by the lions in the arena and who had very definite ideas about human solidarity or human love, and condemned greed, gluttony, and selfishness. That was a religion which, 2,000 years ago, called the merchants and Pharisees by their name, which condemned the rich and said that they would not enter the kingdom of heaven. That was the religion which multiplied the loaves and the fishes, precisely what the revolutionary today intends to do with technology, with human hands, with the rational, planned development of the economy. When you search for the similarities between the objectives of Marxism and the most beautiful precepts of Christianity, you will find many points of coincidence. You will see why a humble priest who knows what hunger means because he is in close contact with it, who knows what sickness and death and human pain mean, or why some of those priests who practice their religion among the miners or among humble peasant families become identified with them and fight shoulder to shoulder with them. You will see why there are unselfish people who devote their whole lives to the care of people afflicted with the worst diseases. When you find all those points of coincidence, you will see how such a strategic alliance between Marxist revolutionaries and Christian revolutionaries is possible. The imperialists and, of course, all the reactionaries don't want such an alliance to take place. We also spoke at length with the military. And when we say military, we mean members of every branch of the armed forces. However, these talks came about spontaneously. They were not planned. They were the result of the official attention given us, of the extraordinary attentions with which the President, the ministers, and other government authorities showered us. At the airports, everywhere, those in uniform and their representatives were there, too. Thus, a series of conversations took place, spontaneously, at the receptions and during our meetings with the authorities. It was obvious that those in uniform and our delegation had many things to talk about. In the first place, our country has been forced to live through a tremendous experience. We, the Cuban revolutionaries, had to go through many unique experiences during the various stages of our struggle. First, as irregular fighters, in the beginning. Then as fighters with certain ideas and tactics of struggle. We, the Cuban revolutionaries, were forced to fight against great odds throughout our revolutionary war. We went through many stages: adversity, success, very difficult moments, and total victory. Later, we went through other experiences. Our country was invaded by mercenary bands and we had to fight them for years. These bands were armed with the best weapons made in the United States, radio equipment, and other war materiel. We have lived through the experience of the Bay of Pigs and through the experience of the October missile crisis, when our country lived through days of tension and danger, when our country was threatened by dozens of nuclear missiles. We have lived through the experience of having to organize combat units in the face of a great danger. We have had to develop powerful armed forces, create schools, learn how to handle modern armaments, learn new combat techniques. We have studied the experience, the reports, and the documents of the last World War. Undoubtedly, from the technical point of view, from the professional point of view, there were many things we might have discussed. Interest in Cuba's experience, Cuba's process, and the natural curiosity about historical events that everyone possesses. In addition, there were issues of a human nature, the competence, efficiency, traditions, and history of each country, the present and the future. What will be the future of our peoples in the face of the technological gaps that are growing between the developed nations and those that have been left behind? What are the prospects in weapons, the new systems of armaments? That is, from both the professional and human points of view, as things related to the future of our peoples, there were plenty of broad themes of this kind on which our talks developed. We had the chance to meet many very talented, upright, efficient people, many worthy individuals, thanks to those talks. We had the chance to speak on matters related to our traditions. We have learned, all of us, many things. So was this a sin? Was this a conspiracy? Was this a crime? Was there anything that anyone could feel offended by? And why, since we talked with the priests, the cardinal, and the ECLA technicians, shouldn't we talk with those in uniform in Chile? Why did they fear these talks so much? Whom have we offended with them? Even during the Revolutionary War in Cuba we held talks. While fighting, we held talks with the enemy, and we discussed things. While fighting, we analyzed who was right and who was wrong. If we talked with those fighting against us, why shouldn't we talk with those who treated us with every courtesy, kindness, every consideration, and full respect? This is why we would also like to express our thanks to them today for their attention today, December 2nd, which, without anyone's planning it this way, is singularly appropriate for this, as it marks the 15th anniversary of the landing of the Granma, which brought a group of 82 combatants to a swampy coast in Cuba. Comparing all of Batista's forces to ours, the odds were 1,000 to 1. In all, counting the various branches, he had around 80,000 combatants. A few days later, our situation was much worse, and only 7 of us armed men regrouped. The odds, 10,000 to 1, or even greater. A little more than 10,000. 10,000 to 1. And we weren't unnerved. We didn't lose heart. Perhaps this will help you to understand why we aren't afraid to show what the weaknesses of the revolutionaries or of a process are at a given time. 10,000 to 1. And we didn't lose heart. We kept on going, overcoming very difficult circumstances, and always fighting against overwhelming odds. Even at the end of the war, the odds were a little over 20 to 1 against us. That's what our process has gone through. I'm telling you this, Chilean revolutionaries, in relation to this day, which it is our duty to commemorate, in order to show that there's no way on earth to defeat a revolutionary people, a people armed with a doctrine, with an idea, a people determined to defend a cause. There's no way on earth to crush it. We have said this so that there may never be any discouragement in the revolutionary ranks. So there may never be discouragement. So morale may never be other than at its peak. The actions of the enemy don't matter. We must always say, forward. Revolutionaries are moved by profound motivations, by great ideas. They do not promote fear. No. Even though they are familiar with the fate of crushed revolutions. To cite two examples, the revolution of the Roman slaves, led by Spartacus, which was crushed by the oligarchs, and cost the lives of tens of thousands of people who were nailed to crosses along the roads leading to Rome, and the revolution of the Paris Communards, which was drowned in blood. We could cite some more recent examples. Every time a revolution gets underway, fascism appears along with all its tricks and schemes, all its maneuvers, all its hypocrisy and Pharisaism, all its tactics of promoting fear and making use of lies and the most criminal methods. But there's nothing to fear. Fight back with arguments. Fight back with reason. Fight back with the truth. Fight back with conviction. Fight back without fear of the consequences of defeat. Fight for an idea. Fight for a just cause. Fight back knowing that you're right. Fight back knowing that the inexorable laws of history are on your side. Fight back knowing that the future is yours. Advance with the masses. Advance with the people. Advance with ideas. Advance uniting forces. Advance gathering forces. And all this that I'm saying to you today, all these things about which I've spoken at length, thanks to your patience and understanding, all these things I've said about tactics and unity, about the possibility that we may all participate in this great crusade on behalf of our sister America, was not an invention I made for my visit to Chile, are not just things that are said in passing. We have here this document, proclaimed 10 years ago, and known as the Second Declaration of Havana, and we believe that it would be appropriate to read a few paragraphs which sum up our revolutionary strategy since that time. Perhaps they may be of some use to you. On leaving you, what could we possibly leave as a memento? If some of these ideas, some of these concepts can be of use to you, we will be very satisfied, at least in a spiritual sense, for having in some way reciprocated your affection. The paragraphs I refer to, and which run consecutively, read as follows. Imperialism, utilizing the great movie monopolies, its news services, its periodicals, books, and reactionary newspapers, resorts to the most subtle lies to sow divisions and inculcate among the most ignorant people fear and superstition against revolutionary ideas, ideas that can and should frighten only the powerful exploiters, with their worldly interests and privileges. Divisionism, a product of all kinds of prejudices, false ideas and lies, sectarianism, dogmatism, a lack of breadth in analyzing the role of each social layer, its parties, organizations, and leaders. These obstruct the necessary united action of the democratic and progressive forces of our peoples. They are deficiencies of growth, infantile diseases of the revolutionary movement that must be left behind. In the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle, it is possible to bring the majority of the people resolutely behind goals of liberation that unite the spirit of the working class, the peasants, the intellectual workers, the petty bourgeoisie, and the most progressive layers of the national bourgeoisie. These sectors comprise the immense majority of the population and bring together great social forces capable of sweeping away the imperialist and reactionary feudal rule. In that broad movement they can and must struggle together for the good of our nations, for the good of our peoples, and for the good of the Americas, from the old Marxist militant, right up to the sincere Catholic who has nothing to do with the Yankee monopolists and the feudal lords of the land. This movement can pull along with it the most progressive elements of the armed forces, which have also been humiliated by the Yankee military missions, the betrayal of national interests by the feudal oligarchies and the sacrifice of national sovereignty to Washington's dictates. These ideas were expressed 10 years ago and do not vary one iota from the ideas we hold today. Our revolution has stood firm by its principles. It is not dogmatic. It moves forward, advances. Its development even includes significant strides forward. But, at all times, it has stuck to a principle, has followed one line, one road. The revolution is characterized by its confidence in the people, in the masses, in ideas, and in victory. It is characterized by its firmness and its uncompromising attitude. A broad-minded attitude on the one hand, and firmness in principles on the other. We have met and spoken at length with many Chileans. The only ones we haven't spoken with and will never speak with are the exploiters, the reactionaries, the oligarchs, and the fascists. We have never talked with the fascists, and we never will. As far as the rest of the Chileans are concerned, it has been a great honor for us to have met them, to get to know them, to have talked with them and to have exchanged views with them. Beloved Compañero Salvador Allende, we will be leaving this beautiful country very soon. We will soon be saying goodbye to this hospitable, magnificent, warm-hearted people. We are taking back with us a memento of our visit, the indelible memory of our stay here, of all the affection, all the attention, all the honors that you heaped on our delegation as the representatives of the people of Cuba and the Cuban Revolution. All we want to say to you, beloved President, and to all Chileans, is that you can count on Cuba. You can count on her unselfish, unconditional solidarity, on what that flag and that homeland really mean. Not the homeland of the exploited, but the homeland of free human beings. A homeland to which the revolution gave equality and justice. A homeland where humankind regained its dignity. To those who attempt to deny the legitimacy of the revolution, let them observe its force and then try to explain how it is possible for us to resist the powerful Yankee empire on the cultural front, on the political front and on the military front, if we don't have a conscious, united people, a people who knows what dignity and freedom mean. There's our country, firm and staunch. There's our flag, a flag which represents the dignity of Cuba, which represents the nation in the broadest sense of the word, which represents patriotism in its most fraternal sense, as sons and daughters of Cuba and sons and daughters of America. These two symbols that today wave together here also represent the closeness of our peoples, of our ideas, of our cause and of our motives. Because today is December 2nd, allow me to end the way we do in Cuba. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Venceremos. We will win. 13. On behalf of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries. UN General Assembly, New York. October 12, 1979. On October 12, 1979, Fidel Castro addressed the United Nations General Assembly in New York on behalf of the 95 members of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries. Despite pressure from the United States, the sixth summit of the non-aligned movement had been held in Havana the previous month and had elected Fidel Castro as chair. Most esteemed President. Distinguished representatives of the world community. I have not come to speak about Cuba. I am not here to denounce before this assembly the aggressions to which our small but honorable country has been subjected for 20 years, neither have I come to injure, with unnecessary adjectives, our powerful neighbor in his own house. We have been charged by the Sixth Summit Conference of the Heads of State or Government of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries to present to the United Nations the results of its deliberations and the positions derived from them. We are 95 countries from all continents, representing the great majority of humanity. We are united by the determination to defend the cooperation between our countries, free national and social development, sovereignty, security, equality, and self-determination. We are united in our determination to change the present system of international relations, based as it is on injustice, inequality, and oppression. In international politics we act as an independent world force. Meeting in Havana, the movement has just reaffirmed its principles and confirmed its objectives. The non-aligned countries stress that it is imperative to do away with the enormous inequality separating the developed countries from the developing countries. We are struggling to eradicate the poverty, hunger, disease, and illiteracy from which hundreds of millions of human beings still suffer. We aspire to a new world order, one based on justice, fairness, and peace, one that will replace the unjust and unequal system prevailing today, in which, as the final summit declaration states, wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few powers whose wasteful economies are maintained by the exploitation of workers as well as by the transfer and plunder of the natural and other resources of the peoples of Africa, Latin America, Asia, and other regions of the world. Among the problems to be debated in the present session of the General Assembly, peace is a concern of the first order. The search for peace is also an aspiration of the movement of non-aligned countries and has been the subject of its attention at the 6th Summit Conference. But for our countries, peace is indivisible. We want a peace that will equally benefit the large and the small, the strong and the weak, a peace that will embrace all regions of the world and reach all its citizens. Since its very inception, the movement of non-aligned countries has considered that the principles of peaceful coexistence should be the cornerstone of international relations, constituting the basis for the strengthening of peace and international security, for the relaxation of tensions, and the expansion of this process to all regions of the world and to all aspects of international relations. And they must be applied universally in relations among states. At the same time, the 6th Summit Conference considered that these principles of peaceful coexistence should also include the right of peoples under alien and colonial domination to self-determination, independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, the right of every country to put an end to foreign occupation and the acquisition of territory by force, and the right of every country to choose its own social, economic and political system. Only in this way can peaceful coexistence be the foundation for all international relations. This cannot be denied. Analyzing the structure of the world today, we see that these rights of our peoples are not yet guaranteed. The non-aligned countries know full well who our historical enemies are, where the threats come from and how to combat them. That is why, in Havana, we reaffirmed, the quintessence of the policy of non-alignment, in accordance with its original principles and essential character, involves the struggle against imperialism, colonialism and neocolonialism, apartheid, racism, including Zionism, and all forms of foreign aggression, occupation, domination, interference, or hegemony, as well as the struggle against great power and bloc policies. It will therefore be understood that the final declaration also linked the struggle for peace with political, moral, and material support for the national liberation movements and joint efforts to eliminate colonial domination and racial discrimination. The non-aligned countries have always attached great importance to the possibility of and necessity for détente among the great powers. The 6th Summit Conference pointed with great concern to the fact that in the period after the Colombo Summit Conference of 1976, there was a certain stagnation in the process of détente, which has continued to be limited both in scope and geographically. On the basis of that concern, the non-aligned countries who have made disarmament and denuclearization one of the permanent and most prominent objectives of their struggle, and who took the initiative in convening the 10th Special Session of the UN General Assembly on Disarmament examined the results of negotiations on strategic arms and the agreements known as SALT II. They feel that those negotiations constitute an important step for the two main nuclear powers and could open up prospects for more comprehensive negotiations leading to general disarmament and the relaxation of international tensions. But as far as the non-aligned countries are concerned, those treaties are only part of the progress toward peace. Although negotiations between the great powers constitute a decisive element in the process, the non-aligned countries once again reiterated that the endeavor to consolidate détente, to extend it to all parts of the world and to avert the nuclear threat, the arms buildup, and war, is a task in which all the peoples of the world should participate and exercise their responsibility. Mr. President, basing ourselves on the concept of the universality of peace, and on the need to link the search for peace, extended to all countries, with the struggle for national independence, full sovereignty, and full equality among states, we, the heads of state or government who met at the 6th Summit Conference in Havana, gave our attention to the most pressing problems in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and other regions. It is important to stress that we started from an independent position that was not linked to policies that might stem from the contradictions between the great powers. If, in spite of our uncommitted and objective approach, our review of international events became a denunciation of imperialism and colonialism, this merely reflects the essential reality of today's world. Thus, having begun the analysis of the situation in Africa and recognizing the progress made in the African people's struggle for their emancipation, the heads of state or government stressed that a fundamental need of the region is the elimination from the continent, and especially in southern Africa, of colonialism, racism, racial discrimination, and apartheid. It was imperative to stress the fact that the colonialist and imperialist powers are continuing their aggressive policies with the aim of perpetuating, regaining, or extending their domination and exploitation of the African nations. This is the dramatic situation in Africa. The non-aligned countries could not fail to condemn the attacks on Mozambique, on Zambia, on Angola, on Botswana, the threats against Lesotho, the constant efforts to destabilize the area and the role played by the racist regimes of Rhodesia, Zimbabwe and South Africa. The pressing need for Zimbabwe and Namibia to be completely and quickly liberated is not just the cause of the non-aligned countries or of the most progressive forces of our era, but is already contained in resolutions and agreements of the international community through the United Nations. It implies duties that must be accomplished and infractions that must be denounced internationally. Therefore, when in the final declaration the heads of state or government condemned by name a number of Western countries, headed by the United States, for their direct or indirect collaboration in maintaining racism, oppression and South Africa's criminal policy of apartheid, and when on the other hand they recognized the role played by the non-aligned countries, the United Nations, the Organization of African Unity OAU, the socialist countries, the Scandinavian countries and other democratic and progressive forces in supporting the struggle of the peoples of Africa, this did not reflect the slightest manifestation of an ideological leaning. It was simply the expression of an objective reality. To condemn South Africa without mentioning those who make its criminal policies possible would have been incomprehensible. More forcibly and urgently than ever, the 6th Summit Conference expressed the need to end the situation in which the Zimbabwean and Namibian people's right to independence is denied, and the pressing need of South Africa's black men and women to attain equality and respect as human beings. It also affirmed the need to guarantee conditions of respect and peace for all the countries of the region. The decision to continue support for the national liberation movements, the Patriotic Front of Zimbabwe and for SWAPO of Namibia, was as unanimous as it was expected. Let us state very clearly now that this is not a case of expressing a unilateral preference for solutions through armed struggle. It is true that the conference praised the Namibian people, and SWAPO, their sole, authentic representative, for having stepped up and advanced the armed struggle, and that it called for total and effective support for that form of combat. But that was due to the fact that the South African racists have slammed the door on any real negotiations and that the efforts to achieve a negotiated solution go no further than simple maneuvers. The attitude toward the Commonwealth's decisions at its Lusaka meetings last August to have the British government, as an authority in southern Rhodesia, call a conference to discuss the problems of Zimbabwe, confirmed that the non-aligned countries are not opposed to solutions that may be achieved without armed struggle, so long as they lead to the creation of a genuine majority government and so long as independence is achieved in a manner satisfactory to the fighting peoples, and that this is done in accordance with the resolutions of such bodies as the OAU, the United Nations and our own movement of non-aligned countries. Mr. President, Once more the Sixth Summit Conference had to express its regret over the fact that Resolution 1514 of the Union General Assembly, concerning the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples, has not been applied to Western Sahara. We should recall that the decisions of the non-aligned countries and the resolutions of the United Nations, and more specifically Resolution 3331 of the General Assembly, have all reaffirmed the inalienable rights of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination and independence. In this problem Cuba feels a very special responsibility since it has been a member of the UN Commission investigating the situation in Western Sahara, and our representatives were able to confirm the Sahrawi people's total desire for self-determination and independence. We repeat here that the position of the non-aligned countries is not one of antagonism toward any country. The welcome that we gave to the agreement between the Republic of Mauritania and the Polisario Front, and to Mauritania's decision to withdraw its forces from Western Sahara, is in keeping with our principles and the agreements of the United Nations. The same is true for our censure of the extension of Morocco's armed occupation of the southern part of Western Sahara, previously administered by Mauritania. Therefore, the conference expressed its hope that the committee established at the 16th OAU Summit Conference would make it possible to ensure that the people of Western Sahara are allowed to exercise their right to self-determination and independence as soon as possible. Those same principles and positions determined the resolution on Mayotte and the Malagasy Islands and the need for them to be reintegrated into Comoros and Madagascar respectively. Mr. President, there can be no doubt that the problem of the Middle East has become one of the situations of greatest concern in today's world. The Sixth Summit Conference examined the problem's twofold dimension. The conference reaffirmed that Israel's determination to continue its policy of aggression, expansionism, and colonial settlement in the occupied territories, with the support of the United States, constitutes a serious threat to world peace and security. The conference also examined the problem from the standpoint of the rights of the Arab countries and the question of Palestine. For the non-aligned countries, the Palestinian question is the crux of the problem of the Middle East. They form an integral whole and neither can be settled in isolation from the other. No just peace can be established in the region unless it is based on total and unconditional withdrawal by Israel from all the occupied Arab territories, as well as the return to the Palestinian people of all their occupied territories and the restoration of their inalienable national rights, including their right of return to their homeland, to self-determination and to the establishment of an independent state in Palestine in accordance with Resolution 3236 of the Union General Assembly. November 22, 1974. All measures taken by Israel in the occupied Palestinian and other Arab territories, including the establishment of colonies or settlements on Palestinian land or other Arab territories whose immediate dismantlement is a prerequisite for a solution to the problem, are illegal, null and void. As I stated in my address to the Sixth Summit, we are not fanatics. The revolutionary movement has learned to hate racial discrimination and pogroms of any kind. From the bottom of our hearts, we repudiate the merciless persecution and genocide that the Nazis once visited on the Jews, but there is nothing in recent history that parallels it more than the dispossession, persecution, and genocide that imperialism and Zionism are currently practicing against the Palestinian people. Pushed off their lands, expelled from their own country, scattered throughout the world, persecuted and murdered, the heroic Palestinians are a vivid example of sacrifice and patriotism, living symbols of the most terrible crime of our era. Can anyone be surprised that the conference, for reasons stemming not from any political prejudice but rather from an objective analysis of the facts, was obliged to point out that U.S. policy, in aligning itself with Israel and working to attain partial solutions favorable to Zionist aims that guarantee the fruits of Israel's aggression at the expense of the Palestinian Arabs and the entire Arab nation, played a major role in preventing the establishment of a just and comprehensive peace in the region. The facts and only the facts led the conference to condemn U.S. policies and maneuvers in that region. When the heads of state or government reached a consensus condemning the Camp David Agreement and the Egypt-Israel Treaty of March 1979, Their formulations had been preceded by long hours of detailed study and exchange, which had allowed the conference to consider those treaties not only as a complete abandonment of the cause of the Arab countries, but also as an act of complicity with the continuing occupation of Arab territories. These words are harsh, but they are true and just. It is not the Egyptian people who have been subjected to the judgment of the movement of non-aligned countries. The Egyptian people command the respect of each and every one of our countries and enjoy the solidarity of all our peoples. The same voices that denounced the Camp David agreements and the Egypt-Israel treaty eulogized Gamal Abdel Nasser, a founder of the non-aligned movement and an upholder of the fighting traditions of the Arab nation. No one has been, is, or ever will be ignorant of Egypt's historical role in Arab culture and development, or of its merits as a founding nation and a driving force in the movement of non-aligned countries. The conference also considered the problems of Southeast Asia. The growing conflicts and tensions that have been created in the region are a threat to peace that must be avoided. Similar concern was expressed by the Sixth Summit Conference in relation to the situation of the Indian Ocean. The declaration adopted 8 years ago by the UN General Assembly that the Indian Ocean should be a zone of peace has not been fulfilled. Far from being reduced, the military presence in the region is growing. Military bases have been extended as far as South Africa and are also serving as a means of surveillance against the African liberation movements. The talks between the United States and the Soviet Union are still suspended, despite the recent agreement between the two countries to resume them. All this led to the Sixth Summit's invitation to all states concerned to work effectively to fulfill the objectives of the UN Declaration on the Indian Ocean as a zone of peace. The Sixth Summit Conference also analyzed other issues of regional and world interest, such as European security and cooperation, the problem of the Mediterranean, the tensions that still exist there and that have now been increased as a result of Israel's aggressive policy and the support given it by certain imperialist powers. The conference studied the situation in Cyprus, still partially occupied by foreign troops, and in Korea, still divided despite the Korean people's desire for a unified homeland. This led the non-aligned countries to reaffirm and broaden resolutions of solidarity aimed at fulfilling the aspirations of both peoples. It would be impossible to refer to all the political decisions of the Sixth Summit Conference. If we were to do so, we would be unable to touch upon what we consider to be one of the most fundamental aspects of that Sixth Summit, its economic perspectives, the clamor of the people of the developing countries, weary as they are of their underdevelopment and the suffering it engenders. Cuba, as the host country, will present to all members of the international community copies of the conference's final declaration and additional resolutions. But before informing you of how the non-aligned countries view the world economic situation, what demands they make and what their hopes are, perhaps you will allow me to take a few more moments to inform you of the movement's approach to current Latin American issues. The fact that the Sixth Summit Conference was held in Latin America gave the heads of state or government meeting the opportunity to recall that the peoples of that region began their efforts to obtain independence at the very beginning of the 19th century. They also did not forget, as the declaration states, Latin America is one of the regions of the world that historically has suffered the most from the aggression of the imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism of the United States and Europe. The participants in the conference were forced to point out that remnants of colonialism, neocolonialism, and national oppression remain in that region. The conference called for the eradication of colonialism in all its forms and manifestations. It condemned the presence of foreign military bases in Latin America and the Caribbean, such as those in Cuba and Puerto Rico, and again demanded that the U.S. government and other colonial powers restore to those countries the parts of their territory occupied by those bases against the will of their people. The experience in other areas led the heads of state or government to reject and condemn any attempt to create in the Caribbean a so-called security force, a neocolonial mechanism that is incompatible with the sovereignty, peace, and security of these countries. By calling for the restitution of the Malvinas Falkland Islands to Argentina, by reaffirming its support for the inalienable right of the people of Belize to self-determination, independence and territorial integrity, the conference once again showed what its declaration had defined as the very quintessence of non-alignment. It welcomed the fact that as of October 1, the treaties on the Panama Canal concluded between the Republic of Panama and the United States would enter into force. It gave its full support to those treaties, calling for them to be fully respected in both letter and spirit, and it called on all the states of the world to adhere to the protocol under the treaty concerning the permanent neutrality of the Panama Canal. The heads of state and government reiterated their solidarity with the struggle of the Puerto Rican people and their inalienable right to self-determination, independence and territorial integrity, despite all the pressure, threats, and flattery that was brought to bear by the U.S. government, and the demand that the issue of Puerto Rico be considered a domestic matter for the United States. They called upon the U.S. government to refrain from any political or repressive maneuvers perpetuating the colonial status of that country. No more appropriate tribute could be paid to the Latin American traditions of freedom and to the heroic people of Puerto Rico, who in recent days have just celebrated another anniversary of the Cry of Lauries, which expressed their indomitable will for freedom almost 100 years ago. When speaking about the Latin American reality, the heads of state or government, who had already analyzed the significance of the liberation struggle in Iran 1979, could not fail to refer to the revolutionary upheaval in Grenada and the remarkable victory of the Nicaraguan people and their vanguard, the Sandinista National Liberation Front, FSLN, or to emphasize the historic significance of that event for the peoples of Latin America and of the world. The heads of state or government also highlighted something new in Latin American relations that sets an example for other regions of the world, the way in which the governments of Panama, Costa Rica, and Mexico, as well as the member countries of the subregional Andean Pact Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela acted in solidarity and unity to achieve a just solution to the Nicaraguan problem, as well as Cuba's traditional solidarity with the cause of that people. I confess that these considerations on Latin America would alone have justified the Cuban people's efforts to give a worthy reception to the fraternal nations of the movement of non-aligned countries in Havana, but for Cuba there was much more than this. There is something for which, on behalf of our people, we would like to acknowledge at this forum of the United Nations. The Havana Summit supported the Cuban people's right to choose their own political and social system, and their claim to the territory occupied by the Guantanamo U.S. Naval Base, and the blockade with which the U.S. government continues to isolate and destroy the Cuban Revolution was condemned. We appreciate the deep feeling and the universal resonance of the movement's recent denunciation, in Havana, of the hostile acts, pressures, and threats against Cuba by the United States, declaring them to be a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and the principles of international law, and a threat to world peace. Once again we respond to our brothers and sisters, assuring the international community that Cuba will remain true to the principles of international solidarity. Mr. President, history has taught us that when a people frees itself from a colonial or neocolonial system and obtains its independence, this is simultaneously the last act in a long struggle and the first in a new and difficult battle. This is because the independence, sovereignty, and freedom of our supposedly free peoples are constantly threatened by foreign control over their natural resources, by financial impositions on the part of official international bodies and by the precarious situation of their economies, all of which diminish their full sovereignty. For this reason, at the onset of their analysis of the world's economic problems, the heads of state or government again emphasized the paramount importance of consolidating political independence through economic emancipation, and that the existing international economic system runs counter to the basic interests of the developing countries, and that it is profoundly unjust and incompatible with the development of the non-aligned countries and other developing countries, and that it does not contribute to the elimination of the economic and social evils that afflict those countries. Furthermore, they pointed to the historic mission that the movement of non-aligned countries should play in the struggle to obtain the economic and political independence of all developing countries and peoples, to exercise their full and permanent sovereignty and control over their natural and all other resources and economic activities, and to promote a fundamental restructuring of the world economy through the establishment of the new international economic order. The statement concludes with the following words. The struggle to eliminate the injustice of the existing international economic system and to establish a new international economic order is an integral part of the people's struggle for political, economic, cultural, and social liberation. It is not necessary to delve into how profoundly unjust and incompatible the existing international economic system is with the development of the underdeveloped countries. The figures are so familiar it is unnecessary for us to repeat them here. There is a debate about whether there are only 400 million undernourished people in the world or whether that figure is now 450 million, as certain international documents have stated. Even 400 million hungry men and women is enough of an indictment. But no one doubts that all the hopes raised in the developing countries appear to have been dashed and extinguished at this end of the second development decade. The Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO has acknowledged. Progress is still disappointingly slow in relation to the long-term development goals contained in the International Development Strategy, in the Declaration and the Program of Action on the Establishment of the New International Economic Order, in the resolution of the World Food Conference and in several subsequent conferences. We are still a long way from achieving the modest 4% annual average increase in the developing countries' food and agricultural production, which was proposed 10 years ago to solve some of the most pressing problems of world hunger and to approach consumption levels that are still too low. As a result of this, food imports by the developing countries, which right now constitute an aggravating factor in their unfavorable balance of payments, will soon, according to FAO figures, reach unmanageable proportions. In the face of this, official commitments of foreign aid for agriculture in the developing countries are dropping. This panorama cannot be prettied up. At times, certain official documents reflect circumstantial increases in the agricultural production of some areas of the underdeveloped world, or stress the cyclical price increases registered by some agricultural items, but these are transitory advances and short-lived advantages. The developing countries' agricultural export revenues are still unstable and insufficient to meet their import needs for food, fertilizer, and other items required to raise their own production. Per capita food production in Africa in 1977 was 11% less than that of 10 years earlier. While backwardness in agriculture is perpetuated, the process of industrialization cannot advance. It cannot advance because most of the developed countries view the industrialization of the developing countries as a threat. In 1975, the Lima World Conference on Industrialization proposed that the developing countries set themselves the goal of achieving 25% of the world's manufacturing output by the year 2000. But the progress made since that conference has been so insignificant that if the measures proposed by the Sixth Summit Conference are not implemented, and if a crash program is not put into effect to modify the economic policies of most of the developed countries, that target will never be met. We currently account for less than 9% of the world's manufactured output. Moreover, our dependency is further demonstrated by the fact that the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America import 26.1% of the manufactured goods that enter into international trade while exporting only 6.3% of them. It may be said that some industrial expansion is taking place, but it does not occur at the necessary pace, or in the key industries. This was pointed out at the Havana Summit. The world redistribution of industry, the so-called industrial redeployment, should not consist of a renewal of the deep economic inequalities that emerged in the colonial era of the 19th century. At that time we were condemned to be producers of raw materials and cheap agricultural products. Now, an effort is being made to take advantage of the abundant labor power and starvation wages and to transfer the low-technology industries to our countries, the industries of lowest productivity and those that most pollute the environment. We categorically reject this. The developed market economies today absorb more than 85% of the world's manufactured goods, including those whose industrial production requires the most advanced technology. They also control more than 83% of all industrial exports, and 26% of those exports go to the developing countries, whose markets they monopolize. The most serious aspect of this structure of dependence is that our imports, consumer items as well as capital goods, are all manufactured according to the demands, needs and technology of the most developed industrial countries, and the patterns of consumer societies, which are thus introduced through the cracks by way of our trade, contaminating our own societies and adding a new element to the already permanent structural crisis. The result, as was noted in Havana, is that the gap between the developed and the developing countries not only persists, but has substantially increased. The relative share of the developing countries in world output has decreased considerably during the last 2 decades, with even more disastrous effects on such problems as malnutrition, illiteracy, and poor sanitation. Some would like to solve the tragic problem of humanity with drastic measures to reduce the population. They remember that in other eras wars and epidemics helped to reduce population. They wish to go even further. They want to blame underdevelopment on the population explosion. The population explosion is not the cause but the result of underdevelopment. Development will bring solutions to the problems of poverty, and education and culture will help our countries to attain rational and adequate rates of growth. A recent World Bank report paints an even bleaker picture. It is possible, the report states, that by the year 2000, some 600 million people on this earth may still be submerged in absolute poverty. Mr. President and distinguished representatives, the state of agricultural and industrial backwardness from which the developing countries have not managed to emerge is undoubtedly the result of unjust and unequal international relations. As the final declaration also points out, to this is now added the prolonged world economic crisis. I will not dwell too long on this aspect. But, let us state that we heads of state or government consider that the crisis of the international economic system is not a phenomenon of a cyclical nature, but is rather a symptom of the underlying structural maladjustments and of a lack of equilibrium that are part of its very nature. We also believe that this imbalance has been aggravated by the refusal of the developed market economies to control their external imbalances and their high rates of inflation and unemployment. That inflation has been engendered precisely in those developed countries that now refuse to implement the only measures that could eliminate it. Let us further point out, and this is something to which we will return and which has been set down in the final declaration, that this crisis is also the result of persistent inequality in international economic relations, and that eliminating the inequality, as we propose, will contribute to reducing and eliminating the crisis itself. What are the main guidelines formulated in Havana by the representatives of the movement of non-aligned countries? We condemn the persistent diversion of human and material resources into an arms race, which is unproductive, wasteful, and dangerous to humanity. We demanded that a substantial part of the resources now devoted to arms, particularly by the major powers, be used for economic and social development. We expressed our grave concern over the negligible progress that has been made in the negotiations for the establishment of a new international economic order. We pointed out that this was due to a lack of political will on the part of most of the developed countries, and we specifically censured the delaying, diversionary and divisive tactics adopted by those countries. The failure of the 5th UN Conference on Trade and Development UNCTAD session highlighted this very situation. We confirmed that the unequal exchange in international economic relations, defined as an essential characteristic of the system, has, if possible, become even more unequal. While the prices of manufactured goods, capital goods, foodstuffs, and services that we import from the developed countries are constantly rising, the prices of the raw materials we export are stagnating and are subject to constant fluctuation. The terms of exchange have worsened. We emphasized that protectionism, one of the factors aggravating the Great Depression of the 1930s, has been reintroduced by some developed countries. The conference deplored the fact that in the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT negotiations the developed countries did not take into account the interests and concerns of the developing countries, especially the least developed among them. The conference also denounced the way in which certain developed countries are intensifying their use of domestic subsidies for certain products, to the detriment of the products of the developing nations. The conference further deplored the shortcomings in the scope and operation of the generalized system of preferences and, in that spirit, condemned the discriminatory restrictions contained in the U.S. Foreign Trade Act and the inflexible positions adopted by some developed countries, which prevented an agreement on these problems at the fifth session of UNCTAD. We expressed our concern over the constant deterioration of the international monetary situation. The instability of the exchange rate of the main reserve currencies, along with inflation, increases the imbalance in the world economic situation. It creates additional economic difficulties for the developing countries, by lowering the real value of their export earnings and reducing the value of their foreign currency reserves. We also pointed out that the disorderly growth of international liquidity, mainly through the use of devalued US dollars and other reserve currencies, is a negative factor. We noted that while the inequality of international economic relations is increasing the developing countries' accumulated foreign debt to over $300 billion, the international financial bodies and the private banks are raising their interest rates, imposing shorter terms of loan amortization, and thus strangling the developing countries financially. The conference denounced these as elements of coercion in negotiations, allowing the developed countries to obtain additional political and economic advantages at the expense of our countries. The conference noted the neocolonialist determination to prevent the developing countries from exercising their full, effective, and permanent sovereignty over their natural resources, and it reaffirmed this right. For this reason it supported the efforts of developing countries producing raw materials to obtain just and remunerative prices for their exports and to improve, in real terms, their export earnings. Moreover, the conference paid a great deal of attention to the strengthening of economic relations and to scientific, technical, and technological exchanges among the developing countries. The concept of what could be defined as collective self-reliance, that is, mutual support and collaboration among the developing countries so that they will depend, in the first place, on their own collective forces, is given greater emphasis in the Declaration of Havana than ever before. Cuba, as chair of the movement and coordinating country, together with the Group of 77, intends to do everything necessary to promote the program of action on economic cooperation drawn up by the conference. Nevertheless, we cannot conceive of that collective self-reliance as anything even remotely resembling self-sufficiency. Rather, we consider it to be a factor in international relations that will mobilize all the possibilities and resources of that considerable and important part of humanity represented by the developing countries, incorporating them into the general current of resources and economies of both the capitalist camp and the socialist countries. Mr. President, the Sixth Summit Conference rejected the attempts of certain developed countries to try to use the question of energy to divide the developing nations. The energy problem can only be examined in its historical context, taking into account the fact that the wasteful consumption patterns of some of the developed countries and the role played by transnational oil corporations has led to the squandering of hydrocarbons, and noting the pillaging role of transnational corporations that have benefited from cheap energy supplies which they have used irresponsibly until only recently. The transnationals have been exploiting both the producers and the consumers and reaping unjustified windfall profits, while at the same time falsifying facts by shifting the blame for the present situation onto the oil-exporting developing countries. Permit me to recall that in my opening remarks to the conference I pointed to the desperate situation of the non-oil-producing underdeveloped countries, especially the least developed ones, and I expressed my confidence that the non-aligned oil-producing countries would devise formulas to help alleviate the unfavorable situation of those countries, which had already been hit by world inflation and unequal trade relations and who suffer serious balance of payments deficits and sharp increases in their foreign debt. But this does not obviate the principal responsibility of the developed countries, their monopolies, and their transnational corporations. In adopting this approach to the energy issue, the heads of state or government stressed that this subject should be the main focus of global negotiations within the United Nations, with the participation of all countries and linking the energy question to all the development problems, to financial and monetary reforms, to world trade and raw materials, so as to make a comprehensive and global analysis of all aspects that bear on the establishment of the new international economic order. No review of the main problems confronting the developing countries within the context of the world economy would be complete without an examination of the functioning of the transnational corporations. Once again their policies and practices were declared unacceptable. It was charged that in their search for profits they exhaust the resources, distort the economies and violate the sovereignty of developing countries. They undermine the rights of people to self-determination, they violate the principles of non-interference in the affairs of states, and they frequently resort to bribery, corruption, and other undesirable practices, through which they seek to subordinate and succeed in subordinating the developing countries to the industrialized countries. In view of the inadequate progress achieved in the United Nations to draw up a code of conduct regulating the activities of transnational corporations, the conference reaffirmed the urgency of early completion of this work, in order to provide the international community with a legal instrument by which to control and regulate, at the least, the activities of the transnational corporations in accordance with the objectives and aspirations of the developing countries. In setting forth all the overwhelming negative aspects of the economic situation of developing countries, the Sixth Summit Conference called special attention to the mounting problems of the least developed and most disadvantaged countries, those landlocked or isolated in the hinterlands, and asked that urgent measures be adopted to alleviate their problems. This, Mr. President and distinguished representatives, was the far from optimistic, rather somber and discouraging picture which the members of the movement of non-aligned countries considered when they met in Havana. But the non-aligned countries did not allow themselves to be overcome by frustration or exasperation, however understandable that might have been. While drawing up strategic concepts for advancing and continuing in their struggles, the heads of state or government repeated their demands and defined their positions. The first and fundamental objective in our struggle consists of reducing and finally eliminating the unequal exchange prevailing today that converts international trade into a very useful vehicle for plundering our wealth. Today the product of 1 hour's labor in the developed countries is exchanged for 10 hours of labor in the underdeveloped countries. The non-aligned countries demand that serious attention be paid to the integrated program for commodities which, until now, has been manipulated and juggled in the so-called North-South negotiations. Similarly, we demand that the Common Fund, which was supposed to act as an instrument of stabilization establishing a permanent linkage between the prices we receive for our products and those paid for our imports, and which has scarcely begun to have an impact, be given a real boost. For the non-aligned countries, this linkage which permanently ties the prices of their exports to the prices of basic equipment, industrial products, raw materials, and technology that they import from the developed countries constitutes an essential pivot for all future economic negotiations. The developing countries demand that the countries that have created inflation and stimulated it through their policies adopt the necessary measures to control it and thus put an end to the aggravation of the unequal exchange between our countries. The developing countries demand and will continue their struggle to achieve access to the markets of the developed countries for the industrial products of their incipient economies. They demand a halt to the vicious protectionism that has been reintroduced in the international economy and that threatens once again to lead us into a deadly economic war. And they demand that a general system of non-reciprocal tariff preferences be applied generally and without deceptive falsehoods so that the young industries of the developing countries can develop without being crushed in the world market by the superior technological resources of the developed countries. The non-aligned countries consider that the negotiations about to be concluded on the law of the sea should not be used as certain developed countries seek to use them to ratify and endorse the existing imbalance as regards sea resources, but should serve as a vehicle for equitable redress. The Conference on the Law of the Sea has once again highlighted the arrogance and imperialist determination of some countries that, placing their technological possibilities ahead of the spirit of understanding and accommodation requested by the developing nations, threaten to take unilateral action in carrying out deep-sea mining operations. The foreign debt of the developing countries has now risen to $335 billion. It is estimated that about $40 billion a year goes to servicing this foreign debt, which represents more than 20% of their exports. Moreover, the average per capita income in the developed countries is now 14 times that of the underdeveloped countries. This situation is not sustainable. The developing countries need a new system of financing that enables them to obtain the necessary financial resources to ensure continuous and independent development of their economies. These financing methods should be long-term and low interest. The use of these financial resources should be completely at the discretion of the developing countries. This will enable them to establish a system of priorities for their own economies, in accordance with their own plans for industrial development, and it will help prevent those funds from being absorbed, as they are today, by transnational corporations that use alleged financial contributions for development to aggravate the distortions of the developing countries' economies and reap maximum profits from the exploitation of these countries' resources. The developing countries, and on their behalf the movement of non-aligned countries, demand that a substantial portion of the immense resources now being squandered by humanity on the arms race be dedicated to development. This would contribute both to reducing the danger of war and helping improve the international situation. Expressing the position of all the developing countries, the non-aligned countries call for the establishment of a new international monetary system to put an end to the disastrous fluctuations to which the main currencies used in the international economy are subject, especially the US dollar. That financial disorder hits the developing countries, which hope that when the outlines of the new international monetary system are drawn up, they, as the majority of the countries in the international community, representing more than 1.5 billion people, may be given a voice in the decision-making process. Mr. President and distinguished representatives, unequal exchange is ruining our peoples. It must end. Inflation, which is being exported to us, is crushing our peoples. It must end. Protectionism is impoverishing our people. It must end. The existing imbalance in the exploitation of the resources of the sea is abusive. It must be abolished. The financial resources received by the developing countries are insufficient. They must be increased. Arms expenditures are irrational. They must cease, and the funds thus released must be used to finance development. The international monetary system prevailing today is bankrupt. It must be replaced. The debts of the least developed countries, and of those in a disadvantageous position, are impossible burdens to bear, and have no solution. They must be cancelled. Indebtedness oppresses the rest of the developing countries economically. There must be relief. The economic chasm between the developed countries and the countries seeking development is not narrowing but widening. It must be closed. These are demands of the underdeveloped countries. Mr. President and distinguished representatives, response to these demands, some of which have been systematically presented by the developing countries in international forums through the Group of 77 and by movement of non-aligned countries, would permit a change of course in the international economic situation that would provide the developing nations with the institutional conditions for organizing programs that would definitively place them on the road to development. But even if all these measures were implemented, even if all the mistakes and evils of the present system of international relations were rectified, the developing countries would still lack one decisive element: external financing. All the domestic efforts, all the sacrifices that the peoples of the developing countries are making and are willing to make, and all the opportunities for increasing their economic potential by improving the conditions in which their foreign trade is carried out, would not be enough. In light of their true present financial situation, they need further resources to be able both to pay their debts and to make the enormous expenditures required on a global level for the leap into development. Here again, it is not necessary to repeat the figures. The Sixth Summit Conference was concerned not only because the debts of the underdeveloped countries are practically unbearable, but also because that debt is growing each year at an alarming rate. The data contained in the recent World Bank report, which came out while we were holding the conference in Havana, confirmed that the situation was growing worse every day. In 1978 alone, the foreign public debt of 96 developing countries rose by $51 billion. This rate of growth has raised the foreign debt to the astronomical figures already mentioned. We cannot, Mr. President, resign ourselves to this gloomy prospect. The most renowned economists, both Western and those who ascribe to Marxist concepts, admit that the system of international indebtedness of the developing world is completely irrational and that its persistence endangers the entire precarious and unstable world economic balance. Some try to explain the surprising economic fact that the international banking centers continue to provide funds to countries that are technically bankrupt by arguing that these are generous contributions to help those countries meet their economic difficulties. But this is not so. In fact, they are operations for saving the international capitalist order itself. In October 1978, the Commission of European Communities admitted by way of clarification: the present balance of the world economy depends to a considerable extent on continuing the flow of private loans to non-oil producing developing countries, on a scale unprecedented prior to 1974, and any obstacle to that flow will endanger that balance. World financial bankruptcy would be very hard, most of all for the underdeveloped world and workers in the developed capitalist countries. It would affect even the most stable socialist economies. It is doubtful that the capitalist system would be able to survive such a catastrophe. It is likely that the resulting economic situation would engender a world conflagration. There is already talk of special military forces to occupy the oil fields and the sources of other raw materials. While it is everyone's responsibility to be concerned about this somber prospect, first and foremost it is the duty of those who possess the greatest wealth and material abundance. In any case, the prospect of a world without capitalism is not too frightening to us revolutionaries. It has been proposed that instead of a spirit of confrontation we employ a sense of world economic interdependency that will enable us to call on the resources of all our economies to obtain joint benefits. But the concept of interdependency is acceptable only when you begin by admitting the intrinsic and brutal injustice of the present interdependency. The developing countries will not accept the unjust and arbitrary international division of labor that was imposed on them by modern colonialism with the English Industrial Revolution, and that was intensified by imperialism as interdependency. If we wish to avoid confrontation, which seems to be the only road open to the developing countries, a road offering long and arduous battles of proportions no one can predict, then we must all seek and find formulas for cooperation to solve the great problems, which, while affecting our peoples, cannot be solved without also affecting the most developed countries in one way or another. Not so many years ago we stated that the irrational squandering of material goods and the subsequent waste of economic resources by developed capitalist societies had already become intolerable. Is that not the cause of the dramatic energy crisis that we face right now? Who, if not the non-oil producing underdeveloped countries, are bearing the main brunt of it? This desire to put an end to the waste of resources by the consumer societies is very widely held. A recent document of the UN Industrial Development Organization states, the present way of life, especially in the industrialized countries, may have to undergo a radical and painful change. Naturally, the developing countries cannot and do not hope that the transformation they seek and the financing they require will be given to them as a gift, coming as a result of a mere analysis of international economic problems. In this process, which implies conflict, struggle, and negotiation, the non-aligned countries must rely first of all on their own decisions and efforts. That conviction emerges clearly from the Sixth Summit. In the economic section of the final declaration, the heads of state or government acknowledge the need to carry out in their countries the necessary economic and social structural changes. They consider that this is the only way to eliminate the present vulnerability of their economies and to turn simple statistical growth into genuine development. The heads of state and government recognize that this is the only way their people will be willing to pay the price required of them to become the main protagonists in the process. As I said at the summit, if the system is socially just, the possibilities of survival and economic and social development are incomparably greater. The history of my own country provides irrefutable proof of this. The emerging and desperate need to solve the problem of underdevelopment brings us back, Mr. President, to the problem I mentioned a little while ago, which is the last one I would like to submit to this 34th session of the General Assembly. I refer specifically to international financing. One of the most serious phenomena accompanying the accelerated indebtedness of the developing countries, as we have already said, is that the majority of funds they receive from outside go to covering their trade balances and negative current accounts, renewing their debts and making interest payments. If we take as an example the non-oil exporting developing countries, to whose situation I referred at the Havana Conference, we note that in the last 6 years alone they have run up deficits in their balance of payments of over $200 billion. In view of this, the investments required by the developing countries are enormous, and they need them primarily, almost without exception, in those branches of production that yield low profits and therefore do not appeal to private foreign lenders or investors. To increase the production of foodstuffs so as to do away with the malnutrition that affects those 450 million people I mentioned earlier, we must provide extensive new land and water resources. According to estimates of specialists, an additional 76 million hectares of land in the developing countries would have to be cultivated and over 10 million additional hectares of land irrigated in the next 10 years to meet these needs. Irrigation systems for 45 million hectares of land would have to be repaired. Therefore, and even the most modest estimates admit I refer to aid and not the total flow of resources that between $8 billion and $9 billion a year will be required to achieve an agricultural growth of between 3.5 to 4% in the developing countries. With regard to industrialization, the estimates are far higher. The UN Conference on Industrial Development, when defining the goals for the Lima session, stated that at the heart of international development policy there should be a target to achieve by the year 2000 annual levels of growth of between $450 billion and $500 billion a year, of which a third, that is, from $150 billion to $160 billion, will have to be financed from external sources. But Mr. President and distinguished representatives, development includes more than agriculture and industrialization. Development primarily involves attention to human beings, who should be the protagonists and the goal of all development efforts. To cite the example of Cuba alone, I will point out that during the last 5 years our country has invested an average of nearly $200 million a year in school construction. Investment in medical equipment and construction of public health facilities averages over $40 million a year. Cuba is only one of nearly 100 developing countries, and is one of the smallest in terms of land mass and population. It can easily be deduced that the developing countries will need billions of dollars more to be invested every year to overcome the results of backwardness in education and public health services. This is not, ladies and gentlemen, our problem alone, a problem solely for the countries victimized by underdevelopment and insufficient development. It is a problem for the international community as a whole. On more than one occasion, it has been said that we were forced into underdevelopment by colonization and imperialist neo-colonization. The task of helping us to emerge from underdevelopment is therefore first and foremost a historic and moral obligation for those who benefited from the plunder of our wealth and the exploitation of our men and women for decades and for centuries. But at the same time, it is the task of humanity as a whole. The socialist countries did not participate in the plunder of the world and they are not responsible for the phenomenon of underdevelopment. But even so, because of the nature of their social system, in which international solidarity is a foundation, they understand and assume the obligation of helping to overcome it. Likewise, when the world expects the oil-producing developing countries to contribute to the universal flow of external financing for development, it does not present this as a historic obligation and duty, which no one can impose, but as an expression and a recognition of the duty of solidarity among underdeveloped countries. Those developing countries that are relatively more advanced should also make their contributions. Cuba, which is not speaking here on behalf of its own interests and which is not defending national objectives, is willing to contribute, in accordance with its means, thousands or tens of thousands of technicians, doctors, teachers, agronomists, hydraulic engineers, mechanical engineers, economists, middle-level technicians, skilled workers, and so on. The time has come for all of us to join in the task of drawing entire peoples, hundreds of millions of human beings, out of the backwardness, poverty, malnutrition, disease, and illiteracy that keeps them from enjoying full human dignity and pride. We must therefore mobilize our resources for development. This is our joint obligation. Mr. President, there are so many special multilateral funds, both public and private, whose purpose it is to contribute to some aspect of development, whether it is agricultural, industrial, or meeting deficits in the balance of payments. Therefore it is not easy for me, in presenting to this General Assembly a report on the economic problems discussed at the 6th Summit Conference of Non-Aligned Countries, to formulate a concrete proposal for the establishment of a new fund. But there can be no doubt that the problem of financing should be discussed thoroughly and fully in order to find a solution. In addition to the resources already mobilized by various banking channels, loan organizations, international bodies, and private finance agencies, we must discuss and decide on the strategy for the next development decade, so that it will include an additional contribution of no less than $300 billion at 1977 real value, to be invested in the underdeveloped countries and to be made in annual installments of at least $25 billion from the very beginning. This aid should be in the form of donations and long-term, moderate, and low-interest credits. It is imperative that these additional funds be gathered, as the contribution of the developed world and of other countries with resources to the underdeveloped world, over the next 10 years. If we want peace, these resources will be required. If there are no resources for development, there will be no peace. Some may think that we are asking too much, but I think that the figure itself is still modest. According to statistical information, the world's annual military expenditure amounts to more than $300 billion. With $300 billion you could, in 1 year, build 600,000 schools with a capacity for 400 million children, 60 million comfortable homes for 300 million people, 30,000 hospitals with 18 million beds, 20,000 factories with jobs for more than 20 million workers. Or you could build irrigation systems to water 150 million hectares of land which, with appropriate technology, could feed 1 billion people. Humanity wastes this much every year on its military spending. Furthermore, consider the enormous waste of youthful human resources, of technicians, scientists, fuel, raw materials, and other things. This is the fabulous price of preventing a true climate of confidence and peace from existing in the world. In the 1980s, the United States alone will spend 6 times this much on military activities. We are requesting less for 10 years of development than is spent in a single year by the ministries of war, and much less than 1/10 of what will be spent for military purposes in 10 years. Some may consider our proposal irrational, but true irrationality lies in the madness of our era, the peril threatening humanity. The enormous responsibility of analyzing, organizing, and distributing these resources should be entrusted entirely to the United Nations. These funds should be administered by the international community itself on an absolutely equal basis for all countries, whether they are contributors or beneficiaries, with no political conditions attached and without the size of the donations having any influence on voting power to decide when loans are to be granted and to whom. Even though the flow of resources should be measured in financial terms, it should not consist only of money. It may well be composed of equipment, fertilizer, raw materials, fuel, and complete factories valued in the terms of international trade. Aid in the form of technical personnel and their training should also be considered as a contribution. Mr. President and distinguished representatives, with the support of the UN Secretary General, assisted by the President of the General Assembly and with all the prestige and weight of this organization behind them, and supported from the very outset by the developing countries and especially the Group of 77, we are convinced we would be able to call together the various factors we have mentioned and initiate discussions in which there would be no room for the so-called North, South, East, West antagonisms. Instead, all forces would be joined together in a common undertaking, a common duty, a common hope. That is how this idea we are now submitting to the General Assembly could be crowned with success. This is not a project that will only benefit the developing nations. It will benefit all countries. As revolutionaries, we are not afraid of confrontation. We have placed our trust in history and people. But as a spokesperson and interpreter of the feelings of 95 nations, I have the duty to struggle to achieve cooperation among people, a cooperation which, if achieved on a new and just basis, will benefit all the countries of the international community and will especially improve the prospects for peace. Development in the short term may well be a task entailing apparent sacrifices and even donations that may seem irrecoverable. But the vast world now submerged in backwardness with no purchasing power and extremely limited consumer capacity will, with its development, add a flood of hundreds of millions of consumers and producers to the international economy. It is only in this way that the international economy can be rehabilitated and help the developing countries emerge from crisis. The history of international trade has shown that development is the most dynamic factor. A major portion of the trade of today takes place among fully industrialized countries. We can assure you that as industrialization and progress spread throughout the world, so too will trade spread to the benefit of all. For this reason, on behalf of the developing countries, we advocate our cause and we ask you to support it. This is not a gift we seek from you. If we do not come up with effective solutions, we will all be equal victims of the catastrophe. Mr. President, distinguished representatives, human rights are very often spoken of, but we must also speak of humanity's rights. Why should some people go barefoot so that others may ride in expensive cars? Why should some live for only 35 years so that others may live for 70? Why should some be miserably poor so that others can be excessively rich? I speak on behalf of the children of the world who don't even have a piece of bread. I speak on behalf of the sick who lack medicine. I speak on behalf of those who have been denied the right to life and to human dignity. Some countries border the coast, others do not. Some have energy resources, others do not. Some possess abundant land on which to produce food, others do not. Some are so glutted with machinery and factories that you cannot breathe the air because of the poisoned atmosphere. And others have only their own emaciated bodies with which to earn their daily bread. In short, some countries possess abundant resources, others have nothing. What is their fate? To starve? To be eternally poor? Why then civilization? Why then the conscience of humanity? Why then the United Nations? Why then the world? You cannot speak of peace on behalf of tens of millions of human beings all over the world who are starving to death or dying of curable diseases. You cannot speak of peace on behalf of 900 million illiterate people. The exploitation of the poor countries by the rich must cease. I address myself to the rich nations, asking them to contribute. And I address myself to the poor nations, asking them to distribute. Enough of words. We need deeds. Enough of abstractions. We want concrete action. Enough speculating about a new international economic order, which no one understands. We must now speak of a real, objective order that everyone understands. I have not come here as a prophet of the revolution. I have not come here to ask or to wish that the world be violently convulsed. I have come to speak of peace and cooperation among the peoples. And I have come to warn that if we do not peacefully and wisely resolve the present injustices and inequalities, the future will be apocalyptic. The rattling of weapons, threatening language, and overbearing behavior on the international arena must cease. Enough of the illusion that the problems of the world can be solved by nuclear weapons. Bombs may kill the hungry, the sick, and the ignorant, but bombs cannot kill hunger, disease, and ignorance. Nor can bombs kill the righteous rebellion of the peoples. And in the Holocaust, the rich, who have the most to lose in this world, will also die. Let us say farewell to arms, and let us, in a civilized manner, dedicate ourselves to the most pressing problems of our times. This is the responsibility, this is the most sacred duty of all the leaders of all the world. This, moreover, is the basic premise for the survival of humankind. Thank you. 14. Rectifying the errors of the Cuban Revolution. Karl Marx Theater, Havana. April 19, 1986. In the last part of his speech on the 25th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs invasion, Fidel Castro challenged some of the attitudes and practices that he considered were vestiges of capitalism that were corrupting the Cuban Revolution. This was further discussed at the special session of the Cuban Communist Party in December 1986 and later became known as the Rectification Campaign. Compañeros, the party program is now being discussed in our country by all our people. The program will be studied and approved by the delegates to the Third Party Congress in a special meeting later this year. The conditions under which this ambitious program is going to be carried out are not easy. In fact, the conditions under which we have to meet our economic plans, the 1986 plan, the 5-year plan, and the longer-term plans are anything but easy. Today we must also consider these things. There are circumstances, some of which have arisen after the Party Congress, that make our task more difficult, although not impossible. Late last year our country was affected by a natural disaster, a hurricane that flattened 70% of our sugarcane, and that made the sugar harvest more difficult. Despite the great efforts made by our workers, there's no doubt that in the end our sugar plants will be affected by at least 500,000 tons. And if the figure does not run to 1 million or 1.5 million, it will be thanks to the efforts of our sugar workers. But it wasn't only the hurricane. Paradoxical and incredible as it may seem, we were also affected by the drop in the value of the dollar. Many may wonder how a drop in the value of the dollar could affect Cuba. Right now the imperialists are trying to reduce the value of the dollar because they have a tremendous trade deficit, and in order to compete with the Japanese and the Europeans, the big capitalist countries came to an agreement on this. They took measures to devalue the dollar. We sell our sugar and all other export products on the basis of dollars, which is the universal practice. If the price of sugar is quoted at 4 centavos, it means 4 cents of a dollar, and so a devaluation of the dollar represents a drop in the price paid for our exports. But basically what affects us is that the price we must pay for imports from the hard currency area increases because we cannot import from the United States. We import from Japan and Europe, where we obtain less German marks, less French francs, less British pounds sterling, and less Japanese yen for each dollar. When we sell a ton of sugar to any of those countries, we obtain less products in exchange for that ton. If we could import from the United States, the situation would be advantageous for us, because the dollar is now cheaper. These are the paradoxes that a country like ours, under a blockade, must put up with, and we suffer some consequences, along with other third world countries, every time the dollar is overvalued, such as high interest rates, or when the dollar is devalued. But that's not all. There's another surprising thing: the drop in the price of oil is also affecting us to a considerable extent. It's very simple: we also export oil, that is, a part of our production, and all the oil we save from the oil we import from the Soviet Union is exported. I spoke about this at the Energy Forum, what saving a gallon of fuel meant in terms of hard currency, a barrel, a ton, cent by cent. In the last few years, thanks to the great efforts made to economize, and while sugar prices were exceedingly low, oil exports were a key source of hard currency in our country, earning us hundreds of millions of dollars. With the drop in prices, we have been affected by about 2/3 the value of the oil, and we've lost hundreds of millions of dollars in hard currency, just like that, hundreds of millions. This largely shattered the great effort we were making to economize, an effort we must still make. This problem with oil happened a few weeks after our Congress. It means more problems for the country and forces us to make even greater efforts. Why talk about these issues on the 25th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs invasion? Because now the enemy isn't the mercenaries. We don't have mercenary invasions, but we do have another type of mercenary, or people who act like them. Among them are people viewed as good people, ready to fight for the revolution in the event of war, but who do things that go against the revolution and its interests, and there are others who don't have a profound revolutionary awareness. This obliges us to make an effort. Precise guidelines were set out at the Party Congress. There was strong and penetrating criticism of persistent problems, and we pledged to struggle against them. As I said before, we are discussing the program. Without these problems I'm referring to, we would have to implement the line set out at the Congress, But now with the added problems we have, fulfillment becomes much more important and decisive. We must be much more intransigent regarding all forms of misconduct and wrongdoing. We must be much more effective in our struggle against problems that persist and new ones that crop up. That's what I told the pioneers during their 25th anniversary, and with more reason the issue must be raised with our people as a whole. I repeat, our problems are not the same as those we had 25 years ago, but we do have people who are indolent, people who are negligent, and people who, as I told the pioneers, don't want to get worked up about problems, irresponsible people, people who aren't demanding enough in the sphere where they have responsibility, people who are lax. We have people who seek privileges, people who seek easy money, not from work but from shady deals, speculation, and illicit trade. On such a day as this, I don't want to mention many things, but there are those who put us to shame. For example, some people have earned 100,000 pesos or more a year apparently through legitimate means. How can this be in a socialist society? I know of some people who paint and sell their paintings or do decorating work, mostly for state agencies, who have even earned over 200,000 pesos a year. This is just one example of excessive incomes which I do not believe are the fruits of labor because, let's face it, the paintings are not by Picasso or Michelangelo. Obviously, some state officials are irresponsible, because it's the people's money that's being spent in this way. On the other hand, some people have confused freelancing with capitalism or the right to engage in capitalist trade. Some people have certainly confused one with the other. Yes, we have these kinds of problems. Just consider, the person who makes 100,000 pesos is making 20 times the annual salary of those doctors performing heart transplants 20 times. I have met those dedicated, modest doctors, with their salaries of 5,000 or 6,000 pesos a year, while other people are making 100,000 or more through shady deals. You all know how critical I was of the free farmers market, where some people could sell a head of garlic at a peso and pocket the profit themselves without any benefit for the people. It wasn't the honest hard-working peasant who receives all the benefits of the revolution such as education for their children and medical care, all the benefits without exception. They were people who, rather than making money honestly by working the land, got rich through trading, theft and selling at very high prices. This coupled with other goings-on, such as goods that were pledged to the state because of credits, seed, and other benefits and guarantees granted which wound up on the other market, was a practical experience. We ourselves have brought on some of these problems, and we must set them right in time, because unfortunately, there are people who confuse money earned through work with that earned through speculation and shady deals that border on theft, or are theft. Some of our heads of enterprises have also become capitalist-like entrepreneurs. The first thing a socialist, a revolutionary, a communist cadre must ask themselves is not if their particular firm is making more money, but how the country makes more. Whenever we have so-called entrepreneurs who worry more about the enterprise than the interests of the country, we have a capitalist in every sense of the word. The economic management and planning system was not set up so that we can play at capitalism, and some people are shamefully playing at capitalism. We know this, we see it, and this must be set right. Then there are those who want their enterprises to be profitable by increasing prices and distributing bonuses by charging the earth for anything, that way any enterprise can be profitable, right? Not long ago I visited Almigira's hospital and I noticed they had well-maintained elevators reinforced with stainless steel. I'd gone to see a new piece of equipment that we had purchased, very sophisticated, useful and humane that is already functioning. One is really amazed at the efforts made by doctors, specialists, all the workers at that hospital. I was told, you know how much they wanted to charge us for installing the sheets of stainless steel? 10,000 pesos. Finally they settled for 5,000. I asked them how many people did the work. 2, was the answer. And how many days did it take? 15. Well, in wages the outlay must have been about 300 pesos. The hospital provided the stainless steel, and this was a state enterprise charging those prices. One must really have gall. I don't mean the workers but those who organize such ventures to charge 30 times more for a job that took 2 weeks. That way any outfit can be profitable, and we have seen this sinister attitude. The hospital was charged 40,000 pesos for work on a floor, some sort of polishing job. We already mentioned this at the Congress among the problems that had to be combated. We also know about diverting resources. We've seen examples. Not long ago I was touring an area to look at some problems concerning the economy, and I came across a crane. A person was putting a cement roof on his house with a 16-ton Japanese Kato crane, a Japanese-made cement mixer, a truck to carry the cement and a water truck, all belonging to the state. He had purchased a pig for his helpers, beer, and other things. The 3 trucks came from 3 different places. The crane was from the brigade building the thermoelectric power plant in Santa Cruz. I saw this with my own eyes, it's not something someone told me. The other truck with the cement mixer came from the oil enterprise across the way from the Jose Marti Children's City, and the water truck came from a quarry along the highway. Thanks to his friends and connections, this single individual had a crane, a cement mixer, a truck to carry it, and a water truck all together. Who knows where the materials came from? He was building a house. We're glad, of course, that people build houses, but they should do it honestly. The house was 150 square meters, although this person makes 199 pesos a month working as the head of a storeroom at a restaurant. Were he to sell it, he could get 40,000 pesos. He would find a buyer for sure, because those who steal one way or another and make large sums from sources other than their work would just as soon buy a house as the Capitol building if it were for sale. So there is this kind of problem. Where do those thousands of pesos come from? Not from work. The state provides resources and credit to repair or build homes. It provides many facilities and has just approved a generous law that allows people to own their existing homes or those they are about to receive, at a reasonable price, with no profit. What need is there to divert resources? What need is there to resort to shady deals, even though the need is great in this field? When I was telling the head of the planning board about my experience, he said, "On Sunday I saw a crane doing the same thing, but this was a 40-ton crane." Can you imagine? What we do here on large building sites to cast concrete, we haul it up in buckets with cranes, the most sophisticated equipment we have in construction technique, and there are people here with such initiative and such connections, and there are so many people who aren't subject to controls that they use the state technology to build a roof for their house. It would be worthwhile asking the brigade and the enterprise building the Orient power plant how was it possible that a 16-ton crane truck purchased with hard currency was off the work site for 3 days. They took it Friday and it was returned on. Somebody gave the papers to justify its use to cover up for others and all sorts of things like that which we know exist because we know there are people who seek privileges at all cost and who divert resources. This is, of course, a struggle. When we talk about the party program and the Congress and the measures to take, it doesn't mean a transitory campaign which will be soon forgotten. We aren't advocating a cultural revolution here. We don't want to use extremist measures to solve problems or throw the people against those responsible for such infuriating acts. I am convinced, however, that in an organized and disciplined manner, the masses can help win this battle. Between the masses, the members of the party, and the Union of Young Communists, UJC, this can be done. It also requires greater alertness on the part of the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, because they know what's going on when suddenly somebody starts building a big house and then sells it for an enormous sum. We can't accept misconduct. We can't fall prey to confusion. Can anyone here engage in shady deals without the people, the masses, finding out? We don't want to unleash the masses, I repeat, against the guilty parties for them to stop such activity on their own, because we have the party and the UJC, we have the mass organizations. What we must do is engage in a systematic, serious, and tenacious struggle, applying pressure from the top down, and from the bottom up, with great force. Our party must be very alert. There are 500,000 members in the party, including full members and candidates. If only we'd had an organization of 500,000 members when we started the struggle against the dictatorship, plus another 500,000 young communists, what an incredible force, the mass organizations, millions of men and women organized into unions, the CDRs, the Federation of Cuban Women, FMC, the pioneers, it's a tremendous, incredible force. If well used, we can put an end to all these things without extremism. We don't have to resort to extremism or campaigns lasting a few months, no. This must be a sustained struggle. As I told the pioneers, we must continue the struggle against the vestiges of the old system, against the vestiges of capitalism, the capitalist ideology, parasitical attitudes, privileges, and the tendency to try to get something out of proportion to what one contributes to society. We have mentioned the socialist formula, from each according to their ability, to each according to their work. This is a clear formula which is obviously not egalitarian. I'd like to know by virtue of what miracle or what diabolical mechanism someone can make 10 times the salary of a distinguished doctor who saves lives. Things that are not functioning well and consciences that are not in good shape. We must say it, consciences that are not in good shape. And functionaries that aren't doing their jobs properly, since they don't keep a record of the money and resources they administer. There are those who think socialism can be built without political work. Well, there are even some people who think it can be built without physical work. Yes, these people exist. We are involved in a project with all the hospitals in the capital because of problems that existed. We met with all the hospital directors, party and young communist leaders, head nurses and union leaders. This is being done with the help of the party. The party in Havana province has worked hard on this score, and the results are evident in the new enthusiasm and spirit at the hospitals. It won't happen overnight, and the party in Havana has monthly meetings with the secretaries of hospital party committees. That's political work, and with political work we can solve many problems. We thought about some economic measures that were fair, such as taking into account abnormal working conditions for auxiliary personnel. We are also considering ways of having staff do several things and better pay for auxiliary personnel as was done with doctors and nurses. All this, of course, is within the socialist formula, seeking more rational and better use of labor. The country will never develop if we try to solve disorganization, inefficiency or low productivity by putting more people to work. This is basically political work. In regard to hospitals and schools, we should not talk about profitability because they cannot be economic enterprises with bonuses. If there is too much talk of bonuses, we will be corrupting workers and saying that the only way to get things done is through bonuses. Although we recognize that there is room for bonuses under socialism, they must be the result of good work, and real work, not because of fabricated profits, inflated prices, and charging 40,000 pesos for a floor and 10,000 pesos for what actually costs 500. That way any outfit can be profitable, and it's easy to conceal disorganization and inefficiency by raising prices. Some important construction brigades like that in Cienfuegos at the nuclear power plant have to achieve maximum productivity. We sent a campanero out there because we began to hear talk that 16,000 workers were needed in that construction project. So we sent them a message, saying no, they would have to make do with the 12,000 agreed to earlier. Another form of concealing disorganization and inefficiency is the lack of control over what each worker accomplishes, asking constantly for more workers instead of controlling and rigorously assessing their work. Believe me, that is a good brigade in Cienfuegos, with very good leaders. There the workers have been given benefits, special uniforms, special work boots and special food. When I heard about the request for 16,000, I said, no, they'll have to make do with 12,000 with 12,000. Yes, and furthermore, construction workers are putting in more than 8 hours a day. It is wrong to conceal inefficiency and disorganization with more and more workers so that later there are 20,000 and then 25,000 at peak times. I'm mentioning some of the kinds of problems, and I'm talking about a good brigade and magnificent workers, to whom I have made certain commitments and who have made commitments to me through the efforts we have made to improve their standard of living in general. There is often a tendency, instead of going to tell the worker, make a greater effort, meet your obligations, in other words, to do political and organizational work, to go about fabricating things, asking for more people. This is easier to do, but much more costly for the country. Our resources might run out, and then we would not be able to give them special uniforms and special shoes if that was to occur. These are the kinds of things I meditate on. Not long ago I read in the newspaper about the problems in a textile mill in Santiago de Cuba, problems that I spoke about during the Congress, a large textile mill with a capacity of 80 million square meters. Recently there was a meeting at that mill, where different groups were brought together from the party and from the state. What I read in the paper rather surprised me, because they were saying that such and such problems had to be solved in order to bring the mill to full capacity, because there wasn't enough stability in the workforce, that they had to guarantee more recreation, and who knows what else, cultural things, construct more housing, guarantee the possibility of higher education. I don't know how much they were supposed to guarantee. Finally, a compañero said that it would be very difficult to achieve this goal by 1990, but that they would try. Imagine if this textile mill were in Brazil, what would happen? In a country with so much unemployment, so much hunger, so many social problems, would so many promises be necessary to get the mill to produce to its full capacity? Is this how socialism is built? Do we believe that socialism can be built in this way? With no appeal to the workers' sense of obligation? Without an appeal to young people's sense of duty, reminding them that ours is an underdeveloped country that needs to develop, and that this cannot be on the basis of offering pie-in-the-sky promises just so that the factory can function? We have to know how to remind these young people and the workers of their duty, by simply saying, produce. We must know how to tell the workers, stabilize yourselves. Reach the limits of production. Work, because production must come first, and then the rewards. We must tell them that the revolution has made great efforts to guarantee work to all young people, but that we are an underdeveloped country, confronted by imperialism and blockaded by imperialism. It cannot only be on the basis of promises, everyone must be asked to fulfill their duty, everyone. I believe that on a day like today, we must talk about these things. In order to have the many things that today are within our reach, we have struggled, we have shed blood and made many sacrifices. But it seems that many people don't know this, or pretend not to know, and they don't seem to know what world they're living in. We haven't come together just to exalt our past glories, to pay tribute to the dead. To pay them tribute, we would need more than 1 or 2 hours, more than a minute, or a second, or 1 day every 25 years or every year. To the dead, to those who sacrificed themselves for the revolution, generation after generation, one must pay tribute every day, every hour, every minute, and every second. What can we say to the mothers who have lost their sons? What can we say to the women who have lost their husbands? What can we say to the children who have lost their fathers or their grandfathers in the revolutionary struggle? I see children here of 6, 8, and 10 years old, relatives of the dead. Are we going to tell them that if a person doesn't have a house next door to the factory where they work, they won't work in the factory? If houses can't be built, even though it might be quite right to build houses next door to the factory, we still need cloth, and we have, for example, the spinning mill in Havana that can produce up to 15,000 tons of thread for our textile factories. But, hold on. There is not enough stability in the workforce. We must build houses. We will wait until we have all the houses ready. But houses alone won't solve the labor problem, because later on the workers living there might take jobs elsewhere. I believe that we must also solve the problems with morale, honor and principles, that it is necessary to appeal, and it would be demagogic not to appeal to our compatriots and our workers' sense of duty. It is clear that it was poor planning to build the textile mill without also building a number of housing units close to the factory. We should be aware of these problems. But the revolution doesn't have the resources to solve everything at once. I believe that these are weaknesses, and these weaknesses are our enemy now. All those who look for privileges and cushy jobs, who divert resources, who seek to pocket money that they haven't earned by the sweat of their brow, engaging in rackets and schemes, they are doing the mercenaries' work. All this can be found in the vineyards of the Lord. They are not the majority, to the contrary, but we have a duty to combat them, because these minorities can only do those things when the majority is passive, lazy, and does not exercise a critical spirit. And I know the critical spirit of our people, I know the qualities of our people. This struggle will be long, much longer than just a 5-year period. We will have to fight against this tendency for our entire lives, because there are always two factions, as Marty said, those who build up and those who tear down. There is a large faction that builds up. But there are those of the other faction, where the irresponsible and lazy can be found. And these don't have to be counter-revolutionaries. There are those who don't realize that this is one way to act like a mercenary. We must appeal to the honor and dignity of our fellow citizens, which has been so evident throughout our history. I believe this to be an appropriate theme for a day like today. Everything we have said, everything we have recalled, reflects the world in which we live. Everything I said about Mr. Reagan's Hitlerian methods is showing us that all our efforts at national defense are not in vain. We know that even though our schools have many needs, there are old schools, some in bad condition, especially primary schools, that there is a shortage of housing, that we lack sports and cultural centers, that we lack many things. For all those things that we desire, we must invest hundreds of millions every year in fortification, in defense. We have to dedicate scores of millions of labor hours to train the people in defense. All of this takes energy and effort away from productive work that must be redirected into military training. We have to devote hundreds of thousands of tons of cement, steel, all kinds of materials, and the efforts of a countless number of workers every year just to defend ourselves. This is another price imperialism forces us to pay. Today, on this anniversary, and in light of these meditations, we see how right we are in preparing the people for this struggle. Because we were strong, we liberated ourselves from a terrible war 25 years ago. This is another lesson of the Bay of Pigs. We must be strong to liberate ourselves, perhaps, from another terrible war. To the extent that we are strong, efficient, and hard-working, and that we meet all our obligations, we will help to avoid imperialist aggression. The imperialists are opportunists, and they know to attack where there is weakness, but where there is strength they hold back. A population is not just made strong by its patriotism, by the arms that it has, but also by its general behavior. The imperialists would love to see all these problems and vices to which I have referred multiply, because they know that this would weaken us and our resistance. So then, patriotism obliges us not just to train ourselves, to join a combat unit and to arm ourselves, but also to fulfill all our obligations every day of our lives. The revolution has moved forward, has made great advances, has achieved great successes, but those who think that the new generations don't have equal or greater tasks ahead of them than those of the generation of the Bay of Pigs, or their predecessors, are mistaken. They are truly mistaken. The struggle will be long and hard. These last 25 years have taught us this. Imperialism's crimes continue to demonstrate it to us, as we face an imperialism that is ever more aggressive, arrogant, and overbearing. This is a goal for the whole world, for all the revolutionary forces, for all the socialist countries, for all the democratic and progressive forces of the world. It is a tremendous challenge, a tremendous struggle. No one should believe that a single generation did it all. One generation did a single part, and if you will, a small part. The new generations have to do a great deal, and those that follow will also have much to do. This is the reality. These are the realities of which I wish to make our compatriots aware, on a day like today, upon which we meditate and on which we can say to our heroes, to our martyrs, to those who had to make more sacrifices than others, that we will never permit the fruits of their labor to become sullied or the fruits of their sacrifice to be misappropriated or squandered, that we will fight with the same courage, with the same steadfastness as at the Bay of Pigs, that we will fight with tenacity and without rest against everything that continues to weaken the revolution. And in the face of foreign enemies and the danger that lies in wait for us beyond our shores, we can also tell our heroes and martyrs, those who gave everything for the revolution and those who by their sacrifice brought pain to their loved ones, the revolution will not only be able to defend itself from weaknesses, its own weaknesses, but also from its foreign enemies. This country will never return to capitalism, and this country will never again be the property of imperialism. Finally, we will tell them, as was expressed in Antonio Macio's immortal words, whoever tries to conquer Cuba will gain nothing but the dust of her blood-soaked soil if they do not perish in the struggle first. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Venceremos. We will win. 15. Cuban internationalism and the collapse of the Socialist Bloc. Havana, December 7, 1989. At a memorial ceremony held at El Cacahual on December 7, 1989, 4 Cubans who had died on military and civilian missions in Africa and elsewhere, Fidel Castro discussed the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union and its significance. Campanero President José Eduardo dos Santos of Angola and other guests. Relatives of our fallen compañeros. Members of the armed services. Compatriots. This date, December 7, the date on which Antonio Macio, the most illustrious of all our soldiers, and his young aide-de-camp were killed, has always been very meaningful for all Cubans. Their remains lie here, in this sacred site of their homeland. By choosing this day for laying to rest the remains of our heroic internationalist fighters who have died in different parts of the world, mainly in Africa, the land of birth of Macio's ancestors and many of our forebears, we make it a day for honoring all those Cubans who gave their lives while defending their country and all humankind. Thus, patriotism and internationalism, two of humanity's most treasured values, will be joined forever in Cuba's history. Perhaps, someday, a monument will be erected not far from this site to honor them. The remains of all the internationalists who died while carrying out their missions are being laid to rest in their hometowns all over Cuba right now. The imperialists thought we would conceal the number of our combatants killed in Angola during that complex, 14-year-long mission as if it were a dishonor or a discredit to the revolution. For a long time they dreamed that the bloodshed had been to no avail, as if those who died for a just cause had died in vain. Even if victory were the way to measure the value of people's sacrifices in their legitimate struggles, they also returned victorious. The Spartans used to tell their fighters to return with their shields or on them. Our troops are returning with their shields. Still, it is not my intention, on this solemn occasion, to boast of our achievements or to humiliate anyone, not even those who were our adversaries. Our country sought neither glory nor military prestige. We always applied the principle of achieving our goals with the lowest possible number of casualties. To do this, we had to be strong, unemotional, and always willing to do our utmost. All of our soldiers knew that the whole country supported them and that all of us were concerned about their health and safety. When political and diplomatic efforts became feasible for attaining the final goals, we did not hesitate to use political and diplomatic channels, and, while we always employed the necessary firmness, at no time during the negotiation process were we arrogant, overbearing, or boastful. We were flexible whenever flexibility was advisable and fair. The final stage of the war in Angola was the most difficult. It demanded our country's total determination, tenacity, and fighting spirit in support of our Angolan brothers and sisters. In fulfilling this duty of solidarity, not only to Angola but also to our own troops fighting under difficult conditions there, the revolution did not hesitate to risk everything. When the imperialist threats against our own country became very serious, we did not hesitate in sending a large part of our most modern and sophisticated military equipment to the southern front of the People's Republic of Angola. Over 50,000 Cuban troops were in that sister nation, a truly impressive figure, in view of the distance and our country's size and resources. It was a veritable feat by our revolutionary armed forces and our people. Such chapters of altruism and international solidarity are very rare. Therefore, we greatly appreciate the fact that José Eduardo dos Santos is attending this ceremony. It was an entirely spontaneous gesture. "I want to be with you on this occasion," he said. Also spontaneously, as soon as they learned of the ceremony, only a few days ago, the leaders of Ethiopia, SWAPO, and other countries and revolutionary organizations stated that they wanted to send representatives to be here with us today when we laid to rest all our internationalists who died in Africa and in other lands. There are historic events that nothing and no one can obliterate. There are revolutionary examples that the best men and women of future generations, both within and outside our country, will always remember. This is one of them. Yet we should not be the ones to judge it, history will do that. We will never forget that the soldiers of the Angolan armed forces were our comrades in arms. Tens of thousands of the best sons and daughters of that nation lost their lives in the struggle. Our unity and close cooperation made victory possible. We also had the honor of fighting alongside the courageous sons and daughters of Namibia, the patriots of Guinea-Bissau, and the unmatched Ethiopian soldiers. Years earlier, in the difficult period immediately following Algeria's independence, our internationalist fighters were at her side as, later, they helped defend Syria, another sister Arab nation that was a victim of foreign aggression and requested our cooperation. Every legitimate African cause received our people's support. Che Guevara and a large group of Cuban revolutionaries fought against white mercenaries in the eastern part of what is now Zaire, and doctors and teachers are now working in the Sahrawi Republic, helping its people, who are fighting for their freedom. All these countries were then or are now independent, and those that have not yet won their independence will do so, sooner or later. In just a few years, our fighters wrote an extraordinary chapter of solidarity of which our people can be proud. Combatants from other countries also fought at our side in our own struggles for independence. Maximo Gomez, who was born in the Dominican Republic, was the most outstanding of all and due to his extraordinary merits, became the chief of our liberation army. In the years prior to our revolution, 1,000 Cubans organized by the First Communist Party fought in Spain to defend the Republic. They wrote memorable chapters of heroism that were recorded for history by Pablo de la Torre and Brau, until death put an early end to the life of that brilliant revolutionary journalist. That was how our gallant internationalist spirit was forged. It reached its zenith with the socialist revolution. Wherever Cuban internationalists have gone, they have set examples of respect for the dignity and sovereignty of those countries. The trust that those peoples have placed in them is the result of their irreproachable behavior. Their exemplary selflessness and altruism is remembered everywhere. A prominent African statesperson once said in a meeting of leaders of the region, "Cuban fighters are ready to give their lives for the liberation of our countries. The only things they will take back with them, in exchange for that assistance to our freedom and our people's progress, are the bodies of those who died fighting for freedom." That continent, which experienced centuries of exploitation and plunder, has recognized the full extent of the unselfish nature of our internationalist contribution. Now, our battle-seasoned troops are returning victoriously. The joyful, happy, proud faces of mothers, wives, brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters of all our people welcome them with affection and love. Peace has been achieved with honor, and their sacrifice and effort have been amply rewarded. Our sleep is no longer disturbed by constant concern over the fate of our troops fighting thousands of kilometers away from their homeland. The enemy thought that the return of our troops would cause social problems, since it would be impossible to provide jobs for them all. Most of those combatants, aside from those who have made the military their career, had jobs here in Cuba and will go back to their old jobs or be given better ones. None of them has been forgotten. Many of them already knew where they would be working even before returning home. Of all the young people in military service who, shortly after graduating from high school, volunteered for the honor of going to Angola on an internationalist mission, none has had to wait before going back to school or joining the ranks of our working people. Our country is working hard, implementing ambitious socio-economic development programs. The irrational laws of capitalism do not guide our actions, and every man and woman in our country has a place in education, production, or the services. No close relatives of those who died while fulfilling their mission or who suffered serious injuries have been forgotten. They have received, are receiving, and will continue to receive all the care and consideration due them for the sacrifices made by their loved ones and for their own devoted, selfless, generous, even heroic behavior. The hundreds of thousands of Cuban who carried out military or civilian internationalist missions have earned the respect of present and future generations. They have honorably upheld our people's glorious fighting and internationalist traditions. On their return, they have found their country engaged in a tremendous struggle for development while continuing to confront the criminal imperialist blockade with exemplary dignity. This is in addition to the current crisis in the socialist camp, from which we can only expect negative economic consequences for our country. People in most of those countries aren't talking about the anti-imperialist struggle or the principles of internationalism. Those words aren't even mentioned in their press. Such concepts have been virtually removed from their political vocabulary. Meanwhile, capitalist values are gaining unheard of strength in those societies. Capitalism means unequal terms of trade with the peoples of the Third World, the exacerbation of individual selfishness and national chauvinism, the reign of irrationality and chaos in investment and production, the ruthless sacrifice of the peoples on behalf of blind economic laws, the survival of the fittest, the exploitation of human beings by other human beings, a situation of every person for themselves. In the social sphere, capitalism implies many more things: prostitution, drugs, gambling, begging, unemployment, abysmal inequalities among citizens, the depletion of natural resources, the poisoning of the air, seas, rivers, and forests, and especially the plundering of the underdeveloped nations by the industrialized capitalist countries. In the past, it meant colonialism; now, it means neocolonialism for billions of human beings, using the most sophisticated and cheapest, most effective and most ruthless economic and political methods. Capitalism, its market economy, its values, its concepts, and its methods can never pull socialism out of its present difficulties or rectify whatever mistakes have been made. Most of those difficulties are the result not just of errors but also of the tight blockade and isolation imposed on the socialist countries by imperialism and the major capitalist powers, which have monopolized most of the world's wealth and the most advanced technologies by plundering their colonies, exploiting the working class and promoting a large-scale brain drain from the underdeveloped countries. Devastating wars were unleashed against the first socialist state, taking a toll of millions of lives and destroying most of the means of production. Like a phoenix, the first socialist state had to rise more than once from its ashes. It has performed great services to humankind by defeating fascism and decisively supporting the liberation movements in countries still under colonial rule. Now, all this is being forgotten. It is disgusting to see how many people, even in the Soviet Union itself, are engaged in denying and destroying the history-making feats and extraordinary merits of that heroic people. That is not the way to rectify and overcome the undeniable errors made by a revolution that emerged from Tsarist authoritarianism in an enormous, backward, poor country. We shouldn't blame Lenin now for having chosen Tsarist Russia as the place for the greatest revolution in history. Thus we didn't hesitate to stop the circulation of certain Soviet publications that are full of poison against the Soviet Union itself and against socialism. You can see that imperialism, reactionary forces, and the counter-revolution are behind them. Some of those publications have already started calling for an end to the fair and equitable trade relations that were established between the Soviet Union and Cuba during the Cuban revolutionary process. In a word, They want the Soviet Union to begin practicing unequal trade with Cuba by selling its products to us at ever higher prices and buying our agricultural produce and raw materials at ever lower prices, just as the United States does with other third world countries. In short, they want the Soviet Union to join the US blockade against Cuba. Imperialism's undermining actions and the systematic destruction of the values of socialism, combined with the mistakes that have been made, have accelerated the destabilization of the Eastern European socialist countries. The United States designed and implemented a long-term policy of treating each country differently and undermining socialism from within. Imperialism and capitalist powers cannot hide their glee over the way things are turning out. They are convinced not without reason that at this point, the socialist bloc has virtually ceased to exist. Groups of U.S. citizens, including U.S. presidential advisors, are planning capitalist development programs in some of those Eastern European countries right now. A recent news dispatch reported that they were fascinated by that exciting experience. One of them, a U.S. government official, favored the application in Poland of a program similar to the New Deal, with which Roosevelt tried to alleviate capitalism's severe crisis. This would be to help the 600,000 Polish workers who will lose their jobs in 1990, and half of the country's 17.8 million workers, who will have to be retrained and change jobs as a result of the implementation of a market economy. Imperialism and the NATO capitalist powers are persuaded not without reason that at this point, the Warsaw Pact no longer exists and is nothing but a fiction, and that those societies which have been corroded and undermined from within will not be able to resist. It has been stated that socialism must be improved. No one can deny this principle, which is inherent and permanently applicable to every human endeavor. But can socialism be improved by forsaking Marxism-Leninism's most basic principles? Why must the so-called reforms be along capitalist lines? If those ideas are truly revolutionary, as some claim, why do they receive the imperialist leaders' unanimous, enthusiastic support? In an amazing statement, the President of the United States described himself as the number one advocate of the doctrines currently being applied in many countries in the socialist camp. History has never recorded an instance of a truly revolutionary idea as having received the enthusiastic support of the leader of the most powerful, aggressive, and greedy empire known to humankind. During Compañero Gorbachev's visit to Cuba in April this year, a visit during which we had a frank, in-depth exchange of views, I publicly expressed my opinion to the National Assembly that if any socialist country wants to build capitalism, its right to do so should be respected, just as we demand complete respect for any capitalist country's right to build socialism. I believe that revolution cannot be imported or exported, a socialist state cannot be founded through artificial insemination or by means of an embryo transplant. A revolution requires certain conditions within society, and the people in each individual nation are the only ones who can create it. These ideas don't run counter to the solidarity that all revolutionaries can and should extend to one another. Moreover, a revolution is a process that may advance or regress, a process that may even be derailed. But, above all, communists must be courageous and revolutionary. Communists are duty-bound to struggle under all circumstances, no matter how adverse they may be. The Paris Communards struggled and died in the defense of their ideas. The banners of the revolution and of socialism are not surrendered without a fight. Only cowards and the demoralized surrender, never communists and other revolutionaries. Now, imperialism is urging the European socialist countries to become recipients of its surplus capital, to develop capitalism and to join in plundering the third world countries. It is a well-known fact that a large part of the developed capitalist world's wealth comes from the unequal terms of trade it maintains with the third world countries. For centuries, those nations were plundered as colonies. Millions of their sons and daughters were enslaved, their gold, silver and other mineral resources were exhausted, they were pitilessly exploited, and underdevelopment was imposed on them. Underdevelopment was the most direct and clearest consequence of colonialism. Now, those nations are being squeezed dry by means of interest payments on an endless, unpayable debt, while ridiculously low prices are paid for their commodities and they are forced to pay ever higher prices for the industrial goods they import. Financial and human resources are constantly being drawn away from those nations through the flight of capital and the brain drain. Their trade is blocked by dumping, high tariffs, import quotas, synthetic substitutes produced through advanced technological processes, and subsidies for the developed capitalist countries' products when they aren't competitive. Now, imperialism is inviting the European socialist countries to join it in this colossal plunder, an invitation which seems not to displease the theoreticians of capitalist reforms. Thus, in many of those countries, no one speaks about the tragedy of the Third World, and their discontented multitudes are guided toward capitalism and anti-communism and, in one country, toward pan-Germanism. Such developments may even lead to fascist trends. The prize promised by imperialism is a share of the plunder wrested from our peoples, the only way of building capitalist consumer societies. Right now, the United States and the other capitalist powers are much more interested in investing in Eastern Europe than in any other part of the world. What resources can the Third World, in which billions of people live in subhuman conditions, expect from such developments? They speak to us of peace, but what kind of peace? Of peace between the major powers, while imperialism reserves the right to intervene in and attack the Third World countries. There are many examples of this. The imperialist government of the United States demands that no one help the Salvadoran revolutionaries and tries to blackmail the Soviet Union into ending its economic and military assistance to Nicaragua and Cuba because we express solidarity with the Salvadoran revolutionaries, even though we abide strictly by our commitments concerning the weapons supplied by the Soviet Union, in accordance with the agreements signed between our sovereign nations. Meanwhile, that same imperialist government which is demanding an end to solidarity with the Salvadoran revolutionaries is helping the genocidal Salvadoran government and sending special combat units to El Salvador, supporting the counter-revolution in Nicaragua, organizing coups d'état and the assassination of leaders in Panama, sending military aid to UNITA in Angola in spite of the successful peace agreements in southwestern Africa, and continuing to supply the rebel forces in Afghanistan with large amounts of weapons, ignoring the Geneva Accords and the fact that the Soviet troops have withdrawn. Only a few days ago, U.S. Air Force planes insolently intervened in the internal conflict in the Philippines. Regardless of whether or not the rebel forces had good cause for their action, which it is not our place to judge, the U.S. intervention in that country is a very serious matter and is an accurate reflection of the current world situation, showing that the United States has taken upon itself the role of gendarme, not only in Latin America, a region it has always considered as its backyard, but also in any other third world country. The consecration of the principle of universal intervention by a major power spells an end to independence and sovereignty in the world. What kind of peace and security can our peoples have other than that which we ourselves achieve through our own heroism? The elimination of nuclear weapons is an excellent idea. If it were more than simply a utopian idea and could be achieved someday, it would be of unquestionable benefit and would increase world security, but only for a part of humanity. It would not bring peace, security, or hope to the third world countries. Imperialism doesn't need nuclear weapons to attack our peoples. Its powerful fleets, which are stationed all over the world, its military bases everywhere, and its ever more sophisticated and lethal conventional weapons are enough to ensure its role as the world's master and gendarme. Moreover, 40,000 children who could be saved die every day in our world because of underdevelopment and poverty. As I've said before, and this is worth repeating, it's as if a bomb similar to the ones dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped every 3 days on the poor children in the world. If these developments continue on their present course and the United States isn't forced to renounce these concepts, what new way of thinking can we speak of? Following this course, the bipolar world which emerged in the post-war period will inexorably become a unipolar world under U.S. hegemony. In Cuba, we are engaged in a process of rectification. No revolution or truly socialist rectification is possible without a strong, disciplined, respected party. Such a process cannot be advanced by slandering socialism, destroying its values, casting slurs on the party, demoralizing its vanguard, abandoning the party's guiding role, eliminating social discipline and sowing chaos and anarchy everywhere. This may foster a counter-revolution, but not revolutionary changes. The US imperialists think that Cuba won't be able to hold out and that the new situation in the socialist community will inexorably help them to bring our revolution to its knees. Cuba is not a country in which socialism arrived in the wake of the victorious divisions of the Red Army. In Cuba, our people created our socialist society in the course of a legitimate, heroic struggle. The 30 years in which we have stood firm against the most powerful empire on earth that sought to destroy our revolution bear witness to our political and moral strength. Those of us in our country's leadership aren't a bunch of bumbling parvenus, new to our positions of responsibility. We come from the ranks of the old anti-imperialist fighters who followed Julio Antonio Mella and Antonio Guterres, who attacked the Moncada barracks and came on the Granma, who fought in the Sierra Maestra, in the underground struggle and at the Bay of Pigs, who were unshaken by the October missile crisis, who have stood firm against imperialist aggression for 30 years, who have performed great labor feats and have carried out glorious internationalist missions. Men and women from 3 generations of Cubans are members and hold posts of responsibility in our battle-seasoned party, our marvelous vanguard young people's organization, our powerful mass organizations, our glorious revolutionary armed forces and our Ministry of the Interior. In Cuba, the revolution, socialism, and national independence are indissolubly linked. We owe everything we are today to the revolution and socialism. If Cuba were ever to return to capitalism, our independence and sovereignty would be lost forever. We would be an extension of Miami, a mere appendage of US imperialism, and the repugnant prediction that a US president made in the 19th century when that country was considering the annexation of Cuba, that our island would fall into its hands like a ripe fruit, would prove true. Our people are and will always be willing to give their lives to prevent this. Here, at Maceo's tomb, we recall his immortal phrase, "Whoever tries to conquer Cuba will gain nothing but the dust of her blood-soaked soil if they do not perish in the struggle first." We Cuban communists and the millions of our people's revolutionary soldiers will carry out the role assigned to us in history, not only as the first socialist state in the Western Hemisphere but also as staunch frontline defenders of the noble cause of all the destitute, exploited people in the world. We have never aspired to having custody of the banners and principles that the revolutionary movement has defended throughout its heroic and inspiring history. However, if fate were to decree that one day we would be among the last defenders of socialism in a world in which US imperialism had realized Hitler's dreams of world domination, we would defend this bulwark to the last drop of our blood. These men and women whom we are honorably laying to rest today in the land of their birth gave their lives for the most treasured values of our history and our revolution. They died fighting against colonialism and neocolonialism. They died fighting against racism and apartheid. They died fighting against the plunder and exploitation to which the Third World peoples are subjected. They died fighting for the independence and sovereignty of those peoples. They died fighting for the right of all peoples in the world to well-being and development. They died fighting so there would be no hunger or begging, so that all sick people would have doctors, all children would have schools, and all human beings would have jobs, shelter, and food. They died so there would be no oppressors or oppressed, no exploiters or exploited. They died fighting for the dignity and freedom of all men and women. They died fighting for true peace and security for all nations. They died defending the ideals of Cespedes and Maximo Gomez. They died defending the ideals of Marty and Maceo. They died defending the ideals of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. They died defending the ideals of the October Revolution and the example it set throughout the world. They died for socialism. They died for internationalism. They died for the proud, revolutionary homeland that is today's Cuba. We will follow their example. Eternal glory to them. Socialism or death. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Venceremos. We will win. 16. Return of Che Guevara's remains to Cuba. Santa Clara, October 17, 1997. In July 1997 the remains of Che Guevara and his compañeros killed in combat in Bolivia were discovered and returned to Cuba. Fidel Castro gave the speech at the memorial built to honor Che and the other guerrilla fighters in Santa Clara, Cuba. Families of the compañeros who fell in combat. Guests. Villacarenos. Compatriots. With profound emotion we experience one of those moments that will never again be repeated. We are not here to say farewell to Che and his heroic compañeros. We are here to welcome them. I see Che and his combatants as reinforcements, as a movement of invincible combatants, which on this occasion not only includes Cubans, but also Latin Americans who came to fight with us and write new pages of history and glory. I also see Che as a moral giant who grows with each passing day, whose image, strength, and influence have multiplied throughout the earth. How can he fit beneath a memorial stone? How can he fit into this square? How can he fit into our beloved, but small, island? Only in the world that he dreamed of, which he lived and fought for, is there enough space for him. The greater the injustice, the greater the exploitation, the greater the inequality, the greater the unemployment, the greater the poverty, hunger, and misery that prevail in human society, the greater his figure will be. The values he defended will appear more elevated in the face of growing imperialist power, hegemony, domination, and interventionism that deny the most sacred rights of humanity, particularly the rights of the weak, underdeveloped, and poor peoples in what were for centuries colonies of the West and sources of slave labor. His profound humanism will always stand in stark contrast to growing abuse, egotism, alienation, discrimination against indigenous peoples, ethnic minorities, women, and immigrants. It will stand against child labor and the sexual commodification of hundreds of thousands of children. It will stand against ignorance, disease, unemployment, and insecurity. His example as an upright, revolutionary, and principled person will be ever more outstanding, as long as corrupt politicians, demagogues, and hypocrites exist everywhere. Admiration for his personal bravery and revolutionary integrity will grow as long as the numbers of cowards, opportunists, and traitors on earth increase. While others flinch from their duty, the greater will be the respect for his iron will. The more people lacking integrity, the greater his sense of honor and dignity, the more skeptics there are, the greater his faith in humanity, the more pessimists there are, the greater his optimism, the more fear there is, the greater his daring, the more idlers there are who waste the products of the labor of others in luxury and leisure, the greater his austerity and his spirit of work and study. Che was a true communist and is today an example and a paradigm of the revolutionary and the communist. Che was a teacher who forged men and women like himself. Consistent with his actions, he never failed to do what he preached, or demand of himself what he demanded of others. Whenever a volunteer was required for a difficult mission, he was the first in line, both in war and in peace. His great dreams depended on his willingness to give his life generously. Nothing was impossible for him, and he was capable of making the impossible possible. The invasion from the Sierra Maestra through vast and unprotected plains and the capture of the city of Santa Clara with just a few combatants are among those feats that show his amazing capabilities. His ideas on revolution in his own country and in the rest of Latin America, in spite of enormous difficulties, were possible. Had he made them a reality, perhaps today the world might be different. Vietnam proved it could fight against the interventionist forces of imperialism and defeat them. The Sandinistas triumphed against one of the most powerful puppet governments of the United States. The Salvadoran revolutionaries were just about to win victory. In southern Africa, apartheid was defeated in spite of the state possessing nuclear weapons. China, thanks to the heroic struggle of its workers and peasant farmers, is today one of the most promising countries in the world. Hong Kong was returned after 150 years of an occupation established through the Opium Wars. Not all historical eras or circumstances require the same methods and the same tactics. But nothing can stop the march of history. Its objective laws are immutable. Che based himself on these social laws and had an absolute faith in humanity. Very often revolutionaries and those seeking profound social change do not have the privilege of seeing their dreams realized as quickly as they had hoped or desired, but sooner or later they are victorious. A combatant may die, but not their ideas. What was a man from the US government doing up there where Che was wounded and taken prisoner? How could they believe that by killing Che he would cease to exist as a combatant? Now, he is not in La Higuera, instead he is everywhere, wherever there is a just cause to defend. Those who wanted to kill him, to make him disappear, were not able to understand that he would leave an indelible footprint in history and that his luminous prophet's gaze would transform him into a symbol for all the earth's poor in their millions upon millions. Young people, children, the elderly, men and women who have learned about him, honest people throughout the world, regardless of their social background, admire him. Che is taking up and winning more battles than ever. Thank you, Che, for your history, your life, and your example. Thank you for coming to fortify us in this difficult battle we are engaged in today to save the ideas you fought so hard for, to save the revolution, our country, and the achievements of socialism, where some of the great dreams you cherished have come true. To carry forward this heroic achievement, to defeat the imperialists' plans against Cuba, to resist the blockade, to achieve victory, we count on you. As you can see, this land is your land, these people are your people, and this revolution is your revolution. We continue to fly the socialist banner with honor and pride. Welcome, heroic compañeros of the reinforcement. The trenches of ideas and justice that you defend together with our people will never be conquered by the enemy. And together we will continue to fight for a better world. Hasta la victoria siempre. Ever onward to victory. 17. Inauguration of President Chavez in Venezuela. The Battle of Ideas. University of Venezuela, Caracas. February 3, 1999. On visiting Venezuela for the inauguration of President Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro reminisced about his visit 40 years earlier in the weeks immediately after the overthrow of the Batista dictatorship in Cuba in January 1959. In this speech that has become known as the Battle of Ideas, he considered the ideological offensive against socialist ideas that arose in the wake of the collapse of the European socialist bloc. I was going to say that today, February 3, 1999, it is exactly 40 years and 10 days since I first visited this university and we met in this same place. Of course, you understand that I am moved without the melodrama you find in certain soap operas, as it would have been unimaginable then that one day, so many years later, I would return to this place. Several weeks ago, on January 1, 1999, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, I stood on the same balcony in Santiago de Cuba where I had spoken on January 1, 1959. I was reflecting with the audience gathered there that the people of today are not the same people who were there at the time, because of the 11 million Cubans we are today, 7.19 million have been born since. I said that they were two different peoples and yet one and the same eternal Cuban people. I also reminded them that the immense majority of those who were 50 years old then are no longer alive, and that those who were children at that time are over 40 today. So many changes, so many differences, and how special it was for us to think that the people had started a profound revolution when they were practically illiterate, when 30% of adults could not read or write and perhaps an additional 50% had not reached 5th grade. We estimated that out of a population of almost 7 million, possibly a little over 150,000 people had gone beyond 5th grade, while today university graduates alone number 600,000, and there are almost 300,000 teachers and professors. I told my fellow compatriots in paying tribute to the people who had achieved that first great triumph 40 years before that in spite of an enormous educational backwardness, they had been able to undertake and defend an extraordinary revolutionary feat. Furthermore, their political culture was probably lower than their educational level. Those were times of brutal anti-communism, the final years of McCarthyism, when by every possible means our powerful and imperial neighbor had tried to sow in the minds of our noble people all kinds of lies and prejudices. I would often meet an ordinary citizen and ask them a number of questions, whether they believed we should undertake land reform, whether it would be fair for families to own the homes for which at times they paid almost half their salaries. Also, if they believed that the people should own all the banks in order to use those resources to finance the development of the country. Whether those big factories, most of them foreign-owned, should belong to, and produce for, the people, things like that. I would ask 10, 15 similar questions and they would agree absolutely, yes, that would be great. In essence, if all those big stores and all those profitable businesses that now only enrich their privileged owners belonged to the people, and were used to enrich the people, would you agree? Yes, yes, they would answer immediately. So, then I asked them, would you agree with socialism? Answer, socialism? No, 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 not with socialism. Let alone communism. There was so much prejudice that this was an even more frightening word. Revolutionary legislation was what contributed the most to creating a socialist consciousness in our people. At that time it was that same people, illiterate or semi-illiterate at the beginning, who had to start by teaching many of its children to read and write. That same people who, out of love for liberty and a yearning for justice, had overthrown the dictatorship and carried out, and heroically defended, the most profound social revolution in this hemisphere. In 1961, only 2 years after the triumph of the revolution, with the support of young students working as teachers, about 1 million people learned how to read and write. They went to the countryside, to the mountains, to the most remote places, and there they taught people who were up to 80 years old how to read and write. Later on, there were follow-up courses and the necessary steps were taken in a continuing effort to attain what we have today. A revolution can only be born from culture and ideas. No one becomes revolutionary by force. Those who sow ideas never have any need to suppress the people. Weapons in the hands of that same people are now used to fight those abroad who try to take away their achievements. Forgive me for touching on this issue because I did not come here to preach socialism or communism and I don't want to be misunderstood. Nor did I come here to propose radical legislation or anything of the sort. I was simply reflecting on our experience that showed us the importance of ideas, the importance of believing in humanity, the importance of trusting in the people. This is extremely important when humankind is facing such complicated and difficult times. Naturally, on January 1 this year in Santiago de Cuba, it was fitting to acknowledge, in a very special way, the fact that the revolution, which had managed to survive 40 years without folding its banners, without surrendering, was mainly the work of the people gathered there, young people and mature men and women. They had received their education under the revolution and were capable of that feat, thus writing pages of noble and well-earned glory for our nation and for our brothers and sisters in the Americas. We could say that thanks to the efforts of 3 generations of Cubans, vis-a-vis the mightiest power, the biggest empire in humanity's history, this sort of miracle came about, that a small country could undergo such an ordeal and achieve victory. Our even greater recognition went to those compatriots who in the past decade had been willing to withstand the double blockade resulting from the collapse of the socialist camp and the demise of the Soviet Union, which left our neighbor as the sole superpower in a unipolar world, unrivaled in the political, economic, military, technological, and cultural fields. I don't mean the value of their culture, but rather the tremendous power they exercise to impose their culture on the rest of the world. But they have been unable to defeat a united people, a people armed with just ideas, a people endowed with a great political consciousness, because that is most important for us. We have resisted everything and are ready to continue resisting for as long as necessary, thanks to the seeds planted throughout those decades, thanks to the ideas and the consciousness developed during that time. This has been our best weapon and it shall remain so, even in nuclear times. Even in times of smart weapons, which apparently sometimes make mistakes and strike 100 or 200 kilometers away from their targets, but which have a certain degree of precision. Human intelligence will always be greater than any of these sophisticated weapons. It is a matter of concepts. The defense doctrine of our nation is based on the conclusion that in the end of our invaders it would be hand-to-hand combat with the invaders. We have had to wage, and will have to continue waging, a more difficult battle against that extremely powerful empire, a ceaseless ideological battle. They stepped up this battle after the collapse of the socialist camp when, fully confident in our ideas, we decided to continue forward, moreover, to continue forward alone. And when I say alone, I am thinking of state entities, without ever forgetting the immense and invincible solidarity of the peoples that we have always had, which makes us feel under an even greater obligation to struggle. We have accomplished honorable internationalist missions. Over 500,000 Cubans have taken part in difficult missions abroad. The children of the Cuban people who could not read or write developed such a high consciousness that they have shed their sweat, and even their blood, for other peoples, for any people in other parts of the world. When the special period began, we said, now, our first internationalist duty is to defend this bulwark. By this we meant what José Martí had described in the last words he wrote the day before his death, when he said that the main objective of his struggle had to go undeclared in order to be accomplished. Martí, who was not only a true believer in Simón Bolívar's ideas but also a wholehearted follower, set himself an objective. Martí, in his own words, saw it as his duty to prevent the United States from spreading through the Antilles, as Cuba gains its independence, and from overpowering with that additional strength our lands of America. All I have done so far, and all I will do, is for this purpose. It was Martí's political will and life's aspiration to prevent the fall of that first trench which the northern neighbors had so many times tried to occupy. That trench is still there, and will continue to be there, with a people willing to fight to the death to prevent the fall of that trench of the Americas. The people there are capable of defending that last trench, and whoever defends the last trench and prevents anyone from taking it begins, at that very moment, to attain victory. Compañeros, if you allow me to call you that, because that is what we are at this moment, I believe that we are defending a trench here, too. And trenches of ideas, forgive me for quoting Martí again, are worth more than trenches of stone. We must discuss ideas here, and so I go back to what I was saying. Many things have happened over these 40 years, but the most transcendental is that the world has changed. This world of today does not resemble the world of those days. The revolutionary fever we had come down with from the mountains only a few days before accompanied us when speaking here 40 years ago of revolutionary processes in Latin America and focusing on the liberation of the Dominican people from Trujillo's clutches. I believe that issue took most of the time at that meeting with a tremendous enthusiasm shared by all. Today, that would not be an issue. Today, there is not one particular people to liberate. Today, there is not one particular people to save. Today, a whole world, all of humankind needs to be liberated and saved. And it is not our task, it is your task. Yes, we all hope to live for a long time, all of us. In the ideas that we believe in and in the conviction that those following in our footsteps will carry them forward. However, your task, it must be said, will be more difficult than ours. I was saying that we are living in a very different world. This is the first thing we need to understand. Furthermore, the world is globalized, truly globalized. It is a world dominated by the ideology, the ethics, and the principles of neoliberal globalization. In our view, globalization is nobody's whim, it is not even anybody's invention. Globalization is a law of history. It is a consequence of the development of the productive forces. Excuse me, please, for using this phrase which might still scare some people due to its authorship. It is a consequence of scientific and technological development, so much so that even the author of this phrase, Karl Marx, who had great confidence in human abilities, was probably unable to imagine it. Certain other things remind me of some of the basic ideas of that thinker among great thinkers. It comes to mind that even what he conceived as an ideal human society could never come true, and this is increasingly clear if it was not a globalized world. Not for a second did he think that in the tiny island of Cuba, just to give you an example, a socialist society, or the building of socialism, would be attempted, least of all so close to such a powerful capitalist neighbor. Yes, we have tried. Furthermore, we made it and we have defended it. And we have also known 40 years of blockade, threats, aggression, and suffering. Today, since we are the only ones, all the propaganda, all the mass media in the world are used by the United States in the ideological and political warfare against our revolutionary process, in the same way that it uses its immense power in all fields, including its economic power, and its international political influence in the economic warfare against Cuba. We have withstood that warfare, and like in all battles, whether military, political, or ideological, there are casualties. There are those who may be confused. Some are weakened by a combination of economic difficulties, material hardships, the parading of luxury in consumer societies, and the nicely sweetened but rotten ideas about the fabulous advantages of their economic system, based on the mean notion that humans are animals moved only by a carrot or when beaten with a whip. We might say that their whole ideology is based on this. There are casualties, but also, like in all battles, other people gain experience, fighters become veterans, they develop their character and help preserve and increase the morale and strength needed to continue fighting. We are winning the battle of ideas. The battlefield is not limited to our small island, although our small island has to fight. Today, the world is the battlefield everywhere, on every continent, in every institution, in every forum. This is the good side of the globalized struggle. We must defend the small island while fighting throughout the gigantic world they dominate or try to dominate. In many fields they have almost total domination, but not in all fields, or in the same way, or in absolutely every country. They have discovered very intelligent weapons, but we, the revolutionaries, have discovered an even more powerful weapon: humans think and feel. We have learned this around the world, in the countless internationalist missions we have discharged in one place or another. Suffice it to mention a single figure: 26,000 Cuban doctors have taken part in these missions. I was saying that life has taught us many things, and this is what nurtures our faith in the people, our faith in humanity. We didn't read this in some book, we have lived it, we have had the privilege of living it. There is no need here for an extensive explanation of what neoliberalism is all about. How can I summarize it? Well, I would say this: neoliberal globalization wants to turn all countries, especially all our countries, into private property. What will be left for us of their enormous resources? They have accumulated an immense wealth by not only looting and exploiting the world but also by working the miracle alchemists longed for in the Middle Ages, turning paper into gold. At the same time, they have turned gold into paper, and with it they buy everything, everything but souls, or rather, everything but the overwhelming majority of souls. They buy natural resources, factories, whole communication systems, services, and so on. They are even buying land all around the world, assuming that if it is cheaper than in their own countries it is a good investment for the future. I wonder, what are they going to leave us after turning us virtually into second-class citizens? Pariahs would be a more precise term in our own countries. They want to turn the world into a gigantic free trade zone. It might be more clearly understood this way, because what is a free trade zone? It is a place with special characteristics where taxes are not paid, where raw materials, spare parts, and components are brought in and assembled, or various goods produced, especially in labor-intensive sectors. At times, they pay not more than 5% of the salary they must pay in their own countries, and these meager salaries are the only thing they leave us with. Sadder still, I have seen how they have made many of our countries compete with one another by favoring those who offer more advantages and tax exemptions to investors. They have made many third-world countries compete with one another for investments and free trade zones. There are countries suffering such poverty and unemployment that they have had to establish dozens of free trade zones as an option within the established world order. Otherwise they won't even have the free trade zone factories and jobs with certain salaries, even if these amount to only 7%, 6%, 5%, or less of the salaries the owners of those factories would have to pay in the countries they come from. That is the future we are offered by neoliberal globalization. But you should not think that this is offered to the workers only. It is also being offered to the national businesses and to the small and medium-sized owners. They will have to compete with the transnational companies' technology, with their sophisticated equipment, and their worldwide distribution networks. Then they will have to look for markets without the substantial trade credits their powerful competitors can use to sell their products. These past 8 years since 1991, in other words, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, have been hard years for us in every sense, especially in terms of ideas and concepts. Now we see that the high and mighty, those who thought they had created a system or an empire that would last 1,000 years, are beginning to realize that the foundations of that system, of that empire, are falling apart. What is the legacy of this global capitalism, or this neoliberal capitalist globalization? Not only the capitalism that we know from its very origins, that capitalism from which this one was born, which was progressive yesterday but reactionary and unsustainable today. This is a process many of you, historians, and those who are not, like the students of economics, must know. Capitalism has a history of 250 to 300 years, whose primary theoretician, Adam Smith, published his book in 1776, the same year as the Declaration of Independence of the United States. He was a great talent, undoubtedly, a great intellect. I don't regard him as a sinner, a culprit, or a bandit. He studied the economic system that emerged in Europe while it was in full bloom. He examined and outlined the theoretical basis of capitalism, the capitalism of his day. Adam Smith could have never imagined capitalism as it is today. In those days of small workshops and factories, Smith felt that personal interest was the primary stimulus to economic activity, and that private and competitive quest constituted the basic source of public welfare. It was not necessary to appeal to an individual's humanity but one's love of oneself. Private property and control were totally compatible with the world of small-scale industry that Adam Smith knew. He did not even live to see the enormous factories and the impressive masses of workers at the end of the 19th century. He could much less imagine the gigantic corporations and modern transnational companies with millions of shares, managed by professional executives who have nothing to do with the ownership of these entities and whose main function is to occasionally report to the shareholders. Those executives decide, however, which dividends are paid, and how much and where to invest. These forms of property, management, and enjoyment of the wealth produced have nothing to do with the world Smith lived in. Nevertheless, the system continued to develop and gained considerable momentum during the English Industrial Revolution. The working class emerged, and so did Karl Marx, who, in my view, with all due respect to those who have a different view, was the greatest economic and political thinker of all time. No one learned more about the laws and principles of the capitalist system than Marx. Right now, more than a few members of the capitalist elite, concerned about the current crisis, are reading Marx, seeking a possible diagnosis and remedy for today's evils. Socialism, as the antithesis of capitalism, arose with Marx. Allow me to point out some facts to answer the question I asked: what is the legacy of capitalism and neoliberal globalization? After 300 years of capitalism, the world now has 800 million hungry people. Now, at this very moment, there are 1 billion illiterates, 4 billion poor, 250 million children who work regularly, and 130 million people who have no access to education. There are 100 million homeless and 11 million children under 5 years of age dying every year of malnutrition, poverty, and preventable or curable diseases. There is a growing gap between the poor and the rich, within countries and between countries, a callous and almost irreversible destruction of nature, an accelerated squandering and depletion of important non-renewable resources, pollution of the air and underground waters, rivers and oceans, and climate change with unpredictable but already perceptible consequences. During the past century, more than 1 billion hectares of virgin forests have been devastated and a similar area has become either desert or wasteland. 30 years ago hardly anyone discussed these issues, now it is crucial for our species. I don't want to give any more figures. All this is very easy to demonstrate and its disastrous results are self-evident. In face of all this, perhaps many are wondering what can be done. Well, the Europeans have invented their own recipe, they are uniting. They have already approved and are in the process of implementing a single currency. The good wishes of the United States, according to their spokespersons, have not been lacking good wishes which are as great as they are hypocritical, because everyone knows that what they really want is for the euro to fail. And what will we do? This is a question that we must all ask ourselves within this context, at a time when they are trying to swallow our countries. You can rest assured that this is what they would like to do. We should not expect another miracle like when the prophet was delivered from the gut of a whale, because if that whale swallows us, we'll be thoroughly digested very rapidly. Yes, this is our hemisphere and I am here speaking from no other place than Venezuela, Bolivar's glorious homeland, where he dreamed, where he conceived the idea of the unity of our nations and worked for its attainment at a time when it took 3 months to travel from Caracas to Lima on horseback, when there were no cellular phones, no planes, no highways, no computers, or anything of the sort. And yet, he foresaw the danger that those few, recently independent colonies far up north could pose. He was prophetic when he said, "The United States seems destined by Providence to plague the Americas with misery in the name of liberty." He launched the idea of our people's unity and struggled for it until his death. If it was a dream then, today it is a vital necessity. How can solutions be worked out? They are difficult, very difficult. As I said, the Europeans have set a goal and are immersed in a tough competition with our neighbor to the north. This strong and growing competition is obvious. The United States does not want anyone to interfere with its interests in what it considers to be its hemisphere. It wants everything absolutely for itself. On the other hand, China in the Far East is a huge nation and Japan is a powerful, industrial country. I believe that globalization is an irreversible process and that the problem is not globalization per se, but rather the type of globalization. This is why it seems to me that for this difficult and tough undertaking, for which the peoples do not have much time, the Latin Americans are the ones who should hurry the most and struggle for unity, through agreements and regional integration, not only within Latin America but also between Latin America and the Caribbean. There we have our English-speaking sister nations of the Caribbean, the CARICOM members, who after barely a few years of independence have acted with impressive dignity. What is it that suits the neoliberals? What is it they are after? They want to see the day when there will be no tariffs, when their investments will not be affected by the tax authorities in any country. They obtain years of tax exemption as a concession from underdeveloped countries thirsty for investments, where they get the lion's share and the right to do as they please in our countries with no restrictions whatsoever. They also impose the free circulation of capital and goods throughout the world. Of course, the exception is the commodity that is third world people, the modern slaves, the cheap labor power so abundant on our planet who flood the free trade zones in their own lands or sweep streets, harvest vegetables, and do the hardest and worst paid jobs when legally or illegally admitted into the former metropolis. This is the type of global capitalism they want to impose. Our countries, full of free trade zones, would have no other income but the meager salaries of those fortunate enough to get jobs, while a bunch of billionaires accumulates untold wealth. What second millennium are we going to celebrate, and what kind of a new century will we live in? The world will reach the 21st century with people wrapped in newspapers living under bridges in New York, while others amass enormous fortunes. There are many tycoons in that country, but the number of those living under bridges, in the doorways of buildings or in slums is incomparably higher. In the United States, millions live in critical poverty, something in which the fanatical advocates of the economic order imposed upon humanity cannot take pride. I am discussing this so that you know what Cuba is today, why Cuba is like it is, and what the prevailing ethics are in Cuba, a country so miserably slandered in matters of human rights. A country where in 40 years of revolution there has never been a disappeared person, where there has never been a tortured person, where there are no death squads and no political assassinations, nothing like that has ever happened. A country where there are no elderly people abandoned, no children living in the streets or without schools or teachers, no people left to their own devices. We know very well what has happened in some of the places where our neighbors to the north have been, such as those who organized the 1954 ousting of the Arbenz government in one of the most important countries in the Central American region. They brought in their advisors with their handbooks on torture, repression, and death. For many years there were no prisoners, this category did not exist, only the dead and disappeared. 100,000 disappeared in just one country. And 50,000 killed. We could also mention what happened in many other countries with torture, murders, disappeared, repeated U.S. military interventions under any pretext or no pretext whatsoever. They don't remember that, they don't speak about that, they have lost their memory. In the light of the terrible experiences of the peoples of our America, we challenge them. We will demonstrate with actual facts, with reality, who has a humane approach to life, who has true humanitarian sentiments and who is capable of doing something for humankind that is not lies, slogans, misinformation, hypocrisy, deception and everything they have been doing in our region throughout this century. I know you don't need me to explain all this to you, but since I raised the subject I feel it is my duty. One frequently meets misinformed persons who believe at least some of the tons of lies and slanders that have been cast against our country in an attempt to batter us, to weaken us, to isolate us, to divide us. They have not been able to divide us and they won't be able to divide us. I have said all this to you in the greatest intimacy. I could not come now and speak to you as I did in 1959 about organizing an expedition to solve a problem in a neighboring country. We know very well that today no country can solve its problems by itself. That is the reality in this globalized world. We can say here, either we are all saved or we all sink. Marty said, "Humanity is my homeland." This is one of the most extraordinary things he said. That is how we have to think, humanity is our homeland. It is the Latin American countries' duty to unite without losing a single minute, the Africans are trying to do it. In Southeast Asia they have ASEAN and they are looking for other forms of economic integration. Europe is doing it at a rapid pace. In other words, there will be sub-regional and regional alliances in various parts of the world. Bolívar dreamed of an extensive regional federation from Mexico to Argentina. As you well know, the gentlemen from the north sabotaged the Amphictyonic Congress. They opposed Bolívar's idea of sending an expedition commanded by General Sucre to liberate the island of Cuba and remove all risks of threat or counterattack by the fearful and tenacious Spanish metropolis, so we were not forgotten in Venezuelan history. Now that we are free from the domination of a much stronger power, our most sacred duty is to defend our freedom in the very interests and security of our brothers and sisters in this hemisphere. Obviously, we must work out various forms of cooperation and integration, step by step, but swiftly if we want to survive as a regional entity with the same culture, the same language and so many things in common. Europe does not have a common language. I don't know how an Italian understands an Austrian or a Finn, how a German speaks with a Belgian or a Portuguese, but they have been able to create the European Union and they are quickly advancing toward greater economic integration. Why can't we consider this type of formula? Why don't we encourage all the unitary and integrationist trends in every country, sharing our language, our culture, our beliefs, and the mixed blood running through the immense majority of us? And where there is no mixed blood in our veins, there should be mixed blood in our souls. Who were those who fought in the Ayacucho battle? People from the lowlands and from Caracas, Venezuelans from the west and the east, Colombians, Peruvians, and Ecuadorians who were side by side. That is how they were able to do what they did. There was also the unforgettable cooperation of the Argentines and the Chileans. Our greatest sin is that we lost this after almost 200 years. 11 years from now we will celebrate the 200th anniversary of the proclamation of Venezuelan independence, and later that of other countries. Almost 200 years. What have we done in those 200 years, divided, fragmented, balkanized, submissive as we have been? It is easier to control the 7 dwarfs than to control a boxer, even if he is a lightweight. They have wanted to keep us as divided, neighboring dwarfs so they can control us. I began by telling you that Venezuela is a country I love dearly. This is when I began to tell you about my love for history, for world history, for the history of revolutions and wars, for the history of Cuba, the history of Latin America, and especially for that of Venezuela. That is why I identify so much with Bolivar's life and ideas. Fate would have it that Venezuela was the country to fight the most for the independence of this hemisphere. It began here, and you had a legendary precursor like Francisco Miranda, who even led a French army in campaign, waging famous battles, which during the French Revolution prevented an invasion of French territory. He also fought in the United States for that country's independence. I have a wide range of books about Miranda's great life, although I have not been able to read them all. The Venezuelans, therefore, had Miranda, the forefather of Latin America's independence, and later Bolivar, the liberator, who was always for me the greatest among the greatest people in history. Responding to the audience, please, put me in the 40,000th place. One of Marty's phrases is deeply engraved in my mind: all the glory in the world can fit into a kernel of corn. Many great people in history were concerned about glory, and that is no reason to criticize them. Perhaps it was the concept of their times, a sense of history, the future, the importance of events in their lives that they took for glory. This is natural and understandable. Bolivar liked to speak about glory, he spoke very strongly about glory. He cannot be criticized, a great aura of glory will be attached to his name forever. Marty's concept, which I share entirely, associates glory with personal vanity and self-exaltation. The role of the individual in important historical events has been very much debated. What I like especially about Marty's phrase is the idea of the insignificance of an individual as compared to the enormous significance and transcendence of humanity and the immeasurable reach of the universe, the reality that we are really like a small speck of dust floating in space. That reality, however, does not diminish human greatness. On the contrary, it is enhanced when, as in Bolivar's case, he carried in his mind a whole universe of just ideas and noble sentiments. That is why I admire Bolivar so much. That is why I consider his work so immense. He doesn't belong to the stock of those who conquered territories and nations, or founded empires that brought fame to others. He created nations, freed territories, and tore down empires. He was also a brilliant soldier, a distinguished thinker and prophet. Today, we are trying to do what he wanted to do and what still remains to be done. We are trying to unite our people so that tomorrow human beings will be able to know and live in a united, fraternal, just and free world. That is what he wanted to do with the white, black, native, and mixed peoples of our America. I perceive at this moment an exceptional situation in the history of Venezuela. I have witnessed two unique moments here. First, that moment in January 1959 in my first visit, and 40 years later, I have seen the extraordinary volatility of the people on February 2, 1999. I have seen a people reborn. A people such as I saw in Plaza del Silencio, where I was a bit more silent than I have been here. Those were unquestionably revolutionary masses. It was once again very impressive to see the people in such extraordinary high spirits, although under different circumstances. Back then hope had been abandoned. I don't want to explain why, I leave that to the historians. This time hope lies ahead. I see in these hopes a true rebirth of Venezuela, or at least an exceptionally great opportunity for Venezuela. I see it coming not only in the interest of Venezuelans, I also see it in the interest of Latin Americans. I see it as something in the interest of other peoples in the world as it advances, because there is no other choice toward a universal globalization. There is no way of escaping it, and there is no alternative. So I am not trying to flatter you with my words. Rather, I am reminding you of your duty, the duty of the nation, of the people, of all those who were born after that visit in 1959, of the youngest, of the more mature, who really have a great responsibility ahead. Opportunities have often been lost, but you could not be forgiven if you lose this one. The person speaking to you here has had the privilege and the opportunity of accumulating some political experience, of having lived through a revolutionary process in a country where, as I have already said, people did not even want to hear about socialism. And when I say people, I mean the vast majority. That same majority supported the revolution, supported the leaders, and supported the rebel army, but there were ghosts that they were afraid of. Like Pavlov did with his famous dogs, the United States created conditioned reflexes in many of us, including who knows how many millions of other Latin Americans. We have had to fight hard against scarcity and poverty. We have had to learn to do a lot with very little. We had good and bad times, the former especially when we were able to establish trade agreements with the Socialist Bloc and the Soviet Union and demand fairer prices for our export products. We resorted to diplomacy and the eloquence that revolutionaries in a country that had to overcome so many obstacles must have. Actually, the Soviets felt great sympathy for Cuba and great admiration for our revolution. It was very surprising for them to see that after so many years a tiny country, right next to the United States, would rebel against that mighty superpower. They had never contemplated such a possibility and they would have never advised it to anyone. Luckily we never asked anyone for advice, although we had already read almost a whole library of the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin and other theoreticians. We were convinced Marxists and socialists. With that fever and that blind passion that characterizes young people, and sometimes old people too, I absorbed the basic principles from those books and they helped me understand the society in which I lived. Until then it was for me an intricate puzzle for which I could not find any convincing explanation. I must say that the famous Communist Manifesto, which Marx and Engels took so long to write, you can tell that its main authors worked conscientiously, impressed me tremendously. For the first time in my life I realized a few truths. Before that, I was a sort of utopian communist, drawing my own conclusions while taking the first political economy course they taught us in law school from an enormous book with some 900 mimeographed pages. It was a conception of political economy inspired by the ideas of capitalism but which mentioned and analyzed very briefly the different schools of thought. Later, in the second course, I paid much more attention to the subject and after meditating on it all, I became a utopian communist. I call it that because my doctrine had no scientific or historical basis whatsoever but was based on the good intentions of a student recently graduated from a Jesuit school. I am very grateful because the Spanish Jesuits taught me some things that have helped me in life, although far removed from any of the ideas I have today. Above all, to have strength, a certain sense of honor and definite ethical principles. I left that school an athlete, an explorer, and a mountain climber. I entered the University of Havana ignorant about politics, without a revolutionary mentor, who would have been so useful to me at that stage of my life. That is how I came to have my own ideas, which I maintain with increased loyalty and fervor. Maybe it is because I now have a little more experience and knowledge, and maybe also because I have had the opportunity of meditating about new problems that did not exist during Marx's time. So I am wearing the same jacket I wore when I came to this university 40 years ago, the same one I wore when I attacked the Moncada barracks in July 1953, and when we disembarked from the Granma in December 1956. I would venture to say, despite the many pages of adventure that anyone can find in my revolutionary life, that I always tried to be wise and sensible, although perhaps I have been more wise than sensible. In our conception and development of the Cuban Revolution, we acted as Marty said when, on the eve of his death in combat, he addressed the great anti-imperialist goal of his struggle. I have had to work quietly and somewhat indirectly, because to achieve certain objectives, they must be kept under cover, to proclaim them for what they are would raise such difficulties that the objectives would not be attained. I was discreet, but not as much as I should have been, because I would explain Marx's ideas about class society to everyone I met. So, they began to take me for a communist in the popular movement whose slogan in the fight against corruption was dignity against money. I had joined that movement as soon as I arrived at the university. Toward the end of my university studies, I was no longer a utopian communist but rather an atypical communist who was acting independently. I based myself on a realistic analysis of our country's situation. Those were the times of McCarthyism, and Cuba's Marxist Party, the Popular Socialist Party, was almost completely isolated. However, within the movement I had joined, which had now become the Cuban People's Orthodox Party, in my opinion, there was a large mass that had a class instinct but lacked a class consciousness: peasants, workers, professionals, middle-class people, good, honest, potentially revolutionary people. Its founder and leader Eduardo Chibas, a person of great charisma, had dramatically taken his own life a few months before the 1952 coup d'état. The younger ranks of that party later became an important part of our movement. I was a member of that political organization which, as usually happens, was already falling into the hands of rich people, and I knew what was going to happen after the inevitable electoral triumph. But I had come up with some ideas on my own. Just imagine the things a utopian can dream, about what had to be done in Cuba and how to do it, despite the United States. Those masses had to be led along a revolutionary path. Maybe that was the merit of the tactic we pursued. Of course, we were reading the books of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. When we attacked the Moncada barracks, we left one of Lenin's books behind, and the first thing the propaganda machine of Batista's regime said during the trial was that it was a conspiracy of corrupt members of the recently overthrown government, bankrolled with their money, and communist, too. No one knows how both categories could be reconciled. In the trial, I assumed my own defense. It was not that I considered myself a good lawyer, but I thought that I was the person who could best defend myself at that time. I put on a gown and took my place with the other lawyers. It was a political and not a penal trial. I did not intend to be acquitted but to disseminate ideas. I began to cross-examine all those killers who had murdered dozens upon dozens of our compañeros and who were there as witnesses. I turned the trial against them. So the next day they took me out of there, they put me away and declared me unwell. That was the last thing they did, although they really wanted to do away with me once and for all, but I knew very well why they checked themselves. I knew the psychology of all of those people. It was due to the mood and the situation with the people, the rejection and great indignation caused by all the murders they had committed. I also had a bit of luck, but the fact is that at the beginning, while they were questioning me, this book by Lenin shows up. Someone takes it out and says, "You people had a book by Lenin." We were explaining who we were, followers of Marty, and that was the truth, and that we had nothing to do with that corrupt government that they had ousted from power. However, we didn't say a word about Marxism-Leninism, and we did not have to. We said what we had to say, but since the subject of the book came up at the trial, I felt really angry and said, "Yes, that book by Lenin is ours. We read Lenin's books and other socialist books, and whoever doesn't read them is ignorant." That is what I told the judges and the rest of the people there. It was insufferable. We were not going to say, "Listen, that little book was planted there by someone." Our program had been presented when I defended myself at the trial. Therefore, if they did not know what we thought, it was because they did not want to know. Perhaps they tried to ignore that speech, which became known as "History will absolve me." As I explained, I was ejected, they declared me unwell, they tried all the others and sent me to a hospital to try me in a small ward of the hospital. They did not exactly hospitalize me, but put me in an isolated prison cell. In the hospital, they turned a small ward into a courtroom with the judges and a few other people crammed into it, most of them from the military. They tried me there, and I had the pleasure of saying there everything that I thought, everything, quite defiantly. I wonder why they were not able to deduce our political thought, for it was all out there in the open. You might say it contained the foundation of a socialist program, although we were convinced the time was not yet ripe, that the right time and stages would come. At the time we spoke about land reform among many other things of a social and economic nature. We said that all the profits obtained by all those gentlemen with so much money, in other words, the surplus value, but without using such terminology, should be used for the development of the country, and I hinted that it was the government's responsibility to look after the development of the country and that surplus money. I even spoke about the golden calf. I referred to the Bible again and singled out those who worshipped the golden calf, in a clear reference to those who expected everything from capitalism. That was enough for them to figure out what we thought. Later, I realized that it is likely that many of those who might be affected by a true revolution did not believe what we said, because in the 57 years of Yankee neocolonialism many a progressive or revolutionary program had been proclaimed. The ruling classes never believed our program to be possible or permissible by the United States. They did not pay much attention to it, they heeded it and even found it amusing. At the end of the day, all those other programs had been abandoned and people became corrupt. So they probably thought, yes, the illusions of these romantic young people are very pretty, very nice, but why worry about that? They did not particularly like Batista, so they admired our frontal attack against his abusive and corrupt regime, and they possibly underestimated our declaration, which was the basis of what we later did and of what we think today. The difference is that many years of experience have further enriched our knowledge and perceptions of all those problems. So, as I have said, that is the way I have thought since then. We have undergone the tough experience of a long revolutionary period, especially during the last 10 years, confronting extremely powerful forces under very difficult circumstances. Well, I will tell you the truth, we achieved what seemed impossible. I would venture to say that near miracles were performed. Of course, the laws were passed exactly as they had been promised, always with the angry and arrogant opposition of the United States. It had had great influence in our country, so it made itself felt, and the process became increasingly radicalized with each blow and each aggression we suffered. Thus began the long struggle we have waged up to now. The forces in our country became polarized. Fortunately, the vast majority was in favor of the revolution and a minority, around 10% or less, was against it. So there has always been a great consensus and a great support for that process up to now. We made a great effort to overcome the prejudices that existed, to convey ideas, to build a consciousness, and it was not an easy task. I remember the first time I spoke about racial discrimination. I had to go on television about 3 times. I was surprised at how deep-rooted those prejudices brought to us by our northern neighbors were, prejudices that meant that certain clubs were for white people only and others were not admitted. Almost all the beaches, especially in Havana, were exclusively for whites. There were even segregated parks and promenades, where according to the color of your skin you had to walk in one direction or another. What we did was to open all the beaches for everyone, and from the very first days of the revolution we prohibited discrimination in all places of recreation, parks, and promenades. Such humiliating injustice was incompatible with the revolution. One day when I spoke about these issues, there was such a reaction, so many rumors and so many lies. They said we were going to force white men to marry black women and white women to marry black men. Well, just like that other preposterous fabrication that we were going to deprive families of the parental custody of their children. I had to go on television again to discuss the subject of discrimination in order to respond to all those rumors and machinations. That phenomenon of racism, which was nothing but an imposed racist culture, a humiliating, cruel prejudice, was very hard to eradicate. In other words, during those years, we devoted a great deal of our time to 2 things: defending ourselves from invasions, threats of foreign aggression, the dirty war, assassination attempts, sabotage, etc., and building consciousness. There was a time when there were armed mercenary bands in every province of our country, promoted and supplied by the United States. But we confronted them immediately, so that they did not have the slightest chance to prosper. Our own experience in irregular guerrilla warfare was very recent, and we were one of the few revolutionary countries that totally defeated these counter-revolutionary bands despite the logistical support they received from abroad. Nevertheless, we had to devote a lot of our time to this. One source of concern I have is that many expectations have been raised here in Venezuela by the extraordinary election results, and this is only logical. What do I mean? I mean the natural, logical tendency of the people to dream, to wish that a great number of accumulated problems might be solved in a matter of months. As an honest friend, in my opinion, I think there are problems here that will not be solved in months, or even years. What do I fear? It is this: you people have lived through periods of abundance long ago. In 1972 the price of oil was $1.90 a barrel. For example, at the triumph of the revolution, Cuba could buy the 4 million tons of fuel it consumed with a few 100,000 tons of sugar, at the normal world sugar price existing then. When the price of fuel suddenly rose, we were saved by the already mentioned price agreement with the Soviet Union. But when the crisis came after the Soviet Union was lost and our basic market with it, as well as all our agreed prices, we had to cut by half the 13 million tons of oil that we were consuming at that time. A large part of what we were exporting we had to invest in fuel, and we learned to save. These are times of abundance for neither Venezuela nor the world. I am fulfilling an honest duty, the duty of a friend, of a brother, by suggesting to you, who are a powerful, intellectual vanguard, to meditate profoundly about these topics. We want to express to you our concern that these logical, natural, and human hopes, stemming from a sort of political miracle that has taken place in Venezuela might, in the short term, turn into disappointment and a weakening of such an extraordinary process. I ask myself, what economic feats or miracles can be expected immediately with the prices of Venezuelan export commodities so low and oil at $9 a barrel? With the lowest price in the last 25 years, a dollar has a lot less purchasing power now, with a larger population, an enormous accumulation of social problems, an international economic crisis, and a neoliberally globalized world. I cannot and should not say a word about what we would do in such circumstances. I cannot. I am here as a guest, not as an advisor, an opinion giver, or anything like that. I am simply meditating. Allow me to say that there are some important countries, whose situation is worse than yours, which I hope can overcome their difficulties. Your situation is difficult, but not catastrophic. That would be our view if we were in your place. I will say more with the same frankness. You cannot do what we did in 1959. You will have to be more patient than we were, and I am referring here to the sector that wants radical economic and social changes in the country. If the Cuban Revolution had triumphed in a moment such as this, it would not have been able to sustain itself. By this, I mean that same Cuban Revolution which has done everything it has done. It emerged, and not because it was so calculated, but by a rare historical coincidence 14 years after World War II, in a bipolar world. We did not know a single Soviet citizen, and we never received a single bullet from the Soviets to carry out our struggle and our revolution. Nor did we let ourselves be guided by any type of political advice after the triumph, nor did anyone ever attempt it, because we were very reluctant to accept that advice. We Latin Americans in particular, do not like to be told what to do. At that moment, of course, there was another powerful pole, and so we anchored ourselves to that pole, which had come out of a great social revolution. It helped us to face the monster that cut off our oil and other vital supplies and reduced its imports of Cuban sugar, bringing them down to zero as soon as we enforced a land reform law. Therefore, from one minute to the next, we were deprived of a market that had taken more than a century to establish. The Soviets, on the other hand, sold us oil. At the world price, yes, to be paid in sugar, yes, at the world price of sugar, yes, but we exported our sugar to the Soviet Union and we received oil, raw materials, food, and many other things. It gave us time to build a consciousness, it gave us time to sow ideas, it gave us time to create a new political culture. It gave us time. Enough time to build the strength that enabled us later to resist the most incredibly hard times. All the internationalism that we have practiced, which has already been mentioned, also made us stronger. Now we can say the same thing a lieutenant said who took me prisoner in a forest near Santiago de Cuba in the early hours of dawn, several days after the attack against the Moncada barracks. We had made a mistake. There is always a mistake. We were tired of sleeping on the ground, on roots and stones, so we fell asleep in a makeshift hut covered with palm fronds. Then we woke up with rifles pointed against our chests. It was a lieutenant, a black man, with a group of obviously bloodthirsty soldiers who did not know who we were. We had not been identified. At first, they did not recognize us. They asked our names. I gave a false name. Prudence, shrewdness. Perhaps it was intuition or maybe instinct. I can assure you that I was not afraid, because there are moments in life when you consider yourself as good as dead, and then it is rather your honor, your pride, your dignity that reacts. If I had given them my name, that would have been it. They would have done away with that small group immediately. A few minutes later they found some weapons nearby. Some compañeros who were not physically able to continue the struggle had left these behind. Some of them were wounded and we had all agreed they should return to the city to turn themselves into the judicial authorities. Only 3 of us stayed, only 3 armed compañeros. And we were captured. But that lieutenant, what an incredible thing. I have never publicly told this story in detail. This lieutenant was trying to calm down the soldiers, but he could hardly restrain them. When they found the other compañeros' weapons while searching the surroundings, they were wild. They had us tied up with their loaded rifles pointing at us. But the lieutenant moved around, calming them down and repeating in a low voice, "You cannot kill ideas, you cannot kill ideas." What made this man say that? He was a middle-aged man. He had taken some university courses and he had that notion in his head, and he felt the urge to express it in a low voice, as if talking to himself, "You cannot kill ideas." Well, when I saw this man and I saw his attitude, in a critical moment when he was hardly able to keep those angry soldiers from shooting us, I got up and spoke to him alone, "Lieutenant, I am so and so, first in command of the action. Seeing your chivalrous attitude, I cannot deceive you. I want you to know whom you have taken prisoner." And the man said, "Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone." I applaud that man because he saved my life 3 times within a few hours. A few minutes later they were taking us with them and the soldiers were still very agitated. They heard some shots not far away, got ready for combat, saying to us, "Drop down to the ground." I remained standing and I said, "I will not drop to the ground." I thought it was some kind of trick to eliminate us, so I said, "No." I also told the lieutenant, who kept insisting that we protect ourselves, "I am not dropping to the ground. If they want to shoot, let them shoot." Then he says, listen to what he says, "You boys are very brave." What an incredible reaction. I don't mean that he saved my life at that moment, but he made that gesture. After we reached a road, he put us in a truck and there was a major there who was very brutal. He had murdered many of our compañeros and wanted the prisoners handed over to him. The lieutenant refused, saying we were his prisoners and he would not hand us over. He had me sitting in the front seat of the truck. The major wanted him to take us to the Moncada barracks, but he did not hand us over to the major. So he saved our lives for the second time. He did not take us to the Moncada barracks. He took us to the precinct, in the center of the city, saving my life for the 3rd time. You see, he was an officer of the army we were fighting against. After the revolution, we promoted him to captain and he became aide to the first president of the country. As that lieutenant said, ideas cannot be killed. Our ideas did not die, no one could kill them. And the ideas we sowed and developed during those 30-odd years until 1991, when the special period began, were what gave us the strength to resist. Without those years we had had to educate, sow ideas, build awareness, instill feelings of solidarity and a generous internationalist spirit, our people would not have had the strength to resist. I am speaking of things that are somewhat related to matters of political strategy. Very complicated things because they can be interpreted in different ways. I have said that not even a revolution like ours, which triumphed with the support of over 90% of the population with unanimous, enthusiastic support, great national unity, and a tremendous political force would have been able to resist. We would not have been able to preserve the revolution under the current circumstances of the globalized world. I do not advise anyone to stop fighting, one way or another. There are many ways, among them the action of the masses, whose role and growing strength are always decisive. Right now, we ourselves are involved in a great combat of ideas, disseminating our ideas everywhere, that is our job. It would not occur to us today to tell anyone to make a revolution like ours. Under the circumstances that we think we understand quite well, we would never suggest, do what we did. Maybe if we were in those times we would say, do what we did. But the world was different then and the experience was different. Now we are more knowledgeable, more aware of the problems, and of course, respect and concern for others should always come first. At the time of the revolutionary movements in Central America, when the situation had become very difficult because the unipolar world already existed, and not even the Nicaraguan revolution could stay in power, when peace negotiations were initiated, visitors came quite often because of the long-standing friendship with Cuba, and we were asked our views. We would tell them, don't ask for our views about that. If we were in your place, we would know what to do, or we might be able to imagine what we should do. But one cannot tell others what to do if you are not the people who will have to take action on matters as vital as fighting to the death or negotiating. Only the revolutionaries of each country themselves can take that decision. We will support whatever decision you make. It was a unique experience, which I am relating in public for the first time. Everyone has their own opinions, but no one has the right to convey to others their own philosophy on matters of life and death. That is why I say that giving opinions is a very delicate matter. This does not, however, hold true for global issues that affect the entire planet, and questions of tactics and strategies of struggle related to those issues. As citizens of the world and as part of the human race, we have the right to clearly express our thoughts to those who want to hear, whether or not they are revolutionaries. We learned a long time ago how to approach relations with the progressive and revolutionary forces. Here, I limit myself to conveying ideas, reflections, and concepts in keeping with our common condition as Latin American patriots, because I repeat, I see a new hour has arrived in Venezuela, an immovable and inseparable pillar of the history of our America. One has the right to trust one's own experience or viewpoint, not because one is infallible or because one has not made mistakes, but because of having had the opportunity to take a 40-year-long course in the Academy of the Revolution. That is why I have told you that you do not have a catastrophic situation, but you do have a difficult economic situation that entails risks for the opportunity that is looming. There have been very impressive coincidences. This situation in Venezuela has taken place at a critical moment in the integration of Latin America, a special moment when those further to the south, in their endeavor for unity, need help from those in northern South America. In other words, they need your help. This has come at a moment when the Caribbean countries need you. It has come at a moment when you can be the link, the bridge, the hinge, whatever you want to call it, a steel bridge between the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Nobody like you is in such a position to struggle for unity and integration, something so important and so much of a priority at this difficult moment. It concerns the survival not only of Venezuela but of all the countries sharing our culture, our language, and our race. Today more than ever we must be followers of Bolivar. Now more than ever we must raise the banner that states humanity is our homeland, aware that we can only be saved if humankind is saved. We can only be free, and we are very far from being free if and when humanity is free, if and when we achieve a truly just world, which is possible and probable, although from much observation, meditation, and reading, I have reached the conclusion that humanity has very little time left to achieve this. This is not only my opinion but the opinion of many other people. In Cuba we have some resources. Tourism, developed mainly with our own resources, has gained momentum in these years, and we have made several decisions that have proved effective. I am not going to explain how we have managed to achieve what I have already explained. But I should say that we did it by avoiding shock policies, the famous shock therapy that has been so insensitively applied elsewhere. We consulted with the people about the austerity measures we applied. We discussed this with the trade unions, the workers, and the peasants. We discussed what to do with the price of a given item, what prices to increase and why, what prices not to increase and why. That was also discussed with students in hundreds of thousands of assemblies. Then the measures were submitted to the National Assembly, and later they were taken back to the grassroots again. Every decision was discussed so that nothing was implemented unless there was a consensus, and consensus is something that cannot be achieved by force. The wise men in the North believe or pretend to believe that the Cuban Revolution is sustained by force. They have not been clever enough to realize that in our country, a country educated in important revolutionary and humane concepts, that would be absolutely impossible. This is only achieved through consensus and nothing else. No one in the world can do this without the people's massive support and cooperation. But consensus has its own rules. We learn to create it, to maintain it, and to defend it. A united people ready to fight and win can be tremendously strong. So what you need is unity, political culture, and the conscious and militant support of the people. We built that through a long process. You, Venezuelans, will not be able to create it in a few days, or in a few months. If instead of being an old friend, someone to whom you have given the great honor of receiving with affection and trust, if instead of being an old and modest friend, I say it candidly, since I am totally convinced of it, if it were one of the Venezuelan forefathers who was here. I dare say more, if it were that great and talented man who dreamed of Latin American unity who was here, talking to you right now, he would say, save this process. Save this opportunity. I think you can be happy, and you will be happy, with many of the things you can do. Many are already within reach and depend on subjective factors and on very little resources. Yes, you can find resources, and you can find them in many things to meet priorities, fundamental, essential requirements. But you cannot dream that the Venezuelan society will now have the resources it once had, under very different circumstances. The world is in crisis, prices for raw materials are very low, and the enemy will try to make use of that. Rest assured that our neighbors to the north are not at all happy with the process that is taking place here in Venezuela, and they do not want it to succeed. I am not here to sow discord, quite the opposite. I would recommend wisdom and caution, all the necessary caution, but no more than necessary. But you have to be skilled politicians. You will even need to be skilled diplomats. You should avoid frightening many people. Based on my own experience of many years, not on my own intelligence, I suggest that you subtract as few people as possible. A transformation, a change, a revolution in the sense that word has today, when you look farther than the piece of land where you were born, when you think of the world, when you think of humankind, requires the participation of the people. Better to add than subtract. Look how that lieutenant who commanded the platoon that took me prisoner was added to our cause, not subtracted from it. I took that man the way he was, and I have met some others like him throughout my life. I would probably say I have met many like him. It is true that the social environment, the social situation, is the main factor in forging the human consciousness. After all, I was the son of a landowner who had quite extensive land in a country the size of Cuba, though perhaps it would not be considered so extensive in Venezuela. My father had about 1,000 hectares of land of his own and 10,000 hectares of leased land that he exploited. He was born in Spain and as a poor, young peasant was enlisted to fight against the Cubans. He was a conscript. He was brought here as they brought hundreds of thousands of other people. When the war ended, he was repatriated to Spain and he came back to Cuba a little later to work as a farmhand. Later, he became a landowner. I was born and I lived on a large estate. It did not do me any harm. I had my first friends there, the poor children of the place, the children of waged workers and modest peasants, all victims of the capitalist system. Later I went to schools that were more for the elite, but I came out unscathed, luckily. I really mean luckily. I had the fortune of being the son, and not the grandson, of a landowner. If I had been the grandson of a landowner I would have probably been born and brought up in the city among rich children, in a very high-class neighborhood, and I would have never developed my utopian or Marxist, communist ideas or anything similar. No one is born a revolutionary or a poet or a warrior. It is the circumstances that make an individual or give them the opportunity of being one thing or the other. If Columbus had been born a century before, no one would have heard of him. Spain was still under Arab occupation. If he had not been wrong and there had really been a route directly to China by sea without a continent in between, he would have lasted 15 minutes on the coast of China. Remember that the Spaniards conquered Cuba with just 12 horses and in those days the Mongols already had cavalries with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. See how things come to be. I will not comment on Bolivar, because he was born where he should have been born, the right day and in the way he should, that's it. I leave aside the scenario of what would have happened if he had been born 100 years before or 100 years later, because that was impossible. Now I will really finish. Some business people are waiting for me. Will I change my discourse for them? Well, I will tell them the same thing, honesty above all else. I believe that in this country there is a place for every honest person, for every feeling person, for every person who can hear the message of the homeland and of the times. I would say, the message of humanity is the one to be conveyed to your fellow countrymen and women. 18. Response to the U.S. Declaration of the War Against Terrorism. Havana, September 22, 2001. While expressing his condemnation of the September 11 terrorist attacks on Washington and New York and his sympathy for the victims, Fidel Castro attacked the belligerent response of the U.S. president. No one can deny that terrorism constitutes today a dangerous and ethically indefensible phenomenon that should be eradicated, in the face of its deep origins and the economic and political factors that brought it and those responsible for it into being. The human and psychological damage brought on the people of the United States, the unexpected and shocking deaths of thousands of innocent people whose images have shaken the world have caused understandable and unanimous anger. But who has profited? The extreme right, the most backward and right-wing forces, those in favor of crushing a growing world rebellion and sweeping away everything progressive that still remains on the planet. Whoever organized or is responsible for such acts committed an enormous error, a huge injustice and a great crime. But this tragedy should not be used to recklessly begin a war that in reality could unleash endless carnage on people who are also innocent in the name of justice and under the singular and bizarre title of Infinite Justice, later renamed Operation Enduring Freedom. In the last few days we have witnessed the hasty establishment of the premise, the conception, the true purpose, the spirit, and the conditions for such a war. No one could say that this was not something thought out well in advance, just waiting for its chance to materialize. After the so-called end of the Cold War, those who continued a military build-up and the development of the most sophisticated means to exterminate human beings were aware that their large military investments would privilege them to impose absolute and complete dominance over other peoples of the world. The ideologues of the imperialist system knew very well what they were doing and why they were doing it. Now, after the shock and sincere pain felt by all peoples on earth at this atrocious and insane terrorist attack that targeted the U.S. people, The most extreme ideologues and the most belligerent hawks already in privileged positions of power have taken command of the world's most powerful country, whose military and technological capabilities seem infinite. Its capacity to destroy and kill is enormous, while its inclination toward equanimity, serenity, thoughtfulness, and restraint is minimal. A combination of elements not discounting complicity by other rich and powerful countries who enjoy similar privileges prevailing opportunism, confusion, and panic, make it almost impossible to avoid a bloody and unpredictable outcome. The first victims of whatever military actions are undertaken will be the billions of people living in the poor and underdeveloped world. They already suffer unbelievable economic and social problems, unpayable debts and the ruinous prices of their basic commodities, growing natural and ecological catastrophes, hunger and misery, widespread undernourishment of their children, teenagers, and adults, terrible AIDS epidemics, malaria, tuberculosis and infectious diseases that threaten whole nations with extermination. The grave world economic crisis was already a real and irrefutable fact affecting absolutely every one of the big centers of economic power. That crisis will, under these new circumstances, inevitably grow deeper, and when it becomes unbearable for the overwhelming majority of people, that crisis will bring chaos, rebellion, and ungovernability. The price would also be unpayable for rich countries. For years to come it might be impossible to argue strongly about the environment and ecology, about ideas, or the results of research, or about projects for the protection of nature, because that space and opportunity would be taken for military actions, war, and crimes as infinite justice, that is, the name pretending to describe the war operation about to be unleashed. Can there be any hope left, after listening, hardly 36 hours ago, to the speech made by the President before the U.S. Congress? I will avoid using adjectives, qualifiers, or offensive words toward the author of that speech. They would be absolutely unnecessary and untimely, when the tensions and seriousness of the moment advise thoughtfulness and equanimity. I will limit myself to underlining some short phrases that say it all. We will use every necessary weapon of war. Americans should not expect one battle, but a lengthy campaign unlike any other we have ever seen. Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. I've put the armed forces on alert, and there is a reason. The hour is coming when America will act and you will make us proud. This is the world's fight, this is civilization's fight. I ask for your patience, in what will be a long struggle. The great achievements of our time and the great hopes of all time, now depend on us. The course of this conflict is not known, yet its outcome is certain. And we know that God is not neutral. I ask every one of Cuba's citizens to meditate deeply and calmly on the ideas contained in several of the above-mentioned phrases. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. No nation of the world has been excluded from the dilemma, not even the big and powerful states. None has escaped the threat of war or attack. We will use every necessary weapon. No procedure has been excluded, regardless of its ethical value. No threat, however fatal, nuclear, chemical, biological, or other. It will not be a single combat but a lengthy campaign unlike any other we have ever seen. This is the world's fight, this is civilization's fight. The great achievements of our time and the great hopes of all time, now depend on us. Finally, a confession never before heard in a political speech made on the eve of war, and in times of apocalyptic risks. The course of this conflict is not known, yet its outcome is certain. And we know that God is not neutral. This is an astonishing assertion. Thinking about the real or imagined parties involved in the bizarre holy war that is about to begin, I find it impossible to determine where the fanaticism is stronger. On Thursday, before the U.S. Congress, the idea of a world military dictatorship was put forward that would have the exclusive rule of force, irrespective of international laws or institutions. The United Nations, absolutely ignored in the present crisis, would fail to have any authority or prerogative whatsoever. There would be only one boss, only one judge, only one law. All of us have been ordered to ally either with the U.S. government, or with terrorism. Cuba, with the moral right that comes from being the country that has suffered the most and the longest from terrorist actions, the country whose people are not afraid of anything, because there is no threat or power in the world that can intimidate them, proclaims that it is opposed to terrorism, and opposed to war. Although the possibilities of doing so are now remote, Cuba reaffirms the need to avert a war of unpredictable consequences, whose very authors have admitted to having not the least idea of how events will unfold. Likewise, Cuba reiterates its willingness to cooperate with all countries in the total eradication of terrorism. An objective and cool-headed friend should advise the U.S. government against throwing young U.S. soldiers into an uncertain war in remote, isolated, and inaccessible places, almost as if they were fighting against ghosts, not knowing where those ghosts are or even if they exist, or whether the people they kill are in fact responsible for the deaths of their innocent fellow citizens killed in the United States. Cuba will never declare itself an enemy of the people of the United States. Those people are today being subjected to an unprecedented propaganda campaign designed to sow hatred and a spirit of vengeance, so much so that even music that is meant to inspire peace has been banned. Instead, Cuba will make that music its own. Our children will sing songs for peace as long as the bloody war that has been announced continues. Whatever happens, the territory of Cuba will never be used for terrorist actions against the U.S. people, and we will do everything within our reach to prevent such actions against the U.S. people. Today we express our solidarity, and also urge peace and calmness. One day, they will admit we were right to do so. If we are attacked, we will defend our independence, our principles, and our social achievements with honor, to the last drop of blood. It will not be easy for them to fabricate pretexts against us. Now, when they are talking about a war that would employ all the necessary weapons, we would do well to recall that such an experience would not be a new one. Almost 4 decades ago, hundreds of strategic and tactical nuclear weapons were aimed at Cuba, yet not one of our compatriots lost any sleep. We are the children of those heroic people, and our patriotic and revolutionary consciousness is more elevated than ever. It is the time for serenity and courage. The world will become aware of this and will raise its voice in the face of the terrible, dangerous drama that we are about to suffer. For Cubans, this is the precise moment to proclaim more proudly and more resolutely than ever: Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Socialismo o muerte. Socialism or death. Venceremos. We will win. 19. Assessing half a century of the Cuban Revolution. Revolution Plaza, Havana. May 1, 2003. At the May Day rally in Havana in 2003, Fidel Castro summed up the achievements of 44 years of the Cuban Revolution. Distinguished guests. Dear fellow Cubans. Our heroic people have struggled for 44 years from this small Caribbean island just a few miles away from the most formidable imperial power ever known by humankind. In so doing, they have written an unprecedented chapter in history. Never has the world witnessed such an unequal fight. Some may have believed that the rise of the empire to the status of the sole superpower, with a military and technological might with no counterbalance anywhere in the world, would frighten or dishearten the Cuban people. Yet, today they have no choice but to watch in amazement the enhanced courage of this valiant people. On a day like today, this glorious International Workers' Day, which commemorates the death of the 5 Haymarket martyrs in Chicago in 1887, I declare, on behalf of the 1 million Cubans gathered here, that we will face any threats, we will not yield to any pressures, and that we are prepared to defend our homeland and our revolution with ideas and with weapons to our last drop of blood. What is Cuba's sin? What honest person has any reason to attack her? With their own blood and the weapons seized from the enemy, the Cuban people overthrew a cruel dictatorship with 80,000 men under arms, imposed by the U.S. government. Cuba was the first territory free from imperialist domination in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the only country in the hemisphere, throughout post-colonial history, where the torturers, murderers, and war criminals that took the lives of tens of thousands of people were punished. All of the nation's land was recovered and turned over to the peasants and agricultural workers. The natural resources, industries, and basic services were placed in the hands of their only true owner, the Cuban nation. In less than 72 hours, fighting ceaselessly, day and night, Cuba crushed the Bay of Pigs mercenary invasion organized by a U.S. administration, thereby preventing a direct military intervention in this country and a war of incalculable consequences. The revolution already had the rebel army, over 400,000 weapons and hundreds of thousands of militia members. In 1962, Cuba confronted with honor, and without a single concession, the risk of being attacked with dozens of nuclear weapons. It defeated the dirty war that spread throughout the entire country, at a cost in human lives even greater than that of the War of Liberation. It stoically endured thousands of acts of sabotage and terrorist attacks organized by the U.S. government. It thwarted hundreds of assassination plots against the leaders of the revolution. While under a rigorous blockade and economic warfare that have lasted for almost half a century, Cuba was able to eradicate in just 1 year the illiteracy that has still not been overcome in the course of more than 4 decades by the rest of Latin America, or the United States itself. It has brought free education to 100% of the country's children. It has the highest school retention rate, over 99% between kindergarten and 9th grade of all the nations in the hemisphere. Its elementary school students rank first worldwide in the knowledge of their mother language and mathematics. The country also ranks first worldwide with the highest number of teachers per capita and the lowest number of students per classroom. All children with physical or mental challenges are enrolled in special schools. Computer education and the use of audiovisual methods now extend to all of the country's children, adolescents, and youth, in both the cities and the countryside. For the first time in the world, all young people between the ages of 17 and 30, who were previously neither in school nor employed, have been given the opportunity to resume their studies while receiving an allowance. All citizens have the possibility of undertaking studies that will take them from kindergarten to a doctoral degree without spending a penny. Today, the country has 30 university graduates, intellectuals, and professional artists for everyone there was before the revolution. The average Cuban citizen today has at the very least a 9th grade level of education. Not even functional illiteracy exists in Cuba. There are schools for the training of artists and art instructors throughout all our provinces, where over 20,000 young people are currently studying and developing their talent and vocation. Tens of thousands more are doing the same at vocational schools, and many of these then go on to undertake professional studies. University campuses are progressively spreading to all municipalities. Never in any other part of the world has such a colossal educational and cultural revolution taken place as this that will turn Cuba into the country with the highest degree of knowledge and culture in the world, faithful to Marty's profound conviction that no freedom is possible without culture. Infant mortality has been reduced from 60 per 1,000 live births to a rate that fluctuates between 6 and 6.5, which is the lowest in the hemisphere, from the United States to Patagonia. Life expectancy has increased by 15 years. Infectious and contagious diseases like polio, malaria, neonatal tetanus, diphtheria, measles, rubella, mumps, whooping cough, and dengue fever have been eradicated, and others like tetanus, meningococcal meningitis, hepatitis B, leprosy, haemophilus meningitis, and tuberculosis are fully controlled. Today, in our country, people die of the same causes as in the most highly developed countries: cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and accidents, but with a much lower incidence. A profound revolution is underway to bring medical services closer to the population, in order to facilitate access to healthcare centers, to save lives and alleviate suffering. In-depth research is being carried out to break the chain, mitigate or reduce to a minimum the problems that result from genetic, prenatal, or childbirth-related causes. Cuba is today the country with the highest number of doctors per capita in the world, with almost twice as many as those that follow. Our scientific centers are working relentlessly to find preventive or therapeutic solutions for the most serious diseases. Cubans will have the best healthcare system in the world, and will continue to receive all services absolutely free of charge. Social Security covers 100% of the country's citizens. In Cuba, 85% of the people own their homes and they pay no property taxes on them whatsoever. The remaining 15% pay a wholly symbolic rent, which is only 10% of their salary. Illegal drug use involves a negligible percentage of the population, and is being resolutely combated. Lotteries and other forms of gambling have been banned since the first years of the revolution to ensure that no one pins their hopes of progress on luck. There is no commercial advertising on Cuban television and radio or in our printed publications. Instead, these feature public service announcements concerning health, education, culture, physical education, sports, recreation, environmental protection, and the fight against drugs, accidents and other social problems. Our media educate, they do not poison or alienate. They do not worship or exalt the values of decadent consumer societies. Discrimination against women was eradicated, and today women make up 64% of the country's technical and scientific workforce. From the earliest months of the revolution, not a single one of the forms of racial discrimination copied from the southern states of the United States was left intact. In recent years, the revolution has been particularly striving to eliminate any lingering traces of the poverty and lack of access to education that afflicted the descendants of those who were enslaved for centuries, creating objective differences that tended to be perpetuated. Soon, not even a shadow of the consequences of that terrible injustice will remain. There is no cult of personality around any living revolutionary, in the form of statues, official photographs, or the names of streets or institutions. The leaders of this country are human beings, not gods. In our country there are no paramilitary forces or death squads, and violence has never been used against the people. There are no executions without due process and no torture. The people have always massively supported the activities of the revolution. This rally today is proof of that. Light years separate our society from what has prevailed until today in the rest of the world. We cultivate fraternity and solidarity among individuals and peoples both in our own country and abroad. New generations and the entire people are being educated about the need to protect the environment. The media are used to build environmental awareness. Our country steadfastly defends its cultural identity, assimilating the best of other cultures while resolutely combating everything that distorts, alienates, and degrades. The development of wholesome, non-professional sports has raised our people to the highest ranks worldwide in medals and honors. Scientific research, at the service of our people and all humanity, has increased several hundredfold. As a result of these efforts, important medications are saving lives in Cuba and other countries. Cuba has never undertaken research or development of a single biological weapon, because this would be in total contradiction with the principles and philosophy underlying the education of our scientific personnel, past and present. In no other people has the spirit of international solidarity become so deeply rooted. Our country supported the Algerian patriots in their struggle against French colonialism, at the cost of damaging political and economic relations with such an important European country as France. We sent weapons and troops to defend Algeria from Moroccan expansionism, when the king of that country sought to take control of the iron mines of Garajabilat, near the city of Tindouf, in southwest Algeria. At the request of the Arab nation of Syria, a full tank brigade stood guard between 1973 and 1975 next to the Golan Heights, when this territory was unjustly seized by Israel. Patrice Lumumba, the leader of the Republic of Congo when it first achieved independence, who was harassed from abroad, received our political support. When he was assassinated by the colonial powers in January of 1961, we lent assistance to his followers. 4 years later, in 1965, Cuban blood was shed in the western region of Lake Tanganyika, where Che Guevara and more than 100 Cuban instructors supported the Congolese rebels who were fighting against white mercenaries in the service of the man supported by the West, Joseph Mobutu Sese Seko, who stole $40 billion and no one knows which European banks they are kept in, or who controls this cash. The blood of Cuban instructors was shed while training and supporting the combatants of the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, who were fighting under the command of Amilcar Cabral for the liberation of these former Portuguese colonies. The same was true during the 10 years that Cuba supported Agostinho Neto's MPLA in the struggle for the independence of Angola. After independence was achieved, and over the course of 15 years, hundreds of thousands of Cuban volunteers participated in defending Angola from the attacks of racist South African troops that, in complicity with the United States, and using dirty war tactics, planted millions of mines, wiped out entire villages, and murdered more than 500,000 Angolan men, women, and children. In Quitaquanavel and on the Namibian border, to the southwest of Angola, Angolan and Namibian forces together with 40,000 Cuban troops dealt the final blow to the South African troops. This resulted in the immediate liberation of Namibia and speeded up the end of apartheid by perhaps 20 to 25 years. At the time, the South Africans had 7 nuclear warheads that Israel had supplied to them or helped them to produce, with the full knowledge and complicity of the U.S. government. Throughout the course of almost 15 years, Cuba had a place of honor in its solidarity with the heroic people of Vietnam, caught up in a barbaric and brutal war with the United States. That war killed 4 million Vietnamese, in addition to all those left wounded and mutilated, not to mention the fact that the country was inundated with chemical compounds that continue to cause incalculable damage. The pretext, Vietnam, a poor and underdeveloped country located 20,000 kilometers away, constituted a threat to the national security of the United States. Cuban blood was shed together with that of citizens of numerous Latin American countries, and together with the Cuban and Latin American blood of Che Guevara, murdered on instructions from U.S. agents in Bolivia, when he was wounded and held prisoner after his weapon had been rendered useless by a shot received in battle. The blood of Cuban construction workers, who were nearing completion of an international airport vital for the economy of a tiny island fully dependent on tourism, was shed fighting in defense of Grenada, invaded by the United States under cynical pretexts. Cuban blood was shed in Nicaragua, when instructors from our armed forces were training the brave Nicaraguan soldiers confronting the dirty war organized and armed by the United States against the Sandinista revolution. And there are even more examples. Over 2,000 heroic Cuban internationalist combatants gave their lives fulfilling the sacred duty of supporting the liberation struggles for the independence of other sister nations. However, there is not one single Cuban property in any of those countries. No other country in our era has exhibited such sincere and selfless solidarity. Cuba has always preached by example. It has never given in. It has never sold out the cause of another people. It has never made concessions. It has never betrayed its principles. There must be some reason why, just 48 hours ago, it was re-elected by acclamation in the United Nations Economic and Social Council to another 3 years in the Commission on Human Rights, of which it has now been a member for 15 straight years. More than 500,000 Cubans have carried out internationalist missions as combatants, as teachers, as technicians, or as doctors and healthcare workers. Tens of thousands of the latter have provided their services and saved millions of lives over the course of more than 40 years. There are currently 3,000 specialists in comprehensive general medicine and other healthcare personnel working in the most isolated regions of 18 third world countries. Through preventive and therapeutic methods they save hundreds of thousands of lives every year, and maintain or restore the health of millions of people, without charging a penny for their services. Without the Cuban doctors offered to the United Nations in the event that the necessary funds are obtained, without which entire nations and even whole regions of sub-Saharan Africa face the risk of perishing, the crucial programs urgently needed to fight AIDS would be impossible to carry out. The developed capitalist world has created abundant financial capital, but it has not in any way created the human capital that the third world desperately needs. Cuba has developed techniques to teach reading and writing by radio, with accompanying texts now available in 5 languages: Haitian Creole, Portuguese, French, English and Spanish, that are already being used in numerous countries. It is nearing completion of a similar program in Spanish, of exceptionally high quality, to teach literacy by television. These are programs that were developed in Cuba and are genuinely Cuban. We are not interested in patents and exclusive copyrights. We are willing to offer them to all of the countries of the Third World, where most of the world's illiterates are concentrated, without charging a penny. In 5 years, the 800 million illiterate people in the world could be reduced by 80%, at a minimal cost. After the demise of the Soviet Union and the Socialist Bloc, no one would have bet a dime on the survival of the Cuban Revolution. The United States tightened the blockade. The Torricelli and Helms-Burton laws were adopted, both extraterritorial in nature. We suddenly lost our main markets and sources of imports. The population's average calorie and protein consumption was reduced by almost half. But our country withstood the pressures and even advanced considerably in the social field. Today, it has largely recovered with regard to nutritional requirements and is rapidly progressing in other fields. Even in these conditions, the work undertaken and the consciousness built throughout the years succeeded in working miracles. Why have we endured? Because the revolution has always had, as it still does and always will to an ever greater degree, the support of the people, an intelligent people, increasingly united, educated and combative. Cuba was the first country to extend its solidarity to the people of the United States on September 11, 2001. It was also the first to warn of the neo-fascist nature of the policy that the extreme right in the United States, which fraudulently came to power in November 2000, was planning to impose on the rest of the world. This policy did not emerge as a response to the atrocious terrorist attack perpetrated against the people of the United States by members of a fanatical organization that had served other U.S. administrations in the past. It was coldly and carefully conceived and developed, which explains the country's military build-up and enormous spending on weapons at a time when the Cold War was already over, and long before September 11, 2001. The fateful events of that day served as an ideal pretext for the implementation of such a policy. On September 20 of that year, President Bush openly expressed this before a Congress shaken by the tragic events of 9 days earlier. Using bizarre terminology, he spoke of infinite justice as the goal of a war that would apparently be infinite as well. We will use every necessary weapon of war. Americans should not expect one battle, but a lengthy campaign unlike any other we have ever seen. Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. I've put the armed forces on alert and there is a reason. The hour is coming when America will act and you will make us proud. This is the world's fight, this is civilization's fight. The great achievements of our time and the great hopes of all time, now depend on us. The course of this conflict is not known, yet its outcome is certain, and we know that God is not neutral. Are these the words of a statesman or an unbridled fanatic? 2 days later, on September 22, Cuba denounced this speech as the blueprint for the idea of a global military dictatorship imposed through brute force, with no regard for international law or institutions of any kind. The United Nations, simply ignored in the present crisis, would fail to have any authority or prerogative whatsoever. There would be only one boss, only one judge, and only one law. Several months later, on the 200th anniversary of the West Point Military Academy, at the graduation ceremony for 958 cadets on June 3, 2002, President Bush further elaborated on this line of thinking in a fiery harangue to the young soldiers graduating that day, outlining his fundamentalist, inflexible ideas. Our security will require transforming the military. You will lead military that must be ready to strike at a moment's notice in any dark corner of the world. And our security will require all Americans to be forward-looking and resolute, to be ready for preemptive action when necessary to defend our liberty and to defend our lives. We must uncover terror cells in 60 or more countries. We will send you, our soldiers, wherever you're needed. We will not leave the safety of America and the peace of the planet at the mercy of a few mad terrorists and tyrants. We will lift this dark threat from our country and from the world. Some worry that it is somehow undiplomatic or impolite to speak the language of right and wrong. I disagree. We are in a conflict between good and evil, and America will call evil by its name. By confronting evil and lawless regimes, we do not create a problem, we reveal a problem. And we will lead the world in opposing it. In the speech I delivered at a rally held in General Antonio Maceo Plaza in Santiago de Cuba on June 8, 2002, in front of 500,000 people, I said, "As you can see, he doesn't mention the United Nations once in his West Point speech. Nor is there a phrase about every people's right to safety and peace, or about the need for a world ruled by principles and norms. Hardly 2/3 of a century have passed since humanity went through the bitter experience of Nazism. Fear was Hitler's essential ally against his adversaries. Later, his fearful military force led to the outbreak of a war that would inflame the whole world. The lack of vision and the cowardice of the statesmen in the strongest European powers of the time opened the way to a great tragedy. I don't think that a fascist regime can be established in the United States. Serious mistakes have been made and injustices committed in the framework of its political system. Many of them still persist, but the US people still have a number of institutions and traditions, as well as educational, cultural, and ethical values that would hardly allow that to happen. But the risk exists in the international arena. The power and prerogatives of that country's president are so extensive, and the economic, technological, and military power network in that nation is so pervasive that due to circumstances that fully escape the will of the US people, the world is coming under the rule of Nazi concepts and methods. The miserable insects that live in 60 or more countries of the world chosen by him and his closest assistants, and in the case of Cuba by his Miami friends, are completely irrelevant. They are the dark corners of the world that may become the targets of their unannounced and preemptive attacks. Not only is Cuba one of those countries, but it has also been included among those that sponsor terror. I mentioned the idea of a world dictatorship for the first time exactly 1 year, 3 months, and 19 days before the US attack on Iraq. In the days prior to the beginning of the war, President Bush repeated once again that the United States would use, if necessary, any means within its arsenal, in other words, nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, and biological weapons. The attack on and occupation of Afghanistan had already taken place. Today the so-called dissidents, actually mercenaries on the payroll of Bush's Hitler-like government, are betraying not only their homeland but humanity as well. In the face of the sinister plans against our country on the part of the neo-fascist extreme right and its allies in the Miami terrorist mob that ensured its victory through electoral fraud, I wonder how many of those individuals with supposedly leftist and humanitarian stances who have attacked our people over the legal measures we were forced to adopt as a legitimate defense against the aggressive plans of the superpower located just a few miles off our coast and with a military base on our own territory have been able to read these words. We wonder how many have recognized, denounced, and condemned the policy announced in the speeches by Mr. Bush that I have quoted, which reveal a sinister Nazi-fascist international policy on the part of the leader of the country with the most powerful military force ever imagined, whose weapons could destroy defenseless humanity 10 times over. The entire world has been mobilized by the terrifying images of cities destroyed and burned by brutal bombing, images of maimed children and the shattered corpses of innocent people. Leaving aside the blatantly opportunistic, demagogic, and petty political groups we know all too well, I am now going to refer fundamentally to those who were friends of Cuba and respected fighters in the struggle. We would not want those who have, in our opinion, attacked Cuba unjustly, due to disinformation or a lack of careful and profound analysis, to have to suffer the infinite sorrow they will feel if one day our cities are destroyed and our children and mothers, women and men, young and old, are torn apart by the bombs of Nazi fascism, and they realize that their declarations were shamelessly manipulated by the aggressors to justify a military attack on Cuba. The numbers of children murdered and mutilated cannot be the only measure of the human damage, but also the millions of children and mothers, women and men, young and old, who remain traumatized for the rest of their lives. We fully respect the opinions of those who oppose capital punishment for religious, philosophical, and humanitarian reasons. We Cuban revolutionaries also abhor capital punishment, for much more profound reasons than those addressed by the social sciences with regard to crime, currently under study in our country. The day will come when we can accede to the wishes, so nobly expressed here in the brilliant speech by our beloved brother Reverend Lucius Walker, to abolish such penalties. The special concern over this issue is easily understood when you know that the majority of the people executed in the United States are African American and Hispanic, and not infrequently they are innocent, especially in Texas, the champion of the death penalty, where President Bush was formerly the governor, and not a single life has ever been pardoned. The Cuban Revolution was placed in the dilemma of either protecting the lives of millions of Cubans by using the legally established death penalty to punish recently the three main hijackers of a passenger ferry, or sitting back and doing nothing. The U.S. government, which incites common criminals to assault boats or airplanes with passengers on board, encourages these people gravely endangering the lives of innocents and creating the ideal conditions for an attack on Cuba. A wave of hijackings had been unleashed and was already in full development. It had to be stopped. We cannot ever hesitate when it is a question of protecting the lives of the sons and daughters of a people determined to fight until the end, in arresting the mercenaries who serve the aggressors and applying the most severe sanctions, no matter how unpleasant it is for us, against terrorists who hijack passenger boats or planes or commit similarly serious acts, who will be punished by the courts in accordance with the laws in force. Not even Jesus Christ, who drove the traitors out of the temple with a whip, would fail to opt for the defense of the people. I feel sincere and profound respect for His Holiness Pope John Paul II. I understand and admire his noble struggle for life and peace. No one opposed the war in Iraq as much and as tenaciously as he did. I am absolutely certain that he would have never counseled the Shiites and Sunni Muslims to let themselves be killed without defending themselves. He would not counsel the Cubans to do such a thing, either. He knows perfectly well that this is not a problem between Cubans. This is a problem between the people of Cuba and the government of the United States. The policy of the U.S. government is so brazenly provocative that on April 25, Mr. Kevin Whitaker, chief of the Cuban Bureau at the State Department, informed the head of our interests section in Washington that the National Security Council's Department of Homeland Security considered the continued hijackings from Cuba a serious threat to the national security of the United States, and requested that the Cuban government adopt all of the necessary measures to prevent such acts. He said this as if they were not the ones who provoke and encourage these hijackings, and as if we were not the ones who adopt drastic measures to prevent them, in order to protect the lives and safety of passengers, and being fully aware for some time now of the criminal plans of the fascist extreme right against Cuba. When news of this contact on the 25th was leaked, it stirred up the Miami terrorist mob. They still do not understand that their direct or indirect threats against Cuba do not frighten anyone in this country. The hypocrisy of Western politicians and a large group of mediocre leaders is so huge that it would not fit in the Atlantic Ocean. Any measure that Cuba adopts for the purposes of its legitimate defense is reported among the top stories in almost every media. On the other hand, when we pointed out that during the term in office of a Spanish head of government, dozens of ETA members were executed without trial, without anyone protesting or denouncing it at the UN Commission on Human Rights, or that another Spanish government leader, at a difficult moment in the war in Kosovo, advised the U.S. president to step up the war, increase the bombing and attack civilian targets, thus causing the deaths of hundreds of innocent people and tremendous suffering. For millions of people, the headlines merely stated, Castro attacks Felipe and Aznar. Not a word was said about the real issue. In Miami and Washington they are now discussing where, how, and when Cuba will be attacked and the problem of the revolution solved. For the moment, there is talk of economic measures that will further intensify the brutal blockade, but they still do not know which to choose, who they will resign themselves to alienating, and how effective these measures may be. There are very few left for them to choose from. They have already used up almost all of them. A shameless scoundrel with the poorly chosen first name Lincoln, and the last name Diaz-Balart, an intimate friend and advisor of President Bush, has made this enigmatic statement to a Miami TV station. I can't go into details, but we're trying to break this vicious cycle. What methods are they considering to deal with this vicious cycle? Physically eliminating me with the sophisticated modern means they have developed, as Mr. Bush promised them in Texas before the elections. Or attacking Cuba the way they attacked Iraq? If it were the former, it does not worry me in the least. The ideas for which I have fought all my life will not die, and they will live on for a long time. If the solution were to attack Cuba like Iraq, I would suffer greatly because of the cost in lives and the enormous destruction it would cause Cuba. But, this might turn out to be this administration's last fascist attack, because the struggle would last a very long time. The aggressors would not merely be facing an army, but rather thousands of armies that would constantly reproduce themselves and make the enemy pay such a high cost in casualties that it would far exceed the cost in lives of its sons and daughters that the US people would be willing to pay for the adventures and ideas of President Bush. Today, he enjoys majority support, but it is dropping, and tomorrow it could be reduced to zero. The US people, the millions of highly cultivated individuals who reason and think, their basic ethical principles, the tens of millions of computers with which to communicate, hundreds of times more than at the end of the Vietnam War, will show that you cannot fool all of the people, and perhaps not even part of the people, all of the time. One day they will put a straitjacket on those who need it before those people manage to annihilate life on the planet. On behalf of the 1 million people gathered here this May Day, I want to convey a message to the world and the US people. We do not want the blood of Cubans and Americans to be shed in a war. We do not want a countless number of lives of people who could be friends to be lost in an armed conflict. But never has a people had such sacred things to defend, or such profound convictions to fight for, to such a degree that they would rather be obliterated from the face of the earth than abandon the noble and generous work for which so many generations of Cubans have paid the high cost of the lives of many of their finest sons and daughters. We are sustained by the deepest conviction that ideas are worth more than weapons, no matter how sophisticated and powerful those weapons may be. Let us say like Che Guevara when he bid us farewell. Hasta la victoria siempre. Ever onward to victory. 20.in Answer to the Empire, letters to President George W. Bush. The Commission for Assistance to a Free Cuba, CAFC, was appointed by President Bush in October 2003 to recommend ways to hasten the demise of the Cuban Revolution. After the CAFC released its report, a mass rally was held in Havana on May 14, 2004. The rally marched past the U.S. Interests section, where Fidel Castro read his proclamation by an adversary of the U.S. government. He addressed President Bush again in a letter on June 21. The CAFC, chaired by Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, released a second report in July 2006. Proclamation by an adversary of the U.S. government. Havana, May 14, 2004. Mr. George W. Bush. The million Cubans who are gathered here today to march past your interests section are just a small part of a valiant and heroic people who would like to be here with us, if it were physically possible. We have not gathered in a hostile gesture to the U.S. people, whose ethics, rooted in the time when the first pilgrims emigrated to this hemisphere, are well known to us. Nor do we wish to upset the officials, employees, and guards of this office, to whom we offer all the safety and guarantees that a civilized and educated people such as ours can give while they serve their terms. This is an outraged protest and a denunciation of the brutal, ruthless, and cruel measures against our country that your country has just adopted. We know beforehand what you believe or want to make others believe about those who are marching here. In your opinion, they are oppressed masses who yearn for liberty and who have been forced onto the streets by the Cuban government. You completely ignore the fact that no force in the world could drag a dignified, proud people, which has withstood 45 years of hostility, blockade, and aggression from the most powerful nation on earth, onto the streets like a flock of animals, each one with rope around their neck. A statesman, or someone who claims to be one, should know that throughout history truly humane ideas of justice have been shown to be much more powerful than force. Force leaves in its wake only contemptible ruins, covered in dust, humane ideas leave a luminous trail that no one will ever be able to extinguish. Every era has had its own ideas, both good and bad ones, and they have accumulated over time. But the worst, most sinister, and dubious ideas belong to the era in which we live, a barbarous, uncivilized, globalized world. In the world that you seek to impose on us today, there is not the slightest notion of ethics, credibility, standards of justice, humanitarian feelings, or the elementary principles of solidarity and generosity. Everything that is written about human rights in your world, and in the world of your allies who share in plundering the world, is an enormous lie. Billions of human beings live in subhuman conditions, starving, without enough food, medicine, clothes, shoes, or shelter, and with only a minimal understanding of their tragic situation and the reality of the world in which they live. Surely no one has told you about the tens of millions of children, adolescents, youths, mothers, middle-aged or elderly people who die every year but who might have been saved in this idyllic Eden that is our Earth. They cannot have told you how fast the natural conditions for life are being destroyed, and that the hydrocarbons that took the world 300 million years to create have been squandered in a century and a half, with devastating effects. You have only to ask your advisors for precise data on the tens of thousands of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, bombs, smart long-range missiles, battleships, and aircraft carriers, and the conventional and non-conventional weapons in your arsenals which are enough to wipe out all life on the planet. Neither you nor anyone else would ever be able to sleep again. And nor would your allies, who are trying to emulate your military build-up. If your allies' lack of responsibility and political talent, the inequality between their respective states, and their infinitesimal inclination to reflect in the time they have left between protocol and meetings are taken into account, those who have the destiny of the world in their hands can harbor few hopes when, half puzzled, half indifferent, they gaze upon the real madhouse that world politics has become. The purpose of these words is not to offend or insult you, but since you have set out to intimidate, to terrorize this country and eventually to destroy its socio-economic system and independence, and if necessary its very physical existence, I consider it my elementary duty to remind you of a few home truths. You have neither the morality nor the right, none whatsoever, to speak of freedom, democracy, and human rights when you have sufficient power to destroy humanity and are attempting to install a world dictatorship, sidestepping and destroying the United Nations, violating the human rights of any and every country, waging wars of conquest to take over world markets and resources, and installing decadent and anachronistic political and social systems that are leading the human race into the abyss. There are other reasons why you should not mention the word democracy. Among these is the fact that everyone knows you became President of the United States through fraud. You cannot speak of freedom because you cannot conceive of a world other than one ruled by fear of the lethal weapons which your inexpert hands might rain down on humanity. You cannot speak of the environment because you are completely ignorant of the fact that the human race is in danger of disappearing. You label a dictatorship the economic and political system that has guided the Cuban people to higher levels of literacy, knowledge, and culture than those in the most developed countries in the world. The same system has reduced infant mortality to a rate lower than that of the United States and provided the population with health care and educational facilities and other extremely important social and human services free of charge. Listening to you talk of human rights in Cuba has a hollow, absurd ring. This, Mr. Bush, is one of the few countries in this hemisphere where not once in 45 years has there been a single case of torture, a single death squad, a single extrajudicial execution, or a single ruler who has become a millionaire through having held power. You lack the moral authority to speak of Cuba, a dignified country that has withstood 45 years of a brutal blockade, economic war, and terrorist attacks which have cost thousands of lives and tens of billions of dollars in economic losses. You are attacking Cuba for petty, political reasons, trying to obtain electoral support from a shrinking group of renegades and mercenaries who have no ethical principles whatsoever. You lack the moral right to speak of terrorism because you are surrounded by a bunch of murderers who have caused the death of thousands of Cubans through terrorist methods. You do not hide your contempt for human life, because you have not hesitated to order the extrajudicial death of a secret, unknown number of people in various parts of the world. You have no right whatsoever, except for that of brute force, to intervene in Cuba's affairs and, whenever the fancy takes you, to proclaim the transition from one system to another and to take measures to make this happen. This people can be exterminated, you should know this, or wiped off the face of the earth, but it cannot be subjugated or be once again put into the humiliating position of a U.S. neo-colony. Cuba fights on the side of life in the world, you fight on the side of death. Whereas you kill countless people with your indiscriminate, preemptive, surprise attacks, Cuba saves the lives of hundreds of thousands of children, mothers, old and sick people all over the world. The only thing you know about Cuba are the lies that spill forth from the ravenous mouths of the corrupt and insatiable mob of former Batista supporters and their descendants, who are experts in electoral fraud and capable of electing as President of the United States someone who did not obtain enough votes to claim victory. Human beings are not aware of and cannot be aware of freedom in a regime of inequality like the one you represent. No one is born equal in the United States. In the Black and Latino ghettos, and on the reservations for the people who once inhabited that land but were exterminated, there is no equality other than that of being poor and excluded. Our people, educated in solidarity and internationalism, do not hate the U.S. people, nor do they want to see young white, black, Native American, Mestizo or Latino soldiers from that country die, young people driven by unemployment to enlist in the military, to be sent to whatever corner of the world in traitorous, preemptive attacks or in wars of conquest. The unbelievable torture applied to prisoners in Iraq has rendered the world speechless. I do not seek to offend you with these words, as I have already said. My only hope is that in your leisure time one of your advisors might bring these truths to your notice, even though they may not be completely welcome. Since you have decided that the die is cast, I have the pleasure of saying farewell like the Roman gladiators who were about to fight in the arena. Hail Caesar, those who are about to die salute you. My only regret is that I might not see your face, because in that case you would be thousands of miles away, while I would be in the front line, ready to die fighting in defense of my homeland. In the name of the Cuban people. Fidel Castro Ruz. May 14, 2004. Second Epistle. Havana, June 21, 2004. Mr. Bush. I must be calm but very sincere. I have absolutely no intention of insulting you or launching personal attacks. But it is cynical to include Cuba in a list of countries involved in the illegal trafficking of persons. And what is even more outrageous and abhorrent in this arrogant report that the State Department feels obliged to issue every year is the claim that Cuba promotes sex tourism, even with children. You are in a position to be informed that Cuba has signed 2 immigration agreements with the United States in the interests of family reunification. The U.S. administration failed to honor the first of these, signed in 1984. 10 years later, instead of the 20,000 visas promised, only about 1,000, that is, 5%, were issued every year. Following the immigration crisis that broke out in 1994, our country signed a new agreement with the U.S. government, which was expanded the following year and is still in force. In spite of this, and although its provisions have been basically met with regard to the number of visas, they have not been met regarding the fundamental, inescapable obligation to avoid any incitement to illegal emigration. With no justification whatsoever, the murderous Cuban Adjustment Act is still in place, implacable, and indeed, new incentives for illegal immigrants have been added to it. This absurd and immoral act has cost an incalculable number of lives, including the lives of many Cuban children. And it was as a result of this same law that the loathsome traffic in immigrants emerged using speedboats that come from Florida to points anywhere on our coastline. Cuba punishes these acts severely, whereas U.S. administrations, for very well-known political reasons connected with the state of Florida, have just folded their arms. No country in the world has given as much physical and moral protection, as much health and education to its children, as Cuba has. You should know that a higher proportion of children die in their first year of life in the United States than in Cuba. 100% of children and adolescents in our country, including those afflicted by some kind of physical or mental disability, attend the appropriate schools and are able to study. How can you claim not to know that while in the United States there are, on average, 30 students to a classroom, in Cuba the ratio is less than 20 and our educational results are better than those in any developed country? Our healthcare services have raised the life expectancy of each child from about 60 years in 1959, according to estimates, to 76.13 years today. In spite of the US blockade and the collapse of the socialist bloc, unemployment in Cuba is only 2.3%, which is several times lower than in your own country, the richest and most industrialized in the world. You should be ashamed of trying to economically asphyxiate the Cuban people, who, blockaded and subjected to more than 4 decades of economic warfare, armed aggressions, and terrorist actions, have achieved such feats. You can show us nothing like this in your own country. You are trying to strangle our economy and are threatening war against a country that has shown itself capable of having 20,000 doctors currently offering their services in 64 countries of the Third World. Your administration, in spite of possessing the resources of the richest power on earth, has not sent a single doctor to the most distant corners of these countries, as Cuba does. On your conscience, and on those of the leaders of the world's richest states, lies the genocide which is implicit in the death, every year, of more than 10 million children and tens of millions more people who could be saved. These deaths are the result of the pillaging and robbery practiced against third world countries through the unjust and unsustainable world economic order that the rich countries have imposed to the detriment of 80% of this planet's population. Someone should inform you of these problems and these facts, instead of constantly spreading intrigue and lies. As for Cuba, you allow yourself to be driven by the fanatical belief that your re-election in November 2004 depends on the support of a mob of well-known old terrorist émigrés and their descendants, a large section of whom were Batistas embezzlers and war criminals who sought refuge in the United States with their booty on their backs and their crimes unpunished. Others have grown rich through many years of service to acts of terrorism and aggressions that have caused our people much bloodshed. These groups are becoming increasingly discredited and their influence is diminishing. Everyone remembers what happened in Florida, where they committed all kinds of electoral fraud in which they are real experts. Still, you carried the state by only 518 votes. I do not wish to humiliate you by digging up this sordid and unpleasant matter. I will rather limit myself to telling you, with all sincerity, that the errors into which your commitment to this mob lead you may decisively backfire in the next elections. The US people are already fed up with the embarrassing influence that these groups exercise over the foreign and domestic policy of such an important country. Your dependence on these groups will end up losing you a lot of votes, and not only in Florida, but all over the country. When you forbid Americans to travel to Cuba under the threat of brutal repression, you are violating a constitutional principle and a right of which your country's citizens have always been proud. Moreover, it shows political fear. While Cuba, with no hesitation or fear, with very few exceptions, has opened its doors to masses of Cuban immigrants so they can visit their country of origin, and, recently, has authorized them to do so as many times as they wish through the simple procedure of renewing their passports every 2 years, you are implementing ruthless and inhumane measures against Cuban families that deeply offend their ancestral culture and traditions. It is indescribably cruel to forbid resident Cubans, naturalized or not, to visit their closest relatives for a period of no less than 3 years, even if these relatives are at death's door. Quite a few Cuban Americans are already thinking of campaigning for a protest vote. For purely electoral reasons, and ignoring resolutions passed by almost all members of the United Nations, you have just adopted new, harsher economic measures against the Cuban people that world public opinion and the immense majority of the US public find appalling. The worst thing about your ridiculous, clumsy anti-Cuba policy is that you and your closest advisors have brazenly proclaimed your goal of forcibly imposing what you call a political transition on Cuba if I die in office, a transition which you do not, of course, hesitate to admit that you will try to hasten. You are very well aware of what that means in the language of the mob. However, perhaps the most shameful thing you did was to announce that the first hours will be decisive, since the idea is to go to any lengths, under any circumstances, to prevent a new political and administrative leadership from taking charge of our country. You would do this completely ignoring the Cuban Constitution, the powers of the National Assembly and of our party's leadership, and the powers that the Constitution and the highest institutions of the people have bestowed, as is the case all over the world, on those whose responsibility it is to assume this task immediately. Since you can only do this by sending troops to occupy key positions in the country, you are, in fact, announcing your intention to launch a military intervention in our homeland. This is why, on May 14, I hailed you in advance for the role of Caesar you are playing, as did the gladiators who were forced to fight to the death in the ancient Roman circus. Today, I think it is only right to add a few more things. You should know that your march on Cuba will be anything but easy. Our people will stand up to your economic measures, whatever they may be. 45 years of heroic struggle against the blockade and economic war, against threats, aggressions, plots to assassinate its leaders, sabotage and terrorism have not weakened but rather strengthened the revolution. 43 years ago the treacherous invasion at the Bay of Pigs was rooted in less than 66 hours of relentless combat, against the predictions of brilliant experts. Some of us who are leading this revolution went through the singular experience where a handful of combatants, who at first had only 7 rifles, managed, using weapons taken from the enemy in battle, to defeat Batista's armed forces, which were equipped, trained, and advised by the United States and which numbered 85,000 troops. In October 1962, a year and a half after the Bay of Pigs, not a single Cuban fighter batted an eyelid at the thought of the very real threat of a nuclear strike. Not a single inspection of our country was allowed, in spite of the agreement between the two superpowers. Dozens of years of dirty war, sabotage, and terrorism, in which many of your current friends from Miami played such a notable role, could not bring Cuba to her knees. The collapse of the European Socialist bloc and of the Soviet Union itself, which deprived us of markets, fuel, food, and raw materials, compounded by a blockade made harsher by the Torricelli and Helms-Burton laws and other measures, did not break the Cuban people, and what seemed impossible came to pass. We stood firm. This is something that is now in the blood and tradition of patriotic Cubans, who in the last war against Spanish colonialism, clashed with, wore down and virtually defeated 300,000 Spanish soldiers. This is the spirit of fighting against impossible odds and winning. It is not my intention, Mr. President of the United States, to torment you or upset you with these memories. It is simply my desire to give you an idea of what Cuba is all about, of what a genuine and deep revolutionary process signifies, and of what the people you look down on condescendingly are really like. Today, Cuba has the most cultured and politically aware population of all the countries in the world. Our people are not fanatics, our people defend ideas. This is not a country of illiterate or semi-illiterate people. It is a country where higher education is being made accessible to the whole population and where courage and patriotism are becoming common traits. Experience and knowledge go hand in hand with dreams of a society where justice and humanism can prevail, something that yourself, with your fundamentalism and messianic ways, will find very hard to understand. Today, we are not just a handful of men and women determined to win or die. We are millions of women and men with enough weapons and over 200,000 well-trained officers and leaders who know perfectly well how to use them under conditions of modern, sophisticated warfare. We have a huge mass of combatants who are similarly well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of those who are threatening us, despite their enormous military resources and the technological superiority of their weapons. Under the present circumstances in Cuba, and in case of an invasion of our country if I cease to exist either from natural or other causes, this will not in any way inflict the least damage on our capacity to fight and stand firm. Every political and military chief at every level, and every individual soldier, is a potential commander-in-chief who knows what they must do, and in a given situation each person can become their own commander-in-chief. You will not have even 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, or 1 second to prevent the political and military leadership of the country from taking charge immediately, for the orders on what should be done have already been given. Every man and woman will be at his or her combat station without wasting a second. On May 14, in front of 1 million Cubans who marched past your interest section, I told you very clearly what I had to do and would do. That is my job. Today, I reiterate it, and I suggest that you and your advisors do not concoct any vicious plan for vengeance against our people. Do not try crazy adventures such as surgical strikes or wars of attrition using sophisticated techniques, because you could lose control of the situation. Undesirable things could happen that are not good for the Cuban people or for the US people. You might shatter the immigration agreement and provoke a mass exodus that we would not be in a position to prevent, and you might unleash an all-out war between young US soldiers and the Cuban people. That would be very sad. Yet, I assure you that you would never win that war. You will not find here a divided people, conflicting ethnic groups or profound religious differences, nor will there be traitorous generals commanding our troops. You will find a people solidly united by culture, feelings of solidarity and social and human achievements that are unprecedented in history. You will not win glory with military action against Cuba. Our people will never give up their independence, nor will they ever give up their political, social, and economic ideals. Cuba showed full solidarity with the US people after the painful and unjustifiable attack on the Twin Towers. That same day we expressed our point of view, which today is being confirmed with almost mathematical precision. War is not the way to put an end to terrorism and violence in the world. That tragic event has been used as a pretext to impose on the planet a policy of terror and force. Your measures against the Cuban people are atrocious and inhumane. Cuba can prove that you want to destroy a country whose medical services have saved and continue to save hundreds of thousands of lives in poor countries around the world, a country that could even save as many lives of poor US citizens as the 3,000 who died in the Twin Towers. You surely know that 44 million people in the United States lack medical insurance, and that at some point in a 2-year period, 82 million Americans had no insurance and could not afford the astronomical costs of essential healthcare services in your country. A very conservative estimate indicates that many tens of thousands of lives are lost every year in the United States because of this, perhaps 30 or 40 times the number that died in the Twin Towers. Someone should calculate this exactly. In a brief 5-year period, Cuba is prepared to save the lives of 3,000 poor Americans. It is perfectly possible today to forecast and prevent a heart attack that could be fatal, and to alleviate illnesses that lead inevitably to death. These 3,000 Americans could come to our country accompanied by a relative and receive medical treatment absolutely free of charge. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Bush, about ethics and principles. Would you be willing to give those people permission to come to Cuba on a program designed to save a life for every life lost in that horrendous attack on the Twin Towers? And, if they accepted the offer of those services and decided to come, would they be punished? Show the world that there is an alternative to arrogance, war, genocide, hatred, egoism, hypocrisy, and lies. On behalf of the Cuban people. Fidel Castro, Ruz. June 21, 2004. Epilogue, Fidel Castro. On the Cuban Revolution. After Fidel. On November 17, 2005, Fidel Castro gave a lengthy address to students and professors at the Aula Magna of the University of Havana. In this speech, Fidel Castro remarked on the bitter experience of the loss of the first socialist state, the Soviet Union, and the spread of corruption, inefficiency, and inequality in Cuba. He stated that the primary threat to the revolution today came from within and not from outside Cuba. He then put the following provocative questions to his audience. Is it that revolutions are doomed to fall apart, or do human beings cause revolutions to fall apart? Can individuals or society prevent revolutions from collapsing? I could immediately add another question: do you believe that this revolutionary socialist process can fall apart, or not? Have you ever given this any thought or deeply reflected about it? Were you aware of all these inequalities in Cuba that I have been talking about? Were you aware of certain generalized habits? Did you know there are people who earn 40 or 50 times the monthly salary of one of the doctors over there in the mountains of Guatemala, who are part of the Henry Reeve contingent? Or in far-off Africa, or in the Himalayas at an altitude of thousands of meters, saving lives and earning 5 or 10% of what one of those dirty little crooks earns selling gasoline to the nouveau riche, diverting resources from our ports in trucks by the ton load, stealing in the dollar shops, stealing in a 5-star hotel by exchanging a bottle of rum for another of lesser quality and pocketing the dollars for which that person sells the drinks. Just how many ways of stealing do we have in this country? I asked you a question, Compañero students. I ask this in light of historical experience, and I ask you all, without exception, to reflect on it. Can the Cuban revolutionary process be reversed, or not? What are the ideas or what level of consciousness would make the reversal of the revolutionary process impossible? When those who were the forerunners, the veterans, start disappearing and making room for new generations of leaders, what will happen and what will be accomplished? After all, we have witnessed many errors, and we didn't recognize them. A leader has tremendous power when he enjoys the confidence of the masses, who have complete trust in his abilities. The consequences of errors committed by those in authority are terrible, and this has happened more than once during revolutionary processes. Such is the stuff for meditation. One studies history, one meditates on what happened here or there, on what is happening today and on what will happen tomorrow, on where each country's process might lead, what path our own process will take, how it will get there, and what role Cuba will play. Our country has endured limitations in resources, many limitations, but this country has also wasted resources thoughtlessly. Some thought that socialism could be constructed with capitalist methods. That is one of the great historical errors. I don't wish to discuss this, I don't want to theorize. But I can give any number of examples of many things that couldn't be resolved by those who called themselves theoreticians, who immersed themselves from head to toe in the books of Marx, Engels, Lenin and many others. That was why I commented that one of our greatest mistakes at the beginning of, and often during, the revolution was our belief that someone else knew how to build socialism. In my opinion, today, we have relatively clear ideas about how one goes about building socialism, but we need to be extremely clear, and you will need to find answers to many questions because you will be the ones responsible for the preservation of socialism in the future. How can we not be aware of this, so that our heroic island, this heroic people, this nation, which has written pages in the history books like no other nation in the history of humankind, might preserve the revolution? Please, do not think I am speaking as a vain man or a charlatan, or someone inclined to bluff. 46 years have passed and the history of this country is well known, and the people of this nation know this history well. They also know our neighbor very well, the empire's size and power, its strength and its wealth, its technology and its control over the World Bank, the IMF and the entire world of finance. That country has imposed on us the most incredible, ironclad blockade, which was discussed at the United Nations, where 182 nations supported Cuba, despite the risk entailed in voting against the empire. The island has survived, not just during the days when the European socialist countries stood together with us, but after the socialist camp had disappeared and the Soviet Union had fallen apart. We forged this revolution alone, against all risks, for many long years. We realized that if the day ever came when we would be directly attacked by the United States, no one would ever fight for us and we would never ask anyone to do so. The empire might have tanks to spare, but we have just what we need, not one to spare. All their technology will collapse like ice cubes in the noonday sun in summer. Once we possessed only 7 guns and a handful of bullets. Today, we possess much more than those 7 guns. We have a people who have learned how to handle weapons, we have an entire nation, which, in spite of our errors, has such a high degree of culture, education, and consciousness that it will never allow this country to become a colony again. This country can self-destruct, This revolution can destroy itself, but they can never destroy us. We can destroy ourselves, and that would be our fault. Let there never be a Soviet situation here, or a broken, dispersed socialist bloc. The empire will not come here to set up secret jails in which to torture the progressive men and women from other parts of this continent who are rising up today to engage in their second and final fight for independence. Before we go back to such a repugnant and miserable existence, there had better not be any memory, not even the slightest trace of us or our descendants. I said we are more and more revolutionary, and I said this for a reason. Now, we understand the empire much better, and we are increasingly aware of what they are capable of. We have to be resolute. We must defeat these deviations and strengthen the revolution by destroying any of the illusions that the empire may have. That is to say, either we radically defeat these problems or we die. We must repeat the motto, Patria Omuerd. There must be an end to stupidity in the world, the abuses, and the empire based on might and terror. It will disappear when all fear disappears. Every day there are more fearless countries. Every day there will be more countries that will rebel, and the empire will not be able to keep its infamous system alive any longer. Salvador Allende once spoke of things that would happen sooner or later. I believe that sooner rather than later the empire will disintegrate and the US people will enjoy more freedom than ever. They will be able to aspire to more justice than ever before. They will be able to use science and technology for their own benefit and for the betterment of humanity. They will be able to join all of us who fight for the survival of the species. They will be able to join all of us who fight for the human species. It is only just to struggle for that cause, and that is why we must use all our energy, all our effort and all our time to be able to say with the voice of millions, or hundreds of thousands of millions of people, it is worthwhile to have been born. It is worthwhile to have lived. *******. Facing major intestinal surgery, on July 31, 2006, Fidel Castro temporarily handed over all his responsibilities as Cuba's head of state and leader of the Cuban Communist Party to his brother Raúl Castro, Minister for Defense and first Vice President of the Council of State. He sent the following message to the Cuban people from hospital, published on August 1. I very much appreciate all the messages sent by our compatriots and by many people throughout the world. I feel sorry for having caused so much concern and bother to our friends around the world. I cannot make up good news, because that would be unethical, and if there were bad news, this would only be of benefit to the enemy. Given the specific situation Cuba faces and the plans designed by the empire, the information about my health condition becomes a state secret that cannot be continuously disseminated, and my compatriots should understand this. I cannot let myself be trapped by the vicious circle of the health parameters that are constantly changing during the day. I can say that my condition is stable, but only with time will I be able to speak about the true state of my health. The best I can say is that my condition will remain stable for many days to come before I can give a verdict. I feel in very good spirits. The important thing is that everything in our country is proceeding and will continue to proceed very smoothly. The revolutionary armed forces and the people are ready to defend the country. Our compatriots will have complete information in due course, as was the case when I had a fall in Villa Clara. We must struggle and work. ******. Although not resuming any official governmental duties, from March 2007, Fidel Castro began to write regular columns for the Cuban newspaper, Granma. On June 23, 2007, in response to a message from the Union of Young Communists, he wrote, "What is a life bereft of ideas worth? Marty once said that trenches of ideas are more valuable than trenches of stones. Are ideas born of human beings? Do they perish with an individual? Ideas have come into being throughout the history of the human species. They will exist as long as our species does. Never before have we faced such a serious threat, due to the combination of society's political underdevelopment and the fruits of technology. While the possibilities of technology appear limitless, our capacity for self-destruction is beyond all reason. Genocidal wars, climate change, hunger, thirst and inequality are everywhere we look. Human beings need to cling to hope and seek a means of survival in science itself. This is only natural. There should be no room, in that brighter future, for the horrible injustices bred by today's developed capitalist system run by a worldwide dictatorship. Shakespeare wrote in one of his plays, "To be or not to be." That is the alternative young people now face. To ignore this would be to choose to live in the most idyllic of worlds, but for only a couple of decades, which represent less than a few seconds in the history of time. If young people fail, everything will fail. It is my deepest conviction that young Cubans will struggle to prevent this. I have faith in you. *******. A year after the temporary relinquishment of his positions, on July 31, 2007, Fidel Castro published a reflection titled The Eternal Flame. This is a political reflection. To be more precise, it is another proclamation. Exactly 1 year ago today, on July 31, 2006, I issued the first proclamation. But the year gone by is worth 10, for I have had the opportunity to live a unique experience which has afforded me information and knowledge on vital questions facing humanity, knowledge I have conveyed to the people of Cuba with the utmost honesty. Today, I am bombarded with questions as to when I will take up again what some call power, as though that power were possible without independence. The world knows a real and destructive power, wielded by a decadent empire that threatens everyone. Raúl has already explained that as I recover I am consulted about every important decision. What will I do now? I will fight tirelessly as I have done my entire life. 1 year after the first proclamation, I can share with the people of Cuba the satisfaction of seeing that what was then promised is reflected by today's undeniable reality. Raúl, the party, the government, the National Assembly, the Union of Young Communists and grassroots and social organizations, headed by the workers, move forward, guided by the unshakable principle of unity. With the same conviction, we continue to struggle relentlessly to have the 5 heroes, who provided Cuba with information on the anti-Cuba terrorist plans of the United States, released from their cruel and merciless imprisonment. The struggle against our own deficiencies and against the insolent enemy that seeks to take possession of Cuba must be unrelenting. On this point, I am obliged to insist on something that the leaders of the revolution can never forget. It is our duty to work untiringly to strengthen our defensive capability and preparedness, under the principle that, regardless of the circumstances, an unpayable price must be paid for any invasion. No one should entertain the slightest illusion that the empire, which carries within it the genes of its own destruction, will negotiate with Cuba. Though we have said, again and again, that our struggle is not against the people of the United States, and this is absolutely true, those people are not in a position to curtail the apocalyptic impulses of their government or the foul, insane call for what they label a democratic Cuba, as though leaders here in Cuba nominate and elect themselves without the support of the overwhelming majority, which is the inflexible filter embodied by an educated and cultured people. In a previous reflection, I invoked the historical figures of Martí, Maceo, Agramonte, and Cespedes. To keep alight the memory of the innumerable people who fell in combat, of those who fought and sacrificed themselves for the homeland, Raúl lit a flame that shall burn for eternity, 50 years after the death in combat of Frank País, the young, 22-year-old hero whose example moved all of us. Life is meaningless without ideas. There is no greater joy than to struggle in their name.